Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs. We've got a whole day of Hearthstone ready for everyone here, and I am Raven, and joining me is Soto, and we're going to get this one started. Welcome, my friend. I feel like it's been a while, even though it hasn't, but are you ready for a jam-packed day of Hearthstone?
Yeah, I'm always ready for some Hearthstone, Raven. This is indeed a jam-packed day. If you haven't joined us one of these playoff days in the past, it is a marathon as we go through the qualifying games for every single region, starting with APAC, moving on to Europe, and then on to the Americas. Every single game you will see today, every single series you see today is going to be a win and in to the Spring Championship. So nothing but high stakes Hearthstone, start to finish, edge of your seat stuff for 16, 18 straight hours. What more could you possibly want?
Exactly. For a very full day, and it will be good. Like I said, it's really fun to see the players within their sort of region qualifications, right, playing out. We get to see potentially a nice mix of not only players, but also lineups historically as well. We can see how we've sort of got to this point. Yesterday, off stream, the players all took part in the Swiss stage format for the sort of first stage of the tournament, again, split by region. And then we're going to be rocking through the top 8 for each region today, but only the sort of initial top 8 matches, because once you win that top 8 match, you're in the top 4, and then that will qualify you to the Spring Championship. And then, of course, the players then get that chance to qualify for the World Championship a little bit later on this year at BlizzCon. So very, very exciting. These players have a lot on the line and basically pinpointed all the way down to, as you mentioned, one match each, well, for each player, right, to get through. So a lot of pressure and a lot of work has gone in for these players to get to this point.
Yeah, it's just the way of the world. You know, we try and build this large sample for players to build an edge in a game that has some innate variance to it, but at some point there's going to be a game where everything's on the line, and we join at that point. So it can be a little bit brutal for players who had a long, arduous day yesterday, making it all the way through to this point. They pop up on stream, they immediately get defeated, and they're sent packing. But hey, that is high-stakes Hearthstone at its finest. And you can see a little bit extra info about the system, the competitive points that are available to players based on ladder finishes, reaching the threshold, the cutoff, which is different for each region, to make their way into this tournament. And of course, I completely lost my train of thought there, Raven. What was I talking about?
You're talking about
blanked out.
Region splits and players qualifying.
That's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, different levels of arduousness for each different region. Let's say slightly more difficult for Europe to qualify to this point than it was for the Americas, but they're all here on an even footing when we get to this point.
Yeah, 100%. And sort of going on what you were saying as well, like at some point it always comes down to one match, right? So that's what we've really drilled down into for today. If you've not watched a playoffs day before, this is what it's going to look like. Of course, the players are going to be playing Conquest, the tried and tested format for Hearthstone, competitive for many years now. But at least looking at the lineups, we do have a bit of a mix and a bit of a fair few different approaches, even though we will see certain themes of certain classes and decks being popular, as is always the case. Some of the approaches are actually pretty interesting, and there's definitely a few players who have made it this far, bringing decks that I think a lot of people weren't expecting to make it through the Swiss, even if they were going to be brought at all. So that's going to be pretty exciting to see throughout the day. And again, as we take a look at the brackets in a second, just another reminder, just in case you haven't seen playoffs before, we're going to move through one region by one. So we'll start with Asia Pacific, as you can see here with those 4 matches. Then we'll move on to Europe. Then we'll go on to Americas to finish out the day. So if you've got a specific player or region you really want to watch, just bear in mind that we will be going through in order, 4 matches each region. But yeah, we can see the APAC region here. I think one of the big names for me, at least, Soto, no real big surprise, is Maxibon, just a regular in basically any competitive tournament top end. We see time and time and time again. So for me, at least, all eyes will be on him, see if he can make it once more.
Yeah, incredible to see him keep making it back to this point time and time again. You know, I talked about earlier about building that large sample for the best players to consistently be able to rise to the top, and there are very few players at the moment who are taking advantage of that better than Maxibon, who is absolutely proving himself to be one of the most consistent players in the game. But again, it comes down to that brutal sense of eventually you're going to have to win that winning in, and that is what has eluded Maxi so far in terms of making it to that World Championship. So all eyes on him, I think, for this this opening APAC bracket.
Yeah, it's looking good, and as usual, we are going to see the European or the EU bracket with Yala in there. A lot of names we're used to seeing, honestly. We've got Levick, Diz Demon at the bottom. We've got Yala Kubu at the top, as well as some names that may not be as popular or names we've seen as often with the likes of those four. But I think that's what's cool about this, as we saw a little bit earlier in how the format works. A lot of the qualification to the Swiss stage is through points and laddering, and then once you're in that Swiss tournament, it's a pretty big pool of players. If you just perform on the day and get through that Swiss, then you can make it. You don't anything that's happened beforehand, any previous Masters tours or anything like that, irrelevant, right? If you turn up on the day and nail that Swiss day, then you're going to make it to the quarterfinals.
And shout out to Monkey Flip on that regard, because I think he's quite quietly building a reputation as a player that no one wants to see themselves matched up against in these Swiss. He keeps making it to these top cut positions with some unconventional lineups, which is always terrifying when you're in Swiss, because you plan for a field, and generally if you're in Swiss you don't necessarily want to be playing against the person who has a lineup that you weren't quite ready for, and it seems like that is something that Monkey Flip is being able to put together. Shout out to Kubu as well, finally making a top cut after being a consistently great player through the Europe region as well.
Yeah, pretty excited to see how these ones go, especially when, you know, sort of going back, we see the likes of Yala just once. It's going on for years now, isn't it? It's just Yala's just here, just year after
God,
year
I'm
after
just
year
sick
after
of
year.
it. Would you stop
Come on,
being
Yala.
one of the best players in the world? Give it a rest already. Jeez.
And then, of course, we have the Americas that are going to be rounding out the day much later on today. And, of course, in time with the Americas time zone as well, generally line up. Yeah, some great names again. And also just a lot of players from sort of the South Americas as well doing extremely well, which has been an ongoing theme for quite a long time now, to be honest.
And specifically Brazil as well,
Yeah.
I think quietly, well, not quietly, very loudly and flamboyantly becoming the dominant force in the Americas region overall. You know, carrying the region on their back largely at this point as well. Jeek making it back as well, or Jake, never remember how to pronounce that one. Apologies, I'll double check it before we get into it. But he is a face that we are used to seeing at this point. But yeah, South America and Brazil in particular, absolutely showing out for this one.
Yeah, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing who makes it to. I sort of like the steps that we get to see now that we do show the playoffs, or at least, you know, the qualification matches for the playoffs to get into the championship. Because it really starts to just build up the journey the players go on to, like, make it to these championships, right? It's not just, oh, they've just randomly turning up to one of the big tournaments to qualify for Worlds. It's like, no, they've qualified for playoffs, they've then done well in the Swiss, they've then made their winning in, then they have to perform in the championship. So it is quite a long and difficult journey for these players to make it to the World Championship, but I think that makes it all the better.
You can see the easy route, if you want to call it that, although I think that is quite dismissive to the work that goes in being the #1 points earner on ladder. But the #1 points earner from each region, plus the best of the rest from worldwide from global standings, all go through to the championships automatically. They do not have to qualify through this tournament, but they can if they want to. There is still, you know, prize money on the line, so there's no reason to block them from doing that. If they were to qualify, not actually going to be relevant for this tournament, then this placing, the one that's allocated via points, would filter down to the next highest point earner in each particular standing.
Yeah, so no one's like directly taking things away, right? It just shuffles around a little bit based on who qualifies and how. But it's good because it does put a lot of sometimes extra stakes. We've had it many times in the past, right? Where it's like this other player will be wanting this other player to win a tournament or qualify, because then that shunts everything around to give them a better chance. So there's a lot of shenanigans that can happen based on placement, sorry. So very, very exciting overall. But as we move to kicking off the day with our first matches, I am excited to sort of just dive into the meta, Sottle, because I feel like we have a couple of clear paths when you look at certain classes, right? We have, I would say, the main ones driving this are Druid and Warrior, where there's way more aggressive versions of them, and then there's way more. I'll say way more late game versions. I won't say control because that's not really hyper accurate, but you know what I mean, right? You've got aggressive lines and then slightly later game lines, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform when we're in these sort of final matches to see what ends up being the best or performing the best over the course of the day.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Warrior in particular is a good call out. I think it's been the strongest class overall, largely off the back of Egg Warrior, which I think has turned out to be a fantastic bring throughout the playoffs across multi-regions. Of course, lineups are weirdly iterative in this tournament because you can kind of see what each region before you ends up doing because of the kind of staggered start times as you can see things going on.
No, they're all at the same time now.
Are they all at the same time now? Oh, my
yeah, they all
okay.
submitted on the line, I believe. Someone correct me.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I just double checked to make sure I wasn't a complete idiot. But yes, they all did submit. We have had it in the past where there's a knock-on effect of one region submits, then you get to see the submissions, and the other region goes. But yeah, they were all on this level playing field for this one, so it makes it even more interesting, I would say, because you have to get it right. Like, there's no, maybe people would argue training wheels or anything for the regions that in the past had to submit later.
Well, my apologies. That does answer one of the questions I was leading into, though, because we saw Egg Warrior being very dominant early on in APAC, which plays first, and there wasn't really a significant reaction to that in either of the regions that followed. But now, with that newly armed knowledge, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah. Egg Warrior just having so many good matchups against the aggro decks, which are kind of generically the good decks that you would bring, right? The likes of No Minion Demon Hunter, of the Dragon Warrior, all of these like board-based aggro decks. The one interesting thing thrown into that, and that's where it becomes very relevant for our matchup, is the Token Druid in particular, because that is the aggro deck that kind of flips the matchup matrix on its head a little bit. It's the aggro deck that beats all the decks in the lineup that you would bring to beat the aggro lineup, right? It makes way too big boards way too quickly, and the way that control decks control in the game right now isn't necessarily waves of removal over and over again. Outside of exactly Control Priest is kind of the only one that can consistently do that. But everyone else kind of stacks armor, they put taunts in the way, they delay, and then they try and build this big board. You can't do that against Token Druid because it's just too big, too quickly, too oppressive. It just beats you down super quickly. So I do think Token Druid is a good bring for the aggro lineup that Azu has, alongside the No Minion Demon Hunter, the 1-drop Hunter, and the Dragon Warrior. And I'm actually a little surprised to see the Hunter being banned here instead of the Druid. But maybe that is just a read on Banshee's part, knowing that his his Egg Warrior has to get banned, because it absolutely does in this series. That Egg Warrior is a terror in this series, which does improve the matchup matrix for against the Token Druid just that little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting knock-on effect, right? Because although I completely agree, I've been playing a decent chunk of Token Druid, and you snowball so fast with that deck. You've got some openings that just can't really be answered even by control decks, as you mentioned, or the control decks of today anyway. But I think the reason here is, as you said, with the Warrior gone, or you're expecting the Warrior to go if your Banshee's here, then the Hunter probably just poses a bit too much of a threat, because I would say like the aggressive openings or what Hunter can do feels a little bit more consistent versus what Banshee's left over with, versus I think Druid, although you've got some incredible openings, you also have some slightly slower openings. If you don't get the 3-drop on curve with some early minions, your openings can take a little bit longer to get going, whereas Hunter, I feel like that just does the same thing every single game, and you just need to either be built to beat it or ban it here.
Yeah, and I think it's the Quest Mage in particular that's leading to that fear on Banshee's side, because that is a miserable matchup against Hunter in general. Particularly so in this tournament. I was looking at some of the this tournament specific matchup stats leading into this, and 1-drop Hunter is running at close to 90% against Quest Mage in the tournament so far. So obviously these are smaller samples. That's only about 20 games that have been played between the two of them across the Swisses, but that is a monstrous win rate. So yeah, if you're trying to get a Quest Mage out of this Conquest series, trying to get a win, taking out the Hunter, I guess, makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, and what do you think about Quest Mage overall? Because I think that's There's a few mages knocking about in the meta. Now we won't talk about how good or bad the mage archetypes are, but quest mage, at least for me, was brought by, or at least qualified by more players than I thought, honestly. Like, maybe I don't have enough faith in the deck, especially when you look at certain matchups here where if you go into aggressive decks, it can get very difficult against certain ones at least. But what do you think about the quest mage and the sort of amount we actually have in the qualified section here on the final day of playoffs across the region?
So, is Quest Mage a generically strong enough deck that I'd play it on ladder if I was trying to push for high finishes? Probably not. I think its position in the tournament overall is actually quite good because specifically it has a good matchup against Egg Warrior, which, as we've been discussing multiple times already, is kind of one of the big terror decks of the tournament. You'll see various people in this tournament teching Weapon Destruction into Egg Warrior. I don't even necessarily think that wins the matchup from the Egg Warrior side. I think a lot of times Quest Mage can win just by saving up for one big turn with the weapon, right? Play the weapon, play a bunch of cheap discovers same turn. And if you're just picking high value discovers in the meantime to that point, you have that one big blowout turn. Maybe Warrior can deal with it, maybe they can't, but then you've just picked up a bunch of high power cards, power of creation type cards in your hand anyway to just keep going. I think that's a really, really good matchup overall. I think it also does fine against Demon Hunter, so that's two big decks in the tournament that you've got decent wins against, and then with the power of a ban, you're hoping that then your mage is like 2-1 in the series in terms of favorables, right? Because you're expecting a lot of people to bring those couple of decks. It does have its problems, though, of course. We've talked about Hunter. There's also Dragon Warrior, who has that double threat. They play Weapon Destruction as well, but they can back it up by actually just playing minions every turn and hitting you in the face. So you cannot afford to slow play in that situation. So it's an incredibly polarized deck in terms of the matchup spread, which makes it a little bit of a risky bring to the tournament. But I think with the amount of Demon Hunter and the amount of Egg Warrior that you were expecting, it probably just about makes the lineup for me when I'm cooking for this tournament.
Yeah, and that's very nicely, naturally leading on to my next question. The players are just getting ready, by the way. I think there's just a slight delay. I think there's just a small issue they're dealing with. So don't worry about that. We are getting to the match as quick as possible, trust us. But I did want to ask you about Demon Hunter, because just talking about Asia Pacific region here, we've got 3 players that haven't brought Demon Hunter at all. And we've got Curfew, Maxibon, and Vacant Place as well. What do you think about that? Because there's always the idea of how deep do you go when you build lineups for tournaments, right? Like, how many levels do you really want to go? But I was kind of under the impression that Demon Hunter was a bit of a no-brainer, because although there are, you could say, some decks that do better than others against it, I feel like Demon Hunter has sort of hit that level where it's just good enough to just be one of your decks, like maybe deck 2, deck 1. So what do you think about the players that haven't brought it, especially when you look at the likes of someone we know quite well in the form of Maxibon?
I think, so if I was lineup building for this tournament, what I would try to do is build a lineup without Demon Hunter. I think that would be my goal to begin with. And that's not saying Demon Hunter's the worst deck in the game, you can't play it. I'm just saying, with what you expect for the tournament, again, Egg Warrior, tons of Egg Warrior. Demon Hunter, very, very bad against Egg Warrior. The Rogue matchup is very much up in the air. Call it anywhere either side of 50-50. There's a lot of dispute, obviously, the way the mechanics interact with each other with the no minions, but I think in general, Demon Hunter pushing damage early can still get there, but it's not a great matchup, not something that you're thrilled to play every single time. Quest Mage, we've talked about it as well, and the Ramp Druid, the Marithra Druid as well, and also not a great matchup for Demon Hunter. I would expect most of my opponents to have some combination of two or three of those decks that I've just named. So just in terms of just raw matchup spreads overall, I just don't think Demon Hunter is particularly well positioned. The problem then becomes, what is your if you're saying, okay, Demon Hunter could be your first or second deck just because it's generically powerful, then you're taking it out and then you're then replacing it with a fourth deck, right? And historically in tournaments, fourth decks are dangerous. That's when you get into the position of just bringing something outright bad to the tournament. But I feel like we've been banging this drum. Pocket Train during previous championships, this was his big bugbear, is that Demon Hunter sucks and that everyone who's bringing it is throwing, right? This was the whole point. I think Demon Hunter will continue to ride that line because it is just so generically powerful when it goes first, it hits its curve, so hard to deal with. but the matchup spread tells you that it just mathematically it's not a good bring to the tournament. But we might well just see people queue up Demon Hunter, go first, play a 1-2-3 curve, their opponent dies, and they're like, well, this is Demon Hunter. I don't know why everyone else just isn't doing this.
And it's also, this is what's interesting, we talk a lot about this sort of stuff, right? Matchups, decks, and so on, but this is also the game, right? Like, just because a deck doesn't perform super well all the time doesn't mean it can't win a game and get you through, because you only need to win with it once, right? That's how Conquest works. Regardless, apologies about the slight delay. We just want to make sure everything's all good for the players as they play this very, very important match. First one of the day, we've got Banshee's Dog on the top on Demon Hunter, and Azu on the bottom also on Demon Hunter as we get into game 1.
And it looks like we're getting the game 5 out of the way early here. This was this was the Championships Classic of the game resolving down to a game 5 Demon Hunter mirror to decide the series. Both players queuing it up immediately. Banshee's Dog has a lovely looking hand here. Sigil for turn 1 has the hold already and has Horn in outcast position naturally. So we'll just be looking for a little bit of filling at the top for the next couple of turns. We'll have pretty much the dream, and I think that was a Sigil of Cinder picked up off the first card off the rip. Yeah, so his hand is looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, that is the benefit of hold being a card you probably want to keep in your opening hand, is that, well, yeah, you probably are going to fill the curve because the whole deck's cheaper than 6, right? So like you are quite happy to just say, I will draw playable cards over the next 3 to 5 turns. So yeah, not too bad at all. Sigil going to be popping out that 3/3 at the start for Banshees. Azu does find the weapon just to get that equipped and try and line up something a little bit better for the next turn. Can clear it off with a hero power next turn as well, but with the second Sigil being played by Banshees, there's just automatically going to be a decent amount of early pressure.
Yeah, Azu looks moderately dead here. It's so much damage. When your opponent just goes Sigil into Sigil on 1 and 2, and you don't have the ability to respond in kind, like, equipping weapon, sure, it's fine, it costs 1. It's just, it does not interact well. Gone are the days of like, oh, I played Fiery War Axe and killed your Bloodfen Raptor, so I'm winning. Like, no, this is just too much damage being pushed here over the first couple of turns. Azu is going to have to really struggle to stabilize it.
Yeah, I'm wondering here whether the coin just to spend the mana on Infestation is worth or not. Because there is multiple 4s that Azu can get as well, but also there's multiple 3s in hand as well, right? So I'm just wondering if like how efficiently things can be spent, because that is a mana floated, and even though it wouldn't be the best usage of a coin I've ever seen, when you're the one getting pummeled, you kind of need to make every mana count to try and catch up, right?
Illidari studies, I would imagine just looking at the difference between studies this turn or earmarking studies for 5 after the Horn turn on 4. But this is looking really good. Finds probably best case scenario with draw 2. This has now given him options for the next turn. He can use that Outcast Horn if he wants to, but he does also now have just the generically powerful Hounds of Fury to throw out.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to see the coin get used this turn. Almost certainly what we're saving up for, right? He is going to help, but now can respond with Hounds also, and just creeping closer to the hold. And when I was practicing for this tournament, just learning all the decks, just putting my reps in, the amount of times hold basically soloed the game against me when I was running into Demon Hunters was too often, Saul, I'm going to say. So we'll see if we can do the same for Banshees.
Useful card to have. Probably not the play this turn, although the hand is a little bit awkward overall. You never really want to play Horn of Feasting for no value, no immediate trades in this matchup, just because of the way it interacts with Broxgar's Last Stand. Just, at AoE them all, draw a card for each one. Pretty miserable. Imagine just floating the mana, using it on the weapon, getting the Dread Seeds down, trying to represent as much pressure as possible, because Azu knows he doesn't have the hold here, and he is seeing 2 kept cards in Banshee's hand that have not yet been played. So pretty high chances that Banshee is holding on to the hold on the other side. So he needs to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, really nice turn to just get the dormants down, right? Because especially the ones they hit, like getting pretty solid ones, ones that will give you a chance of coming back into the game, especially with Axe in hand for Azu. So Banshee's got to respond with a slumber of his own, which then gets interesting when you look at, because they're mirrored. It'll be interesting when, like, do you want to have yours proc first, or do you want the sort of answer proc, right, with the plus attack buff?
Yeah. Big consideration here to getting the Axe of Cenarius down, just so you can take advantage of that lifesteal buff when the dog does wake up next turn. Of course, you can either do that this turn or next turn, depending on how you want to allocate mana. There is a reasonable chance that next turn you want to be responding with the Horn of Feasting.
Yeah, Axe plus Sigil here doesn't look bad at all.
Demons. Demons. Time grows short.
I was going to say, it might be worth just cracking the Infestation open, just because it gets you... Oh, wow, he's actually playing them now. Interesting. I was wondering whether the Axe comes down this turn, and then... oh, hang on a second.
Hold.
That is a lot of damage being generated. Okay. Yeah, so this allows him to hold on to the Grushi Stingers, and hopefully clear up a hold minion, just using the 2 damage, the rush, 6 points of damage that are coming from the Sigil as well. Just hope he's got enough juice to be able to push through this. He absolutely should, with the Horn of Feasting thrown in there as well. It's a little curious that Axis Scenarios.
Let's see how this Sigil splits, because that could be pretty interesting, because this is quite a big demon that's come out from Banshees here. Quite a lot of health on that side.
Oh. Whoa, that's a fantastic outcome.
So it's not quite enough mana, right? Or can I not count?
Don't think so.
The good thing is it's
with the stingers.
easily
With the
enough.
stingers, not the weapon. Yeah, the stingers one more. I was counting it with the weapon.
Right. Yeah, I was looking at the weapon.
He's just going to push everything. Just hope this is good enough.
Nice.
And there it is.
Enough. It's lethal, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The extra 1 damage from the 1/1 there coming out, and that was good. I was way too focused on equipping that axe, but
Same.
really good recovery there from Azu, because everything was looking good for Banshees there, just with the way the start happened. Having access to hold when your opponent doesn't is huge. But I think just a couple of good setup turns, and for me, I think it was the sort of clear turn to just get the dormants down on an empty board and have to play that safely, because even though that card's very strong, it is 3 mana do nothing if you summon in the dormants, right? Which is very difficult to do in the mirror sometimes if you're not the first person doing it. So really good recovery there from Azu, and good to lock in those stingers, as you mentioned, right, on that previous turn.
Yeah.
Get the stingers locked in, have access to them a little bit more freely on that turn after. So pretty nice there for Azu, and I imagine he'll be very happy at that recovery.
Yeah, and good recognition as well, because he was so far behind early on. Like, he defeated 2 things that are quite difficult to do there. Going second in the Demon Hunter mirror when your opponent has all the initiative of going first, and playing no hold against hold. And after taking so much damage early, he was able to just flip. He saving that coin so he could go coin hounds. His hounds went face. The opponent's hounds then had to clear into his. And then from that point, where I was sat here like an idiot, just being concerned about, like, okay, well, how do we clear the hold minion, right? His 2-turn setup wasn't, how do I maximize removal on this hold minion? It was, how do I maximize face damage? Probably, I would say, over 3 turns he was planning to do. But I think 4 out of the 6 shots went face from Sigil, which is, only slightly above average in the end, but that was able to get there. No defensive option particularly from the hold, although Omen is just kind of generically probably the 2nd most powerful minion overall. So no real complaints there, I'd imagine, from Banshee in terms of how his game went. Excellent opening hand, great mulligan, drew well off the top to fill out the curve. I think Azu just navigated his way through and just said, okay, I'm not winning the long game against this, I just have to find a way to set up two-turn lethal, and did it very, very well indeed.
And the good thing is as well, or the interesting thing is, the weapon was still there. So that could have given him a big lifesteal turn if he didn't have lethal, right? And then the turn can change a little bit while still pushing damage and setting it up for the next turn. So there was still a plan without the hits from the sigil being nearly perfect, right? So not bad at all, but we are jumping straight in to game number 2. We've got the Warrior, the Dragon Warrior for Azu, going once more up against this Demon Hunter. And I know you are the Dragon Warrior master in these parts, Sottle. So how are you liking Azu's chances in this matchup?
Yeah, I think I have Dragon Warrior as a slight favorite in this one. It's a very close matchup overall. I don't think there's a definitive favorite. I can look at the stats for the tournament, which bears that out. 47% for the Demon Hunter, 53 for the Warrior, which is around about where I think I have it. Azu's hand is fantastic. Very nice early curve. Got a bit of mana cheat as well with the Darkscale Broodmother. So looking pretty good, but there is a lot of removal in hand for Banshee, which is kind of what you want in these early turns, just to make sure you're not getting rushed down by early, high-statted, cheated-out minions, be it an early 5/8 as it is now, or Darkscale Broodmother just outputting a ton of stats with Petal Peddler, just being able to build a board that you can't deal with. The combination of Infestation and Horn of Feasting should be able to stabilize a little bit, but this still is a very, very aggressive start.
Yeah, about as good as it's going to get there. One drop into then coin 3 to start pushing out extra damage with this weapon. This weapon's obviously going to be sticking around for next turn as well. It's going to make this a little bit difficult for Banshees to deal with. He's just going to choose to just proc that the stingers there and just get rid of what he can for this turn. But as you said, just basically defending a little bit just to build up for those big 4 drops that are available for Banshees.
Cut your lifetime to bits.
Weaponsmith going to be pretty nice though, because just a pretty high health minion, a little bit awkward to actually clear up and deal with.
Double outcasted Horn of Feasting is going to end
that
up
is
doing so much work here, though.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, hang on. That'll help a little bit, but is it this turn?
It can be. It's a little bit jank, but it can be if you want it to. Stadium Announcer is not enormously impactful on this board.
It's not, but it's a lot more stats to just dump down this turn, right?
Sure.
And again, a lot of this, as always, is defined by, well, what weapons is it throwing out, right? As to how good you feel about playing it this turn, but...
Sure.
Could be worse.
Yeah, not the best outcome, but not one of the disaster outcomes. Obviously, when you re-roll, there are situations where it can just be immediately game losing as well as immediately game winning if your opponent picks up one of the super premium options. But no great disaster here.
And already I'm starting to look at what just... Okay, gonna trade these away and swing. Okay, I was looking at what if you just go Horn again, send pretty much everything face, and then swing the way. Just say let's race then, because there is a 5/5 lifesteal taunt in the way there.
There is, yeah. And I think this is why Azu holds on to the Erupting Volcano, and it's probably right to do so, because now he can use some combination of whichever weapon he was going to end up with, plus the Torch, plus Erupting Volcano, to actually target and clear a big minion. But this is not the spot you want to be in as the Dragon Warrior here. You're playing control very, very early on. That's a very nice draw, though.
Yeah, and probably has to just come down this turn, right? Is it going to be too awkward if this is skipped on?
What now?
And then just have turn 6 as the sort of play everything else?
Wow, really?
God, yeah, I feel like you have to play Wind Peak this turn. Just take out the taunt, swing into the 3/3. Yes, it's 3/3 versus 6/6, and that's your whole turn, but there's still armor there. Okay.
He's just going to proc the location now and then presumably use the torch to clear up. He does not clear one of the minions entirely, though, which is the big risk of doing it this way. Now he has to leave a 3-1 up on the other side. He has also now passed a turn without playing a dragon, which makes life very, very awkward for this Windspeaker Worm. I am not a fan of this line at all. I think this was really rolling the dice, and I don't think the hit, like, I don't think the good outcome where you do get 3 shots on one of the minions and you get the full clear with the torch, I don't think that even leaves you in a particularly good position for the next turn with your hand being Petal Peddler and deactivated Windspeak Worm.
Well, that's the thing, or at least that's how I was thinking, right? So say the 3/1 was cleared, you save 3 health, but you also gained armor with the Wind Peak, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know, this is tricky. Big push, big swing there for Banshees, pushing that 7 damage. Absolutely huge, and now Azu's going to go digging for something to save him here. Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't, no. Azu, clearly not a game. I still refer to this deck as Dark Gift Warrior because genuinely, I think that's what the deck is. But not if you're that bad. If you're that bad at rolling Dark Gifts, I can't help you, I'm afraid.
And the problem as well, when you round this sort of low health amount against Demon Hunter that has cards in hand, you're almost just expecting to die next turn, right? Because they just so often just have the damage.
Didn't even get to see
that
him.
looks quite good.
Aeon Rend will do the job, though. Yep, I'm quite happy with that timeline. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no need to check anything else out. Hero Power on a swing is going to clean this one up. And I do think this was an interesting game. Banshees did manage to sort of grapple control of the early game, which, as you mentioned, is not what you want to see on the other side as the Dragon Warrior. But the big question for me, the game might have had the same result, but I am genuinely surprised the Wind Peak didn't come out there. Pretty chunky minion to start fighting for board or just putting pressure on for the next turn. And it's just the fact that it was Wind Peak activated or not Wind Peak the next turn, right? That was the sort of problem I had. If a dragon could be squeezed in on that turn with the location, fair enough, right? There might have been a game for saying, I'll do this turn set up and then Wind Peak the turn after. But the fact it was deactivated really did surprise me, honestly.
Yeah, so again, I'm with you. I would have just played the Wind Peak. Just to explain the other side, I guess a little bit, is maybe Azu thought the game was going slightly longer. He had Precursory Strike in his hand, which was only being activated by the Wind Peak Worm at that point. So maybe he just wanted to stretch it out for another couple of turns. He uses the Precursory Strike the next turn. He gets another minion. I would trust my deck at that point because, you know, any high value dragon, you draw a 5/8, that's fine. You draw a Dark Gift generator, that's fine. You draw another fire spell over the next couple of turns to go along with the location for the turn after, that's absolutely fine as well. So I would have been quite happy just playing it out that way. If you draw another high value minion, you can just use the Precursory Strike anyway at that point. So yeah, I personally still would have done it. Drop the Wind Peak Worm, gain the 5 armor. I don't think it changes the result of the game.
Yeah, right.
Because I think a couple of turns down the line, you end up just doing the phase push anyway, and then the Lifesteal Weapon and the Lasting Legacy comes down and shuts you down in exactly the same way that it did there. But I don't necessarily think Azu was maximizing his outs in that spot. But we move on. Quest Mage and the Token Druid now. Token Druid, a deck that we did not see a great deal of. Quest Mage, a deck that we saw a little bit of last time we were here for competitive Hearthstone in the previous championships. Quest Mage, not a big performer last time around. I do think it's slightly better positioned in the metagame right now.
Yeah, I've played a decent chunk of at least variations of Token Druid. There's a few different ways people choose to build it, of course, but key card I normally look for in the early game is going to be that Hatchery Helper. It basically converts just any little board you've got into an absolutely huge threat in terms of damage. Ravenous Flock as well, of course, is something to look at. And I'll be honest, I haven't played against a ton of quest mages with Druid because there just wasn't that many when I was practicing. But like, I was a little bit surprised to see the Wickerfang keep, honestly. But maybe I go a bit too all in on openings. Maybe Azu's seen something I don't.
Yeah, I think in particular with Innovate as well, that is a very, very early Wickerfang, and that is generally quite hard for Quest Mage to deal with. They're not spoiled with choices for large single target removal, or particularly something that will then leave a bunch of the tokens behind. I think, you know, generally your goal in this matchup is to try and make some big, wide board that's almost impossible for the mage to clear by turn 4 or 5 at the absolute latest. Well, Coin Wickerfang kind of does that. With
Yeah, it's
one
kind of
card,
okay.
right? So, yeah, I think it's an okay keep.
Yeah, decent as well with the way the Shatter card is lined up, because it will be potentially, like, as you said, that's Coin, Innovate, Go. And then you've got the cards going to recombine and then create that second backup wave of threats, give stuff Death Rattle as well. There's also the really nice combo, depending on if stuff is still alive. But the Forest Gift with Wickerfang is such a sick play, right? Because you basically double up on the buff, which that could really snowball out of control if Azu is able to hold on to some of the extra pieces of Wickerfang over the course of a turn. It's just getting a little bit tricky, though. It might... The tricky part here is, I imagine Azu does not want to use the coin or the Innovate, but then that makes the rest of the turn significantly worse.
Yeah, I think this is the bed you have made and must therefore lie in, though. If you are going to keep Wickerfang, I think you have to expect something like this to happen. So yeah, I think this is
do the buff on the egg makes sense, yeah. Turning the egg into a sort of double threat now, whether it's the 3/3 version now, and Death Rattle will summon a minion and buff, so pretty scary minion now for Banshees to deal with. It's going to drop that Xavius and go digging for some something high impact. Oh, also, I'll be honest, did not completely notice that it's a double Techisaurus in this list. I know some lists run one, some lists run none sometimes as well, so just interesting that both are in hand as well.
One of those was discovered. It was off the...
Oh, was it? Oh, I must have been just looking at the Druid hand. Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, there is still 2 in the list, though, just to double confirm. And here's the turn. Oh, that the Innovator turn late.
Yeah, Banshee's dog nodding. I think you can see from his reaction that he absolutely did not want to see any of this. Sees the Shatter combining as well.
And the egg's still alive.
And the egg's still alive.
Pretty big deal, too.
Okay. That's actually a pretty good pickup here. Now use the Sweet Storm.
Go on, miss just one.
Still gonna need something, though. Because that's what can be scary, is if you leave stuff like this alive, there's suddenly so many cards Druid can access that can make this an absolute nightmare next turn.
Only so much time.
A slightly unfortunate technical issue, which is why we're not seeing the Discovers, but it will be fixed in the very near future, so I do apologise about that. We will be seeing the Discovers from the top player going forward for the rest of the day, but just something that's not quite working for us right at this moment in time, so I do apologise.
Deeply unfortunate timing that it pops up in the Quest Mage game that
Yes,
we're playing,
yes.
We move.
Okay, so I did get rid of the Wickerfang with the trade. But this is still a very it doesn't quite look it right now, but it is still a very dangerous board. You think we're going to see innovate into Power of the Wild as well here and just go off? Oh, going to trade Power. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. As you said, this is the difficulty of this quest mage, and definitely the difficulty I have when I play it is it's just a constant battle of I need to find my way out of this situation, right? And you just sort of just make it up as you go along. It can be pretty tricky, especially when you've been pushed this hard. And Spark to try and get hold of something. I would imagine this is a mage choice, right? Going for removal, of course, or some kind of freeze. Oh, no. Oh! Whoa! Fixed. Saved. We actually saw the discovers for a second then.
Yeah, I'm just staring at the hand, just trying to work out if you can get enough playables to discount the techies, and maybe that ends up saving you, but you'd need very specific things to clear up one or two of these minions for that to ever work in this scenario.
Gonna go for the Rune Orb.
So I imagine what you're looking for here instead is kind of a 2-turn setup where you do enough to stay alive this turn and then also discover something high value for the following turn that you can potentially use with the Origin Stone just to pull out a 1-turn clear. So yeah, it is the double Techisaurus line.
Not bad at all.
That's right. I hadn't considered it this way. You only have to get them down to 1 because one of them didn't start in your deck. So as soon as you
one
play
activates
that first
the other.
one, it activates the other. Yeah.
Really nice turn, and let's be honest, it may well not be enough for Banshees, but really good to just not be instantly obliterated. It managed to pull something out the bag with the double taunt.
Yeah. He will be, I imagine, cursing that Flame Strike in his hand. He would like to have discovered that next turn. Thank you very much. So he can just cast it for free.
Got the Amir Drasil. He's gonna give me extra mana back to go for Horn this turn. Unless, yeah, hero power doesn't change anything, right?
Nope.
So I can't see a great reason not to go for it this turn.
Time waits for no one.
Oh,
That's
going for the instant push. Yeah, that's going to make one of the trades very clean.
Yep.
The sort of instant decision there. I mean, obviously the rope was burning, so decisions have to be made fast. But there was options, some more late game stuff, some sort of follow-up options. But Azu's like, no. There will be no follow-up as far as I'm concerned. Like, the game's going to end now. Banshee's pushed right into the corner here, just on 6 health, and has to not just clear 1 board, but clear 2 somehow this turn.
Yep.
Or freeze it at least, right?
The Treants. Yeah, freezing would probably be the more appealing option. Did find star power there, which is one of the premium options that you can get from removal from the cards from the past pool. But I don't think somehow.
Polly? Does Polly with it'll cast the biscuit as well? Okay.
Okay.
There's still a game. Still a game. Hang on.
Malfunction only goes 3 times, because of course there is minions in the deck. We're well used to that just being 6. And now he gets to make a board if he can get like Rush, Taunt, Lifesteal, something.
Lifesteal?
Doesn't have Rush though,
Oh,
does
it's
it?
stealth. Yeah, it doesn't have Rush.
Got to Rewind.
Gonna go
you need
again?
Taunt. You need something immediate.
Well,
Oh!
that's Taunt.
Oh, it's a Meadow
And
Strider!
Lifesteal.
It's a freaking Meadow Strider! It's a Meadow Strider with Lifesteal!
Yep. Banshee's visibly happy with this outcome, as it's not too much of a surprise that that's the case here. And there's the concede from Azu. What a turn. And I will say this, however much you obviously have to get fortunate to an extent to get the get the discovers lined up, get what you need to survive at that point. I think Banshees did a great sort of couple of turn setup to not just fall over to the Wicker Fang, but then give himself just something, an option to maybe get out of the mess with the combination of the weapon and obviously the discovers getting him there. So crazy game, honestly. I thought Banshees was done, but I guess that shows what just can happen when you are playing that mage.
So yeah, two things. Firstly, obviously, the discovers are always going to get the big reactions, but it was the previous turn that really won the game, right? Like finding the way through that, dropping all the discovers, picking the cheapest options imaginable, getting the double Techosaurus down. Remembering as well that he had one that was created so that he could get the double discount down to 0. Then the following turn, you've got a couple of big decision points. The first one being what your first discover is going to be. He just went straight for the altar time, which I think is correct because that pool is very powerful. Star power and mass polymorph both being in there is really, really strong for the state that you're following down. Yes, he hits both of them. But then that final pick, where you've got mass poly, malfunction, mana biscuit lined up, the recognition as well that he can take the malfunction because it's going to cost 0 in hand.
Yeah.
Whereas if he let it go, it would have gone first before the mass polymorph because of the way the cards cast left to right. So he instead gets the mana biscuit cast for free, gets the malfunction in hand so that he can make sure it goes off after the mass polymorph, which may have been enough to win the game on its own, but then of course the big headline grabbing giant taunt lifesteal comes down at the end and made it all a little bit of a formality. But Banshee absolutely maximized that turn really, really well.
Now we're diving into game number 4. Banshee jumping onto his druid, but it is the Marithra druid, not the token druid. This matchup between the two players is a very cool one to start for the first of the day, because I feel like it's showing us like the two main themes of the lineups for the whole day, right, across the regions, of players leaning more sort of aggro and then other players leaning more sort of value late game based. So we'll see how this one pans out. Pretty good start for Azu though, that Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, so in the Swiss portion of this tournament across all 3 regions, Token Druid has played against Marithra Druid 15 times. Would you like to guess how many times it has won?
3.
15.
Oh wow, 50. See, I could tell by the way you were saying it was gonna be an extreme. I just wasn't 100, because knowing me, I'd just be like, okay, well, this is how the matchup goes, but it went the opposite. So I decided to go low, but yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Yes, 100% win rate over 15 games in the tournament so far. This is the kind of thing I was talking about where Ramp Druid is kind of the deck where one of those decks where, like, yeah, it has good matchup against Demon Hunter, it has a good matchup against Dragon Warrior. So if you're building an aggro lineup, you're going to be weak against Druid. But bringing this Druid, the token Druid of your own, really flips so many of those matchups on their head.
Yeah.
I do think it's a great bring from Azu. And again, as I was saying at the start, a little surprising for me that this deck survived the ban period.
Yeah, hatchery looking really nice. Pretty much the opening you want, right? You want the 2-drop into the hatchery. Obviously the egg at the start helped as well, but like this is the first 3 turns you would like of pretty much every single game, regardless of matchup. Oh, can Banshee dig away to victory here? There is the aura in hand, so can make some plans for a little bit more late game. If aura's played this turn, I guess it would have happened anyway, but Innovate was available, or aura's going to be let that Twilight get there pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got options here as well with the discount lining up with that.
Yeah, I don't hate
acceleration
Lifebloom
aura.
at all.
Yeah, Lifebloom and Shaladrasil both give you some options for the coming turns. He's going to be Shalad.
He's going to go Shalad, okay.
It does let him play it naturally without the Innovate, but I don't think it's a card that you're going to be... Oh my goodness. I don't think it's a card that you're going to be able to afford to spend the mana on until you've at least controlled a little bit. One of the many advantages that Token Druid has in this matchup is that Twilight Time Reaver is Druid's best control card in basically every matchup, and it really does not do a great deal against Druid whatsoever, because if there are minions still there, there are minions that can be buffed. So shrinking down the minions is not necessarily the way to victory against this one.
And I like this as well, just going a little bit heavier on the minions here and like force very specific answers out from Banshees. I think giving these 4 death rattle into 2/2s wasn't going to make much difference because you're not really expecting them to die this turn anyway. So I do like this. Gives Azu another board push, or 2 pushes now. If this somehow gets dealt with, there's the combined circle, and then after that, there's Wicker Fang. So just a lot of potential for multiple waves here for Azu. This is going to buy Banshee some time, though, and with that Shaladrasil, it's not looking too shabby. Also does have the 7-drop plus in Innovate next turn, right? To maybe play one of the Treants out.
That Forest Gift a little bit irritating just because it was very nice here just to maybe buff up the egg again, push even more damage, force your opponent to deal with it. Just did not fit in at all. Has to go with the board layers. And Banshee now looking very concerned about proceedings.
Yeah, here comes Ruin Totem. Now this is needs 1 Trient. Wait, is that Typhoon?
That is Typhoon.
Okay. Funnily enough, the turn to do the death rattles for Azu lined up perfectly into like beating the Shaladrasil AoE, right? Which was pretty nice. But yeah, Typhoon going to be clutch. Obviously not the perfect answer that you could ever want here, but it's good enough.
The board's empty, Raven. If you give me board is empty from that position, I'd say that's pretty perfect.
But what about just opponent's side of the board is empty, right? I said it wasn't the perfect response.
I mean, Shaladrasil can come down now. Combination of Awakens and the Dream.
Yeah. Banshee, shaking his head, not too happy about that.
The Earth Mother
It's about as good as you're going to get here. Ringtone comes down here for Azu, but there's what's that?
Ooh, it's a
Lightning
Shaladrasil.
Bolt was one.
It's a Shaladrasil.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, the first one. I didn't see that first one. Oof.
Gonna say Azu looking pretty gassed out here. He needs some real offensive cards.
feed my
Shaladrasil Lightning Bolt.
It's a lot of damage. There is the Amirdrasil in hand. Can gain a little bit of damage over time here. Sorry, a little bit of armor over time, but he is going to just choose to max out to be able to clear up the board, which I think is absolutely the best decision.
Banshee's not going to enjoy seeing this. Gonna dream it back.
Oh, does this work? Can you make enough space to guarantee it? You can dump the Nightmare as well. Play out 1-drops. The Lightning Bolt goes face anyway.
Yeah. Because it's not a spell anymore, right? So you can actually aim it.
Right. Okay, Innovate is a fantastic
Innovate's never
draw.
bad. Yeah. That empties some space in hand.
And then you're 1 mana off, aren't you? Am I crazy?
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, nothing else can attack. And that's still going to cost 2.
Okay, that's fine. It's still likely the best turn though, right? Because you're clearing up the entire board, you're putting your opponent down to 1, you have Lightning Bolt in your hand, so it seems fine. I was just very curious. The way Azu had that locked in, it seemed like he'd counted, he knew the hand space, he had lethal.
Yeah.
you have to get the lightning bolt to go face last, right? Because of the elusive, or because no, because it's a battle cry, you can still do it, right? You could have done it at any time. Yeah.
Oh, and the problem here is Banshee might think they are safe with 2 health. Unfortunately, though, lightning bolt's going to be coming out from the tree end, and the Banshee sees it. Is like, okay, fair enough. So that does mean we are going to be going to a game 5 for our first match of the day. Both players having to dig themselves out of certain situations, or at least try to carry on in this match. So it's going to come down to Druid versus Warrior, which is going to be pretty interesting. That Dragon Druid versus the Marithra Warrior, 2 of the more popular decks in the format right now, actually.
Yeah, and as you can see from the game that we just watched, 100% matchup, unlosable for the Token Druid. At no point...
That's how it goes all the time.
At no point did it ever look like that was losable for the Token Druid. Clearly, you can see every single time, every game goes like that. You get your board cleared, you get double Shaladrasil, you dream your own guy back to your hand. Big AoE, kill him with a lightning bolt. It's just how the game goes.
You've got a lightning bolt on a stick.
Yeah.
Almost literally.
But yeah, Warrior versus Druid, and I think Banshee, of course, that'll be brutal because it's a roller coaster of emotions, right? Because when he sees what the queue is there, Druid against Druid, he's like, okay, fine. The series is 2-2. I still have a nice game 5. Then he gets into that position where he's like, okay, maybe I'm actually the one. Like, maybe I am him, and I am going to win this matchup. And then to be slapped all the way back now to being in that same position of it being 2-2 and them going to the game 5. Banshee just has to recognize he would have taken this position 10 minutes ago, right? Because he has got the Marithra Druid going into the Dragon Warrior, which is a fine matchup. I think most people think it's at least slightly favored for the Druid. It's run pretty even in this tournament so far. But I think if you're bringing the Marithra Druid to the tournament, I think you're expecting to play a lot of this matchup, and you are expecting to win this matchup from the Druid side.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you have joined us, we did start fairly early in the morning, at least in sort of our time zone, EU time zone sort of thing. But this last game is going to decide who makes it to the championship a little bit later on. So a lot on the line for these 2 players as we come down to game number 5. Looks like a pretty solid opening for Azu here.
Although, from Banshee's side, there is a Horn, a Treant, and an Innovate, which means a lot of mana potentially getting spent very quickly as well.
Brightwing time, let's go.
So it's not that one.
Whoa! Never question me again, Saul.
Whoa! What do
That's
you
a whole
mean?
extra minion.
Yeah, a whole extra 1-2. Get him.
Hey, we were just talking that, Token Druid does pretty well, as he was just trying to play Token Druid again.
Yeah, so I guess the merit of this is that you're trying to curve into the Petal Peddler, and this does it the most effectively, because if your opponent was just going to hero power on this turn, or if they go Horn into some form of removal, then you wouldn't have a minion anymore to play the Petal Peddler. But I do also think that was an enormous Twilight Drake that was going to be playable on 3 with coin, right? Which was pretty exciting to me personally. But I guess you do already have the Slither Drake in hand, which is a giant minion that you can just play.
Now it's going to start growing back to its... gaining all its stats back.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. Gonna draw some removal here. This gets a little bit tricky. With just, you'd rather deal with the Pell, but 1-4, very awkward to deal with here for Banshees.
What do you think of the chances that Entire Murazond actually gets played this game, Raven?
It's not 15 out of 15. I'll tell you that. I think I'm gonna keep low here. I'm gonna say nil. That's my guess. Absolute zero chance.
So how big would the Twilight Drake have been here? So it would be an 8-5, no, an 8-6 naturally, plus 5. It would have been an 8-11, I think, if I've counted that right. Pretty big.
Wait,
actually, no. You'd be minus a card from the Murazond,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So 8-10.
That's small.
I mean, to be fair, it is not that much bigger than the minion you played. Like if I've counted that right, it's 3-2 bigger. It's 5 stats bigger than the minion you've played, and you've got 5 stats sat right there in the Brightwing anyway on board. So fair enough. Plus that damage has been front loaded and attacking straight away.
And just naturally having the additional dragon makes the petal more of a actual threat that Banshee potentially had to deal with, right? As opposed, if that was just a 1-4 on the board, well, who cares? I'm going to see Elise picked up now. But this 5-8 is just a pain to deal with at this point for Banshees. It's just one of those where it's like, just let it hit me for a few turns and deal with it later kind of scenarios, because there's just not much else available. It's going to go for the 1-cost location, just squeeze it into this turn, try and get something else done.
It's kind of the best available option.
Pretty nice turn here, I think, for Azu, being able to drop that petal, build up for that Wind Peak next turn. Still has a Precursory Strike. And the big question is, do you bother trading the Elise or not?
Having drawn the torch, that does give you some options where you can just poke into it with the Petal Peddler.
What horror will hatch?
And then use the torch to clear out. But I think I like just double minion the most. Yeah, this makes sense. Everything face. Don't have to worry too much about the Elise. It's not really relevant to any minion on your board that you care about too much here.
Yeah, if it's trading into a 1-1, a 1-4, or 2-3, great, nice one. If it trades into the 7-10, it's going to need a lot more than that. So, especially because the location's not up, right? So it's not gaining any attack this turn. Good old Wicker Fang. Going to be hitting the board here for Banshee's. Going to take a turn of potential pain to try and set this up. Double Wind Peak, though. Whoa.
16 showing right now.
I would have already sent that Wind Peak to face. Honestly, it would have been like we'd already be on the next turn if I was playing, and I also wouldn't make it this far, but still. So I'm trying to think, what's the punish? So everything's gonna get plus. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, is the punish just lethal on the reverse swing? Does that ever happen? Oh, yeah, wait, this turn's more awkward. I would have lost. This turn's more awkward than I think.
Yeah, it's the Savage Roar, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I didn't really initially count.
You've definitely got to do some responsible counting this turn.
And if there's something I hate, Sottle, it's responsible and counting. Oh,
I guess the counting has been done. Even if you do work out that you have to trade, you're still not in that bad a position because you can just shoot the Precursory Strike face instead to still get some damage, and then just torch into the Wicker Fang.
Yeah.
just to
and then
make
you're just
sure that
safe,
you're not
right? If the
dying.
Wicker Fang's gone, you
Yeah.
are safe. Like, that's the threat.
But doing it this way, if you count it out and you decide that you can't die, then doing it this way is just more secure against things like ebb and flow because you're maxing out the damage over 2 turns. You can still only play 1 damage card per turn, so you really want to play the wind speed cards.
Okay. Well, that's 33. And there's another 3 in... wait.
That's not enough.
Oh, wait, sorry. The 33 was counting the Raptor, so there was 30.
Okay. Well then wait, wasn't ebb and flow just lethal if you shot that face? If there was 30 on
But
board?
weren't they on 35?
28 plus 5
No.
armor, right? No? Am I crazy?
20 plus 5 armor. Wait, yeah, wait, hang on a minute. That sounds like maths. Yeah, I was confused why I didn't see the ebb and flow go to face. But maybe... Okay, we'll have to double check on that one. The Wicker Fang is going to go. We need an instant replay. The Wicker Fang is going to go, which again is going to keep Azu fairly safe. There is still a Precocious Strike in hand.
The Underking!
That's
The
not going to help.
Underking!
That is now a huge problem. And I think we are going to see this Morozond not played, so I'm going to be right.
Yeah, perhaps not in the way that you'd anticipated, but still.
Okay.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
I will take 1 Bulwark of Azeroth, please.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
Nope. Yeah, that's just 1 million damage for Banshees. And that should, if even my maths can count, should be game. And Banshees is going to take the victory in an incredible roller coaster of a matchup, to be honest. And is going to be moving on to the Spring Championship. Huge congratulations there for Banshees. But honestly, Sol, that was... we're going to have a quick double check if neither of us can maybe count at some point there, but that was definitely a question mark moment earlier, so we'll have to have a look at that. Maybe ends up being irrelevant to some extent anyway, but Banshee's taking the victory 3-2, and what a match, honestly. That was really could have gone any direction early on. I felt like, oh, Azu's just going to steamroll this, right? Like, is Zagro just going to take over? Is it just going to be enough? But so many games that were so close with each player having to, like, sort of pull something pretty big out of the hat.
Yeah, for sure. Still trying to work out who was the most confused in that final turn. So I said, like, obviously the Panther Mask you're not even necessarily accounting for from Azu's side.
Yeah.
But I always take a moment to adjust to the fact that those cards are set and not transform, right? So they do then interact with Wicker Fang because it's the same minion that then gains stats as it's transformed into a 5/4. So then that applies to Wicker Fang as well. But yeah, just interesting stuff for sure. But a thrilling series, obviously. Like Banshee, I think would have felt like he was right up against it for multiple periods. The Quest Mage game, obviously, he might have felt he had no right to win in the position that he did, and then he was back against the wall in that final Druid game as well, just because of how strong the curve was from the Dragon Warrior, right? What came out with the 2 minions early with the 0 mana Brightwing, and then got the curve with the Petal Peddler as well into the 5/8, which is kind of the dream that you want in that matchup. Was pushing so much damage early on, but just those final clutch pieces of armor gain, the Ebb and Flow and the Underking both coming out and just preventing any kind of lethal. And that means Banshee's Dog is going to be our first of many qualifiers through to the Spring Championship. It is a long road ahead, but Banshee's Dog's day is done. Ours definitely isn't, Raven.
No, it is just beginning. That was just match 1 of many coming up today across all of the regions we have in competitive Hearthstone. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to go into our second match of the day. I am still here, but joining me for match 2 is Lorinda. Welcome, my friend. That first match was pretty nuts, honestly. We had a lot of long shots for the players to sort of get into those winning positions. But of course, congratulations to Banshee's dog for making it through. So it does mean we have another sort of winning in match, as are all of them today, Lorinda. There's a lot on the line for these players as it's sort of all narrowed down into one match each.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be torturous just waiting through the night to know your one match tomorrow. Especially if you're later in the day. Your match could be in 12 hours. It could be in 18 hours. You've got a lot of stress to go through. But yeah, Banshee's dog getting through this one. Made a top 8 last year in one of the playoffs as well. So nice to see Banshee's dog getting their shot at the Masters Tour. You said that was kind of nuts. I think we're going to see a lot of that through the day. We've got things. What's an egg beast? That's something we're going to discover as the day goes by.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out, and maybe we'll still have questions afterwards.
I think we might still have questions. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of mage through the day as well, which generates a lot of interesting matchups, a lot of crazy matchups, and something I think you're going to enjoy in this next one, Raven. We've got a companion hunter in this one.
Yeah, 100%. Just double checking because I've not much of a break here, but just to see. Yeah, okay, it's not banned. It's double druid bans. Okay, cool. But yeah, I like the companion hunter. I like the style of it. I do think, at least in my testing, you really want to hit certain costs at certain points in the game to have that high impact, right? Because it's not. Weirdly enough, at least I felt that it's not even just. If you can get it high fast, you win, even though that can happen. A lot of it is, okay, you want to hit 6s at this point and then summon, because that can have the high impact at that point in the game, and so on, so on. Obviously, you do want to ramp it up. If you miss your sort of companion ramp, then your deck does feel just worse, right? Because that's kind of what a big chunk of the deck does. But yeah, very excited to see how these players approach it, because it is basically like the new archetype for Hunter, right? Obviously, there's still sort of a no-hand Hunter and sort of aggressive options like that, but we'll be excited to see how it goes. But look at the rest of the lineup. We've got the Rogue from Vacant, and we've got Quest Mage with that Druid banned out, and then we've got Mage, Hunter, and Rogue from Curfew, but it is that no-hand Hunter that is probably going to be the key difference here between the two players.
Absolutely. Just on a note on that Hunter deck as well, I don't think this was a fever dream. I think it's actually happening. Yarla is playing Doomsayer in that deck.
He is. I was playing his list this morning.
The pace. Yeah? He's a Doomsayer. Like, that's how that deck paces. It looks like it's quite aggressive, but actually, no, it's just survive and do the thing. But talking of surviving, Raven, me and you, this might be the key to this match, the Mage Mirror. Mage performing quite badly in this tournament, not horrendously, otherwise it wouldn't be in the top 8, but Mage is one of the decks to watch in terms of if you win with your Mages, you're going to do well today. Opening up with the Mage Mirror, and honestly, in this series, the Mages might get a little bit stuck, so it'd be a big win to get 1-0 ahead here.
Yeah, 100%. Mage Mirrors, famously easy to cast. So, expect a good one for this one. But both players will just be not only building towards accessing the weapon from the quest quickly, but also having the follow-up for it, right? Because I think we've seen Mage Mirrors where it's not just who gets the weapon first, it's who gets the weapon, can equip it, and can have the payoff, can get ahead. But as we have seen time and time and time again, the sheer power of any given weapon turn from the Mage means that the back and forth can really go out of control, right? You can make what you think is a super strong board, have a super strong turn, and then they can do the same or remove your board and push as well. So it gets quite ridiculous, to be honest. That is the best word I can think about it. But a lot of it in terms of the actual players is going to be down into just that sort of minute decision making and having the feel for, okay, how are my discovers going to go? In what order am I discovering these things? Because that can have impact on how you play the turn as well, and knowing what you can, what's likely or not likely to happen after those discovers proc out from the weapon.
Yeah, and you see Vacant Place is considering that already with the Fireball, thinking that maybe he's just going to go for the burn down option. Also, last turn he had the chance to go Scrappy into Ruined Orb, which looks like a good turn, discover something, and Ruined Orb your opponent's minion and discover something else. But I believe that normally you want to get a 1 from your Scrappy, not a 2 that he would have got there. So delaying that a turn to get a cheaper discover option from the Scrappy, which can get you another discover option more readily.
Yeah, we're going to be saying discover a lot in this game.
Yeah, we're going to discover what's going on at some point.
No, that's the one thing that I can tell you we will not discover. That's not in the pool. That's not in the discovery pool for us whatsoever. We are going to see the double sands in hand for Curfew, which is close to as good as you're going to get, right? In terms of, as you mentioned, like cheap, high-value discovers can be really, really nice. So we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, there's the Scrappy 1. Didn't get another discover from it, but at least you can play the cards you get. Picked up the Relic of Kings a moment ago, which is enormous. Obviously, a card that used to be just run in the deck, like originally just hard run, but over time people have decided, you know what? I'd rather just either pick it up or it's a little slow. That was more in the no minion version where you had to just have some spells and that was your top end. But discovering a relic is absolutely amazing here.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those where, when we've seen this throughout history now, of there are cards you don't necessarily put in the deck that you still expect to be able to play with, right? Because you can access them through other ways, mainly through Discover a lot of the time. And that's definitely one of the ones where it's like, okay, there's X amount of chance I can access a relic in some way or another, so then why have it clog up the list?
I mean, there's a few thousand cards you're not even allowed to put in the deck that you might end up discovering. So at some point. Lots of early trading, especially from Curfew here, to just not get behind on board. Again, showing why Vacant did pick up that fireball. Very quickly, while we're sort of going through to get to the weapon stage, I'll quickly run down the players. Vacant Place has been playing for a long time. No significant tournament results, but beat ties as far back as Masters Tour Alterac, which I think was 2020. Curfew has been around. Yeah, many moons ago. Does have a top 16 at Murder of Castle and Castle Nathria, and people may remember them as C8763 or C numbers, as we almost certainly called them at the time, because that's anyone who's got numbers in their name ends up getting called.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier in the opening with Soto, where the qualification process for this tournament's cool because plenty of people can qualify, but then they have to battle through the Swiss. And once we get to the stage where we do, the broadcast today, of course, then we know these players have gone through it, right? They've been through the Swiss, they've made it into that top cut. So whether they are names we've seen regularly or names we haven't, we know that they've put in a fantastic performance to get to this point. So it's really cool to see a nice mix of names we're used to seeing and names that are maybe a little bit newer to us, or at least newer to the audience.
And you too, viewer, can try to qualify for these events yourself. There are open cups that get into this stage. Go to playhearthstone.com, have a look through the esports section there, and get yourself involved, because those tournaments are a great way to get some experience. They're usually best of 3. You might end up playing against a big name. You might end up just having a good run, and you'll have a good time almost always. So yeah, have a look. Get yourself involved. Anybody can win the World Championships this year. Apart from
me, you. Soto.
Let's not rule Pocket out just yet.
Yeah. I noticed I didn't say Pocket. Yeah. Just in case.
He did accidentally qualify for this event. He didn't play. He was going to cast it, to be clear, but he's off in South America somewhere.
Casually. Curfew is going to get the weapon up as we dive straight back into the game, of course. Does have that weapon ready to go and equipped. So next turn is going to look quite exciting.
Just the thing about giving my opponent 4 bananas that is fascinating to me. Yeah, let's do it.
Can't argue with that.
Oh, there is another big deal here, actually, for this mage match, is that Curfew is playing Viper in his Druid and in his Rogue. Viper, obviously, to deal with the mage weapon, the mage quest item. So another reason that Vacant Place really could do with getting through this one.
Well, That's large.
What?
With Divine Shield and Wind Fury.
Fury is ridiculous, Raven.
That's quite a large minion. There is Deep Freeze available for Vacant, but the problem is if Deep Freeze comes out, nothing else is happening next turn, right? Like, that's the whole turn. And Curfew's still got 3 mana to spend.
You have to go for the relic and hit a board clear, right? There's some in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes you wonder, put the 3/6 down to protect it. I don't know if you need to. I guess you need the extra 2 damage, but the only way you lose this is to a board clear, I think. So I might have kept some stuff back. I guess his hand's full anyway. Who cares? He's got a stone in hand for a reload. So relic looking for clears.
I think it's not going to make a big enough impact either way, especially with the hand and all the weapon charges. It's like, yeah, let's just free some space.
Hang on. We saw this earlier in your previous match, right? The alter into polymorphs and other clears that way. Gone for that one, knowing his odds better than I do, presumably.
Yeah. Conjurers isn't going to... Probably not going to cut it either. Oh!
Ah! It's there!
There it is! Absolutely huge. Best card in the game.
Yeah. You didn't want a 14/28 Wind Fury Divine Shield minion, did you? Have a sheep.
Many sheep.
Whole field of
Herald
sheep.
Can have huge impact as well.
Better Strider?
Yeah. It's going to get the move
very familiar.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like deja vu.
You'll go, noob. Why didn't you make some big minions?
The problem is, in this matchup, you say like that to your opponent, and then they do.
And they do it back.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
They just can. So you're like, This is definitely a matchup where you only like say GG when it's over, when you're out of the game.
You do not
so
BM
many things
anybody.
can happen. Yeah, there's so many things that can happen. Demonic Assault. Gonna get a couple little taunts in the way, but yeah, gonna go for that rewind. Those were not the ones they were looking for.
These kind of aren't either, really. Don't think.
Yeah, the orders. Yeah, okay. This is the good order, right? Gets the deep freeze to last.
Yep. It's the 10-14, which is obviously nice.
Still plenty of charges left for Curfew on the weapon, but not plenty of time. Meadow Strider. Yeah, there we go. Classic.
And Cairn as well, which is a big deal if there is another board clear, unless it's another poly, obviously. It's so much stuff.
Yeah.
They're just playing manual battlegrounds at this point.
Also, bear in mind, there is still that one cost Conjurer's Calling in hand for Vacant. And ways to still generate some pretty beefy minions. So we're not there yet. There's plenty that can still go on. And this is the thing. If you like watching what I will call extreme Hearthstone, this is the matchup for you, honestly, because it doesn't get much more extreme than this.
We're going to have to change the rating on this channel to 18 or something because of the extreme Hearthstone taking place.
Yeah, do not try this at home. Actually, do try this at home. Download Hearthstone and play Mage. Enjoy.
Yeah. Enjoy it when you roll your massive Wind Fury minions. 28. Don't enjoy it when they get blown up. Well. It's a good old standoff, isn't it?
Yeah. A weirdly mirrored board as well.
Into the 1/5? Like, this makes him a board space, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah, it could always do it for you though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I feel like be a little bit proactive and just do it anyway. It does mean that the Cairn doesn't just do the good trade instead, and there's an extra taunt in the way.
Be.
Okay, yep, some more stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the
That card's always
9-2-2-8,
disappointing.
perfect.
Yeah. It's always disappointing.
Yeah.
You see the minions, you go, and it's like, 9-2-2-8. Didn't want that.
It's because there's some really average 10s, I think, right? There's some really like misses on 10 drops, which you notice in Companion Hunter as well. Sometimes 10's good, but sometimes it kind of sucks as well.
Yeah. Although quite often it's just a 130. Flame Strike kind of works.
Oh, you'll take it 100%. Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Did the turn
I
get?
mean, obviously,
done?
we're not saying it every turn. It goes without saying, if anyone actually sticks a board at any point that doesn't get frozen or removed, the game ends. But
Yeah.
the chip damage in the face of that was pretty beefy there.
Yeah, well, I think it's an interesting one, right? Because obviously, if someone just has a terrible turn and does nothing, well, yeah, they're probably, that's it, right?
Yeah.
But there's enough ways for Mage to freeze, clear board, delay, some secrets as well can cause some trouble and so on, that you can't ever expect that on any given turn they're not going to be able to respond. However, when you do get to push, cards like we can see, Starfire, Fireball, Rune, like all of these things can come out of nowhere and go, oh, actually, I can just do like 12 from hand, GG, right?
Yeah.
And the game just ends. So it is something you do have to keep your eye on. Vacant at 20 doesn't seem like super low health, but it's low enough to be a little bit concerned when your opponent's hand is always full. Now, I can see Conjurer's Calling come down now.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that's some armor, so that's going to make him feel a lot better. More armor and more removal now available.
You missed Conjurer's Calling, mate.
Kind of. Because it created such accelerated games, right? Because
Yeah.
if you just did giant Conjurers, it'd be like, GG. Whereas the game's really different now, right? So Conjurers, even though strong, doesn't feel as crazy because there's a bit more people can do it. I mean, look at these boards, right? There's a bit more you can do about it.
So Curfew still has 3 charges. Vacant Place has 4 charges. Everyone has hands full of stuff. Vacant Place
And
is
boards
trying to
full of
make
stuff.
space to play a Shaladra but can't. It's going well. There's a bit of taunt line out here.
Well, because it's been pretty even so far, I do think it's one of those mirrors where we're then going to quickly move on to, okay, what happens once both weapons are gone is going to be the impact, right? Like, at first you say, okay, does someone get weapon first and pop off? Okay, fine. If they get weapons evenly, does anyone high roll or low roll and like the potential generation maybe? Fine. But once we're at this stage where it feels super even, it'll be also interesting to see who does the last weapon charge as well, right? Because if you can like clear a board and then you get one more proc off before it's over, then that can also put you in a really, really good spot. But as is often the case with these mirrors, anything can happen, everything does happen, and we are as close to spectators as we ever get in this job.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Vacant still has that Relic of Kings, obviously, but trying to make room for the Shaladra for reasons first. But yeah, like you say, we're chilling, watching some stuff happen. And stuff is happening. We've had a 1428 Wind Fury on like turn 6 or something, long since forgotten. Did Vacant even react, by the way, when he killed that, or was it just like, yeah, I knew that was coming?
Just another day in the office, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, just deal with this.
Nice looking office,
No.
actually.
Okay, sheep mask coming out, not bad.
Just pick one, shoot it. This is one of the problems when you're trying to empty your hand. I'm not saying he's definitely trying to empty his hand, but the Shaladra still sort of implies he would a little bit, and it looked like he was going to. You can't.
Oh yeah, it's more picking what you're burning, right?
Yeah.
it's like that's the choice you're making right now. It's like, what are the less good options to just sort of throw away? Arcane Barrage coming down now. Frostbolt to clean up a bit more.
Yeah, chose Mage spell there, not Druid spell. The rule of thumb for those who sort of haven't played much Mage or are happy like us just to go along for the ride is you tend to take Druid before you complete your quest because there's more discover options in the Druid pool. And then afterwards, you take Druid if you're ahead on board, because there's lots of buffs and stuff. And Mage if you're behind on board, because there's lots of like removal and clears.
Yeah.
And it's more likely to hit your opponent's minions than yours. That's the rule of thumb. Obviously, the good players know it a lot better than I do, but that's where your starting point is if you pick up this deck and have a go.
Yeah, one of those things where if you don't know, just stick to the basics, right? Like,
Yeah.
and you'll be fine at worst.
Yeah.
Now, though, Curfew is on a bit of a low health here, a bit dangerous on 17. Does have access to some lifesteal now and taunt, of course.
This is it. This is the last charge.
Yep.
Nobody's managed to rewind into their quest yet.
Yeah, the dragon's going to be able to kill... It does kill the weapon, right? If it's played.
Oh. Sounds important.
There you go, just chuck damage through instead.
I like the way that 6 is just a poke. I agree. I was thinking the same thing when you said it. Like, yeah, just hit you for 6 damage, take you down to a measly 39 somehow.
Okay, so now the big choice. Is this just
It's-
going to
it's
be
gotta be
relic?
the relic.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've saved this
Just
for this
reviewing
moment.
the hand.
Just thinking through making sure there's no reason to attack first. Can't think of one. Oh.
Yeah, not the best.
What do I do
Ah.
with all these cards?
The burn sets health down basically up to 49 now, but that was not the high impact last charge you're really looking for if you're vacant here.
Not at all. And now it is going to be a case of trying to work towards this Shaladrosil slowly, I think.
Yeah, there is the Devil Saw Mask for one,
Yep.
but you need to get into the position where that actually goes through, you know, can get rid of taunts, right? Or, well, not get rid of, but there's no taunts in the way.
Probably need to just use it immediately now to get rid of one of the... More patient than me.
Yeah, it's gonna lock it in. That's the
Okay.
problem now with this hand. There is burn available. There's that fireball still on the far left for vacant, but it's just going to be so tricky because I just feel like Curfew's hand overall quality is just better. There's still Alter Time, there's still Stonehill in there.
Yep. On the other side, though, there's the Shaladrosil. There's the ley lines will do a little bit of damage, I guess.
This could be huge
There's
though.
Nothing
Another
really on the
Ultra.
board for Curfew.
That's funny. The Rustrot's offered now when the weapon's
Oh,
gone. Ooh.
might we go for Shaladrosil and try and bounce the 1432? Maybe take one hit from it. Try and empty your hand into Shaladrosil next turn.
Yeah, this is starting to stack up, which is tough, right? Because there's now a Devolving Missiles in hand, which is really strong. There's a huge threatening board with just so much health that even though Curfew's on relatively low health, he's still chipping away with some lifesteal. Because this 6/6 Rex is also a little bit dangerous in itself, even though it's arguably easy to clear up. If that gets to attack, that is suddenly pushing Vacant further and further away from actually finishing the game.
I thought you were just going to stop there. This 6/6 Rex. Yes, Raven, it does. Okay, so I think this is a turn where you set yourself out to take 14 next turn and try and get your Shaladrosil online for next turn. That's what I would be doing here. Dump some stuff, take 14 once, bounce that back to hand. It's gone, it's done with.
Well, this is good.
Sure? Yeah, you've got to read this. You've got to do this in the right order. It's written, I think it was Lasagna pointed out, it's written like a puzzle. Choose a minion, choose a different minion to transform it into.
Yeah, so you pick the bad one first, basically,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Which I would have clicked the Ultra Sword first, clicked something else and gone, well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody's done it wrong once. I've probably done it wrong more than once, but everybody's done it wrong at least once.
Xavier's good pick up here for Curfew. Can potentially keep on the pressure depending on what's left. Now Curfew will be wanting to actually get rid of these taunts, I think. These 0-4s and 0-2s. It's like, want some space. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Actually quite annoying. For a card you put in your own deck. Vacant facing down 18. Definitely can't play the Mookla because you don't want these zeros to actually have an attack value and be useful.
He's just going to continue to try and just empty some hand here.
So, yeah.
Okay, a bit of a up and down one there. You hit something low health, you did more damage to face, great, but you also cleared off one of the taunts that was not pressuring you, basically. Oh, Aeon Rend, pretty good pickup.
Lasting away.
Yeah, it's not
Starting to
too bad
become
at all.
Important.
Does get to ping off the taunt at last. I could imagine a hold here. Yeah, I like this. This gives Curfew more space to work with, as opposed to just playing the Techosaurus now and just potentially being locked again.
Bacon's isn't that thrilling, is it? After that, you get there and you're looking, you actually probably got to do it because you're getting low on health, but it doesn't actually do an enormous amount immediately.
Crazy. It just might
Yeah,
work.
it basically gets rid of 8 damage, which is a significant amount of damage, but you are also dealing 5 to yourself, so
Yeah.
it is a tricky one for sure, and that's the whole turn. That's the problem, right? Like that's just the whole turn done. So you're taking another 7 minimum.
Unless you want to burn a dream, which you probably don't. At this stage, you have no idea what's going on in your opponent's hand because there's still remnants of stuff lurking there. Although most of the stuff's probably been played by now. Most of it is probably back to things you started with in your deck again, to be fair. Alright.
Well, Life Bloom, pretty nice pickup.
Yeah.
Gonna heal stuff back up. Gonna generate the 2 8-drop. Super nice pickup here. Yeah, and this is just a lot of threat coming down now.
Yeah, again, I'm going to
Drop
highlight
tech
it
as well.
today, but took the Druid because was ahead on board. Well, good luck with this. And Vacant Place really in a tough place if he loses this one as well. I'm reminded that Curfew has Vipers in 2 of his other 3 decks.
Yeah, it's looking quite scary, honestly. Can trade this back in. Does get the just get a pretty good draw, honestly. But I'm trying to rack my brain to think of like what can be created to actually stop this now, because this is what we were saying, right? Of like the game can feel very, very even, but the second one player just gets a little bit ahead, it can be very hard to come back without the weapon. Like once the weapon charges are gone, it becomes a weird to say, but it becomes a much more honest game at that point.
Yes, yeah.
The power level drops significantly.
And it drops a lot, right? Because a lot of your cards are in there because they're good with your Discover, and that's useless now. So a lot of them are sort of like, sure, Stonehill Defender, it's a 1/5 taunt, it slows them down. It's very good early game against some of the more aggressive decks. But actually, it doesn't do anything, does it? Let's face it.
Yeah, when you're facing down something like this, is playing a taunt, then you can play probably one more minion, and that's your turn. Is that going to really save you? Right?
Yeah,
Probably
exactly.
not.
You've got to try it. Like, obviously, you're playing for place in the Masters Tour and a potential shot at the World Championships. But, yeah.
Oh god, doing
Quite a lot
quick
going
soul
on here.
rest maths.
Oh, good luck with that.
Does this get there with Crumble?
No, because of the buff that they can put 610. There's a lot there.
But Crumble destroys a minion, so if you just left the 6/10 up.
Oh, yeah,
It probably didn't matter because Crumble's a 9/6 with push now, right? So I don't think it mattered which one, but I think you could have isolated it and gone. But yeah, this is going to be enough damage. And that is game one. The Mage Mirror going to Curfew. And a really tricky one, as is often the case. I feel like we are the resident Mage Mirror experts, which if you took that as a qualification, it actually means nothing whatsoever. But yeah, it's... that's definitely a tricky one, but I think they got to the point quickly where Curfew finished the weapon on the better footing, right? And I think that just led to the snowball effect because the deck gets so much weaker once you're in that late game phase. If your hand isn't absolutely jam-packed of either high damage or absurd value, but just having the what was it, the one relic that kind of whiffed, let's be honest, as well, but just one relic and the rest was, well, I'll find something, wasn't really powerful enough. When you look at Curfew's hand post-weapon, it felt like there was a lot more going on, a lot more singular powerful cards available. So tough one there, and again, we will be keeping an eye on how well this mage does now in the rest of the match, because Vacant has to get it over the line, and it's got Hunter and Rogue to go against.
Yeah, not where you want to be with the mage. Honestly, I'm watching some of the people yesterday. Shout outs to Rekvam, Kubu, who we're going to see again later, Maxi, who we're going to see again later, Banterface. A lot of the people were streaming their point of view. But one of the themes through the day was, I bought mage this tournament. I don't really want it anymore. Can I swap it for something different? Now, mage is a perfectly functional deck. It's good enough, obviously, to be here, or there wouldn't be so many in the top 8. But it is going to be the weaker of the links a lot of the time because there's so much aggro in this tournament. And Mage does put in a bit of a nod. It puts in the flames. It puts in some 0/4s. It puts in a nod to aggro. But it doesn't really hold up against aggro long term.
Yeah, I'm definitely biased because I play a decent chunk of the Mage, but I'm also not great at it. And it really is a deck that if you've not got that decision making just already locked into sort of your own pattern recognition, you will, the second you make a bad decision with that deck, you lose. That's how I feel anyway. And I make a lot of bad decisions. So I'm a bit biased against it, but also I was in a Rekvam stream for a bit yesterday. I did see you there as well. That some of the mage games I was watching were not going the best. So I can understand the sentiment a little bit, but we're jumping over to a matchup that's a lot more fun in my humble opinion. Hunter, but not the show. It is going to be the no-hand Hunter for Curfew up top, going against the Animal Companion Hunter from Vacant Place. This is a tricky one because I've played this matchup as the Companion Hunter the most, and this feels like it can be so difficult because if you're not on board fast doing broken things with the buffed companions, you just get absolutely murdered in this one, or at least that's been my experience.
Yeah, I think this is one of those decks, though. Like, you look at Companion Hunter stats, and you can't bring it to the tournament. Like, it's unbringable. But it's one of those decks, I think, that a lot of people tried it out. A lot of people played a few games on it, didn't really get to grips with it necessarily in the way that good players do. Sort of ruined the stats for everybody, and then has played something else. I suspect it's a lot better than we're getting credit for, especially at the top level. But if you haven't got a lot of time on this deck, I think it's very tough.
Yeah, I think the deck's decent. It's just in my experience, if you can't hit the lifesteal upgrades on the companions, then you just die, right? I think that's the tricky part, where you not only do you have to draw the upgrade cards, but you also then have to get them at the right cost to hit the good minions with lifesteal or taunt as well. There are some with both, which are huge. I think it's is it the 6-drop that's like lifesteal, taunt, untargetable or something? There's some really good ones that can just win you the game straight out, but you really need to hit them because, as we can see already, Curfew is piling on the damage.
Yeah. It is tough, but you do have some tools to just hang in there. But yeah, you're playing a lot of sort of spider tanks and things in your deck, so some things have to go your way. But I think it can be done. I think, you know, the stats say sort of 54% in favour of the Face Hunter. I'd kind of agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like it's
every
worse,
deck.
but also I had a really bad session the other day on this with this matchup, so I'm definitely a bit biased through my own personal play. But this felt difficult. I can see definitely how you win, but even like looking at this hand, 2 precise shots, 2 rocks, and a cinder just sitting there. That's like almost lethal.
Yeah, with Tolvir somewhere around there still to come at some point.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems, right? There's been, I think, 0 companion upgrades so far.
Yeah.
So what's your plan, right? That's the problem you can hit with this deck sometimes. If you're not hitting the upgrades, then what's the plan to actually either survive or actually win? It can be very, very difficult. See Vacant just going fishing time and time again with the Sands of Time. Wound Prey, okay, that's something.
Yeah, you've got to have that that feel for the balance between what you're going to have making a board to fight on board and what you're going to have sort of trying to develop your game plan. And Vacant's just doing all he can to just stay ahead on board, even if it's only a little tiny bit. Prevent that minion damage and hope that by preventing the minion damage, obviously there's not enough face damage to finish you off. But buying time to get your own game plan going is very tough.
And now we'll start to see how much Curfew is considering just how much counting he's doing and how confident he is in just saying, I'll just get lethal. Because there's options now to send a piercing shot to face for max damage. But that means your turn is probably... You like not hero powering this turn. So then what the alternate is like 2 1-drops and a piercing shot, but you have to go 1-drop, piercing shot, 1-drop. Or precise shot, sorry, I don't know why I keep saying piercing shot. Precise. And it's just gonna be interesting to see if he goes for it now or if he just says, oh, it's fine, I'll do the damage later and go for a bit more defensive with like Wound Prey to clear up some of this board.
Yeah. Bit of a spot, but like I say, damage later, even resisting the precise shot there. Going for a good old weave.
Yeah, makes sense. Ah, yeah, and this is it, right?
We have time as Vacant plays to Jammer 5? No.
Yeah, with no follow-up, definitely no, right? Because there's no... If there was 3 1-cost spells in hand, I'd say, okay, maybe we go big. But without the spells to follow up with, I don't think he gets anything done. Getting the double proc of this, though, is huge, right? Going off the minion, suddenly getting 16 armor, like... That is a disgusting way to potentially win this game, and I'm all for it.
Well, suddenly back to 35.
Yeah, and Brawl can actually do
Raven.
something next turn, because suddenly Brawl plus 1 of the 1-cost spells against this deck, that could be enough, right? That's enough like sort of bodies on the board, especially since Curfew now just has to throw things face. Like, that's enough to actually be relevant, and you preset Brawl up. Because even without the buffs, because we're still on 0, right? I'm not losing my mind.
I believe
here.
so, yes. I'm not sure about the 8, yeah.
So even if you just get a Misha or a Huffer, like, that's decent threats now from Vacant. I actually don't mind Brawl 1-cost spell, and the next turn you can drop the Migrating Elec plus maybe another spell, and then start to go from there.
Yeah,
it's just going to start drawing.
Just
Ooh, critter.
Critter's good. You don't care about your opponent's health total, you care about yours, right? So.
Oh yeah. You'll because although a lot of the time it feels like the no hand hunter has that infinite damage, and it kind of does. It doesn't have infinite damage in terms of big burst once you've sort of stabilized like this, right? There's only so much they're going to do to you in a single turn.
And all through this game, Vacant Play, a lesson for everybody, including me, has just kind of ignored the thing you think his deck's meant to do, right? He's just gone for the board, played some stuff, relied on the animal companions happening later, partly not by choice, partly because that's the hand he was dealt. But he's resisted the urge to upgrade unless, like
Well,
last turn, he manages to sneak in and a
I
draw.
think, I'll have to check the replay, but I think double Elic was in his opening hand and he mulliganed them away.
Right, there you go.
So
yeah.
that is something. I think it was double Elic and he got rid of them. So that is something to consider. Ooh, Mythical Terror's nice.
And I would
man,
have brought on the board several times by now. I wouldn't because I'd be dead, but I would have definitely jammed it sometimes. Here we go in the taunt.
Terror and Bear's nice.
You just stay with this for the rest of the game, don't you? Don't you never upgrade again?
Yeah, I think so.
This is
Yeah,
nice.
I don't. Yeah, the only time you upgrade is if he feels forced to play an Elic for taunt, right? And then you've got no choice; you have to upgrade, right? But yeah, I think this is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Call the Wild next turn as well, which is huge. Can just summon basically all three of those, and this is just spiraling out. Well, it's already spiraled out of control here. I think Vacant is in a very, very, very good spot.
Yeah. Nicely managed.
Yeah, generating the oh, I forgot the name of the card because I'm silly. The Destroy Minion Gain 8 Armor, the Warrior card. Generating that was absolutely huge for Vacant. That was what really got him there.
See, you've forgotten the name of the card because you're silly. I forgot the name of the card because I just never remember the names of cards. It's only my job, you know. Right, well, there's a massive board of not a lot there, and Call of the Wild is going to say, you know what, I don't care for your little cinders and your one.
Call the Wild is just nice one. Go again.
Yeah. Except you don't go again, Raven, because you only get one chance in this quarterfinal. Yeah. Yum, yum.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier, where there are certain costs for your companions that are way, way, way better than others, and it's not always just always make one bigger. It's you want to hit certain costs at certain times for it to really pay off. And that one is, as you can probably see, one of the best because you get those minions pretty regularly, and they are super, super strong. So yeah, big, big game there, especially because for Vacant, that looked like it was snowballing out of control. That looked like Curfew was piling on tons of damage, and there was no way out of it because there was just so much damage in hand as well. But he found a way. So even in the matchup, we've still got the mage. I think I kind of expect the hunters to get a win in this matchup. So we are going to still keep an eye on that mage, though.
To be fair, he did everything you said in that matchup. He got to a good number later on that mattered, and got the minions he wanted. He got the armor / health gain. He occupied the board to use that as extra sort of defense. He did everything you said. So all you need to do now, Raven, is actually do that when you play. And you'll be fine.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's all good and well knowing what to do, but if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. So yeah, that'll be very, very interesting. I will just check out what we've. Oh, it looks like we've got Hunter again for Curfew, going up against Rogue now for Vacant. So Vacant very happy to leave the mage till last, potentially, right? And just say, I'll come back to the mage, which I could understand, at least from a emotional point of view. But yeah, it's going to be the Hunter versus the Rogue. How do you feel about this matchup? Because I know you've played kind of a lot of both of these, right? Or at least a lot of the Rogue.
Yeah, I played a decent amount. I think the Hunter's a big favourite here. Let's have a look at the exact Rogue list, see if it's the maxi list, as I like to call it, which is the one with Imbue as well. Or is it the more normal list, which has slightly better early game, in my opinion? It's the slightly more normal list. So.
There is Imbue, right? It's got eventuality.
Oh, it has got eventuality. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's because I'm looking at the wrong Rogue. This is why.
No, mate, you don't need to tell me. On these days and weekends we do when we're casting, we look at so many players and so many deck lists. It all just merges into one.
So yes, we do have this slightly different Rogue with the Imbue. It has a very slightly slower start, again in my opinion, than the other one. But it makes up for that in very quickly getting very cheap generation, which against Hunter might be just a little too slow. Although again, base shot on 1, nice start. But against other things, you do start generating a lot of stuff very quickly. Sometimes you just make a 1-drop on turn 3 from out of nowhere, and it will, it should be a 2-drop, and everything spirals because you just occupy the board. We'll have to see how he goes with this.
looking too bad for an opener. Does get the Bitter Bloom Knight. It's not, again, Curfew is still going relatively fast, doing hunter things, but just having stuff to play, as you said, like with the Glacial Shard and the 2-3, is pretty good, because there are outcomes where you just sort of watch your opponent's hunter just hit you in the face for a few turns, and it feels kind of bad.
Yeah, one of the benefits of playing this particular version is there are more ways of getting like healing, is my understanding as well, for the rogue. But I mean, he's going to need it.
Yeah, I really like the Neri tempo play from Curfew as well, because there's no one cost spells or anything in hand anyway. The minion doesn't really matter, and you force your opponent to have to deal with this, or potentially get themselves in a bit of a mess. So you're making your opponent react to a 2-5, which then keeps your other minions up to try and put some more pressure on.
Yeah. Having to do all this to deal with it. And, you know, to be fair, did deal with it, but there was a lot of stuff going on there. Used a lot of resources, but this is where maybe having the imbue going on this early is a big deal, because now they can place. The problem with Rogue often is you use all your stuff, kill their board, now you've got no stuff, and they still just make more stuff. Maybe you can place a little bit. Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah. Kingslayer kind of interesting against this hunter because the curve is so low. When the sisters are in the deck, it's like, thank you. It's like, yep, I could just play whatever card you draw me. So not really the end of the world there. But it's obviously the weapon needed.
I like taking a 1 here. It's weird, right? Because you want to coin a 6 next turn and the turn after.
Yeah, I think you can take a 5.
Cheeky 5 for the turn.
Yeah,
7.
I think so.
Okay.
No, it's going to be a 1.
Take the 1. I think that was a snap pick of armor. And now this is the problem, right? Even with the 1 and the 5, this is where it looked like you might be able to take a 5, because you're probably not playing this 1 anyway, because you want to coin out 6s.
But yeah, it
could
was
go the other way.
Armor Raptor.
Armor 1. Could coin this out and then, you know, rely on your imbue, but I think you want to coin out to know first. Oh.
Any more 6 drops, anyone?
Well, can I just use some 6 drops? Yeah, get them here.
Sisters, my instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
Go for Discover of their own for Curfew. None of them looking amazing. Obviously, Precise Shot does what you want the deck to do. Don't get me wrong, but nothing leaping out right now.
Spark. Kill your opponent and one of your minions gets +3/+3. Always good fun. Start deciding where you're going to point stuff as well. You also don't know if your opponent took a 5 or 1 last turn for the armor they're going to gain, which is very awkward.
I'm also a bit of a fan as well of getting the 2-cost damage played. You know, just to get it locked in, so you don't have to worry about. Yeah, this is good. Just so you know, the second one's gonna be fantastic, right? Just spend the mana, get it out of the way, and then the next time you draw one, you'll be able to clear up a lot of stuff, especially against Rogue, because you often find yourself in a position where the Rogue's got just a lot of bits of minions knocking about, right?
Yeah, this could be a bit cheeky.
Are you a fan of knives?
Point out the location if you want to here now. There's probably better uses, but there we go. Okay, well that gets there in 3 or 4 turns if you're still alive, so Curfew has the choice now.
Yeah, this becomes a very simple game at this point, right?
Yeah.
Curfew is going to aim everything face, and Vacant has to either stop them or win before they get knocked over, because this is so much damage.
Now we're ravening, folks.
Yeah, now this is Hunter.
Gets the extra 1 in there immediately for the 1 on the board rather than drawing the cards, notice. Waste some mana to do so.
I will say, though, King Lane, incredibly annoying card to draw. as no hand hunter because it's expensive for what it is, and you want to empty your hand for cards like Arrow. So it's a little bit annoying here.
No Demon Hunter in either lineup yet. King Lane really deals with
considering I
that
talked
deck.
a lot to Sol last match about lineups with no Demon Hunter in, my brain just didn't clog. Okay.
Silver arrowhead.
Six.
An excellent choice.
6 is so many. By 6, I mean 7. Which is even more.
This is just really funny because Lane's in hand, this game could get very interesting very quickly if it's not played.
I might play the lane here. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking
you don't
about
win
playing
this turn anyway.
Yeah, play it, see what you draw. You might play something else instead. Glacial, pretty good pickup. Now you get max value from the beast, which is pretty
You
nice.
also probably don't die next turn. You weave in the 2, drawing the extra 3, plus the one you drew from lane. This definitely feels right now we've seen it in action, right?
Yeah. And it was just the thing is, you
Probably
might
not
just
lethal.
die if you kept it in hand. That's the problem, right?
That's lethal next turn. The Triumph, the tracking, the precise shot. You only need the 3 from the precise shot. So Vacant Place has to either kill Curfew now or go 2-1 behind.
Yeah, he does get to heal and gain some armor, which is huge.
Yep. I missed the healing part.
Yep, now he's out of range. And the armor from the location, of course, massive.
Tracking actually very irritating.
That's just what the follow-up this turn is like. Gonna replay ones. Let's see.
I'll get the
what's next.
location.
Glacial Shard and the location.
That's massive. Another 3 from another location's huge, right? Presumably trying to work out how to set up a 2-turn lethal along the way. Space for things.
So shout out to our production, the fact that I could just instantly check which one costs have been played on the rogue side.
Nice.
It obviously gets doubled because of Sinestro, which makes sense. But yeah, that is huge. And now Curfew once more finding himself in a bit of an awkward spot and not as close to the. Oh, okay.
Tolvir.
Do you want me to read out there? 1 Arcane Shot, 1 Glacial, 2 Platypus, 2 Fletchers, 1 Ralliot, 1 Cinder, 1 Tracking, 1 Wound Prey.
That's everything. That's all of Hearthstone,
Yeah.
Raven, you just read out.
Cards.
Yeah. Yeah, won't be a 0 amount of hero power this time. Perhaps it will.
Silver arrowhead. An excellent choice.
Maybe I can't hear. What is happening? There's so much.
Yeah, both players getting very, very close each turn, and weirdly enough, both off the back of the same card, and it's a Hunter card.
Yeah, that's how Rogue likes to rumble.
But now this looks a little bit worse again for Vacant. Obviously, the locations are on cooldown for this turn, so I'm not going to be able to get them done. Glacial Shard, decent pickup, but because the board is just full of little annoying minions, freezing one of them isn't going to take away too much damage.
Yeah, the Cinders are really annoying when you're low, so you have to freeze those. I mean, luckily, it's the biggest thing anyway, but... I'd be making some coins here, if that was me. It's probably why I'm sat here, Vacant sat there, but... Try and have a powerful turn with some coins next turn. Okay. More Heraldies. I think he might have played this game before. He picked that before we saw it.
Yeah, I was like... All I knew is that the other 2 options were cards.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I can tell you.
Can I interest you a card? Nope, I want this one. Okay, okay. Calm down.
It's like some magician trick. Pick any card, and it's like before they've even given you the option, you've just picked one. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
By petal and thorn.
Okay, so there's what? 7 damage, 9 damage with hero power.
No quarter for traitors.
That
Size
looks like it
shots.
should be enough, right? With
Yeah, I
double
haven't
shot,
counted
one's gonna
exactly,
prop
but
for
I'm sure it's
5.
enough. Yeah, there's 8 from hand, 10 with a hero power. There's plenty on board. That's going to be 2-1 to curfew somehow. That was a crazy game of Hearthstone. It looked like it was over several times, but curfew looking really strong now. The mage still there for vacant place. Curfew is just left with his own rogue.
Yeah, really good matchup there. Very, very close. I think Vacant did a really good job of sticking around in that game for what I think should have been far longer than possible, but still had some good plays, made some good decisions, especially like you said, we were talking about the locations going for 5 because of the amount of 6s and coins and so on, so on, so on. But the 1 paid off more than we could ever dream because there was, what, 3 of them in that game to help gain armor, as well as trading minions as well. So really, really nice play from Vacant, but it was not enough as Curfew basically was managed to respond with his own flurry of 1-drops getting replayed, and then, of course, drawing into some damage. But it is that hunter, right? That hunter does draw into damage. That's kind of how the deck's built. So Curfew now at a pretty good spot. Does have this rogue left over, potentially going up against the rogue, mage, or both over the course of the rest of this match. So Curfew looking good, but I think Vacant, it's possible, but this feels like an uphill climb because not only, I mean, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure. And not only is it basically going to, there's a rogue mirror on offer, which is a rogue mirror is a rogue mirror. It is what it is. But then you've got what feels as close to a rogue mirror as you're going to get without it being a rogue mirror, which is a rogue versus mage matchup. So it's 2 pretty dicey ones. Whereas Curfew just needs to win one of them. So not only do the numbers favor Curfew, but I think the matchups seem close enough that you just say, yeah, with 2 goes, we're going to get there.
Yeah, I think that last game as well, Curfew, the turn where he decided between playing the king and sort of nothing was going to happen for a turn anyway, so let's waste this 3 mana now, or just drawing the cards and trying to win immediately. I think he very well worked out that actually I just have time to play the king here. This isn't ending as soon as I would like, so I've got to just end it slower than I'd like.
Yeah.
And I think that's the turn that finally won him that game.
Well, let's get into it. Rogue on the top is going to be going up against the mage for the potentially first out of 2 games that are left over, or if Curfew gets this victory, not only does he just win the match, but he cements his place in the Spring Championship.
Yep, there is a Viper in this rogue deck. So even though we can see it's not in hand, if we see Vacant plays making some weird plays at any point, it's because he's going to want to get the maximum he can out of his weapon if he completes the quest, which usually would involve, you know, 1 ult a time or 1 taunt.
I 100% pressed the wrong card. That's my bad, guys.
Nice.
I showed the wrong card, but there you go. Restaurant Viper.
Yeah, absolutely in here for the mage matchup. Curfew does contain 2 in his lineup, the other one's in his druid, which was banned out.
And this is going to be a little bit tricky because with that Viper, if it's available when it needs to be, of course, you then, because I feel like both these decks are sort of similar, right? You're both generating sort of weird things. You're both doing potentially singular powerful turns, especially if you look at Sinestra and the weapon and so on. But like, if Mage has to play more fair, I feel like Rogue just gets in that position so much better and can really finish the game so much more reliably.
I mean, it's the George C invention, though, isn't it? Like, put one of something your opponent has to worry about in your deck. Was it Leroy back in the day?
It was Leroy, yeah.
Yeah, it was Leroy. Like, and it doesn't matter if you draw it or not, because they have to worry about it 9 times out of 10. Sometimes you just close your eyes and hope it's not there, but...
Yeah, you have to at least consider it existing, right? Like, that's the thing, yeah.
Big problem for you. And by the time that the quest is complete, you're going to be about halfway through your deck, so it's about a 50-50. It's in their hand, give or take, you know. Meanwhile, Curfew's just hitting him in the face. Advance to the Heralds, and off you go.
Yeah, this ticks like both boxes, right? Because you're dealing damage face fine, but also the 2/2s deal with the 1/1s, right? So it's just like, yeah, fair enough.
spin this up into...
Discover.
Yeah.
Does have font, of course, in the hand from the first one, though.
It's up to 5 ticks. Interesting, actually. There's still a Creature of Madness in here, which means he hasn't got the Flame. Yes. Several choices you can make in the Mage deck. Do you want to really discover quickly, or do you want to have a nod to all the aggro that's out there instead? Creature of Madness goes down the discover quickly route.
Leyland Nexus, pretty nice pickup for Rogue, honestly. And classic, the pig.
Hello?
Yeah, this is. Wait a minute. Rogue's just an aggro deck now.
Just
It's
winning,
filthy.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, now this is a. Oh, I need to do something about this board. This board's no longer just little 1/1/2/2 dragons or whatever. It's like, oh, I'm dead next turn if I don't play this.
Yeah. And it makes sense, right? If you're weak to aggro, then your opponent playing like an aggro deck is the way forward.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this will get the weapon. Weapon can be equipped into... What's it going to be, creature?
Yeah, I think you've got to, like, you hate everything about what you're doing here, but the other option is lose, so...
Wait, what's the spell, though? Discover Demon Hunter spell. Okay. Ooh.
Mama.
Hit the minion, of course.
Only had another own goal.
Ooh, that was not the best.
Okay, 16, 4 needed. Is it there?
There is map available. There is the.
He's drawn the
there is
Viper. I mean, he's
there's just
drawn...
yeah. I think you can map. Oh, they're just gonna play more minions. Okay.
You play Garona and try and win. If the King's there, you win.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's
Viper,
fair. That's
of course,
fair.
you win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's still tons of pressure, and they didn't clear it last turn. No weapon available for Vacant now. This is what I'm gonna call a problem, because with no weapon, there's just not enough mana to do the big turn, right? Like, not late enough in the game. There's not been enough discovered or reduced from Vacant. So this is going to be a big ask. Sands of Time going to come out, see if there's any way to dig his way out of this situation. No doubt going to hit the rewind because none of those looked any good. But Curfew, so much pressure. Frostbolt can slow down some of this on 4 health and a dream.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough. And Curfew is going to take the victory, putting on the pressure, becoming an aggro deck with the Rogue with the help of good old Huffer. Classic. And he's not only going to win this match, but be able to compete at the Spring Championship. Huge congratulations to Curfew there. Very tricky set of games, especially that first Mage Mirror, I think really sort of set the tone for the series. But I think we just saw the power of that no-hand hunter, and then the Rogue just deciding to say, well, actually, I'm against Mage, let's become an aggro deck.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just used so many numbers on the board so quickly there. Nicely done in the Hunter mirror as well. I mean, well, the Hunter gets the Rogue, especially, I mean, where he just managed to manage the resources just enough. And the original Mage game, even though, yes, there's a lot going on in those games, and yes, there's a lot of generation, he managed to, going second, always have the pressure on his side. It always felt like Vacant Place in that mirror was reacting rather than trying to push an agenda. So Curfew will get placed in the Masters Tour in a few weeks' time, and Vacant Place, no doubt, we'll see again in more qualifiers.
Yeah, really tough one. And again, I think the way I approach any players that unfortunately, don't make it, the championships are always, pretty difficult to get into, of course. But if anyone gets this far, especially through the Swiss yesterday, then they can do it again. That's my view. So yeah, fingers crossed we get to see all these players again. But again, huge congratulations to Curfew. I really quite like the lineup. Again, the Mage, who knows? We saw it in the mirror, and then bit struggle from Vacant on his side, of course, but we'll see how Mage performs over the course of the day. In case you are joining us sort of just now, or you've joined us recently, this was the second match of the day, and we've got about 8,000 more coming up, as we've got the Asia Pacific region to finish off with 2 more matches, and then we've got EU, and then onto Americas for the rest of the day. So looking forward to that. There's plenty more Hearthstone coming up. I believe we are going to go to a break in just a second, so we'll see what we've got coming up there. But there you go. You can see on the side of the screen now we've got 2 more matches to see who's going to be joining Banshee's Dog and Curfew to make it to the championship. And then those are going to be pretty exciting. And we've got EU coming up a little bit later on. I think we are ready to go to a break though, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs. And we couldn't have the former world champion Pocket Train with us today because he's off somewhere doing things. So there's only one person to replace him with, really. It's former world champion Bunny Hopper. Bunny, great to have you on the broadcast. How are you enjoying it so far?
It's been fun to watch the games. I'm very happy to be here. And I hope I can attempt to replace Pocket Train properly.
Talking about people replacing people, we're going to be watching Maxi Bon in particular in this next match. Is he going to replace you both as a world champion? Is he good enough? Does he have what it takes?
He's definitely good enough. From what I've seen, especially coming from the success he's had in Wild and also now on Ladder and everywhere, he's definitely good enough. But we'll have to wait and see if it happens.
Sure. Just to point out, Maxi Bon's playing Japanese player called, I'm going to go for it once and then we're going to abbreviate it. I'm sorry for that. I hate the fact that we have to do this, but it's going to be difficult to say. Namutagen Akama is where I'm going with. I've got that incredibly butchered, and I think we've agreed we're going to go with Nemu and hope he doesn't mind too much.
Yeah, I hope so. Otherwise, it will just be us saying the name for the broadcast the entire time.
And in my case, saying it horribly and wrongly, and in your case, probably saying it perfectly but slowly.
I mean, we try, but the Nemo I think works.
Okay, yeah, and again, if they have any complaints, please let us know, and we will sort it out for them. But onto the lineups, both rogues are banned, which leaves us with Warrior, Hunter, and Druid. Any big differences in this? How do you feel about it? All that good stuff. Break it down for us.
So very much expected from Maxi to be banning Demon Hunter. He plays a interesting version of Harrowed Rogue, where compared to what you play on ladder, he doesn't play Garona, so there's no King Lane. And no King Lane, of course, also means you don't really have a good shot against Demon Hunter. They're just too quick and smarting you down. So yeah, that's the expected ban out here. And then interesting to see that we have the Rogue ban on the other side. So we're actually going for a mirror. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And it's pretty much a direct mirror, right? With both the warriors are dragon, both the hunters are the regular face hunter, and both of the druids are token druid, which is something we're going to have to get used to today that we're not necessarily used to from the past.
Yeah, token druid popped up most recently after the expansion. It was also very, very good in the time where Imbued Druid was good. And I think it was probably the second best deck by a good margin at the start of the expansion. But Imbued Druid just happened to be slightly better. And then this is the problem with two good decks in the class, that you might have one that is amazing, but one that is even better than this, and then the one that's just amazing doesn't see play, even though it triumphs everything else.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago now, but I remember it clearly because I was writing about Hearthstone at the time, but Evolve Shaman was the third best Shaman deck forever. And then when the other two got nerfed, people were like, oh, Shaman, Evolve Shaman, what are you playing that for? That's rubbish. No, it was the third best deck in the whole of the meta. It just was unplayable because all the other Shaman decks were better. And yeah, this is that situation maybe all over again now with Token Druid getting its chance to shine, especially in this meta, right, where Mage in particular does struggle with being hit in the face very early on.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this with Mage in the previous series, is that it can just roll over and die when it gets pressured too aggressively. I think even in the very last game we watched, if there's a Viper coming down or not, we're probably going to see the same outcome. This just kind of seals the deal. It's unlikely you're coming back from 4 HP. Anything else would have kind of done the job. So yeah, just the aggressive strategy targeting the Mage. I've seen some stats for this tournament so far, and Mage has not been doing great. So good lineup choices for both of them, not having it here and going for a more straightforward lineup, I'd say.
Yeah, and Maxi, a credit to Maxi actually, because Maxi does enjoy bringing the complicated stuff if he possibly can. Like the Mill Warlock was something he made pretty much his own. He also does like to, show off that he can play off the wall decks. So, the strangest thing he's done this tournament is that Rogue deck, which isn't that strange at all. So Method's creation, I believe, originally it gets called Maxi's deck because he's going to say how great it is. But he is just managing to evolve as a tournament player, I guess, in terms of doing what has to be done, not necessarily what you want to do.
Yeah, and I mean that's the sign of an all-round good player, is that you have to have that ability to play absolutely everything. If the meta is aggro, you have to play aggro. In my time, I've played probably a lot of control, a lot of discover, but if combo is good or if aggro is good, you have to be willing to play it. You cannot limit yourself. It's really nice to see that he does that.
Yeah, I think previously maybe he's chosen not to. Not that he couldn't, but I think he enjoyed showing off how good he was. But now we all know how good he is, so he doesn't need to do that anymore in his mind. I don't think he ever needed to, really. But he's going to have to survive here into a big start from his opponent. Obviously on the coin in this matchup, not ideal.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to go for coining out, being the first person to play the Slither? And I think that is his main motivation here, is you could coin into the 3-drop, but then you're the second person to play your Slither Drake. So I really like this choice here, and I'm assuming he's gonna take a quick trade and then torch to kind of like stop this incremental buff, and then be the first one to put out the Slither Spear.
Yeah, incremental buffs are always annoying, but in mirrors in particular, right? They make your 2-3s into your opponent's 2-3s, say, and then you've got a 3-4, whatever. It's just everything. You win every trade at that point. Theory, of course.
Yeah, I like that we're going for the duplication of the dragons, because the dragons in hand, they're just incredibly good. You don't have any truly bad targets, and we're gonna go to the point where we're playing the worm ping pong. The wind peak.
Yeah.
Or like the ping pong. And this is kind of, in this spot, is just a bigger Slither Drake. Instead of a 5-8, you get an 8-8, and when it dies, you're even, like, it even value trades your opponent's minions. Really like going for this line.
Yeah, and look at the follow-up he has. Like, if everything gets cleared here, next turn Maxi's the first person who gets a big board. With the double sort of refresh drakes, whatever they're called. I can never remember the names of this thing. Darkscale Broodmother?
Yes,
That's the one.
exactly. And you don't really have much of a choice here as an Nemo. Just, you know, gotta get value traded, and, well, at least you can probably trade the 8-8, unless Maxi decides that going face is the place.
Oh
Which
my
I wouldn't
goodness.
mind either.
Feed my children.
Okay. Yeah,
I
he
really
has
don't
decided
mind
that.
going face here, but I like it. 8-8s go face. 8-8s go face. We learned this from Giants a long time ago. I love that choice.
Just, yeah, if you don't like the trade, find a way to make it not too bad.
I mean, it looks so clean to trade here, but yeah, just in terms of racing, it looks a little bit silly if you do have to take the trade later. But yeah, like if you both keep on just going face for a while, this is gonna work out well for you.
Yeah. Because your opponent needs to deal with that, which... Not going to deal with it? Okay. Surely not. Yeah, so this is a lot of resources used, but it does get rid of it.
Yeah.
Maxi's reload is massive the way he set this up.
Yeah, because he has another Broodmother and then another worm afterwards.
Yeah. Well. Like you pointed out, really, it was just a better Slither Drake anyway, making the 8-8. And it was so annoying to play around with that Death Rattle effect, so...
And just keep on chugging face. And then now the Slither Spears in hand now. If they didn't have Taunt, that'd be pretty awkward.
Uh-huh. Yep. Taunt, obviously, is going to keep him alive. Maxi knows there's another one.
I'm trying to see if there's like any smarter way of like really solving this problem. And I do kind of like taking the value trade here.
Sure.
And then you keep a 5-3 around, which is bad to another worm. But if your opponent has another worm, he really wants to point it at your 6-6, because that just has more attack. And then use your location to ping it off. So I'd kind of like to keep the 4-5 around here and take the value trade down to a 5-3. Be interesting to hear what the reasoning is for why I would want to keep the bigger minion around. Obviously the 2-1 could trade and you could like ping it off, but then you still have 4 attack on board if that dies. And in these matchups I like to think about what we're keeping on board in terms of the amount of attack that is staying on board. The amount of stuff that can go face.
Especially when you know you've got another Drake to get through as well at some point, right? So.
I would really like to ping off the 6-6 here rather than the 5-8. The only reasons why you really like to keep around the 5/8s is because they're immune to torch, right? And that is one of the things that makes them just quite valuable in that regard. Is torch clears everything but the Slither Drakes, but you don't have a torch in hand, and you do have another worm in hand as a follow-up. So that's why I like the line of clearing the 6/6.
Big pickup here with this volcano as well now. Allow Maxi to get infinite torch value over the next few turns.
What pretty petals!
Yeah, I guess the 4/5 on board, another minion that's hard to target. This is a really difficult stuff for Nemo. I was really expecting the weapon to hit the 2/1 here. But I see, I mean, the game plan is play Volcano, torch something, point it all face, and that gets there.
Yeah, damage in hand. There you go.
I mean, the opponent has basically committed to playing the control game, right? The opponent decided on turn 4 that by trading away this 8/8 and not going face, which is, I think honestly what I would have done, I would have just ignored this 8/8 and said, okay, my 5/8 is going face and I'm putting 3 more minions on the board. You have 1 minion, I have 4. Like, I will make you trade by going face. This is kind of the philosophy here. It's like, make your opponent trade by going face. If that makes any sense. Like, their life total goes away, they're gonna have to trade if they want to or not.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? We learned that many years ago with Savannah Highmane. Like, they'd go, oh, here's Savannah Highmane. You're like, okay, well, that's 1 minion. I have loads. It was scary, this 8/8 in particular, because of all the damage it was going to do to the minions when it did eventually die. But yeah, looking back now at what you just said, I can see how this game would have gone. It might not have been a different result, I mean, assuming it's over, which is not. But I think Nemo would have been in a better position had he just done what he was saying. That said, he might be okay.
Yeah, I do think he's stabilizing here, so I do think he's in quite a decent spot. It's just a decision that you have to make depending on the hand you have. If you like want to press your advantage one way or another. You want to play the dragon here, or like if you're playing the control, do you want to give your opponent a weapon? That's my question.
14. I don't think you do you? I guess you need to get another minion on the board, though.
Yeah, to be able to trade the Drake. But if you hit your 50-50 on the location, your trade plus your location plus at least 1 hit from the volcano clears this dragon. And if you tap the location once, you can use it again in 2 turns, which is kind of nice. And depending on how long you think this game will go, I'd probably tap it here.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
You don't want there to be more opponents' minions on the board that this can hit, I think. You would like to see the dragon. So you can
Really
start
unfortunate for Nemo there with Maxi's big pickup. So much damage from Maxi next turn.
Wow, we have the volcano and the location coming back up.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
gonna need a big weapon here. Like lifesteal, Death Knight weapon, or maybe a
not
bulwark.
enough, right? Because the location pings a lot of it off.
Fight for the ages.
That's usually a very good weapon, but it's just unfortunately not gonna get there. No way of staying alive. Maximum you can go up to 7 is you can't clear both minions.
Assuming Maxi can attack, right? He hasn't got one of the non-attack ones.
Not just the 1 mana location on the 6 attack. That would do it.
Sure. And Maxi takes that 1-0 lead with the mirror match, which could be quite a big deal in this one, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, we have the Face Hunter and the Druid still available for both of them. And if we kind of look at the stats, the Face Hunter seems slightly unfavored against Dragon Warrior, and the Token Druid is like slightly favored. I feel like the worst kind of deck in this matchup might actually be the Face Hunter. So
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think the deck to get through here in the series, since when we are playing Conquest, right? In Conquest, you either bring the best decks or you target something, and there's always, most of the time, there's something you have to get through. And I feel like in this series, the thing that you have to get through is the Face Hunter. If there's anything at all that you want to point to and say, this might be our weakest link. So, yeah, but they're both not opting to bring it out for the next game.
The warrior into the druid. What's your start when you're building a lineup? What is your starting point? Because you can target or you can bring the best decks. They're the two main options. How do you start? Do you look at the best deck in the meta? How do you look at it?
I mean, it's a very good question because it's quite complicated. I think it depends a lot also on if the decks that are good, if you like them, or if you're trying to find a way around. Oh, you see Max's
Sorry to
excitement.
cut you off.
Sorry.
State
Yeah.
of this. Yeah, absolutely.
The
It's going to be
Wicker
a
Fang
turn
on
3
3.
Wicker Fang. Yeah.
Yeah. So much excitement. I can understand it. I mean, Wicker Fang on 3 is really hard to deal with, especially for Dragon Warrior.
He kept Innovate Wicker Fang because he was happy with Wicker Fang on 4. He'd already got quite comfy with his hand then, and then he drew into the other Innovate, which obviously made his decision. I mean, it was already an obvious decision, but it made his decision look incredibly good. Right? Yeah, welcome to the stream, Nemo. Have a good time with this.
It's unfortunate, but
It's
yeah.
grim.
I wonder if there's anything on the warrior side, even on a created buy basis, that you could get. Like on turn 4, you have the dragon that Maxi discovered last game, but on turn 3, and we have the overheat follow-up as well. Like, this is... I mean, the main Wicker Fang body will have to die here, right now. Because otherwise it'll just get out of hand, but still, like, Living Roots plus a few buffs. Is he trying to isolate everything? Oh, the Twisted Seer is quite nice here. It value trades, and it has this funny interaction with the torch that it does 10 damage. So technically, a torch on something that has 1 HP together with a 2 spell damage becomes a torch that does 9. So you can go infinite with these.
Yeah, because the torch just gets bigger, right, as well. It comes back as a bigger torch as well. So
yeah,
it's kind of amusing.
I was really expecting him to kill the main Wicker Fang body here, like pointing the 2-mana spell there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you can, of course, disable Wicker Fang by
Your fate is twisted
making
with ruin.
like all the legs smaller, or whatever you want to call it.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, you don't have that option.
Any buffs at all? The overheat, obviously. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff.
What do you trade
Well, I guess knowing that... Oh no, the torch is gone, you know, the torch is gone. I'm not sure I would. I guess you don't take the chance. The only way you lose is to second torch, probably, right? Or one of the major ways you lose, so just don't bother.
here? Yeah, a second torch together with all these ways to activate it, and like multiple ways of... like the way of snowballing it with the spell damage. That makes a lot of sense. I like trading. That's one of the weaker ones. I don't think you're too sad to see this one go. Like, you can taunt up and you can protect your other minions by taunting something up here. But you do risk your Forest Gift getting like less and less impactful by just simply having less minions on the board. So I like this decision. Just go face.
Yeah.
Push in the extra damage from the shapeshift. I don't think your 1-2 is a priority target for your opponent anyway.
That's what I was missing at first, and I sort of got there halfway through you explaining. It's like, yeah, they can't afford to kill this 1-2, so you still get to keep your card anyway. Yeah, sure. I mean, you win the game most likely, but in the world where you don't.
So you're going for a Dark Rider into something with taunt. I mean, you simply need to.
Yeah.
I don't think we make the trades first before we get our random. So we're definitely... I'm pretty convinced that we have to play the Whelp here to taunt up. And if we're playing the Whelp and we're getting a random card, I think we should look at our random card first.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
It is very nitpicky, of course, but...
And does actually kill off the 1-2.
Another taunt? No other taunt. But the Eye Basher does have 7 attack, sort of. Can of course pick the hook, because it summons a 2-2, and if you play it together with the Stadium Announcer, you will actually get 8 armor and draw 2 cards. So that's quite powerful.
This does nothing.
That is not it. I initially didn't see that the hook fizz 3000 was going to like make another 2-2, giving you extra armor. I didn't see that immediately because I had completely written off the Stadium Announcer, just thinking, well, I mean, I don't want to give my opponent more damage, but like, yeah, if you're spawning another minion and gaining 8 armor, that's quite effective.
Yeah, we've seen time and again in this meta as well. There are ways to deal with large minions if you're willing to take a turn or two, if you've got a turn or two. So. Here's a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you can decide to face link the 3-3 here, but I think you'd rather trade your 2-1 and then ping it off. That seems...
Sure.
Seems more along the playstyle that Nemo has taken so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have it hasn't really presented another good, like there hasn't really been another good option anyway, because we're not setting up lethal. Like the reason to face tank is if we were setting up lethal next turn.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're kind of putting our opponent on a clock here as the warrior, because we're gaining 8 a turn, and if you're not dealing 8 a turn, this is kind of the clock. Terrible weapon from Maxi. Probably worse than the entire game, right?
There's 1 or 2 that can't attack at all, but out of the ones that can do anything, yeah.
Oh, that's a huge.
Oh no, because they can still attack minions, can't they? Even those ones can attack minions, they just can't go face. So yeah, it will be the worst.
Yeah, because this one I think also cannot go face, right? This weapon.
Lovely.
Yeah, but this is a huge pickup because you're currently on 10, including the weapon swing, as Nemo, and yeah, you need to get a little bit more armor just to survive the big minion. You can also immediately clear it off if you point the worm at it together with the other 2 minions on board. You're of course a little bit sad to give up your 4-3, but I think it's done a very good job. Gained you a lot of armor.
Feed my children.
Maxi, I mean, this deck does have plenty of buffs. It's not over yet, but Maxi has temporarily run out of stuff, and there's a good chance he stays run out of stuff. So he picks up. Okay.
That is... I mean, do we think this game goes... Yeah, do we think this game goes a few more turns so that we can actually get the value out of it? That's huge.
Oh, though. That's massive now. That makes the tree pickup look fantastic, obviously. Because now, even if Nemu does survive 1 more turn, which seems unlikely, Maxi would have the second press of the tree almost always.
Which random do you have the biggest faith in bailing you out of this situation? That's not it. Try again.
Yeah. None of them, apparently. Maxi 2-0 ahead. 1 game away from going to the Masters Tour. That is if he doesn't get there anyway, of course, which he might.
Yeah, we've seen from his ladder finishes that he's been very consistent. I think in the first season he actually qualified directly with 2 rank 1 finishes. But of course this time I think he barely missed he barely missed out, so he had to go through the playoffs. But a sign of a good player is that you can do everything, right? You can play on ladder, you can finish high there, you can make it through tournaments, because in the end you're gonna have to prove yourself through lineups and tournaments and tournament play, which is quite different from ladder play in a way. And it has happened that people that only have grinded ladder and come up to tournaments have then fallen short when they just, qualified to a tournament through just ladder standings or something like this. But Maxi has clearly shown that he can do it through all sorts of tournaments and all sorts of metas, and also all sorts of formats, which I think is a thing that very few people can say about themselves.
Was it the year you won that you had to sort of try several times in several different routes to get there eventually?
Yeah, actually, through the last season of GM, I got into a tournament that I then had to win to be able to go to Worlds. So I had to win the last week of GM to get through that tournament. Then I had to win that to go to Worlds, and then that's how I got to the World Championship.
Meanwhile, Maxi, when I said a minute ago I misspoke, he is not in the Masters Tour. He is very likely to get to the World Championships on points, especially given the results of the last Masters Tour, where all the people who are doing well on points did well in the tournament. So he's a long way up there in the point standings. But he would love nothing more than to add another Masters Tour to his resume. He did sort of burst onto the scene. It's only a couple of years ago now. It feels like we've had him forever. So he's still adding to that long list of things that eventually will Maxi.
You can see on his face that he did not appreciate the 2-3 coming down here from the warrior side. But we do have double Savannah's Triumphant Hand, so we do have some sort of multi-turn board clear where you can grab backboard as the hunter. Question is how does he want to go about it?
Yeah, this makes sense, right? Because you can't just... If you point it face, your opponent kind of knows what's going on, and then that gives them some options to play around it a bit more. I know playing around things is overstated by people of my level. In general, do the thing that makes your opponent have to respond. But, yeah, don't give them the free information all the time.
Yeah, and I think here it's not even just about information. Here it's about committing to a line. Because if you point this face, you are saying, I have to play Savannah's Triumph again next turn. And you don't really want to. You would rather play your stealth minions, but not stealth, but stealth, dormant, just load up on board first, make your opponent potentially commit a few trades, and then try to swing the board in a larger way later with the Savannah's Triumph. And if you just point at face, you're just kind of committing to this, and then you're out of board clear, so your opponent redevelops board, and you're falling behind.
Corruption.
Massive clears.
But he does have all the clears that are available to Hunter in hand. So, I mean, there's only 2 AoEs in the entirety of Hunter, and it's Sylvanas and the Triumph, and he just happens to have both of them.
And then he's going to have to pray to get a Tolvir or something really soon. Nothing is going on outside of this now.
Yeah, I think the card that he's really looking... Oh, that's Tolvir. There we go.
Now he can plan a bit.
You can actually clear here with Triumph plus the 1-mana spell through the AoE. Save Sylvanas if you'd like to.
I think you'd like to. Depends if you really need a 2/4 right now.
The issue with this 1-mana spell is a little bit that when it does get replayed from Tolvir, it has a tendency to kill off your entire board because there's no minion to be buffed that's damaged. and if they're
Right.
damaged minions, they're often your opponents. So it often just AoEs your own board for one, which is something you definitely should keep in mind, because it just makes your power play a little bit weaker.
Uh-huh.
I think the card you really want to see as maxi is the 1/3 that, makes your hero power +0 when you have no more, and when you have 3 or less cards in hand. I'm very bad with names. I remember cards by their abilities and not really by.
I think
by
that's
what they're called.
very, very common. I don't think amongst sort of streamers, casters, everybody, people who should know better in general. I think it's very common not to know what anything is called in Hearthstone. Apart from Edelweiss, who knows everything ever made, on the spotlight. He knows all the cards.
I really like this decision that he went for here, right? Not playing Confront the 12-year, because he's exactly aware of this possibility. There is a damaged enemy minion, and if that gets buffed to an 8/8, and then you deal like 3 damage to it from the rock, or the rock can go face, you're in huge trouble.
What pretty petals!
So I really like this choice.
No cards versus 12-year cards.
Can we clear here without playing 12-year? By hero powering and then playing the Chameleon and then coining out Sylvanas. That would have let us full clear, if I'm not mistaken.
So
But then we should have pointed it at the 1/4. So we pointed 2 manas, the arcane shot at the 2. Yeah, like this,
Yes.
basically. Right? And then this trade's like over here. But he decided to save Sylvanas instead. Keep it for the reload, because he wasn't able to full clear. And I think it was quite important to full clear here, with the amount of like location damage your opponent is already showing. But
yeah,
this works out as well.
managed not quite to blow up his own board. Gave it a good go.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
Okay, this could have been lethal
Oh.
here. Oh, this is such an interesting decision. Oh, he's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
for a
Looks like we've got
rewind?
a fight for the ages.
Okay. Max gets lifesteal.
I was considering just taking the 14 damage over time, and
I thought that made look sensible.
keeping your opponent with an absolutely terrible weapon that never does anything. But yeah, Nemo says, okay, I have to end this game now, because if I don't end it now, this is just going to run away from me. His reload is going to be better than mine. It's a really interesting choice. To be fair, even the 5-drop was quite nice, because what you can
Yeah.
do is here you can play it. You can hit with your weapon into the minion, which gets you the lifesteal.
And kill it over 2 turns.
Yeah, and you don't take the damage back. So that was another option, and you don't take the weapon swing from the opponent, because they can't attack you for a turn. But of course it makes a weaker board, right?
Hanging by a thread, Max, Does he have to play the Sylvanas now just to get the board down? Might alter the clock, you've got to think about it, right?
We currently have 8 damage on board. We're not really getting that much quicker by playing Sylvanas.
Mm-hmm.
This is incredibly interesting in terms of like what do you do here as the hunter. I do think there's the stadium announcer, yes, sure puts a 3/3 on the board, and applies a dragon. Those are the upsides, but the downside
yeah.
is you give your opponent a weapon they can attack with immediately. So he goes for this instead.
Literally there for the card draw, and unless anything happens to be generated.
Yeah, the only way that this ever can produce something bigger is by what is the other Sylvanas called? the two for the discovers, you know.
Vavisa,
spell.
and the other one starts with A.
Yeah. I'm really sorry I'm so bad with these names. It's
Fine.
not how I think about the cards. Should know better as a world champion. But to be fair, you don't need to know the card names.
No one knows what the card names are. honestly. Actually, I get at least one message per tournament from
Looks like
Smithstone
we've got a
telling me that I need
fight
to
for
know
the
the card.
ages.
It's always much better and more politely worded than that, but that's what it says. That's the
I also find it really interesting that we went for playing this spell before rolling the stadium announcer. Because I think you wouldn't mind the damage going into your minion. I mean, bearing the fact that you didn't get lifesteal.
Quickly gets there.
Yeah, it just does get there.
No generation, 2-1. Nemu getting back into this series. But Maxi still has this hunter, which you said may be the more awkward one to get through. But one of them is the mirror and the other one is the druid, so Maxi looking pretty good. Druid not quite as bad a matchup as you would expect historically, right?
No, I don't think so. So the let me just quickly check that the face hunter versus the token druid is apparently like over the last week maybe 55%.
Okay.
Which kind of does bring us back to lineup building. You do use, I mean, stats quite a lot, top 1000 stats. But you always have to take ladder stats with a grain of salt, especially for classes that have two viable archetypes. Usually a class that has only one viable archetype will be underrepresented in ladder stats, so if you're purely going off stats.
Right.
Yeah, simply because the person that you're playing against will kind of hedge against what could my opponent be playing, and they don't know.
So they mulligan worse, right, and that sort of thing.
Exactly, and one of the most important things in especially aggressive matchups is the mulligan. Like, the gameplay in some of these might seem obvious in some matches, not in all of them. I think in the ones that we've looked at, there's been quite a few interesting decisions. But just getting the mulligan right takes so much practice, because it really needs you to know everything about how you want to win, how your opponent wants to win, how do I want to structure like my game plan going forward.
Yeah, I think it's the most underrated aspect by sort of improving players is just how important the mulligan is. Because obviously step one, you know, ask or look at stats or work it out for yourself. What am I doing on average? What's my basic thing? And the answer's like, well, you only keep these two cards. Mage is the classic one at the moment. You just keep the 2/1 drops and move on with your life. But then you've got to look at your whole hand, and sometimes it's actually this whole hand works. Don't worry about what you've learned. Unlearn that and do this new thing instead. So yeah, I've definitely learned more from learning to mulligan than pretty much anything else in Hearthstone.
Yeah, absolutely. Maxi picks up Sylvanas, which is just the best card in this matchup because it needs no help in being activated. Pretty good hand already with Confront the 12 viewer and a bunch of 1-drops. I think he's gonna coin out Sylvanas, which stops the Dragon Egg from growing. But it also, the main thing it plays around is the Hatchery Helper or any buffs. You know, like Overheat. When you get your minions as a druid to 3 HP, that can be quite a huge problem.
And again, just showing that you can't just use your cards like the same every time. Last game, Sylvanas was in his hand for 12 turns. This game instantly zaps it onto the board because it's an entirely different situation.
Welcome to the world.
Those squirrels.
No quarter for traitors.
And the eggs, they're going to have to be popped anyway at a point. Confront the 12 is very likely to pop them. That's quite a great pickup for... you can see it on Maxi's face. He's like, oh man, no, not this card.
Yeah.
Please.
And no Sylvanas to deal with it with as well.
Yeah. Quite interesting in terms of what you want to do here as the druid. Like, where does your trade go? Does it go into the... Does it go into the Sylvanas or does it go into the 1/1? I'm only highlighting these two. Sorry.
If there's no way of copying Sylvanas, then I'd make the value trade because I'm greedy.
That's the one thing I was thinking about in terms of Sylvanas. Is are there any random spells that let me either bounce back my Sylvanas to hand, or you know, like buff damaged minions? That's why I was saying. I think you always trade the Sylvanas over the untargetable minion, but that's literally that's the only reason here.
Cinder might be good here, given that you get to do it twice or multiple times.
Yeah, Cinder or Precise Shot. Your board's already getting pretty full with Confront the Tolvir, and you do have to play Tolvir here one more turn. Instead of greeting it one more turn. I think you have both in hand. It would definitely be a mistake. Like, trying to be extra greedy and going for even like one more minion. Because this is not what this is about. Like, so either end pretty soon, or yeah, I mean you're kind of edging out anyway because the druid doesn't have any cards. There's only two big top decks.
Maxi just went with you've got nothing. I'm going to hit you.
Yeah, I like it. Also, I mean, the opponent's minions, they have Death Rattle, right? Whenever you kill a Death Rattle minion, it's kind of like giving your opponent's minion charge.
Is that a 1 in 25, the double ping on the egg there? That's why Maxi's getting agitated.
He was visibly happy, that's what I took away from this. Alright. You do just play Sizzling and then you buff your board, then you play 12-year, which will buff your board again, and then you can actually trade the 4-4. Or you can go face. But yeah, you know there's one card left in your opponent's hand. I don't think there's too much doubt about what this actually is. It's either Innervate, because it doesn't do anything, or it's the 7-drop. It has to be one of the two. And if it's an Innervate,
you don't
then
care.
Yeah, the only thing that Innervate does is it's a nature spell, so that activates Overheat for double buffing. So your opponent has 12 on board. If they were to double buff, that's, you know, another 10 damage, but it doesn't kill you. This is what he's calculating right now.
Just hits him in the face.
Yeah, and I like it. It's literally just this calculation. Your opponent has 12 on board. The max he can do with an Innervate plus a top deck Overheat is another 10. So basically, you're trading with me.
Yeah, most of the things have to trade into the 4/3s anyway, so it's still a level trade. Yeah, there's not much value trading. Okay.
Yeah, I think this match has actually been incredibly educational. In terms of like when to pressure your opponent, when to go face.
Yeah, the second one I think I may have worked out in time. The first one where he just did a cheeky little 2, I may well never have done that, given a long time step. And now look at that 2 damage is so important as well right now. Literally could end up being the difference here. As it happens with Rock Skipper as well, so possibly right.
Interesting decision here to go for the 7-drop. I was seriously considering what happens if we, you know, Overheat would have been lethal because we shuffled 4 of these fragments into our deck, but yeah. I thought it was an interesting spot. You could have like also just buffed your board and said, the treants cost 1 mana, I'll play one of them next turn, and I'm leveraging a better board in the meantime.
No. I was just surprised there to only get to look at one of the treants because they've got different points, but that's how that works.
What a... Are you seeing what the treants can do?
One was Innovate, one was a fire spell of some sort, and I didn't see what the other one was. Or a damaging spell of some sort.
Renewing Flame. Oh yeah, 7 mana deal 5 damage twice to the lowest HP enemy minion.
Yeah, that's the one.
With lifesteal. That's it.
But with the Deja Vu, Max, you only got to look at one of them, which was because they're the same card. You know, they've got different battle cards.
Yeah.
One of those interactions that you can work out, but when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh, okay, that's how that works.
I mean, of course, Nemo would have loved to get the taunts here instead, like 3/2/3 taunts instead of 2/4/3 Wind Fury guys. They do set up lethal, but you're more trying to convince. You're just hoping that the hunter doesn't have it in terms of damage.
Maxi's one short, right? I think
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
But
no.
yes, more control. There we go.
There's the mana. There is the mana. Maxi Bon will be going to the Masters Tour yet again. He did not get there through ladder by a whisker, but he's got there through the playoffs. 3-1. Great series, nicely played series as well, and lovely description from Bunny Hopper about how he's done so well. Showing what he's got, Bunny. Yeah, that's sort of the Maxi we hope to see.
Yeah, and it's absolutely great to see him in the playoffs again. I know we didn't talk too much about Nemo. That is just kind of what happens when you have another player that is this like caliber on the other side. He gets talked about a lot. It's not to take anything away from him. He'll still have time to prove it again. He'll be like, if you make it through the Swiss in these tournaments, you have the chance to make it into like a tournament like this again. Nobody wins on the first try, or very few people win on the first try.
Very few.
And you usually make a lot of mistakes.
I always mention these players, but Frozen, Muzzy, Pocket Train, these were all players that were known for being really good at ladder, and all of them took at least a few months to start to understand how to build a lineup, how to play tournaments, how that all fits together. It's a very different skill set. And yeah, Nemo will have a chance to come through again another time. I think you did him justice talking about his play, his decisions in the Warrior game and so on. So hopefully, and like you say, Maxibon was always going to sort of be the centre of attention in this tournament. But that's us yapping for another game over with. Thank you so much, Bunny. I'm going to leave now, and I'll see you all in 3 minutes with a new match. Take care.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into our final match of the Asia Pacific region for today, but there's plenty more Hearthstone coming up even after that. We've got the European region and then we have the Americas as well to round out the day. So if you're just joining us, there's plenty of Hearthstone, so don't you worry. I'm joined by Edelweiss, and we're going to be kicking off your first match of the day and my third. I'm getting a lot in early today, and it's been cool though. We've seen a lot of different. Obviously, we've seen a good chunk of the different players, but also just a lot of different lineups that maybe aren't wildly different, but definitely within the classes themselves, actually different archetypes really play out. We've seen some Companion Hunter, some No-Hand Hunter, we've seen different Druids, we've seen different Warriors as well, or at least they've been banned, the Egg Warriors, I think, for all these, but still a nice mix going into sort of the second third of the day. Is that where we're at? I was getting lost with myself then. But what have you thought of the matches so far?
Well, certainly lightning fast, right? Even some of these series going to, 4 or 5 games, quite quick. No minion. This is kind of the aggro region. I feel like we'll be getting into some slower stuff later in the day.
Yeah.
So look forward to that, or don't, I suppose. But Token Druid being an addition alongside Marithra Druid, I think is a big factor because we didn't see a ton, if any, Token Druid with our last event. And it's really sort of popped up in the last couple of weeks. And then, there's, as you're saying, this extra variety with the Companion Hunter now, which is definitely slower than the, full-on Confront the Tol'vir base hunter, right? I mean, you have Critter Caretaker, which heals both players, so obviously you're trying to go a little longer to the extent that Hunter can. But it still can create these overwhelming boards sometimes, and is trying to win through pressure, right? It's not attrition. So.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting to watch so far, but as I said, there's tons more coming up with some classes that we have not seen too much so far. You might see them a bit later on, so we'll see how that goes. But for now, we have the last match of the Asia Pacific region. We've got Ende versus 2Bob, and I believe, now don't quote me if it's exact card for card, I need to just triple check, but it's basically a full lineup mirror. So we've seen a lot of different lineups go against each other in the first 3 matches of the day. But I think the lineups are pretty identical. We've seen the double Demon Hunter ban as well. So unless you are about to correct me, Edelweiss, I think they're pretty much the same.
There's 2 overheats in one Token Druid versus the other. If there's variations, they're very slight choices like that, right? A single copy of Eternal Toil in one list. Unless now I'm. Oh nope. Here we go. I'm wrong. I'm looking at the wrong people. So, yeah.
No, that's not the best place to start. But regardless, the bans are going to be the same. We do still have the Hunter Druid Warrior going up against Hunter Druid Warrior. I believe it is going to be the Druid for Ende going up against the Warrior for 2Bob there. So that'll be pretty interesting to see how that one pans out. Because again, it is going to be the Token Druid, the one that's basically been one of the sort of big new additions to the meta, arguably with the Companion Hunter, but I think the Token Druid is just way more popular and better, at least in my opinion overall. So it'll be interesting to see how Token Druid performs over Marithra Druid over the course of today, because we'll have a decent sample size with the Swiss yesterday as well, and just seeing how well it does, because we're actually seeing across all regions a pretty 50-50 mix when you're just looking at each region by itself. It's like a player's if they're running Druid, they're just as likely to have Marithra as Token, at least from at glances. So pretty interesting to see that a lot of these classes now do have multiple options within the class, different archetypes to aim at different things, right? We've seen the Egg Warriors versus Dragon Warriors, for example. You are trying to do different things and be better against certain different matchups.
Yeah, that was something that Bunny was hinting at earlier, is that it can affect sort of stats numbers, because on ladder play, not tournaments, where it's closed deck lists, right? You have to make your mulligans without knowing, are they Token Druid, are they Marithra Druid,
right?
Are they full-on no-hand hunter, or are they the Companion Hunter, which is quite popular on ladder. So it can mess with the stats a little bit. do see one interesting thing in Endir's token druid. He's got a single copy of Living Flame to tutor Overheat, and that's pretty unique to his deck.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. We are going to be getting into the game one, though. We've got Ende on that Token Druid and Tubob on the Dragon Warrior. And this Token Druid opening hand is looking mighty good. I know we were talking during Maxibon's game about some of the opening hands for the players and the Druid specifically, but when you've got eggs and then the Hatchery Helper basically on curve, you are feeling about as good as it's going to get as the Druid.
Yeah, and certainly couple eggs there already. You know, it would be nice, I suppose, if he could fill it out with, you know, making a couple of 1/1s, right? Living Roots into Hatchery Helper is quite nice. Ravenous Flock is the big sort of, you know, 1-2 punch that you can have.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
So, and they're just taking their time here. There's a few things you could do, yeah, because you don't like need the coin, let's say. This can still just be see what you're gonna draw. Then, if he wanted to, could have coined out an egg and still had 1, 2, 3 pretty smoothly, right? So, did have an option of just throwing out the coin there, but wasn't gonna bother. The egg would get procced by the 2/1 instantly anyway. But now things are starting to come together.
Yeah, I think Endir was considering, like, well, if I play the egg, it just gets traded off. I make my 2/2, and then what? Trade the 2/2 into the 2/1. Like, it's not doing much. If you're going egg into egg, right? You present, you know, questions to the opponent because do you have Hatchery Helper? But it's not the greatest when you aren't able to dictate when it gets popped. Whereas if he saves the coin, he can, you know, coin the egg and then Hatchery Helper to make sure that he gets the most out of the board. But now with this
yeah,
pickup,
there's even this option now, right? Yeah. Where it's probably going to be coin Living Roots into Helper, potentially, as a nice buff. But on the other side, though, Tubob is doing a great job of just not only putting some pressure on, but also putting a decent amount of health on the board as well. That 3/6 is looking pretty good with that Dark Gift summon additional minion. But yeah, no surprise here. And they're just going... I don't want to say all in because that makes it sound like that's just everything they've got, but just going as heavy as possible on this turn, right? Build as big a board as possible, as much of a threat as possible, and this will slow Tubob down just a little bit here.
Yeah, the fact that Hatchery Helper is +1/+2 is just a huge impact, making these, you know, not so susceptible to Sanguine Depths and the other kinds of pings that Warrior has access to.
Yeah.
You know, Overheat, you have to discard that nature spell to get the full +2/+2. And oftentimes, you know, not in this case, but oftentimes the taunt can be quite relevant as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I really like this that we're seeing from Tubob. I think the level 1 basic is just play the big dragon this turn, right? But the problem when you're against a deck like this Token Druid is it's all good and well having a one big minion, but you can only attack in one place with it, right? Whereas all these tokens are going to start being able to either trade or push damage, and especially because they have Taunt, it might be ages before your big minion gets to attack face anyway. So I really like this, getting the 4/3 down, being able to utilize this torch. Might go for Sanguine Debts, but looks like it's just going to be another torch to just clear off as much of the board as possible and still retain a pretty solid board and that petal as well for Tubob. So I really like the way they approach this turn, and they still have the option of going Wind Peak next turn or potentially going Slither Drake with Torch again and then Wind Peak after.
Yeah, Torch just demonstrating how powerful and flexible of a card it is. You know, yes, it can clear big minions, but being able to just sort of utilize all your mana clearing a wide board like that is part of what I think really makes this this aggressive Dragon Warrior so powerful. Because when you get to use, you know, a single spell to remove a bunch of your opponent's minions and then push your own face, right? That's exactly the kind of tool that a deck like this wants.
You'll see Overheat go out, discard the nature card, of course, and make these minions just that little bit bigger. But are we going to see any value trades coming down here? At this point, with the hand that Ende has, mainly the Emerdrasil, I feel like the trades are probably worth having. You know there's a torch there, so you know there's going to be things happen anyway, but I think with the Emerdrasil available, you need to trade at least something away here.
Yeah, ends up going half and half. I think the the tricky thing with this position is your opponent has a torch, right? So value trades are a little bit less value when they'll just get finished off by the torch. But Bob,
Yeah, this is a little bit tricky as well because the 1 health on the peddler is just a little bit rough because then you can't sanguine to get some kind of good trade off with it. Because I was looking at whether you could get away with the Slither Drake and the sanguine or a torch, but looks like 2bob's going to keep things nice and simple and just clear up as much of the board as possible and can still follow up with that Slither the turn after.
yeah, and Emerdrasil takes a little bit of time to get rolling. May be able to give Endir the extra value to kind of push things over, but I think 2bob in that position is saying, well, look, my opponent's on 2 cards. Maybe I can just kind of make the trades, and if they're not on board, the deck kind of doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So.
But look at how the hand is shaped up for Endir. Obviously, there's got some choice with this Discover, but there's Egg and then the Shatter, which is going to be available next turn for both of them to be played together, which is going to be pretty huge as a bit of a board fill.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up the Platosaur for follow-up to kind of keep the draws flowing. And I think with Emerdrasil down, 2bob is going to be a little more concerned about starting to apply pressure and close things out quickly.
Yeah, also, quite importantly as well, will they be able to... I'm trying to work out if they... Yeah, there's going to be held off because this is the dormant minion, and it's obviously... You probably do want it in Token Druid if you're going to get it, but it is a board space that's been a little bit annoying right now, and it's just sat there doing nothing until you can fill the board up, and then it will proc. So a little bit annoying that it's just basically -1 minion that they could have at least just had on board to maybe buff or help out with some of these buffs, but would be nice if it would proc quickly, but I don't think that can happen this turn.
Yeah, and particularly with the +2 attack buffs off of this Dark Gift minion that 2bob picked up, this game is now just flipped completely into overdrive for 2bob, and it's going to be ending on the following turn. Nothing that Endir can do about that.
Yeah, nothing at all. Really tough one there, I think, for Endir. Had a good start, but just wasn't quite enough. And that's the thing, though, with the Dragon Warrior. It has the ability to just fight with the Druid, and as long as there's no death rattles or the Druid doesn't go super wide and the Dragon Warrior falls behind, if both of them stay even, it does feel quite even because, as we saw, there's enough removal and sort of well-shaped minions with the Dragon Warrior to trade well, but also the Druid can just overwhelm with the buffs, so definitely felt pretty even there, but just wasn't quite good enough. And again, I think, as you said earlier, Torch is a heck of a card, right? It's just allows you to do so much with so little, and that's in Dragon Warrior. We won't even talk about how good it is in Egg Warrior yet. That's a different conversation for a later today probably. But yeah, really strong start there from 2bob, getting a Warrior over the line. In this matchup, is there a specific deck you think is the one that's like the important one to get a win with? Obviously, we're looking at effective mirrors, but what would you say is the one to keep an eye on? Because for me, I thought, looking at this Dragon Warrior, I would feel quite confident with Dragon Warrior, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the no-hand hunter, if you remove Confront the Tol'vir from the equation, right, is sort of the weakest into the boards and things that the other decks can do more consistently. And so, yeah, if you fail to draw that card, there are times where you just end up falling too far behind then and you lose. And that, I think, would be sort of a key concern I would have. It's got a fair amount of draw, right? As long as you empty out your hand, you got Arrow Retriever. Although Endir actually does not have Arrow Retriever. Instead, having Sylvanas' Triumph. I guess a lot of those have it. I'm not sure what the removed card for, or sorry, added in card in place of Arrow Retriever is, but you know, if you're lacking that draw and you just don't hit your Confront the Tol'vir, then you can end up looking a little bit silly into some other decks.
Well, we are going to see Hunter go up against Warrior now. Endir now going to be on the Warrior. 2Bob jumping over to that aggressive Hunter. Pretty good start, just getting the free damage. The 1/3 is going to survive for the initial turn, but already the curve for Endir looks quite nice, doesn't it? There's the Broodmother there that is going to be active a little bit later, and there's a lot of just removal. There's Eternal Toil, there's Torch available, so any of these can be used quite nicely to clear up these early threats.
Yeah, and Bob has got Ranger Initiate Verisa, which will, you know, juice up his minions a little bit. You know, I think you do like to see Confront the Tol'vir, but at the same time, it needs to get it filled with more stuff. A lot of times, the really crucial thing is having several spells in there, because yes, you want to build a board with minions and things, but you want to be able to recast these spells that deal with the opponent's board.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes the oh gosh. See, now the pressure's on with remembering names. Raptor Nest Nurse.
Yeah.
So crucial, right, is that it gives you another 1-cost minion and a 1-cost spell. And some of the 1-cost spells you can get since you pull from other classes can be quite spicy.
Oh, the value's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do a lot of work with that.
Interestingly enough, that is another difference, is that Endir does have the Raptor Nest Nurse, but a couple, you know, I think 2Bob does not. I think it's not there
really?
among the 1-drops.
Oh yeah, you're right.
There's
That's interesting because that always feels like a really a really important tool, right? In just raw value generation. We are going to see the Drake come down now, get frozen with the shard. Just get cleaned up by the weapon, but the Confront is still there, and there is, as time's ticking on, we're seeing more and more wands get played, which is generally what you want to do. But 2Bob has to make a decision pretty quick here, because this looks like it's almost already at the point where it's like, okay, I'm just going face every single turn, right? It's like just send everything face, press the hero power, and then go Confront the next turn, and then just keep on going and hope for the best.
yeah, you know, it's you basically just can't deal with the 5/8. It is.
I could see at a push this trade happening at like a push, just take out the 4/2. Okay, there we go. So they're gonna do Confront this turn.
Wait, should we not have played? Oh.
Is board
Yeah,
space a
yeah,
problem?
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you risk not getting the rush if you play the Sizzling Cinder.
Oh, got tracking next. Okay, not so bad actually. Just to have that tracking available to kickstart next turn. Because there is a lot of damage in this deck, but there are also a good chunk of minions that sort of just, when you're playing off the top, just play and pass, right?
Right.
So the tracking could be really good here for 2Bob.
And so I guess this is the thinking, right, with 2Bob, you know, not having, and some other players not having the nurse, is it can fill up your hand, right? It can end up, which extra value is good, but if you are running things like Arrow Retriever, then you do sometimes want to be able to empty the hand to get the full
Right.
value and just apply this maximum pressure, like very full board. And everything is more threatening when you've got a deck full of burn, right? When you want to top deck your precise shot and make sure it does the full 5 damage. Whereas Endir has Sands of Time in there, right? Which is just, you know, discover a spell.
Yeah. Yeah, just sort of going raw value in that sense. This is tricky though, and this is sort of what I was saying in the previous game, but in the other way of like the 5/8's great, but it's one minion. So if you're not actually doing anything or doing enough with it, it could be a bit of a problem. Moonwell is picked up though for Endir.
Yeah.
That's something.
Might be a turn too late here though, because that's representing 8 damage on board, 2 from the hero power, tracking very, very likely to pick up the final bit of damage.
I think Bob just taking their time there, just going, okay, perfect. There's Precise, which is going to be 5 guaranteed because you can play the Cinder. And just like that, Levice, we are on game number 3 as Bob is just going to run away with the start of this. It's absolutely huge start, especially when we're talking about, while there are, of course, like card differences in the decks, the archetypes are all the same. And just, I don't want to say breezing in a bad way. It's not like Endir's not played well or just let them, let Bob win. But from Bob's sense, like just breezing through the first 2 games in a basic mirror match has got to be feeling fantastic, because these may be the matchups that you're worried about. It's like, well, if I run into these mirror matches or we've just got mirrored lineups, they're going to get really wonky sometimes, right? Because it's just like, well, what do I face? How does it go? But here, now it's just a druid to get a win with. And I think this token druid is more than capable to get 1 win out of 3. Like, I don't think that's even a remotely big ask.
Yeah, I mean, just we've seen a couple of times how explosive the starts can be from Token Druid. You just take the game that happened earlier. If Torch is not in that hand, it's game over for the Warrior.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just these little things that can make the difference when you're in these aggro v aggro matchups. And I would certainly be putting my money on Druid's going to get through one of these games.
Yeah, because at worst, there's going to be the mirror, but as you said with Hunter can obviously overwhelm it, as we've well just seen. But Druid is one of the decks that sort of keeps up with it on board and can fight back. Because once the outside of the 3 damage clear, of which you've already had to play a Triumph beforehand anyway, but Hunter doesn't really deal with a super wide, like medium health board that well. So that's definitely going to be a big ask here as we do go into game number 3. Of course, 2-Bob on this Druid. And Endir are going to start off on their own Hunter for now.
Not the greatest openers for either of them. Of course, 2-Bob still has opportunity to throw back, probably keep Living Roots, but perhaps nothing else.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because you can keep Living Roots, but so much of the Hunter 1-drops just beat Living Roots by itself anyway. So do you have it in your mind that you're keeping it for to be aggressive, or you need to have it so you're not getting hit in the face, or do you mulligan it away for something, like for like the perfect opening? Looks like 2-Bob's kept the majority of the hand and did get a hatchery helper with the 1 mulligan that they went for. So that's actually pretty huge, honestly.
Yeah, Hatchery Helper, I think, one of the best cards in the opener. I actually was even maybe considering, we make a good point on the Living Roots. Now, it happens that Endir has not got that kind of early game, but, would it ever be worth it to just only keep the wave shaping for 2-Bob, hope to pick up the helper, and then, on 1 you wave shaping to try and hit that Ravenous Flock, right, to just get as best start as possible?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, but we actually, Endir is going to get punished for not respecting these 1/1s here, because Coin onto Trade is going to be really strong, and there was a Wound Prey available to clear up both of the little 1/1s. However, it would have made Endir play off curve, so it's not like they just happily chose to ignore it. It's just, well, do I want to spend 1 mana on my 2 mana turn, and then everything else gets a little bit wonky after that.
I like this, you've got the Neri with the 1-cost spells, so if you can afford to spend down your other stuff, be able to double up on Wound Prey. Doubling up on Rock, less important if you're figuring you're using it on minions, right, since it has to hit the same target.
Oh, this is looking pretty nice. 2-Bob is just doing some counting now, but when you can get the ramp from the Trient down against this Hunter, because you have minions on board and you're already ahead, that is a fantastic place to be, because normally this can be like a desperation play. You play a 2-2, you gain the ramp, which can be great, but it's just a 2-2. So if you're behind on board, you also feel like you're adding nothing to it as well. But being ahead and being able to drop it, absolutely massive.
Yeah, and with being this far ahead, I do wonder if Overheat might be taken here to sort of seal the deal. He'll be looking to land the circle, right? Just because once you've got that sticky board, it is quite challenging for the hunter to do anything about it.
Yeah, when you look at the hand as well, like Living Roots next turn plus the Trient buff from the Shatter, it is going to be a real problem for Endir to deal with.
But Wound Prey with Neri is going to help considerably to clear up these 2/2s. Then Endir is basically going to be praying that, you know, one, Neri lives, which seems likely, and two, that he picks up a, you know, high value, one cost. I feel like in this position, in this matchup, might even be looking for something like a Sands of Time to get some kind of, you know, bail out. And either board clears or you know, maybe something to summon minions, just to be able to keep up with this turn.
Yeah, to sort of break the rules, right, and try and like actually snap back into the game. Because like, yeah, not a surprise. Two Bob's just saying, you can have Neri. Like what with the death rattle? Oh, I mean that's a decent pickup, isn't it? My God. Still, the death. Just as I was saying though, which is quite relevant, with the death rattle, you are so much stickier on the board versus the hunter, because outside of Sylvanas that's been buffed, as well as maybe the Triumph as well, you're not really dealing with waves of death rattle minions, right? It just doesn't really do anything. So the Sylvanas is a good pickup, but it still doesn't solve all the problems, right? Because it's the first sister, so it means it's just going to deal the 2, clears the first wave, but then arguably the board gets bigger at that point. It's going to trade a 1/1, makes sense.
Yeah, and you do get the doubled stats on its elusive, which is quite nice. I think you would have preferred it be, you know, that second glacial shard or something. But yeah, even just having to throw out the rock, clear up as much of this as possible. Only a couple cards left for Two Bob.
Ooh.
I think you discard the nature spell, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think you do. You can still play Ravenous, right?
Yeah.
For an extra wave. And I think at this point you trade, right?
Yeah, I mean,
because you're gonna have Flock, you can trade down this board, and they've got 1 card and a Dream.
Right.
Well, 2 obviously offered with the draw, but you know what I mean. I feel like the Druid is, especially with the Flock, better at continuing the pressure, because Two Bob's on 28 health. Two Bob's not exactly struggling right now. Oh, they're gonna go buff into 1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gonna save it for next turn. Okay.
This makes some sense to me, right? Like you removed most of the threat. You're not as caring about getting the full clear, and yeah, this way you can guarantee sort of more minions to buff after making your trades. Okay. And actually, that is tricky. So, something he can do is just play one side of it and then discard the other side. So he has to decide, does he want the death rattles or does he want, you know, 2 more treants to buff? I'd be inclined in this position to just go for the 2 treants and discard the death rattle side in this position. But
yeah, I agree. And the reason there is, you've just seen Sylvanas and you've seen a Triumph. So realistically, they would have to draw exactly the second Triumph, right?
Right.
For it to be a huge, like an absolute disaster. And that's just unlikely, right? So at least that's where I would land on it. They've obviously gone for the Death Rattle instead to be a bit stickier on board, which, don't get me wrong, is still not bad in any way, shape, or form. But I think I would have just seen, like, well, they've used two out of the 3 AoE cards that they have in the deck.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's a good one. I think that is officially classed as a good one. Wickerfang going to come down and start piling on more damage. And again, it's an interesting question, right? Because I once more just wouldn't hate the trades. I don't think you massively need to rush the damage here. And I like defending the Wickerfang pieces, because if they stick around, you will just win. It's as simple as that. I do just want to check, just to be completely sure. They don't run the... No, they don't, yeah. They don't run the, reduce the health to 1. I can't remember the name of the card. But the Companion Hunter runs it sometimes. But,
Earth and Roar or something like that. But, yeah,
That's
I know what
it,
you're talking about. If you've got a dragon, you get to reduce 2 minions to 1 health. So Discover Spell from Ilaria could do something here. It's going to be 2 spells.
Sisters.
Hunter spells, in terms of its own
Triumph?
class. No, well, Sands could change things.
Not
Spirit
quite,
Bond
yeah.
is nice. Spirit Bond removes 2. Certainly one thing that Going Face did is it reduces the time that Endir has. If Endir thinks that he can survive to 10, that story of Amara could have made things
Well,
interesting.
Face Hunter going to 40 health would be a sight.
But yeah, actually just going to take the reroll and go for spells in his own class. Picks up tracking.
Right, Triumph would be huge.
Yep, there it is. And sets up a torch as well. But yeah. I have to move fast, though. The animations on Sands of Time are not fast. So, you need to move fast yourself to be able to make sure that you make the appropriate choices, and Endir, of course, able to navigate that.
And now the problem is, I'm trying to now think what draw is actually available for 2-Bob that's going to do anything. There's a Madrasil, there's Xavius, but other than that, I don't think there's any particular draw that's like, okay, back in the game. I guess there is a Horn of Plenty, which can open up doors to any world, right? With just Discover a spell, a Nature spell, sorry.
Is there Bashana Rune Totem, or is that not in 2-Bob's?
No.
Okay.
No, not in this.
Then it's in one of the token druids. I guess when we saw it earlier, it was typhooned in from the Marithra druid. I think that's what.
Yes, yeah. There's a pretty decent amount of stuff in the pool for the Tolvir as well.
Yeah. Precise shot.
It's currently 11 cards. But then some of those are Torch, obviously, which wouldn't have much impact. But here we go. It's going to, at minimum, create a decent board.
Yeah. Well, and this is kind of the difference in approach, right? Endir relies on Confront the Tolvir, recasting value spells like Sands of Time, and that sort of thing for that increased value and sort of card draw. Whereas 2-Bob and others have gone for, well, we don't have Nurse, we don't have Sands, we just, with Arrow Retriever, are gonna draw through to the damage in our deck.
Yeah.
But it does let you
Egg Hunter.
end up with silly hands like this, right?
Also,
Ooh, didn't get the torch.
oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. Didn't get the torch, or didn't get the hero power was the other option, right?
Yeah.
If you just don't do that and press hero power. But yeah, either way, did not clean up the whole turn, which is unfortunate. But when you do Tolvir with tons of cards that then discover other cards and so on, you've got to be prepared that card is going to take a minute to cast.
It could have been fatal, though. If 2-Bob here had discovered Shaladrasil, that would have been lethal, right? You get Nightmare for 5, and then the last 5 off of Isera Awakens.
Yeah. I go hybrid for 3, so that's 5 mana to play around with.
Okay. Not quite. I think you sort of wanted.
You go fishing with Horn.
Yeah, it's really your only option, but you don't even have enough mana for otters. Speaking of otters.
Can go Heartroot. That might keep them up.
Yeah, I guess like you play the Treant and then Heartroot Stones. But I don't even know what you're looking for, right? You're living but not really living after Endir got that refill.
Yeah.
Both in terms of board and cards in hand. Oh, the Treant was not quite ready, so you couldn't play both.
Yeah, 10 showing, 12 with hero power. There's 2 more. That's 5. Yeah, I think it does still need to discover a little bit of damage.
Thunderquake is 1.
Yeah, we've got 1. Let's go.
The rewind. Bursting shot.
That's 2.
I think it's good enough.
Yeah, it should be.
And even if it isn't, you know, once a token druid has fallen this far off board.
Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, it would need to have been a discover a nature spell or whatever. It need to be one of the like late game druid style cards that would have kept him in it, right? You know, one of the big heal gain armor or spawn a taunt or something like that, which wasn't the case. It does mean we're not getting a quick 3-0 though, too, Bob. Did just fall a little bit there. It looked so good, but that Triumph coming down and clearing up the board from the Wickerfang is such a big deal, because outside of that, I think that exact card actually, it was just over by a mile. So Endir still knocking about getting a win with the Hunter.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the arguments for this build that he's got with the extra sort of discovers from Sands of Time is that you are more likely to hit those extra copies of Sylvanas' Triumph or dig for the second copy if all you need is 1. And it's such an interesting card where it's sort of, you know, quite mediocre when you play that first one, just 2 mana deal 3, sort of run of the mill. So many things have 2 mana deal 3 and then an extra effect. But then the second and onward copies are just so backbreaking.
It's insane, yeah.
In so many matchups, just 2 mana, 3 damage AoE.
Yeah, it's just it's so strong, and that's why I think I was discussing with Lorinda earlier, where I was talking about when I'm playing Hunter, I try and play if it's a matchup I think the AoE Triumph's particularly going to be good in. I try and just play the first Triumph as quick as I can. You know, as soon as I've got the mana spare or, you know, available even, get it out the way, because you don't want to draw the second one and then not be able to use them both, right? You really need that clear when you need it. So yeah, I try and get that used quickly to activate. But we are going into game number 4. We've got Warrior on the top for Endir, going up against 2Bob, once again, of course, on the Druid, with, once again, quite a good opening.
Yep. Ravenous Flock, you know, potentially wave shaping to find either Overheat or the Hatchery Helper. There's nothing for Fade Trickster to find, but I sort of don't mind just having a rush minion in a way.
Yeah, I was looking at Cloud Serpent just because it trades well into even the buffed potential minions from Druid, and then it's obviously going to get reborn.
Yep.
So it gets to just do all that twice, which I feel like 3 is a really good number to hit for against Druid, because if any of the buffs come down, it feels like everything's always got 3 health.
Sure.
Bob got to make some choices here. Could go fishing. Could get the egg preemptively put down, and if it's procced, kind of who cares, because there's the other egg there. But is going to go for what I'd say is like the more standard play. If you have Ravenous Flock, you play Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, since it's on that delay, you really want to get it down. I realize the swap. So, you know, Living Flame is in Endir's list to pull Overheat. Bob has
right.
Xavius. Xavius is not necessarily a common inclusion. Token Druid.
Speaking of Triumph, we are going to see it in every game this series.
Yeah, not so great in the Warriors, since you're basically
not
never
quite
going to get a
as
second
powerful.
copy.
That's some more choices here for Bob. Could just keep building up the board with the egg. Could go fishing with Horn and see if there's any buffs available, but instead it's going to start wave shaping. There's Overheat. But you do have to sort of match that off against, well, is there going to be much to Overheat next turn anyway?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could have just 2 long neck eggs to drop down turn after turn to trying to go that way.
Right. At minimum, that, you know, they're trickier to clear than the Twilight because they make a 4/4.
Time waits for no one.
How are we considering just hero power, the 2/1? It's not totally crazy.
Yeah, I guess with how cheap the hand is, a lot of it could just be splurged out next turn, right? It's not like, at the moment at least, Bob doesn't have to like play perfectly everything out of hand on curve, because you do want refills, right? If there's any kind of like weird AoE been discovered, or any like this Dark Gift minion has some kind of way to clear these 2/1s, you don't necessarily just want AoE to completely crunch the opening.
And, you know, Torch, good as it is, doesn't do anything against minions with 1 health.
Yeah. Yeah, genius way to play around Torch. Don't buff the 2/1s, and then Torch is pointless, right? Like, easy. It's a pretty good turn to get Serpent down, though, I think, right? That's front-loading a lot of stats over the next few turns.
Yeah. But Broodkeeper,
Brood,
also
okay.
quite appetizing, you know, getting to remove another one of these minions.
I think Bob's very quickly getting to the point where he needs to find some kind of option to actually push, right? Because the eggs are great, but they're not really threatening straight away. So got to really work out what that plan is to try and get the game dealt with. Probably going to lose this Panther Mask, because this 1/2 is very likely to be traded into this turn.
Yeah, you know, usually the times where it doesn't get traded into are when the rest of your board is quite threatening. Not so much when the rest of your board has no attack.
And even more appealing when your opponent's only on 3 cards. If you can make that 3/2, that's something you are very interested in if you're Endir here. Now could drop the Serpent, the Elemental again, now that Toil's been picked up. To kill off the 2/1 maybe, that's definitely an option. Or could just take the trades with the minion and the weapon and drop the Slither.
Yeah, I wonder if Endir was like trying to copy something in particular with the Cloud Serpent, like hoping he picks up a Windpeak Worm.
It's always tricky with the Slither Drake, because although obviously the card's good, right, recently, you know, been nerfed or whatever, but like it's against Token Druid specifically, it's just one thing that can attack, and it feels like it never does enough against Token Druid, because you're often not racing them at this stage in the game, right? You're either winning anyway or you're holding off, but it just feels like such a precarious minion to play when it's just, okay, let's see what this 5/8 can do against this egg board, for example. It's going to be kind of weird.
Well, yeah, let's go fishing with Horn. Wildwood Circle reduced is actually quite nice because it's going to be reduced to 0, so you get to play it this turn. Unintuitive interaction, right, is that since you've reduced both halves by 2, once it recombines, it says, well, I was reduced by 4, and so it just is free.
Yeah, it's one way if you sat down and thought about it, it makes perfect sense, but the sitting down and thinking about it is the tricky part, isn't it? Like, once you've seen it happen once, you're fine, but definitely not something that jumps out at you straight away. Really good turn here for 2Bob, because these eggs are also still a threat, right? So suddenly clearing the waves is getting more and more difficult.
Well, and if you can kill off the long neck egg, right, then you get to, buff your whole wide board. Sort of, one of the most awkward board buffs in that sense, but, can present awkwardness in terms of clearing for the opponent as well.
And 2Bob next turn can go fishing with Xavius for the hatchery, for example. Could be pretty easy to pick up. I'm not sure what the numbers is. I've not looked at it, honestly, which is my bad, but, looked on, like, what are the odds on hitting any specific minion with Xavius at any given time in this deck, right? Because there's only so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of
there's Wicker,
right now,
2 Helpers, 2 Treants.
There's not that many minions. I think you're quite likely to hit
1. Yeah, I think there's six different minions in the deck right now. I think multiple copies of them, but just 6 like different minions.
I mean, right now with what's been played, there's 4. Oh wait, no.
There's a Platy, there's a egg,
Hatchery Helper is also
Hatchery Helper, yeah, Felwood Treant, and a Wicker Fang.
Yeah. Still, very, very small pool.
Yeah. And of course, going to be 1 additional card. Okay, it's Living Roots. Decent weapon as well. Extra 4 damage. No complaints on our 2Bob's end, I imagine.
Yeah.
Is that worth Living Roots in Living Roots your own egg here, essentially?
Interesting. I do kind of like that. Hatchery Helper with taunt.
But now there's no way to clear the board.
Yeah, but I think I like your idea. You make a couple of trades on the front end, and then once the minions pop out, you go ahead and kill off your own egg to buff everything else. That seems pretty good to me.
I was even thinking buff and just go face, but that's the way I think.
Yeah,
just buff straight away
that's
and just
fine.
say, let's go.
Yep.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll end up all going face. Like, yeah, this egg 1-3 into the 2-1's fine. Like, these trades are decent. But for me, I was like, oh, that's a lot of damage to face. Yeah, this is pretty nice. There's still an egg there. There's still enough death rattles to make an AoE or like a mass clear, not that strong because there's just so many waves. And there's still enough minions within hatchery range to provide some burst damage next turn.
And now Endir, I think, is in the position of having to just gamble on a Shadow Flame Suffusion, and I don't think anything at these mana costs is going to be good enough. The Horn of Plenty into Wildwood Circle just kind of sealed it up for Bob.
Yeah, there's that problem now where there's sort of just too much to do, right, for Endir, it feels like, anyway. There's just too many little things to mess about with. There's enough minions, there's enough stats on the board to be a problem, but then there's the death rattles, even if you do clear them up. There might be some okay ways here to like clear up. Do you just try and not proc the death rattles and clear up just the big minions like the Xavius, the 4/4? But that weapon being swing for 4 as well for 2Bob is just such a big deal.
I forgot that, yeah, we can do this, right? You've got the Torch, Searing Fissure, but, Torch does run out eventually. No +2 spell damage to kind of kill off all the 2/1s and net gain that.
Yeah, this is okay, but it's still just, how much is it now?
Well, the
13,
weapon, and
yeah.
certainly with the 2 board buffs here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, literally dead on board, right?
Yep.
Because it's just hero power if you needed to, so 2Bob just gonna quadruple check that everything lines up. Tons of damage available. And Ender tried to fight back, but it was not enough. Looks like Tubob is going to take the victory and take the match, and going to be the final player from the APAC region to move on to the Spring Championship.
Yeah, all in all, you know, very quick top 8 there in terms of APAC playoffs.
Yeah, and I think it was just a really nice series for Tubob, being able to get those 2 wins just super fast, right? They sort of just like get in the game 1, boom, okay, game 1 done, game 2 done. And then, like I said earlier, where if you've got that token druid and you've got 3 goes at getting it against these 3 decks, it's not like Tubob's against a lineup that's aiming to beat Token Druid, right? It's not like, oh, well, this is the deck I'm going to bully. It's just a decent deck in a decent lineup. So, yeah, very likely that Tubob was going to get there. And they did try and fight back, but it just wasn't quite enough. But again, just a reminder, there's still more Hearthstone to play. We could see Ender again, no doubt, in the future. I'm someone who likes to think, well, hey, if you qualified through 1 playoffs, you can qualify through another, right? I think if you've done it once, you're more than capable to do it again. But it does mean that we do have our 4 players now from the Asia Pacific region. And if you are just joining us, or you just caught the sort of end of that match, that was just APAC. We have EU, and then we have the Americas continuing on throughout the day. So there is tons more Hearthstone still available. But any highlights for you in that matchup, Edelweiss?
You know, when there are such similarities between the lists, I feel like stuff kind of blends together. I think for me, yeah, the highlight would be that Sylvanas' Triumph play, you know, that allowed Endir to get that one game on the map. Didn't end up leading to a full, you know, reversal, but you know, always exciting moment, right? When you pull off a clear like that, when it seems like the situation is so dire.
Yeah, 100%. It's always tricky to get back into it. But yeah, there you go. As you can see, we see all 4 matches, and basically this is going to be the format for the rest of the day as well. Just replace APAC with EU, change the players, and this is what we're going to see. 4 matches, basically win-and-ins, and the players all played Swiss stages yesterday within their respective regions that they qualified in, of course. So they've gotten this far into that top 8, and then basically 4 win-and-in matches for each region to get our 4 players from each region for the championship. So pretty excited to see now that we've finished with APAC. Always an explosive region. I spent a couple of years, I think, casting Asia Pacific Grandmasters, and it was very similar. Pretty fast and furious. But now we'll be moving on to the EU region next. So we're going to go to a break while we set that up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back, everyone, to the spring playoffs. We are all wrapped up with the APAC region. Have our 4 qualifiers. We are going to move on to Europe. And in case you missed out on this little treat earlier, we have replaced one world champion in Pocket Train with another in Bunny Hopper. How you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. See this? You're a polite young man, Bunny. We never get the how are you back when we're introducing our guests to these streams. But you were raised correctly, and I appreciate that. But we are, of course, going to kick on with Europe. We've got a lot of great matchups to look forward to. And the good news is, I think if you felt like you weren't getting your money's worth, we had some quick series there. We had a 3-0. We've got we had some aggro decks coming out with tons of token druid hanging about. I don't think we're going to be in for a fast one this time around, Bunny, because not only do we have slower decks, but we're also dealing with Yala coming into the series.
The one and only.
The one and only. And I can't think of anyone I'd rather have with me to talk me through what's going through a player's mind while they're inexplicably roping every single turn than the great Bunny Hopper, because you, of course, famously have never roped any turn in your life, have you?
No, I don't think so. Not any that I can recall, at least.
Okay, good. Outside of our opening matchup here, we're going to be dealing with Yala versus Kubu when we get into the game. Is there anything else here that stands out to you in terms of players, lineups, anything else that you've liked the look of through the European bracket?
Yala and Kubo, I both know, and Levik and this demon both have been around for a long time, so I know who these are. But the other 4, I haven't seen too much of, so I'm excited to see how they're going to play.
Yeah, Monkey Flip has made a little bit of a splash in a couple of playoffs recently. Kind of known for being willing to bring an off-the-wall deck or two. I believe he's got Priest in his lineup for this tournament as well. Just gaining a reputation as a bit of a bracket terror, because it's a consistent player that's bringing a lineup that people just aren't really expecting to deal with in the tournament, which can be a hell of a downside for a lot of people to face. So people, I think, would much rather face conventional lineups a lot of the time, especially if there's a strong player piloting them. But yeah, I think the top and the bottom matchups are certainly the ones that look like the biggest standout. Diz Demon has suddenly come back with a wave of real consistency. He's a player who very successful early on in Hearthstone, but has recently put in a couple of big performances recently. But we are going to be dealing with Yala and Kubu, and we've just been kind of waiting to talk about this until it was on screen, because we took a look at these bans a little bit earlier. The players were preparing. Bunny, why don't you talk us through what's going on here with these bans and why we're a little bit concerned with what's going on?
Yeah, so Yara's banned Mage and Kubo has banned Druid. The Druid being banned of Yara was kind of expected from Kubo's side, because most of the decks that Kubo is bringing, they're not that very good into Ramp Druid. But on the other hand, the Quest Mage being banned seemed a little bit weird, since Yara has a Viper in each deck that permits running a Viper. Of course, no minion Demon Hunter doesn't let you run a Viper, so there's none in there. So that was a bit confusing.
Yeah, I feel like we need to get Yala on the stream to really talk through what's going on here, because I don't understand this on multiple levels. Because there's a bunch of Vipers in your lineup, which seems to suggest that you are targeting Mage. But then you're bringing Demon Hunter, which has a bad matchup against Mage. So that's already step 1. And then step 2, you come into a series where someone has Mage, and then you ban out the Mage, and then you have 3 Vipers in your deck, which, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Bunny, but, like, I don't think there's a ton of other high-value weapons hanging around the metagame that you really want to be using those Vipers on. So I'm a little confused about what Yala's overall game plan is here. We went back through his ban record, and he has banned Mage once throughout the tournament so far, but has also been banning Druid. So I'm really struggling to get a handle on what exactly Yala is planning to do here, but hey, we'll get into it more as we go on. We are going to start off with Egg Warrior, which probably the strongest deck left in the lineup for Yala with the Druid being banned. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's just one more thing I wanted to say about the bans itself. While in the bracket so far, Yala had been banning Druid over Mage when opponents had it in the common lineup. This might be a case of protecting my weakest deck. Like in Conquest, you can of course say I'm banning the deck that's best overall against me, But if I have a deck that's particularly weak, and I'm afraid of getting through, then I might ban whatever opponent's deck is like best against that one. So this could be the case here. That's what I'm thinking.
In that case, so which deck is that we're talking about in particular for Yala, if that's the case?
I think it was the Demon Hunter.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm not exactly sure. I still feel like the Vipers there don't make a ton of sense.
Yeah, no, I said to you earlier, it's not like I'm against the mage ban with this lineup. I think that's very reasonable. You know, you have Demon Hunter and Egg Warrior, both of which have very bad matchups against Quest Mage. My bigger question is what the Vipers are doing in the lineup in the first place. But hey, we've got a game on our hands. It is going to be Egg Warrior versus Dragon Warrior. Kubu off to a decent start, early curve into Petal Peddler and Prescient Slither Drake, which is pretty much what we're looking for. Bunny, perfect moment. It took Yala the entire turn to play his 2-mana card on turn 2 there. Is that a legitimate decision, or is Yala just roping?
It's a good question. I mean, like, the question is, do you want to, like, immediately activate your egg next turn when you play it? So you can start attacking with it, or do you want to threaten like taking some damage off the board here? And I don't know. I actually think this was not an easy decision, and I'm still not sure if it was better to play Shield Block or the Egg Bearer itself, right? Because if, for example, you get the Pedal Guy coming down, this thing gets buffed to a 2/3, and you would like to take that damage on the board immediately, and yeah, so I actually don't know. I think this was legitimate roping.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. Obviously, if the egg wasn't in hand, there's no decision to be made there whatsoever, but the Shield Block Sharnado combo is kind of powerful. It's just a matter of whether that armor was ever going to stick around. And you have the location in play anyway, so you know you can prop the egg and start attacking with it here.
I very much agree with the decision he's making here. Like, you want this location to be used multiple times during the game. You know you're gonna use it on the egg. Just go ahead and use it.
Yeah.
So makes a ton of sense to me. You're not really value trading anything with it anyway. And he didn't rope it either. Maybe he's reformed. Would you like to hit this egg with your weapon?
I would not. It's a good question, though.
Because the only thing that it really does, right, is lets us sets up for a torch on the
It's a torch activator, but that's not relevant on your 5/8 anyway, because it's got elusive, so I don't really see what the punish is from the 2/2 hanging around.
Yeah, it's just maybe on the 2/3, but yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if that's your opponent's turn torching the 2/3, probably quite awkward. So I agree with just jamming face here. What do you think?
Slightly awkward turn.
Yeah, you can play.
So,
you can kill your egg off once, which is quite nice.
it is.
So you play the weapon, you hit in, and like you kill your egg into the 2/3, then you hit with a weapon into the 1/2, and then you torch your own minion, because the egg will be damaged from the weapon. So you only need 3 more activations until you get the 20/20.
Yep. I think it's the only play because if you haven't played Shield Block on 2, I don't think you're now playing it potentially till 6, because you kind of want to combine it together with the Sharnado. So yeah, the other 2 cards are going to end up being played here, I would imagine.
I mean, that's also a good line. Like, actually, just instead of hitting in a 2/3, you say, it's going to take some time for me to deal with this Drake, but I'm going to do it eventually. Potentially even clearing it next turn. You can hit it again, buff your egg. So
Looks like we've got a
I actually like the line he chose quite a lot.
Okay. I have been raging at some of the rerolls that we've seen on stream so far, but that one is a definite. Oh! Never mind! You never reroll. It's
Yeah.
actually never reroll.
I've had the same feeling. I know, like, some of the rerolls we've seen so far have been pretty greedy. But yeah, this one hurts.
That does hurt, yeah.
And the first weapon was just so bad that it wasn't a question about having to reroll this or not.
Yes.
It's just unfortunate. Alright. I think we're shield blocking first.
Yep. Forced
See
to.
what we
There's just
get.
no other playable cards in hand.
I mean, we're not playing it because we need the armor for Shelnado next turn, I assume.
Having now used the shield block, like it's a bad card to draw here because you're looking to something to spend mana on this turn, but at least you do replace the utility card for Shelnado for the following turn.
It's pretty interesting decision here. You can ping both the 3/3 and the 1/1 and then torch them to keep a weapon charge up. Alternatively, you can like buff your egg and start like trading with it to start breaking it and use. Like that's the question. Does he want to have the charge around or does he like want to armor up? And he decides to just use the torch. I like this. This saves you probably more life than an armor up. This is not a great situation for Kubu. He is so close to like the egg being activated. I don't think he has realistic chances of getting there. I'm wondering if we ever just play Nosdormu and say we're going to have to get through this 2020 and my 8/8 rush might actually just be the only way that I can do this. Like just accept that, okay, we're not going to finish this before this 2020 comes out. Therefore, I need to invest, and the best way I can invest in the future is to play my 8/8. And then I'm just gonna need to find some new expansion cards. What's also pretty funny here is that if we didn't ping our own minion twice, Shelnado wouldn't kill it, right? It'll be a 6/6 instead of a 10/4.
Yeah, true. I don't think from the position that Kubu's in that he can really afford to be playing around things like that, though.
No, I fully agree. You have to force your opponent to have it, because otherwise you're not only losing the games where they do have it, but also the ones where they don't have it.
Yep. Like, you do 8 less damage over the course of 2 turns here, which means your opponent doesn't really have to have any removal at that point. They can just kind of do whatever.
I mean, I guess there's just no realistic world that this Nosdormu was ever going to be active anyway.
Look, I appreciate the optimism, Bunny. You know, you gotta find something.
Okay. No. Let's. Okay, the way that we're winning this game was by rolling the Death Rattle Death Knight weapon that kills everything
That's
on
a
the
great
board.
point. Yep. Yeah.
And then overriding it with our 2/3. I don't know if this actually wins the game, if I'm completely honest. But
Looks like we've got a
that's a
fight
thing
for
at
the
least I was
ages.
considering.
Oh,
Wait, what?
okay.
Huh.
Interesting. I'm not sure that helps, but it at least gets you thinking about ways that you might win this game.
Miss. Can you imagine we rolled this first? We'll just kill off that egg and kill our own egg, kind of deal. This egg just needs to be broken once, right? And then
Yes.
we get to
Yep,
2020.
it's the last one. Yep.
This has suddenly made things very interesting. Like, if Kubo can get a 2020 somehow, that'd be amazing. I'm not sure how though.
That's the question. This is what I mean. I'm not sure it helps, but it's very interesting. We're both sat here trying to think about ways that this wins the game. But the difficult part is the part where you have to swing your face into a 2020.
Well, I mean, that's fine. The problem is that 2020 has to die when you swing into it.
Yes.
And I don't even see how that is happening. Yeah, I love everything Yala did this game. Like we have to.
Okay.
Gift. Give me the 1/4 poisonous dragon, and then give it charge.
None of those do it. Second bright wing of the day.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, I should have stolen the egg last turn, dummy.
That'd be so funny if it just like was able to open the egg, make his own 2020s, and just Umbra from here. Yeah, because I have a feeling we're not really going to be able to swing into this after it has hit our face.
No.
My children.
But yeah, he did have a couple of destroyer minion outs there. I'm not sure what specific dark gifts he could have found, but Brightwing could have helped him out. Umbra isn't going to do it though.
Yeah, Brightwing, the Black Knight, for example, could have been awesome.
Yep.
Awesome card. I don't think any taunts were good enough. Not with the hand that Yala has. He was always going to be able to get through it. So I think it was just like get a poisonous dragon and have it have charge.
Yep.
That was basically the option.
Yeah. Work with the infinite with charge, something like that would have worked. There's a few.
I think this is going face. And then not really sure what after. I think all ways lead to Rome here.
Yeah, probably just dropping the torches.
And you can
This
even
makes
ping up the
sense.
Brightwing.
Yep. Keep everything as clear as possible. If your opponent has no minions, they can't use those locations to buff into the 2020. And that'll do it. As expected, the the Egg Warrior does pick up the victory. It is the strongest deck, I think, remaining in the series overall on both sides. So no great surprise there. But yeah, that Frostmourne just made things a little bit interesting towards the end there. So obviously the play you were talking about with the Death Knight weapon, where you could destroy it just to clear everything, to hold on to the weapon dragon beforehand. Does that change anything if you end up with Frostmourne as well? So if you went Frostmourne first, you can attack into the egg, right? And then you can break it straight away to get a 1-charge egg on your own side. But you can't then get the 2020 immediately on the same turn, right? I don't think. And you're giving your opponent a 2020 on the other side.
Well, if you play it first, you still have 2 mana left, and you have the 2 mana spell that deals 3. There's nothing on that card that says opponent, I think. So you just could kill off your own egg, right?
No, but you have to pay 4 to get the Frostmourne, and then you have to pay 2 to break the Frostmourne, right? To get your own egg. So that aren't you out of mana at that point?
Yeah, because Frostmourne, of course, is a death metal, so it's not just when you hit it. No, the card I was talking about is actually the 3 mana 1/6 weapon that death metal kills everything. So that was the idea of how to win this game since the 2020 is coming out. Just kind of take it slow, play the 3 mana 8/8 dormant. Say I have a lot of dormant minions. You break your egg. I play my 4-drop. It gives me that specific weapon. I override it, killing every minion on board, and I win over the long run. It's very ambitious, but it's really the only thing I could possibly come up with.
Yeah, I think you win as long as you can kill the opponent before Umbra comes down, right, at that point. So, yeah, always minor outs. There was, of course, a couple of outs at the end there with Black Knight and Charge Poison, all the other things we were talking about. Generally, with Dragon Warrior, if you've got some Dark Gifts in your deck, you still have a chance, because Dark Gifts can be incredibly powerful. But Kubu is going to go 0-1 down. Still has Demon Hunter, Druid, and Warrior remaining. Yala now has to pick up a win with the Companion Hunter and the Demon Hunter. Companion Hunter, we haven't seen a great deal of. You were saying you've played a fair amount of it this season. Do you like the deck?
Yes, actually the deck I played the most this season. Just wanted to test out something new. And it's been fun. I've played kind of the same deck list as Yala has, made a few tweaks around there. It's a fun deck. I mean, Tamepad is an important card to have, but knowing your beast, when to get what, and planning around this is kind of fun.
Yeah, Edelweiss was alerting me to some of the stats on Tamepad that I was looking up afterwards. This is somewhere in the region of plus 9% win rate in your opening hand, which is absolutely disgusting as far as mulligans go. So. Yeah, Yala will be delighted to see that card, I'm sure.
It's also an interesting deck because you sometimes can run out of resources, so you don't really mind having the coin all that much. Whereas I think a few decks in this meta would really just like to go first.
All right, what about that one, Bunny? Legitimate rope or?
I mean, I guess you could play tracking instead.
You could. That was a legal Hearthstone play. Was it a play anyone was ever going to make?
I mean, I guess they're about equivalent. Like tracking or this. I mean, if you go tracking first and you find the nurse, you play the nurse together with a minion on the next turn. But that's really not how this matchup ends. You don't overrun them with silly one-drops.
I'm not going to be able to do it, Bunny. I'm never going to get you to call out Yala for roping. It's just not going to happen, is it? I'm going to try really hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's not roped so far, like, completely unnecessarily. Which has happened before.
Okay, keep updated. Yes, there was a devastating series a couple of tournaments ago with Yala and Gamer RBG where all sorts of things went wrong. I do have to point out, I was alerted afterwards that they had some deck tracker problems. Like their deck trackers were like freezing and it was like locking up their games and all sorts of things were going on. But from what we were viewing, there was an awful lot of random roping going on in various places.
If you looked at the starting hands, Kubo was... You know, he was applauding on turn 1. Okay, like, you have the Tamepad, I have a 7-drop, a 9-drop, and an 8-drop, and a 5-mana card. Ha ha ha. But now, I mean, we look at his hand. He's able to play Broodmother next turn, ramp with a Treant, then play the location. And then he gets pretty quickly, actually, into, like, being able to coin Ysera together with Naralex. So... yeah, this is turned around pretty quickly, and Yala's kind of gassed out because these cards that he's played, I mean, yes, they come back with the 12-year, but they don't really do all that much.
Right.
Very interesting choice here, because the Time Reaver is a card you often lose to as the Hunter. There often comes a spot as the Hunter where you have to make a big taunt, like you have to get to Tortola, you have to get it on the board, and you're basically saying, if you have it, I die. Feel the question is like, does he think that's relevant enough for now? I think I would have liked to take the 6-mana card instead.
Yeah, I was leaning towards it as well. When you say lose to, are you losing to the equality effect or the outdoor peacekeeper effect more often?
No, the equality effect, because oftentimes, in my experience, you have to make the turtle.
Right.
And yeah, if you... Sorry, I was kind of stuck here because I was a bit confused by the order of things that were happening because we played 2 torches here. But Yala, of course, is edging out every single like advantage that he can get, playing this exactly so that when he plays Tolvik, he can get 2 torches cast from this, rather than playing the 2/2 and trading it into the 2/2 and then just playing 1 torch.
Right.
Here he just plays 1. Very typically Yala, getting like the last percentage out.
Any world here where Kubu holds on to this first charge? Because it gives him potentially really strong turns next turn, right? With coin to 7, refresh 1.
I would hold on here.
Yeah.
I think your next few turns are just too awkward if you don't, because yes, you can coin one of your 7s, and then delay everything a little bit. But this is just kind of more mana cheat.
Yep.
With
Agreed.
this era.
Yep.
Return to the wild, my friend.
So he's holding on, so he can go coin Narlex, refresh, and then Isera.
Yep. Gets a playable card as well, with the extra refresh mana from the Asera.
And it also just gets you like closer to your Maritha, which is a really great card to have in this matchup. Just the amount of mana cheat you sometimes need to do against this druid. That's a very good top deck.
It's an extremely good. Is there still 6 on the torch? There is. Damn. Okay. So now
Yeah, I was
you
wondering-
can damage the 412. Yeah, and now 3 torches go into this.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, I guess the Wound Prey can do. Okay, yeah, that's the bad outcome for the Wound Prey.
But it's totally fine because you played three torches, right?
That's
So
right.
the
Yeah, it's always
one
going to
drops
clear.
as well.
Yeah. Yep, you're fine.
Welcome to the world.
Currently at 5 drops now for Yala.
I have no time for games.
I was considering if you wanted to play the 6 damage torch, just because I mean you get quite a few of them in your hand now.
Yeah, just worth shouting out, we are always innovating new technology with these broadcasts now. You can see the animal companion counter on the right by Yala's deck if you want to keep track of it yourself without us shouting it out.
Yeah, and we can see how much mana was spent on Marithra as well. It's quite nice.
Yep.
I think we're
Taken
going
as
for
many
Ruin
years,
Totem.
Bunny, but we have the technology now.
Yeah, we have it. I mean, you can't get Marithra down now. You're just slightly short, so
Yes.
I'm wondering what he's considering other than Rune Totem currently. I think I'd just like to see what I get from Rune Totem, and then I mean what he's actually considering is like I want to dump as many cards out of my hand as possible so that I can get additional dragons.
Which is always fairly awkward when you have a Shaladrassil in your hand.
Interesting. I didn't see that coming, I have to say. I didn't see it coming that he was going to play Shaladrassil here. I thought we were going to empty our hand and then try to go for random dragons next turn and see if we can kind of overwhelm the hunter player while they're not at Tortola yet. Because I'm not really scared by this board at all. I mean, that board heals you for 6 every turn.
That is a great point. Yeah, I wasn't considering that actually.
I mean, this board literally does nothing compared to
Yeah.
what is going to come out pretty soon. And you have now put the Laughing Sister and an Emerald Drake into your hand, which I don't really think get you anywhere. And one of the problems you have is that the Dream, specifically, it doesn't really help against the 10 drops, because in my experience how you lose against this hunter deck is they play the turtle and you don't have equality for it, That's just kind of all she wrote. Like, they get to 10 drops, and then they total you.
So now, surely, Kubu has to start dumping some of these cards. Maybe find 1-mana Rush Raptor with the Elise location to go with the Nightmare as well.
What to do?
I'm very interested to see what his like long-term game plan here
Yeah,
is.
yeah, same.
It's just because I have a different idea of how this should be played doesn't mean that this is the only way this can be played.
Right.
I'm very interested in seeing, like, how is he planning on it? Does he have a long-term game plan, maybe going for 10 mana locations from Elise, trying to exhaust what the hunter is doing, if he's played that a couple more times? Is that a possibility, the way things are set up?
Time waits for no one.
Guess I'm going for Emerald Drake and then Elise.
I remember this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually goes for a 10 mana location here, the way that he's played it so far. 10 mana, rushers, and 4
Yeah.
attack. Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
He's just dumping cards out of hand while he can. Doesn't want to deal with the Terror because it'll just take care of itself at the end of the turn, as long as he's got minions left hanging around. Up to 9.
Knights are not that great unless you get Krog,
Frog, yep.
but he did get Krog, so that
Did.
is quite nice. Only problem is, of course, these beasts will kind of like, they will trigger in the wrong order, more or less. So that the 4/5 will die because it forces the opponent's attack into it before they get turned into 1/1s.
Right.
I have no time for games.
The moment is upon us.
You can get the third sister, or you can get a spirit speaker. Interesting decision. Spirit speaker is quite nice because you can upgrade with the elephant to 10s, and then you just can get 2 10s right away.
Yep. So you've been talking about Tortolan just being so huge in the matchup. With these animal companions now getting up to 10, like, do you have to go fishing with like Xavius to get the 6-mana dragon from your deck?
I don't think so, because the turtles, they don't kill you immediately.
Okay.
And he also seems to have a different choice. He didn't go for the rushers plus 4 attack, which is kind of what I was expecting him to do.
Oh. Take a look at what it is.
It's also interesting that he did he.
Oh.
Can you
interesting. Okay.
Can you force like the 12 manas into 2 minion by only getting 2 minion to a hand?
If you can, I did not know that.
Murden's last Lightning Storm costs 3, and Murden's Last Stand, does that cost 9?
Let's find out. Yeah, it does. Oh, of course, yeah, it's the Shaman card draw card. The discounts for every card.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Yeah, I did not know that worked like that. It's super interesting.
Because I think what he was hoping for is like heal 8, get 2 8 drops.
Yeah, sure.
I'm quite surprised he didn't dream this back to... Oh, so, okay, I understand the whole plan now. He was trying to get that 9 mana card. He was trying to basically force this, or like Typhoon, by only having 2 minions in hand. And then if he gets the 9 mana card, he dreams that Treant back to his hand.
Right.
And for 1 mana, he can heal for
Okay.
8 again.
Yeah.
And then he goes for the 10 mana location and tries to clear boards like this.
Yes.
See, didn't cross my mind at all, but that's really
It's a
smart.
great card. It's wonderfully reverse engineered, though, Bunny. Well done. You're exactly right. Because there's so many high impact cards that you can get, right? You can just get more Shaladra you can get Twisting Nether, you can get we can get so many AoEs, plus the heal and summon that you were talking about, which, yeah, with that dream in hand, will allow you to potentially keep up with what they're doing in the late game. That does make a lot of sense. So it's the exact opposite of what we were talking about. We were talking about emptying your hand for Marithra. He was trying to fill up his hand to try and force higher value spells. That's very cool.
This does double damage now.
Yep.
But yeah, he can get 12 armor. And he can actually clear with the Lightning Storm that he does have by buffing his board.
Yep.
Making them all 5 attack and then Lightning Storming after. I'm really interested to see how this one pans out, because this is just not the way that I thought this game was going to go at all. It's quite a different strategy. And yeah. It's of course not every, like, it's very interesting to see from... There's also different druid lists that try to force different things. There's different hunter lists. There's quite a few lists on ladder that I've seen where players have cut some of the animal companion creation. Yala actually runs Call of the Wild plus the 5-drop that like spawns a animal companion every time you cast a spell.
Yeah.
So that is also quite different to other things. I'm wondering if the strategy works out against the slightly greedier list that Yala has. Because this seems to be a plan that he's definitely tried before.
Yeah, this feels like a playtesting overnight special, right? That he's run this with the practice group, they've tried out a bunch of things, and like this has actually worked out pretty consistently for them as a strategy. So, unfortunately, he did just whiff on the spells. You know, you are pretty favored, I would imagine, to get at least one high impact spell on the second minion, because obviously if the first Treant rolls anything, any spell in Hearthstone that's like 4 or less, then you're getting an 8 mana spell plus from the second one every single time, if that's how it works. So definitely gave himself decent odds of being able to make something happen, but he is still relatively stable in the game with another 12 armor coming from that location in a turn or two. He does still have the dream to potentially make something happen with Farak or with Marithra if he can get the hand more empty. So we'll see.
Yeah, and just Yala's just going for more pressure. He's saying, you know, you have it. I'm going to end this game now. I don't need 10 drops. These 9 drops are really high impact. They're not that easy to clear. And I think we're gonna see what Farak does next turn. Quite heads up not to attack here. Plays around like your opponent playing Farak and casting Torch from it.
Does he have guaranteed here? There's only 5 cards left in deck, right? So he must just be able to get rid of the Twilight. Yep.
Yeah, he gets the Twilight Reaver. Of course, that's the downside to what we just said. By not attacking a minion, the Twilight Reaver becomes better.
Mm-hmm.
But can't have it both ways, and kind of expect Wicker Fang to hit the board here now.
Yeah, this is a really good Wicker Fang.
Immediately presents lethal with the location on board.
Yep.
But of course there is Sylvanas in hand. Trade first, of course.
Good order. Don't want to be shuffling that in there before you go discovering for your minion.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if there's an argument to be made, given what is left in Kubu's deck, that he ever wants to just go like, play the 4-drop, innovate, Marithra, dream that back to hand, basically get 2 goes at it in terms of... Because you'd still need to have 25 mana worth of things that you need to spend. If you don't have that, you can't activate the second one. think what I wouldn't mind for Yala to do here is like just play Sylvanas, maybe play the Elec and the Doomsayer. I think that would be fine. Slowing this whole thing down by 1 turn.
I have no time for games. Sisters, my arrows.
He decides to go for the kill. These torches have been absolutely amazing
They have been so good.
for
yeah.
Yala.
Yeah, whenever you... I've not played a whole bunch of a companion hunter, but like when you're playing the aggro 1-drop hunter, there's so many matchups that, you know, you end up winning because you randomly generated a torch off the 1-mana minion. There's just so many matchups where normally you would just never be able to fight back on board, and yet you just have infinite torches just because of the way they propagate off of Tolvir.
Wait, more spells. More random spells. I like random spells. They're
This hand
great.
is never getting empty.
Ooh. I love
He's
keeping
dumping.
the random spells. I trust in the random drone spells.
Looks like we're hand dumping. Yep.
We cannot yield while nature endures.
Yeah, there could have been an argument to like not trading the Viper.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, Twilight Mistress seems powerful.
Well, that. Yeah, but I think this one's better.
I didn't even see that. Okay. All right. Fine. I did not even see that.
Because I think you didn't want to give your opponent back the 4-drop.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's very
He
fair.
was quickly counting like, is the 4-drop in hand, is it getting returned because of hand spaces?
Yep.
And if it's not, then he can go for this.
The 2 cards remaining in Kubu's deck are Broodwatcher and Rustdrop Viper.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, he just barely has enough mana to spend to get the second Marithra going.
It's really interesting to see what this confronted Tolvir does. It overdraws quite a bunch. I think 3 tame pets have been played. A lot of torches.
Yes. 4 torches.
Yeah, that's a chance Yalak just kind of ends up completely out of value.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 trackings, 4 torches. There is a lot of card draw going on here.
Come closer, critters.
And I mean, it seems to work out exactly the way that Kuba had planned, that you can finish this in the long run. I'm quite impressed by that.
Come closer. Welcome to the world.
Yeah, absolutely love seeing when people put together like game plans like this that are just absolutely not obvious from the start.
Yeah, because this is just practice and experience, right? Like this isn't necessarily a thing that you can just intuit by being good at Hearthstone, that this is how you're supposed to play this matchup. Like this comes from testing the matchup and playing a bunch of games and understanding what's going on, which you love to see that kind of thing rewarded.
Absolutely. Well, this is an interesting decision that you have here. I mean, this Sphyra you have to play it at some point, right? Oh, that is such a lovely spell to get. Like, just having some healing. Because you could draw a bunch of cards here and be pretty unhappy.
Okay. These are wonderfully efficient removal cards that we're drawing.
Oh, this Fyrak has been fire. Can we see if my Frothing Berserker has charged so I can go back in time and play Patron Warrior again?
No, it will not tell me on the tracker.
Time waits for no one.
You can grab the Tortolan with the Eternus, yeah. Trade through the Neri.
I was considering if you wanted to press the location here. I felt like with the chargers, you were able to push quite a bit. And that's a rough overdraw.
Ooh.
Of course. I mean, that's a Twilight Mistress in hand, which I think should kind of end this game regardless. What Yala needs to have is he needs the Brawl Bear Mantle, and there it comes off the top. But of course, Twilight Mistress will end all of this, which is exactly the reason why I think Kubo kept it in hand.
100%, yeah. If you have the one that's reliant on, kill a minion for each dragon you have, you obviously want to play that one first before you dump all of the other dragons. Twilight Mistress is just far more universal to use the situational card first, keep the universal card back for later.
Yeah, you do have a little bit of the issue that if you can't kill the mantle guy before, you're just gonna face down the same problem unless you kill your opponent. So Yala is really, really hoping that he can now roll one of the rushers, because that will nicely clear up the board here. He's so far completely whiffed on them. Oh, there's one, and this is absolutely crucial. I don't know if the buff was necessary, but yeah, I mean, this is perfect for Kubo. He can play the lifesteal spell and then torch the Brew Mantle, and then he can bounce it all back. Only issue with this is seeing the amount of cards in your opponent's hand. They're just going to play 10 drop, minus 20, smiley face.
Yes.
And your armor is not going to play around that. Oh, this has charge?
Oh no!
Wait.
Batmoth?
This is
wait. Patron
Batmoth,
is
and then we
so
just...
back. Wait, how does this work? There's no way. You haven't got enough sources of damage, surely. Where's the rest of this damage coming from?
I mean, you just have +4 attack on all your minions, no?
Right.
This is not lethal?
You trade one space, Twilight Mistress everything. Kubu certainly thinks it is. I'm not counting. I'm 100% not counting this. Kubu looks happy, that's all I know. Yeah, 9-5 times, 45.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't need the frothing for this. The other guy with charge was good enough.
Yeah.
That he played last turn, but just getting 2 chargers like this.
But Frothing Berserker is objectively the coolest card in Hearthstone history. So if you're going to do it with any card, you do it with Frothing Berserker, right? Surely.
I mean, and that he did get charge. Frothing Berserker with charge just brings back memories.
It does.
Really good ones.
Wow, and what a game. I think we need to reiterate, like, incredibly well played game from Kubu, right? Like, even the Great Bunny Hopper was somewhat mystified by what was going on. You figured it out very quickly, but Kubu clearly had a plan that was, very different from what we've seen in that matchup normally, but executed it super well. And I think the biggest credit you can give to the way that he played the matchup is he kind of whiffed on the thing he was going for immediately with the treants, and it still worked out in his favor over the long run. So clearly he has a lot of faith in being able to outvalue the hunter over the course of the long game. So incredibly well played from Kubu.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see that this strategy testing comes into play. This is something you figure out, as you said, by just playing the matchup a couple of times, testing some ideas, and then seeing how consistent it is.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't know about this game plan because I'd never seen it on a ladder, because one person falls over, and sample size of 1 or 2 is just not good enough.
Yeah, incredible game. Hats off to Kubu. He squares up the series. We've still got a long way to go in this one. Yala still has the Demon Hunter and the Companion Hunter that we have just seen. Kubu has the Dragon Warrior and the Demon Hunter. We had a kind of a meme throughout the previous championships with Pocket casting. Pocket was extremely negative on Demon Hunter for the whole tournament. And there were a lot of series that were just coming down to a Demon Hunter mirror in Game 5 because those were the two decks that were just unable to win against anything else in a lot of the matchups. It looks like we might just be heading towards that kind of thing here as well. Although, how do you feel about the Demon Hunter, Animal Companion Hunter matchup? Because that's not one that I have a lot of experience with.
I mean, I've played this a lot from the Hunter side, and it's quite swingy. It really just depends on how well you can get to your 7 mana companion, and you try to go for the 4/10 that heals you a bunch, because they will pressure you. They do a lot of face damage. Sure, you have your 1-drop that heals both players for 3.
Yep.
But this is just simply a race. The Demon Hunter tries to just hit you in the face with his resources, and the Animal Companion Hunter tries to get to the point where they can summon their 7-drops.
Victory for the Forsaken.
Looks like that is what we are going to see. Double time Lost Glaive, at least one too many in the opening hand. Yala, though, does pick up Sylvanas, which you've got to imagine is probably hanging around.
I do think so. I found that when playing this myself, Sylvana itself can feel a bit weak when you don't find your tame pad, when you don't find the way to ramp. But at some point you're going to need Sylvanas. There are going to be 3-2-1 rushers with immune that stick around on the board and suddenly present 8 damage with 1 more minion sticking around, or just 6 damage by itself, and it's too much. You can't take it, so you're going to need Sylvanas. I was kind of expecting the glaive to stick around, but I see the point.
Oh, Yala with the 2 keep and Mull into tame pet off the top. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, and the caretaker to come along with it. If you now find Tolvir, I think you're pretty much set. This is very interesting. Those are very good cards. You would like Sigil of the Sea. You could even consider playing it, but I think the plan that Kubu has here is we'll see what Yala drops, and then maybe we can drop a portal and go for Boxigar Slide at stand. Try to clear the board up a little bit, and then make sure the hounds can go face. This is an absolutely stunning hand for Yala. Having the 1-drops together with Tamepad and the Sylvanas.
The moment is upon us.
Ooh.
Time for games.
I think this is going to be... I was going to say, I would call this an unnecessary rope. I do see the point of not insta-picking something. You don't have to tell your opponent that you have the answer. It's not required.
Now, a wise man named Raphael Peltzer told me all of 45 minutes ago that they had stopped doing the roping not to give opponents information thing. They didn't believe it anymore.
Yeah, okay, but there's a difference between snap-packing something for within 2 seconds, and you get my point.
I do get your point. I'm just insistent that before this series ends, you're going to call out Yala for roping, definitively, with no caveats. It's happening.
I'll try my best.
Okay.
Wonder if you would ever play Mimicry. You know, just because you can. I don't know really what cards from Demon Hunter you'd love to have.
No.
Maybe Studies, I think, would be pretty good.
Studies would be good, yeah. Weapons are fine. The most important thing, though, is that it makes your opponent draw a card, which means they immediately lose the game. So there is
Overdrawing? Yeah,
yeah.
overdrawing is lethal. Should be illegal as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny that you have a critter caretaker here, which is what you really want to have, but in this situation it's just healing your opponent.
It's just the worst card in your deck. Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind actually playing the mimicry here, but like, what do you really want? Most cards are terrible for you. Studies is just really the one card you want to have. Infestation is also quite nice because you get 2 1-mana spells that immediately do it.
That's a lot of damage actually with the Neri there as well.
Yeah, and they just they do quite a good job at like clearing boards as well. But of course, you fill your own hand up. You have a tracking, you have a tame pad. You would rather have your own cards than your opponent's cards. Some Demon Hunter cards are pretty cool, but I think you just want to follow your own game plan. And he didn't go for the nurse because he counted that he was going to overdraw if you get a second nurse and everything gets cleared off the board. Also, like this, we're buffing the little guy.
Yep.
And now he has perfectly 7 cards in hand. Even if both nurses die, he will not overdraw, so he will not have to concede the game immediately. And I think for Kubo it is really, like right now, it's about finding the Eternal Hold. With this in hand, he has the axe ready, he has 3 mana plus 4 attack in your hero, potentially buff 8/8 green rag as well. And this has to be kind of the game plan.
Yeah, and he's drawn as best he can for it. You know, he set up the Broxgal's Last Stand to cycle through. He's nearly halfway through the deck, hasn't seen it yet. He did, as you say, get the board clear and get the Hounds to go face, which is always a good step one, just to get that little bit of chip damage in early. But yeah, it's looking like it might be a game that is very dependent on the green rag. Although this is a slow turn from Yala, real big setup turn here. So you can be very aggressive here if you want to, push a lot of damage.
Do we know what the 5-drop is that we have in? Do we have the 3/12 taunt?
I did not see.
Also, I missed that because that's important. If you were able to set a 3/12 taunt up here, you can quite significantly slow it down. And what he's setting up, of course, is in 2 turns he wants to play the 7-drop, 7-mana spell, and get a 4/10 lifesteal healing. And I think Kubo will be doing the math on how can I possibly, like, can I get a kill in that period of time before he gets to 7? I don't think you can. And I mean, the 5-drop is like, it has a lot of upside. It seems quite slow, but it's still a 4/6. It's still well statted on top of everything that it gives you for later.
Mm-hmm.
What's your feeling on dropping a 5-cost beast right now?
I mean, I'd like to know what they are before I commit to doing that or not, but...
Yeah, one of the things I think you can consider is you can go tracking and then try to go for 1 mana, deal 1 damage, summon a 1/1. So with Sylvanas you could clear the whole thing.
Sure.
It kind of says this does the same thing. I get 2 chances for it, right? Because I can cast Wound Prey twice on the middle minion, trade 2 off, leave him with 3, and I still keep my Sylvanas back in case he builds a big board later. I would assume you take the Critter Caretaker. I understand he's thinking about Veresa because that will activate Sylvanas.
Yep. This is the kind of turn where being Yala can be a little dangerous because you have to make that decision with enough time left to get all of these Wound Prey actions in, but no problem here whatsoever.
What's pretty funny though is we've had this Nosdormo tournament where everybody just has 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And everybody was memeing about how Yala and myself are going to have no chance because all we do is rope
Yep.
Yada yada yada. Yep. Turns out we're very experienced ropers. Actually, I think we were the two people that did the best in that tournament because
Nice.
we know how to push the limit.
Weren't you telling me in GM that like in your practice group you'd be the one playing too fast, and people would say that you were like weren't taking practice seriously? Was that you? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it was quite interesting because Casey, who's known for playing lightning fast, yeah, he was actually playing slower, and I was playing a lot faster in our practice. I think he was probably still on average faster than me, but yeah, it's during practice we just kind of came closer together, which was pretty funny.
Well, Yala was about to snap the turn there and then realized who he was and what his name was and decided he was going to consider every other card in his hand first. Alright, we are going to do it.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna roll for the lifesteal.
Here we go.
And we did get it. I think there's 4 beasts.
There's 4, so there's 5, but one of them is Magmor, which you can't get. So yeah, there's 4. There's 4 summonable ones.
And I think if we're not getting internal hold here, I don't think we're getting there.
No, I mean Horn of Feasting at least might be enough to keep you somewhat interested, but yeah, I think you're right. I think it had to be hold, and not only that, it had to be a good hold, like you had to hit off the minion as well. We just drop these, load up the Wyvern Slumber.
I mean, if my goal is to get the hold, I was thinking, what if we use the axe to kill off that minion, draw a portal, and then use this last rush from one of our immune kids to,
sure,
you know, draw this? Because I don't think these dormant minions are going to be ever relevant. So I'd rather draw a
that's
card.
a good point.
I mean, I know my opponent heals for 3, but I don't think we're in a world where this truly matters anymore. I think we're in the time where it's like, we have to hit the hold, we have to get the green rag, and then we have to lasting legacy twice for +8 on ourselves and the rag, and just kill him like this.
Yep. Just going in, I was going to ask with your experience in the matchup, like once you're at 7 with the the life still in the pool, do you just leave it there and try and summon? But there aren't that many ways to continue to summon without upgrading, right? So
I mean, you have this 4-drop, but I mean, as soon as you get to 10, you win. So that's like the 7s don't guarantee that you win, because they can still do this kind of green rag stuff. But and the 8s also have a lot more pressure. But as soon as you get to 10, you make 1 turtle, because the turtle is guaranteed, and you literally just win. That's it.
right.
You were quite desperately fishing for hold here, I assume. Because just generating random minions and rooting them by 2 is not gonna cut it anymore. Training a little bit because we need to be able to put 8 damage into that next turn, with the Hound waking up and having to, like, we just have to force through it if we want to or not. 9s are quite bad. The 8s that we have rolled are quite decent. I absolutely don't mind playing Call of the Wild and then playing like an abusive sergeant and just shipping it.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
And this is where I like Yala's list a lot. That I think this is the second time we're having this additional resource comes in quite handy. I've seen lists that cut like both Call of the Wild and the Bearman that just say like you get to your like 7 or 8 drops and then that's good enough. This will end the game.
Yeah.
But you can see that even with this more greedier list, the Druid was able to get there. Think about not having these cards. That matchup, played professionally like Kuba did it, would likely just be no chance whatsoever.
And speaking of no chance whatsoever, this board state for Kubu.
Have to generate
Flash.
Medivh.
Yeah, no, that'll work. It's rare that you rip the Flash Flood off one of the discovers in Demon Hunter, and it just is nowhere near good enough. But that is the situation that we're in.
It's just too much stuff on the board.
Yep.
It's merely a scratch, you know?
No.
How have you felt about the inclusion of this Solitude in general?
I generally haven't liked it. I haven't played as much this meta as I did the previous one, though, like prior to the class sets. Druid is just so good right now that the ability... You want like more cards in your deck that give you the opportunity to just play big minions for cheap and potentially hit Druids in the face. So I think it's a decent inclusion for that matchup in particular, but I'd certainly have a lot more games with lists that don't include it, and it has felt a little clunky to me a lot of the time, but I can see for like particular strategies for this tournament why you would want it in there. I think that's generally been the case. But yeah, Companion Hunter picking up the win, and 2-1 up now for Yala. Just the Demon Hunter left to win with, but I think this is... potentially the concerning deck in the series for Yala. I think his warrior was incredibly well positioned. I think the companion hunter was pretty well positioned. I don't think the demon hunter is as bad in this series as it can be. There's no egg warrior on the other side, that kind of thing. It is just a dragon warrior and a mirror. But I do think this is probably going to be the most difficult deck to get a win with from Yala's side. What do you think?
Yeah, I love that the unconventional, let's call them unconventional decks, have done so well, and that the Demon Hunter, which I think is considered like super great on ladder, you see it quite a lot, is the one that is actually struggling. And seeing how your lineup building just rewards you here quite a lot.
Yeah, I think if you look at the stats from Swiss for Europe, it's small sample, high win rate for a lot of these decks, but Egg Warrior did really well, Control Priest did really well, Companion Hunter did really well, which I think generally was not a thing that was expected by a lot of the top players that I heard opinions for, at the very least, that Companion Hunter would overperform. Whereas the No Minion Demon Hunter, the No Hand Hunter, Barithra Druid, all under 50%, and those are kind of the the generic good decks, I guess, coming into the tournament. So yeah, it seems like the people who have gone with a more targeted strategy have done pretty well overall with the small samples that they have. Not a lot of Egg Priest, not a lot of Control Priest in the tournament, but an overrepresented number of them have made it to the top 8s, which shows that they've proven to be pretty effective. And I think it is potentially the small weakness of those Demon Hunters in particular that people are preying on. Have you played much of the Dragon Warrior matchup specifically? Because I know that's a matchup that a lot of people disagree on, Demon Hunter versus Dragon Warrior.
I haven't really played this. My favorite decks are like kind of the new stuff. I've played Control Priest, Animal Companion Hunter, a lot of Rogue. Like random Creation Rogue is my jam.
Is there any meta where you haven't been playing a ton of random Creation Rogue? I feel like that's just the bunny deck in every single meta of all time.
It's more fun when you scam your opponent with randomly created cards. I just find it super fun when you just get to it. Like, it doesn't have to be the best deck, but if you just have super differing outcomes, have to like navigate new game plans. So that's cool. We'll have to see that. I'm gonna say this a couple of times here, that Kubo found the deck Light Druid and basically made 2 different game plans out of it.
Yes. No, I completely agree with you. I have also generally enjoyed, random card generation rogues since the beginning of time. If you could ever help me get this point across to Lorinda, that all of your games being different and you having to figure out how to use random cards to win games is incredibly fun and rewarding. I don't think they're ever going to be convinced. They're a colossal rotator.
Yeah, this unnecessary rope. We should have played Hive Map from the start. Called it out. Is that okay?
Okay, all right, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, you just play it here because, I mean, you have your 3 and your 4 mapped out. What's the point of, like, creating an additional card from the Hive map? You don't need it not to win this game.
All right, no rope on 2. Looking very
and
much
if you didn't
like...
play it. Sorry. No, but if he didn't play it, he wouldn't been able to play the sigil here, which makes quite a big difference, I think.
Yes, yeah, big difference.
I'm in the Pheno school of spend all mana, so I probably would have played Infestation here. Hero powering is not mana spending.
Agreed.
So I probably would have played this. It's an interesting choice. He's just saying, okay, I'm going Solitude, and then playing it like this, and then giving my coin for the hold. And I just want to be more proactive on board, so that, you know, I summon a minion into turn 3, so if he plays Hound of Fury, that they trade directly into minions and don't hit me in the face. He's just really trying to, like, play this defensively, because he knows he has the hold, so he should be winning the long game.
Yeah, which I think makes sense. Yala here. So enlighten me. What are we considering here if we're not just jamming Solitude on curve?
I mean, you can equip the weapon for the same reason that Kubo has played the 3/3 taunt. You could play the weapon here, and then you use the weapon to clear the 3/3 taunt so that your Hounds of Fury can go face. I think that is something you can do. I do think Blob Up Tar is the best. He goes for the Colossal from the past. That is hilarious to me. I do think Colossal minions were incredibly strong. But I'm not exactly sure how they fare in today's meta game.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are too expensive, but Krakatoa, for example, is fantastic. That is still an incredibly good card by modern standards, I think. So there's a couple that could work out pretty well.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, the Druid Turtle might be okay in this matchup particularly because it is so much about going phase.
Yeah, true.
And part of it is immune. And then the Priest one is also okay because it heals you for 8. So when you're in the Smork battle, that can be unexpected. But that is a lot of mana to commit. I mean, if this card would say they cost 2 less or something like this, it'd be really, really good.
Yeah, agreed.
I wonder if he even goes for it here.
That's a good question. Is it significantly better than Hounds?
I was actually thinking about playing the 3/3 and then playing Infestation and then making a 3/3 Divine Shield that I can value trade every single turn with and give Divine Shield back to.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah. This plays super nicely around your opponent's Hounds as well, right? With the 3/3 Divine Shield.
I think it's interesting he went for Keymaster, Kubo. I was going to go for the 2 mana 2/3 that gives you a Crystal back, or potentially even Glacial Shard for 0 mana. Like both of these are pretty nice cards. Now this is a bit annoying from Kubo's perspective, I think, because it's not that easy to clear. You would like to play your Tar Creeper here, but yeah, just getting it traded like this by this minion regaining Divine Shield and another Stinger coming down, it's not super fun. I think you might actually have to double commit.
I've only just found out that's not a spell burst. That is literally just every time you cast a spell, you get Divine Shield. No one knew that. Impossible.
I knew that.
No, you're lying. No one knew that.
I mean, there's no way to disprove that statement.
Exactly.
On the pickup. Hold versus hold. So what Kubo should have done here is he should have coined Keymaster, and he would have just gotten a 1 mana Eternal. Clearly a misplay.
That is exactly right. Now you are casting Hearthstone correctly, Bunny Hopper. Well done. Welcome to the party.
I mean, there's two choices here. I mean, you play the Stinger on the 2-1, and then you decide if you want to do 6 phase and present immediate pressure, or if you're saying I want a 4 mana 7/6.
Okay.
Leviathan? It's a
Leviathan's
good
okay.
card,
Yeah.
but the question is if it's good enough. You're gonna have to hold. Yeah, Keymaster Alabaster is not a demon. I don't think I like any of these.
My blades will sing.
You get traded here, and your opponent plays the hold. Slightly better. Oh, what I did not know is that this has the next minion you play.
Yes. Now that I
I
knew.
thought it was the next demon you play. I like going Leviathan here. Who needs an 8/8 taunt?
Yeah, agreed.
It's a very nice value trade though. It's very, very pretty. Okay, but that also makes like picking the colossal spawner maybe a little bit better. Though I guess you need to play and plan for the time where you get your best minion. Your best
That's what I
card
mean.
when you're trying to
Yeah,
hold.
I think once hold was drawn, like Yarlo was heavily incentivized to play the Colossal Generator. I don't think necessarily having hold in your deck makes it a better pick. Ooh.
By the way, that's wrong order. Order Loon.
Why?
Because if there's no card you could possibly play,
Yeah.
it's better to draw first and then dredge to see what you're getting, to have more information. Rather than dredging and then drawing the card.
Sure. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. You essentially get information on 2 cards instead of 1, right? Because one's drawn
Exactly.
into your
I mean-
hand, and then you see the second one. Yeah.
If we're talking details, it's absolutely minor. I was wondering if you could have played Infestation and then shot the 4-2 and the 4-5 with Infestations, traded in twice, and then played Rockcigar's Last Stand. That would have been exactly 6 mana as well, giving us 2 cards. But this, of course, works out well as well.
A lot of damage piling up for Yarla now. 2 hounds and the axe. There's another charge of the hold going on next turn. No guarantee you get anything defensive from the hold on the other side as well. There is this Tar Creeper hanging about for Kubu though, which might have something to say about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Keymaster that we have in hand really feels great right now. I think being able to freeze our opponent's face with the Glacial Shard, or just a 0 mana 2/3 that would give us a mana so we could play Tar Creeper here would be quite welcome. So far, literally the only criticism, if I can say, of what Kubo's done so far.
Now, this one I do think is a fully legitimate road on Yarla's part. There are multiple turns you can play here that are justifiable.
Yeah, I think I like all of them. See what we get.
Not the best. Doomguard is an out sometimes when you've got a bunch of legacies in your hand, but not really
Yeah,
going to be
no.
ideal here.
Our first demon didn't have a death rattle, did it?
Demons. Demons.
Yeah, it was the 6/7.
Okay, Bunny, come on now. You realize you've now broken the stream for the next
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
15
it's
minutes.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
I apologize,
Thank you.
but I don't know what a card is called.
Priestess of Fury, I think? Something like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Grows
I think I'd actually like to play Keymaster here. I think it does more than a Doom Guard. I do think we need to get something on board.
Squeeze in the Tar Creeper as well, just to play around any minor damage. You're not going to deal with the Illidari this way, because of course you can just rush into the Tar Creeper anyway. It does offer you some protection against immediate lethal.
Studies is not what you wanted to see for 1 mana here. And then Omen picked up. Yeah.
Any world where it's lethal with Priestess? Don't think so, right? You go like Illidari, Flash Floods.
No, I don't think so. And I don't think you need to... I don't even think you need to go for anything else, like the Lifesteal Rush. I think the Omen's just better.
Agreed, yep.
I do think I would like to fish for the Outcast now. See a little bit what we get from the studies.
Yeah. Because if you don't find help from the studies, you might need to buff the Omen to be able to clear up the board effectively. Wanna
Yeah,
use
I
the
mean, you
weapon
still
to go
have
in?
the Hounds or the Horn. This also works, of course.
This just pushes so much damage, right? Though, if
Yeah.
if you buff the Omen, then you get the Hounds to go face and swing. It's just so
Yeah.
much damage.
And you want to go for your power here. Makes a lot of sense. If the Omen dies to the spell, actually that's lethal, because the Omen will deal 3 death rattle.
It heard you.
You have to go and find immune here, exactly. Anything else, and then basically our game plan has to be, we find immune, we find green rag. How can we set up a world where that is lethal next turn?
Ready for the fight of their lives?
I don't think there's a world in which we can ever stabilize. So it's going to have to be something like Chaos Strike plus the Clave. Push that damage phase, try to see if we can find Legacy, and then try to find Green Rag, push that, put it on board, go face, Doomguard, go face, have lethal. Yellow, of course, will realize this and try to go for immune of its own. And if he doesn't hit it, I think
miss.
we're just gonna get the Artificer down.
Wait. Forge Feed, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, I said Artificer,
yeah.
right? The
Artificer is
was the
the lifesteal DH card. Yeah.
Yeah, the
the
one that
Il'gynoth.
doubled all the damage of the spell.
Yeah, the Il'gynoth card.
Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, I think I think going for lifesteal is probably for immune is probably the better thing to do.
Yeah.
Then you can also hero power, kill the 5/4, draw another portal, play that in. Oh, here.
Time grows short.
I'm really struggling to find anything else. Or does he just say the Mork is good enough? I don't know if there's a world you can possibly... I don't think you can die here. Because the 12-8 just... you can't get through that. Literally going to be another immune. That's happening. I think we... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter with the Solitude what way we play this, because we have to outcast this, right?
Everyone ready for the fight of their lives?
Yeah, apologies, Bunny. I'm having a issue with the spectator. I'm not seeing an awful lot of what's going on. It has just cleared up.
Okay.
You're-
Yep. You have to kind of kill the minions that are on board here now. Still, I'm struggling a little bit to finding out how you can how you can get through the 12-8. You have to somehow force through the 12-8 to be able to win this game. But I'm currently just not seeing it at all. I don't know if there's anything with Solitude. I think the only thing we could have gotten off Solitude here was the Silence guy, Librarian. Like, maybe that could have been our out.
Sure.
We have mana for it as well. Surely now we go for studies first. Didn't get it. 4. Do we want 3 4-drops or do you want to heal for 3?
Weirdly, I feel like healing for 3 might just be winning more in this position.
Yeah, because I mean, there's not any way that Kubo really heals back up, right? And survives because of this.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
It's the hidden
Draw a
third
card.
option. Yeah.
You know, these were great.
Grows short.
I do think I would like to play that minion on board. I mean, you did get the
found
attack in
portal
as well.
Wow, okay,
Lovely,
just
lovely.
about. This is exactly what you were talking about, Bunny. Yala is an experienced roper. He knows how to get all those actions in while time's burning down. Yeah, really well played turn in the end. You could see, I didn't quite know it, like, going for the heavy with the card draw, Crimson Sigil Runner, and then setting up the big Broxer Guard, like, gave him so much more healing than just the I-Beam in the end, because he had the Lifesteal Rush just to smash into it, so really well done from Yala in the end.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
I mean, our largest minion is the 9-drop, so we're going to have to go for that.
Time grows
Hero
short.
Mion.
Your life will sustain me.
And Hounds clears one of these out.
Yeah, and I guess if you play Doomheart, you can't actually win. I feel like
Okay,
this
so-
should be lethal.
Kubu has kind of stabilized, but yes, it seems like it should be to me as well.
I think I-Beam is lethal.
Where's the rest of the damage coming from?
From the... You play the 4-mana spell, you rush them in, and then you I-Beam the minion,
Yeah.
and you have 2 of the 2-mana spells I can go face, together with a weapon and the 7. You only need to play one of them.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Seems good.
Like this.
Hmm?
I think it was actually lethal before as well.
Time grows short.
Wait, what?
Wait,
This
Yala?
is lethal, no? I mean, this is also lethal. Oh, no, never mind. You still need to kill the
No?
9/6.
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah. So it wasn't lethal regardless, right?
My bad. But with the I-beam, we can play both the Gurubashi cards and not face tank 9 here. Guess it doesn't make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah, it was probably a little better though. I do agree.
Can the Felbat be killed off somehow?
I think that's why he picked it, right? To set up the recursive Moards, but I don't think he can necessarily kill it immediately this time.
Alright, he knows there's another Stinger in hand, so that will be good enough.
Yeah.
That will finish it off. That's a quite interesting turn last turn. I wonder if there was any sort of lethal, like looking at it fully in the end. But yeah, it's one of these situations where it doesn't really matter, because if you're clearing this and your opponent isn't, like, he doesn't have any more eternal hold charges, you're going to win anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, Yala was so far ahead at the end of that game that you know, Kubu hit the immune twice off the studies, which was obviously huge advantage for him at that point, and then was able to find a pretty good defensive turn. Like the fact that he found a turn that kept him alive at all with the immune and the Moarg, and then had something set up at least with the Felbat to be able to potentially get things going from there, but just was one turn short of anything kind of stable. Because Yala was kind of gassing out at that point, but in the end 3-1. But I think I mentioned at the top of the show, like Kubu has been there or thereabouts trying to qualify for one of these top cuts for quite a long time. I think he's a great player, and I think you probably agree, Bunny. He showed some real moments of magic during that series overall.
Yeah, he almost finished rank 1 legend, just battling it out with Gabby, who we all know, at the end of the last day of last month. So I have zero doubt that he'll be back in the next playoffs, or maybe even qualify directly next time.
Yep. Heartbreaker for Kubu, but it is going to be Yala who's our first EU representative going through to the Spring Championships. We got 3 more Europe Series and a whole host of Americas players, mostly from Brazil, coming up later on in the day. So don't go anywhere. We've got tons more Hearthstone. We're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Spring Playoffs, and that was just the first of our three more European matchups to go, as well as the 4 Americas matchups later on. Edelweiss is here for this one. How have you seen the meta so far today? Have you enjoyed yourself?
You know, I've appreciated the injection of some of these other lists. I think I was a little worried that we wouldn't have anything coming out of the class sets, but I'm glad to see that Companion Hunter has sort of made its mark. And then yeah, these token druids kind of throughout, which I don't know if there is a particular new card for the token druids, or if it's just like people sort of figured out a list. Some of them, I think not most of them, but some of them do have Bashana Rune Totem.
Yes, I don't think all we're about to see does, but it's definitely seen.
But I think it's just sort of, you know, meta shifts, right? You want something sort of even more explosive, low to the ground, to kind of get under some of the other things people are doing, such as a Companion Hunter.
Companion Hunter, and also I think Mage has started to become annoyingly strong, as in, I mean, I'm never going to believe Mage is annoyingly strong, but I think that was the perception at least, and Token Druid really puts Mage in its place. And of course, the other massive meta shift, we still have loads of Egg Priests, whatever that might be, to come later today as well. So, don't know how, but the win rate was something like 67% across all regions from like 8 people who brought it, along those lines.
So it's interesting. I think that just the way that this meta has landed is that you can't have any decks like you know, Herald DK or, you know, the Medivh Control Priest. Like, we've established that the board clears and sustain are just not good enough to be able to keep up with things like the infinite value of Rogue, or to some extent of Marithra Druid if they dream Marithra. And now this kind of a Companion Hunter also has just sort of insane ability to put out 10 drop after 10 drop. So the decks that can do silly things with Egg turn to that, because you need to be able to turn the corner with these 30/30s, and Taunt lets you stabilize. Of course, for Priest, that is reliant on their copy spell, right? Their Shatter card, which lets them copy the Egg.
Yeah, so we'll get to see some of that later. However, for now, it's Fatty and Patek. Druid versus Druid, one of these is a problem. It is Fatty's Marithra Druid, which is going to be an issue for him in this series. Very unfavoured against this token Druid, of course. And Patek's going to be on the aggressive side all the way through this match, with the Egg Warrior being banned on Fatty's side and the Hunter being banned on Patek's side. And I think Fatty has it to do. Talk about Fatty a little bit here, because he's one of the names that shows up. I do sort of an unofficial ranking system that's never up to date, but I see some of the people who are doing well in playoffs and things over the last couple of years, and Fatty's name just comes up time and time again as somebody who makes relentless 4 and 2s, 5 and 1s, doesn't quite get there. So glad to see Fatty getting a shot. Patek, I must admit, I know very little about, so see how that comes out.
Yeah, well, I don't know a ton about the players, but I'll tell you what, both of them have pretty good looking curves here. Ravenous Flock into Hatchery Helper for Patek, and then Fatty with this acceleration aura into, you know, Innervate and Coin for a Mirdrasil. Picking up Brood Watcher off of the Wave Watching means that will be active after, you know, not too much effort getting the Mirdrasil down. And, you know, if you can get a Mirdrasil down on turn 3 like this, I feel like your odds against an aggressive deck go up substantially, because if it's slower than that, you don't really have the time to play it.
Yeah, I get to say my favourite thing here about Amir Drasil is not the first click you care about, it's how fast can you get to that second click and that third click. So if your first click is here, you know, doing its thing, investing in the future, you're going to get that second and third click much, much earlier. You're going to need to. This is a lot of damage coming in from the other side.
Yeah, and it's quite awkward here. Yeah, I think this makes sense to me, going for the Innervate into the Horn. Can potentially pick up something to do with that 1 mana that's going to be floating next turn. Flipper Friend's less good once the buffs have happened, but Heart Root is going to be active since no minions were played, just the Amir Drasil. And this is going to line up perfectly for activated Brood Watcher, which was otherwise 1 mana away next turn, and then use that 1 floating mana for the Heart Root.
Choices for Patek are pretty numerous here, yeah.
Oof.
For that nature
That's
spell.
fine. We can discard that.
Yep. Have some more numbers on your board full of numbers.
Yeah, I was looking like Fatty might have been able to come back, but now that that extra +2/+2 across the board is coming into play, I don't think even Brood Watcher is quite going to cut it. See what the draw
Nothing I was
is
saying about the
first.
second click.
Yep,
Need it
yep.
now.
Need to get there.
Oh my goodness.
Patrick still able to, spend all his mana crystals. One thing that's awkward about Panther Mask is that if you have already buffed your board, it's not doing as much because it just sets the stats to 5/4. So if the minions are already 5 attack or 3 attack, you're getting less out of it. But potential to go for, Treant into double 2s or like Egg Hero Power or something like that.
Yeah, he needs to work out what the thing is that beats him here. Whatever. I mean, I'm not working it out from looking at the hands, but what is the thing that beats him and play around that? So, do you want another flock? Do you want the infinite stuff on board now? Because not much beats you from here, but there are things. In fact, he does have a lot of mana available next turn, but not all in one chunk necessarily.
Makes sense going for hero power instead of block, because even though it could give you kind of insurance, it can also lock you off the board, right? And getting Petty down to 2 means that potentially some top deck burn should there somehow be a board clear here. Could save him. Yeah, we have this second Amir Drasil proc is going to have to do something special.
Double ebb and flow is some stuff. On its own, obviously, not starting.
Okay, Horn. I guess Trees does some clearing. Stones is not active because we played the Brood Watcher last turn.
It's ridiculous, right? The offerings from the generator cards have been really good for Fatty this game, but just not good enough. Like Flipper Friends is a fantastic card at the right time, but it was turned too late, for instance.
Yeah, I think it has to be gift because you need to play ebb and flow. So this lets you clear up a minion and still play ebb and flow for the armor. Panther's Mask turns an egg into enough power. Yep. And a gift to top it off.
1-0. Going pretty much the same way that the last series went, except much good.
Yeah, can't feel too bad about that one. That's about as good as you can hope for as the Druid with the Amir Drasil, but Patek just also had the juice. I think in tough matchups like that, where their strategy sort of lines up perfectly anti to what you're trying to do. You need both have the good hand yourself and for your opponent to have a mediocre, if not a bad hand. And that's just not how it lined up.
Yeah, that was the real bad matchup in the series. But again, Fatty sort of has a selection of not very good matchups here with the Mage as well against these pretty quick decks. It is the Imbue version of Rogue, which can just put stuff down quite quickly on occasion. An early Imbue going on and just getting a series of cheap, annoying things can just take down the Mage, take down the Druid pretty quickly. But it's beatable, as is the Warrior, although the Warrior we have seen is remarkably consistent in what it does.
Yes. Yeah, I think the speed with which you can get just so much pressure. I mean, Prescient Slither Drake obviously has now had its attack reduced, right, from 6 to 5.
Yes.
But it's still so hard to clear, especially for something like the Quest Mage, where elusive plays a big role. And yeah, that hits you a couple times. Wind Peak Worm gets in for 5 damage. Like, there have been so many instances playing against that deck, I feel, where I'm like, well, I don't feel like they hit me that many times. But
Right, yeah. And obviously the locations now are kind of annoying. The extra damage you get from those is become a lot with the volcano being added in recent times, of course. So
You
gotta
asked
get
for it.
a look at it.
and it is going to be that match in particular. The other thing that the Dragon Warrior has, it usually doesn't play a big role because you want to be sort of steamrolling them faster than this can matter. But the fact that Dragon Warrior just runs Stadium Announcer means that there are times where Mage does complete their quest, maybe they get to use a couple of weapon charges, and then you play Stadium Announcer and you just break the weapon by accident.
Yeah, yeah. You don't even need the Vipers. And obviously Dark Rider, one of the biggest, or I think it's the biggest win rate card in this deck, strangely enough. Now you see why.
Broodmother with charge, thank you.
Yeah, they all, honestly, every card I look at that I want. Good old
Peddle-
1/8
yeah.
Peddler that you can't get rid of ever.
Yeah, also interesting.
Don't really want the double battle cry Devastator, I guess.
If it was, well, no, even the Death Rattle doesn't go face. So.
But yeah, it does go for the very, very strong aggressive option here. Oh, you're pinging.
Oh, there's not much else to do. So.
I learned 2 things about Mage when I played Mage so far. One is don't play your Stonehill Defenders until after you get the quest. And 2 is always play your Stonehill Defenders so you don't die.
Uh-huh.
That's it. That's my knowledge about Mage. Point being that this Stonehill Defender should hit the board, even though the temptation is to hold it for later, because you just take too much damage. Even if it just gets overrun by a 5/8, you just put it there in the way and try desperately to find ways to get your quest done, because if you hold on to it, you just won't get there.
I was wondering if Patek would take this option, +4/+5, on the Taunt Dragon. So that one doubles its health. These are kind of a duo, right, where one of them has Rush and doubles its attack, the other has Taunt and doubles its health. With +4/+5, that's gonna be, nigh unkillable for Fatty. Oh, wait a minute.
Gotta get there yet, though.
Why? Oh, right,
Fatty
because
played
Konzu.
the-
Right. Konzu.
Yeah. Yeah, good call there. Well, not the hardest of calls, obviously, because you see the card go on top, but yeah. Looking very smug. I would too. And I do.
Morchi's pretty good. Reborn with full enchantments is quite nice. Because depending on sort of what you're able to pick, the threat of getting the double effect from Morchi is a little bit spooky.
Important choice there he had as well, because if you took the Whelp, obviously that's extra discovers, advance the quest, but staying alive is the important part against Warrior early on. The other stuff will come if you're still there to take advantage.
And this here, I said it earlier, but this is why the Dragon Warrior is able to push so much face damage, when you can let your torches do your trading for you.
Yeah. And suddenly Morchi's looking very expensive.
This time life is for
Torchy.
Ooh, Cease. I think the question is, like, are you assuming that Patek ignores the Morchi? Although I guess you do know a torch is there. No good ways of activating, though. So, yeah, do you take the Cease, which is kind of good on its own. Or, if you want to roll on the 6 mana spell, right, to try and get a Poison Rush while also making this huge board. But yeah, Cease is pretty safe.
The tramways are safe.
Patek's gonna get the bad news. This was looking quite strong before, making such a large minion, and yeah, you can't afford to waste the damage. So that Reborn on the Morchi, very, very relevant, and is gonna be able to clear up both of these large minions. Suddenly leaving Patek with a handful of air.
Change is coming.
Absolutely nothing going on there now, yeah.
I think Fatty was looking for healing there. Druid has several spells that can get armor or that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. It's not ideal, but it's something.
You want to burn a torch to do extra damage?
I mean, I think you torch Morchi, then do it, and then torch it. It's tough. Yeah, I'm not actually
Long way
sure
off, yeah.
the best way to maximize damage. Maybe you use the smaller torch, which doesn't completely finish off the Morchi, or just full ignore the Morchi. I just try and get as many face hits as possible.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, this is the only route to victory really now
Ooh,
is
that's
to find
a
a
lot of
weapon.
misses.
That is a lot of misses.
Witchwood Grizzly, quite good in this position.
Yeah.
A throwback card. Witchwood Grizzly from Witchwood is 5 mana 3/12 that loses health for each card in your opponent's hand. So it was a good neutral anti-aggro tool at the time because the aggro decks would spend all their cards and then you would throw down this 3/10 or 3/12 taunt.
How on earth, again with this wide board now, which is the defense that Fatty is setting up to prevent the volcano damage.
Destructive Blaze is kind of funny, but I think not good enough.
Weapon
If
probably
you-
just helps your opponent at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you probably take the Stadium Announcer and figure this turn you're doing some, like, Searing Fissure Torch stuff to clean up a bit, and then you break the weapon next turn.
Sure. Yeah.
You can torch the Morchi with the big torch, then Searing Fissure, clean up some more. I think he's debating how much he needs to save for the volcano next turn. But this is going to have 5 attack on the other side as well. So it is. Oh, a 5/9. Yeah, I didn't realize. Forgot it had gained health as well. So that's tough to try to punch it.
And Stone Hill, one before and one after the completed quest. So I was right twice, obviously.
And yeah, you take the Techosaurus to hand because it gets reduced for creative cards.
Well, good luck if you're volcanoing through this lot.
And this is where it's tough, right? Because even though it feels nice to be able to break the weapon, you wanted to win before the weapon came down.
Yes.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
Nope, not that one.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
Okay. That's better, but still not going to save you, I think.
So unless you can torch a million things, which isn't technically in the rules. Those rules, they get you every time, honestly.
If only these didn't have taunt, and we could
Yeah.
guarantee all the volcano hit space.
Like I said, those rules. So annoying.
Yeah, you can torch the 3/2, but that taunt's elusive. Pretty rough.
Yeah, Fatty getting the mage out of there. You see the smile on their face now. A lot happier having done that. One of the 2 sticking decks. Like normally, say, oh, this is the deck they need to get through. But the Druid is another deck that also is going to cause Fatty some trouble. Although, yeah, the Druid against the Warrior is fine. So Fatty in a much, much better position now. Would have taken this before the start of the series, I think.
Yeah, I think that the mage, to me, was the one that I would be most worried about, because Druid, I think part of its appeal is that, except for hyper go wide aggro, like its opposite, the token Druid, it actually has pretty close to even matchups against a lot of decks. It just has some pretty good staying power. You can get that ramp going, and then follow up with so many ways of coming back. With Under King, of course, Firak, Shaladrsil, like it's just got a lot of power plays. But
yeah, this is still a ramp Druid at the end of the day, isn't it? It's still very traditional. Get lots of mana and then use that mana to do good things. Like it's not changed. The names of the cards have changed, but the style of deck has not changed that much over the years.
It's funny. We call it Murithra Druid because Murithra is that sort of key card, big high impact. But in a lot of ways, I almost want to call it like good Druid, because it sort of is like the old good shaman that Ike made, right? Where it's just you sort of take all these above average cards for the most part, put them in a deck together and play for tempo.
Absolutely, yeah. Those decks I find incredibly hard to play, which is weird because all my cards are good. You'd think I should just play my cards and they look after themselves, but somehow it doesn't work out that way. It's not fair. Okay, so I take on the Rogue. This is it's the double version of Rogue, the version with Imbues and Sinestrin, so you've got the double greed going on.
Right.
Herald.
Yeah, it's, doesn't run a ton of imbues, but it runs the 2 costs, right? So, no weapon, no 4-drop, but you've got Bitterbloom Knight and Eventuality. If I'm going to include imbues, those are the ones I want, because they're just cheap to play.
Yeah, and it's plenty. You're not really doing it. Sometimes it works out fantastically. You imbue on turn 3 or 4. You get a cheap thing and you go wide. But in general, you're just doing it for more sustain later in the game. You just have a lot of stuff, and you have enough mana to play most of the things. So it doesn't need to be mega reduced, even though that's nice. It just needs to be more stuff.
Look at that terror run. 5 cost, summon 2 2/1 raptors with rush, discover spell cost 4 less. Pretty solid. I think, after taking the rush was probably looking for the attack again, but with this hand, I think discover spell makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, interesting as well that they're happy taking the 5 mana, so relying on the deck to get them out of this mini hole going on here. Oh, I forgot about the acceleration. My bad.
Yeah, the acceleration aura was
deja vu'd into that before. Yeah,
a huge aid to this hand for Patek. Otherwise, the Elise would be coming out slower. The location would be coming out slower. Be pretty challenging. Yeah, I do like the free days. Definitely interested in that one.
Going to the curve now, where everything kicks off. The Druid gets starting to crazy plays. Oh, Fatty considering not playing Amir Drasil here.
I feel like you can, even playing Amir Drasil, you can go all in. It's a matter of how much you value Innervate and Coin, because you can go Amir Drasil, Innervate, Coin,
best of the better.
Dark Scale, right? Refreshes 2, and then your Fellwood is active, so you play that, refreshes 1, and then you Wave Shape.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, nope, just going halfway. Gonna save the to innervate and the dragons.
Sure.
Well, yeah, Wicker Fang next turn. Pretty
That's a good card, I've heard.
Altraxian First Herald?
Yeah.
I think. So it's only going to reduce 1.
But are you not just stuck there forever anyway, so just play it? Yeah.
Yeah, it can
your
get
hand
very
isn't
hard to
saying
play
loads
if you
of
wait. Yep. Ooh, good pickup as well. I mean, not amazing, but it will serve, right? A lot of times what you're looking for are sort of controlling tools, which you lack. Got lots of minions to play. And anything you don't like, you can turn into a coin. So.
Yeah. Particularly good in the mirror when I don't like the fact I always draw my opponent's
Fireball misses the target. Okay, got him clear.
That's his primary job now, isn't it? Since
Yeah, so
rotation and the changes. Now it basically clears board. It used to do a bit of everything.
Interesting. So yeah, I don't think there's a good way to play that as Firak this turn unless you take the prep here, which feels a little silly because the spell you get is reduced by 4.
I kind of want to play it.
But you could prep, put the rushers in, play your bitter whatever, and then play the Firak.
Kind of want to do it.
Or I guess you could do the other order, say not worry about the immune to fire. And, I think Patek's just committing to not playing it. I guess.
Let everybody down. You should feel bad. We wanted to see more random spells.
So I think this is just going to be dethrone on the Firak and then rush into the Nerlix.
That seems like a perfectly functional Hearthstone turn that's really good, honestly. Especially now I've got the Mistress ready to go if anything sticks later.
Well, and the 8-drop pool is quite good. Oh no, we are going for the bitter. Bitter End is harder to use than Dethrone. Yeah, but he's not happy about that one. Okay.
Yeah, when that happens and you can't see the opponent's hand, your first thought is, why did that take you 75 seconds? Like, it was so obvious when you see it from Fatty's side. From this side, there's so many other options available.
Mirror Cell tap, gets a shadow spell off the totem. And actually, Wicker Fang, also a good hit for Patek. So
although
a little scary.
Shaladris in hand does represent all kinds of stuff with the Wicker Fang in play on the other side.
Yeah.
Nightmare buffing 10-10 is a lot of buffs.
So you can Wicker Fang and then dethrone theirs.
Seems good to me.
Ooh, that was knowable, right? Oh, I guess it could have been flames of the infinite.
Oh,
that's a good roll.
It is.
Siphon Soul in the hand for Vatty, so not a big deal. And of course, if you use Ladder Cell, you get Dream. But
still no advance of any note on the Heralds this game.
yeah, just the one from Ultraxian. So Deathwing not living up to his full potential here. You want to have at least 2 when you play Deathwing, I feel like. So you can do like 12-12, 4 damage AoE, or 4 damage AoE, destroy the highest health. Just gonna ship face. But Patek, crucially, turning that cultist map into a coin.
Yeah.
Look, all of these die to a 4 damage AoE. So maybe 1 is good enough.
12 armor's also crucial. Mistress in hand, I think. Starting to look really good for Patek here.
Yeah, gonna hold off until you can upgrade the Deathwing further. Just take the Mistress, because these are also minions that, you know, Fatty doesn't really want to replay so much. I mean, they're cheap to replay, but it's not like, you know, if you bounce Underking or something, the Battlecry's happening again. Gambling on a Rune Totem. I don't know. Is it guaranteed Typhoon if you don't have the hand space? It might be. Because it will just it'll just put as much mana as it can into the nature spell.
Yes, then it will be probably, yeah.
Yeah. And this is something that players would have had to have like figured out through just trying it. I sort of didn't believe so much in Rune Totem because of the randomness, but if you can sort of influence the outcome through little bits like that, then it's a lot more appealing to pull you out of a tight spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Makes Patek's ordering, you know, not quite so good, but yeah.
Will inherit this world.
Oh dear. Greeting the Deathwing.
Yeah. I get it, because you want to...
It kind of pays off. I mean, not ideally, because you don't get to kill the right minions, but Patek can go coin, prep, renewing flames, and that puts him up to full health.
Sure. Let me try again.
I think you daze the 1/1, actually. You daze the 1/1. Because it's got that obnoxious Reborn and Death Rattle. And then you go coin, prep, renewing flames.
Okay.
Because it's a full clear.
Sold. Patek's also sold.
Yeah, full clear plus Reno.
Patty is not impressed with this.
He's like, what is this? I did all that hard work. Second Ebb and Flow does make it easy to clear the Sinestra. As well as Underking, yeah. Easy enough. So that tool for Patek is gone. It's going to be... You know, it's funny. Patek, you know, did get that clear, which was not guaranteed, but I think is sort of slumped because he knows that, like, doesn't have a lot going on here. Only one Herald, right? He's trying to greed the Deathwing as much as possible, but not a lot of cards in hand, potentially having to rely on Imbue. If you use it now, you don't know when you'll get the next one, potentially post Deathwing.
You might not need the next one, though. Like, you've got no cards in hand, you've got plenty of mana to spend, so you might as well go now, is my feel. Like, it's just going to be a card every turn that you can play to stay alive.
Right. The question is, like, if you're forced to Deathwing, then you lose it, and you have to find...
Sure. Yeah,
get it back.
Yeah.
They have fixed the bug, though, where if you imbue post Deathwing, you, like, get one of the other hero powers. You get, like, the Death Knight hero power, or...
Sweet.
I forget if you could get, like... Shaman Imbue, or one of those, right? Because there's a couple other
I remember the Death
classes
Knight
with
thing
imbues.
existed.
I think I saw someone end up with the Priest Imbue, which was weird. Or... Oh no, you know what it is? I'm getting mixed up. A Priest stole Deathwing and got the Rogue Imbue post Deathwing.
Oh, okay.
Instead of their own imbue.
So much wicker in this game.
Yeah, the Typhoon actually doing significant work, not only in terms of the clear, but in terms of just gumming up the works here for Patek.
Difficult rewind.
Yeah. Yeah, so we go ahead and Deathwing for 4 damage AoE.
I hate to do this.
Get down!
you are going to get your Wicker Fang back, but I think it doesn't grow. Not sure.
It shouldn't, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay. Well, now we know.
Yeah, the animations did not help as well. Like, it came over after they'd buffed.
Cannot yield while nature endures.
This makes sense to me. Just rolling the Myrthra. Let's see. That is active. Oh, because it draws something shuffled in from Typhoon. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, whose deck did the Typhoon Treant go into? Because that is never going to die. Right? The Typhoon Treant will always be in someone's deck if it gets played.
Hot potato for the rest of the game. That's great.
Another realm awaits.
Ah, there it is. Oh, I guess that could have been one of the other art. Oh no, that's a Wicker Fang. Man, these druid arts. Yeah, that's not a Treant.
48 health versus
An
42,
appendage.
so making progress in the wrong
Yeah,
direction.
but Patek, you know, no imbues, kind of out of stuff here.
Yeah, sure.
Wicker Fang, awkwardly not a beast. I was ready to fleet buffs minions of the same minion type.
If it wasn't for the armor, this would be lethal, you know. Sadly, there's 25 armor, but you know, if it wasn't for that,
Druid, you know, kind of the only class that can put up armor like this. I guess Egg Warrior, since you've got the Siphon, right? Where you sacrifice a minion, gain 8 armor. That helps.
yeah, and that deck actually plays the crocodiles as well, because why wouldn't it?
Right, yeah. But if you're not running Siphon, then it's like you've got crocodiles, you've got shield block.
Yeah.
There's not a ton else in terms of cards you actually want to run.
Not like, yeah, some sure.
Yeah.
Ah.
One mistress deserves another.
Yeah. How many Wicker Fang pieces can we get on board? It's exciting to me.
Here, have a chest.
Sweet. It's a lot. It's infinite damage on the other side now, isn't it?
Ooh. That's about as bad as it gets. That card literally does nothing.
By petal and thorn.
Time to generate the answer.
Yeah, I mean this is the hope, right? Is well, it got bounced back. Let's see what we rolled. That is not an omen, and even omen would have been good enough. So
2-1
over
to
the line.
Fatty. Yeah, sort of against the odds overall, but Fatty now on match point, ready to go to his first championships, I think. Got to get it done though, still with the Rogue, and we've just seen how Rogue can draw.
Is it gonna be the Rogue mirror? Not a full mirror though. No imbues for Fatty. Just got the Elise build. Oh wait, no. I guess Elise is in. It gets confusing when you've got zeros taking the place of one of the numbers, right? So you're like, oh well, there's no 8. This
Yes.
can't be. Oh. Yeah, I guess crucial
Yeah, Elise in
difference is that Patek has Envoy of the End at 5 and forgoes Shaladrisil at 8, whereas Fatty has done the reverse, right? Has Shaladrisil and no 5 drop. So
Yeah, and Fatty hasn't got the bitter blue package as well, so a little bit more early stuff.
right. Oh, I see. What's missing from Patek's list has not got Garoda, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit weaker into no minion DH, but of course, if you're just going to ban it,
Yeah, and in the mirror that's not an issue because you just turn king into a coin, so you don't mind that either. In theory.
right? In there. Ooh, double follower. Not bad.
It's funny that the list that looks more condensed, the one with the more 2-ofs, is the Patek list, and that's actually the list that's more all over the place, like in terms of what it's trying to do. And the Fatty list is really long because of all the legendaries it plays, and is actually the more cohesive list. I'm not saying it's the best list. I'm just saying it's the more
right.
The one that makes more natural sense.
It has picked a theme and gone in on that, right? In terms of like, okay, we're a Herald deck. We run, his Heralds and focus on that. But yeah, you've got these expensive things in Shaladrasil, in Opu, which Opu is also not in Patek's list.
However, we're here with the Warrior, and Patek has infinite 2-drops, which is confusing to them because wants to coin out the Drake on 3. So which 2-drop you play now is the one you're stuck with for a couple of turns. Yeah.
I don't mind the Peddler, even though it's not buffing anything immediately. You figure you will get the buff on the following turn. Oh, this does only discover a spell from your class this turn. So yeah, that's an argument for playing this.
I will transcend this world.
I'm going to play my really big thing.
Glacial Shard could be quite crucial here.
Yes.
You can play it alongside the other Maniacal Follower. Interesting to see that traded into the smaller minion. I would have set up... Well, I guess it... No, yeah, that wasn't the Peddler. I would have set up the 4 damage and freeze it and then figure I would clear it on the following with the next 4.
Instinctively, that's my play too.
Yeah. Never punished with the tentacles, but, But now, here, take 5, here's a 6/6.
Sure. It always feels like you're not getting enough value when you only do that. But then you think about it like you just said, it's like, actually, that's ridiculous. Let's do that. This card could kill something in the way, could kill a taunt. Just hit them. Works so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's... Yeah, it's easy to go like, oh, I just got my board clear. They've got a bunch of cards. I may need to save this. But so frequently, you just do this and, like, they spent what they had on clearing your Slither.
Yeah.
And now they're gonna... This isn't 5, it's 11, right? Because you're gonna get a swing in as well.
Yeah, and 11's chunky against a rogue. It's chunky against anything, but particularly against a rogue early game. Especially against this version. The version with the extra stuff going on does have slightly more chance to hit healing with the abuse, but this version doesn't gain huge amounts of armor and healing very often, although we can see that drained soul and they're on 3 armor.
Yeah, just Fatty going for 1 cost location, get that 3 armor, and turning Opu into a coin. Opu not doing a lot in terms of the fans in this matchup most of the time, but represents some draw. I think Fatty's just looking to get that extra mana for this Sinestra turn.
Can I interest you in a load of nonsense? Here you go.
Yeah, Shadowflame Suffusion is, I think, a card that I totally underrated initially. It was like, well, it's only 2 damage, has the fire tag, but Dark Gifts in this 4-set meta are just so powerful because the pool is smaller with the limited number of cards, and the Dark Gifts themselves just can do so much. So yeah, Dracorex with Divine Shield, Wind Fury, looking pretty solid. Maybe coming down a turn too late, but... certainly going to put in some work.
Yeah, I think Dark Gifts in general were underrated for a very long time.
Yeah.
It took people a long time to realise they weren't just a nice little thing, they were actually game-breaking quite often and early.
Well, I think that when they came out, we still had a lot of the powerful cards from Whizbang and Perils in Paradise sort of left over that were outclassing other things. So like Cataclysm coming out was the first time that we had lost
how big
all that
is this?
power. The Heir of Hereafter with double battle cry.
Yeah.
Quite large. Yeah.
Big thing.
Prep map. Huh. I don't think any of those are it. This is kind of like particularly awful because none of them are like easy to play to just pick up your extra card. It's the bad news on the Dracorex. Warmaul with +2/+2 is actually pretty significant.
I've seen the end. We are
Too soon.
Able to clear this up with the rush from the location. Oh yeah, and I had enough with the Elise no matter what. But push an additional 2.
Yeah, Dracorex not looking so good now. That's
Yeah.
nicely done.
Well, with the information, right, that Fatty picked up from the Deja Vu, it didn't end up taking the Dracorex, but just learning that it's there. Right now, he can do things to play around it. Patek, meanwhile, I mean, Afflicted Devastator Charge is nice, but yeah, Geddon just seems like an easy pick to me.
Incredible, actually, that this all stalled and now Patek's still sort of rumbling on. It's definitely not an all-in deck like it has been at some point.
And I think this is kind of an element that the Shadowflame Fusion can give the deck, is this sort of staying power that you wouldn't expect out of a 2-mana deal 2 damage spell.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's done a lot of work in this game so far. You can't destroy the king twice, surely. Right, it's Mistress time. This is where things start to get really difficult.
Yep.
As if they weren't already struggling on.
Challenger coming in handy. And now Patek just has to throw down the Dracorex. So this card is reduced by 3. I'd be inclined to take Volcano.
Yeah, you get the clear, get the 6. Well, you can choose to get 6 if you want to burn some torch off, but yeah.
Yeah, you could. Even though you don't
Do
need
this.
it for the clear, if you're going to use Dracorex anyway, you could, like, Sanguine Depths to 2/2, Torch, and then Dracorex. Or maybe you just consider taking a different line here altogether,
Yeah.
saving Dracorex.
Yeah, there were definitely other options here, right? You could just have gone all in and said, you don't have Mistress, here's my stuff.
Just going to develop and sit. I guess that's fine as well.
I am the enemy.
Okay.
Unfortunate. It's for Patek. For Fatty, though, looking like it's going to be a trip to the championships. Not quite there yet.
Alright, this is nice for Patek. Gets to burn King Lane while picking up a Wind Peak Worm. And the Worm also allows the clear with Torch, I think.
Yeah. Quite sure the torch is on. Oh, that was 2, I think.
Oh, it doesn't have much left. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So you are relying on Volcano Shots then. Just enough.
Yeah, Patek slumping back into the seat though, starting to look very much like it's over. We can see it's even worse than that. Might as well do this. The replay of the wind speak obviously is unpleasant, but what can you do? You put 13 attack on the board.
Right. Yeah. It's you know you never want to give your opponent a tool like that back, but when you consider that what you're developing is just a huge amount of stats.
You see the volcano and you think yes, and then you think about it, you're like, no, it's nowhere near enough.
Well, yeah, particularly when the thing that you're burning alongside of it is a torch.
Yeah.
So if you pick Volcano, you're saying that you are going to roll a fire spell next turn to use with both of them. Or maybe it's just the best one, you know? Oh, I see. He's figuring he has to try and clear the Narrowlex. Yeah, does get the hits. Fate Trickster, not really worth playing. You just keep it in hand for an activator.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense.
I kind of think you don't want Kingslayers, right? Because you... okay. I guess it is extra damage, and it does draw you cards as well. But I would be concerned about... Unless there's nothing that it can draw, the Dragon Warrior.
Let's have a look if there's anything left, actually.
I guess no, it doesn't. It doesn't draw
There's
any
nothing left.
legendaries. That's unfortunate for the Dragon Warrior, because in a lot of matchups, that's like this huge drawback of Kingslayers, is that it...
Like
it draws
Romash in
legendaries.
particular?
But now that Lane is gone... Yeah. Yeah, no Gromash even.
Batty wants to know what it is.
Yeah, it's just
Been
like,
there a
okay,
while.
how far ahead am I? Quite. Stadium announcer, I guess. You break the weapon, and then hope that you roll something spectacular, or yeah,
Dark Rider, same reasoning. Yeah.
Roll on a Dark Gift. Sleepy Dragon Reborn's not bad.
Yeah, you give it a go.
There is second Twilight Mistress, though.
It's not staying there long.
Yeah. What a card. You know, I think easy to dismiss something that costs 9 mana like that, but just the fact that it only hits the opposing board, right? It's not all other minions, it's just your opponent's minions.
Okay, lethal puzzle here. Is there a lethal anywhere here? It involves playing the agent to turn something into a coin to make hand space.
You can't Nightmare your 6/14 because it's elusive.
That's a good point.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, you do this, squeeze in an extra hero power, and yeah, you know you've got Shalada Seal next turn, and it's even corrupted. So. Okay, now are we rolling on Stadium Announcer? What?
Sure, I'll let you.
Bulwark and something.
Yeah, Bulwark and Dark Rider into... Yeah, which order? I like this. You might get a 9
You only
drop
get to
or
play
something.
one if your plan is to drop Sleepy Dragon, but I guess you can't really block Sleepy Dragon.
Aha, a better Stadium Announcer. Anyway, Sneaky Milazond, can we do it?
So you could take the second Stadium Announcer if you just want the extra rolls, or you could take the Devastator because it's a big taunt. You know, none of it matters, of course, because of the Shalada.
Right.
That does not say Bulwark.
Batty's getting very animated. The more the mana goes down,
That
the more the...
also does not say Bulwark. It
It
did
does
give
not.
his opponent a 0-2 weapon, but it doesn't matter.
Fatty.
Yeah, you can see the excitement. Always nice to see a fresh face. They tend to be brimming with excitement at qualification like that. Of course, Patek on the other side, you could see the disappointment and the slumping in posture. About halfway through the series, right, when he was starting to just not hit some of those draws. Yeah, well played, I think.
Yeah, particularly exciting as well when you do the matchup grid for this particular 4v4. It did not look pretty for Fatty at the start there. Obviously, instantly getting the mage out of there changed all that. But something that Fatty was probably not expecting to go quite so well. But Fatty will go through to the championships along with Yala. But we've still got half of the day to go. So I'm going to shut up and I'm going to have a break, and we'll see you all in 3 minutes for the next match of the European qualifiers. Playoffs.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into our next match, and it is going to be an interesting one because before this tournament, I'll be honest, if someone said the words egg priest to me, I wouldn't have I would have probably looked at them a bit funny. But lo and behold, we are here and we are about to cast some egg priest, Sottle.
It sounds like one of those dumb memes from like 2016, and they'd be like, "Oh, like what deck did you hit legend with? Oh, I played Murloc Priest." You know, like you just make up some kind of tag that doesn't make sense with the deck whatsoever. But no, Egg Priest is a legitimate deck, and not only a legitimate deck, a deck that's actually done well in the tournament, like has overperformed in the European and Americas fields in particular. It's been 65% plus across both Swiss portions for those two regions. The egg decks in general, Egg Warrior, Egg Priest, both done very well. And yeah, the double egg lineup from Monkey Flip has got him here so far. And I keep mentioning throughout the day, you know, you can, if you're looking for something to do on a Saturday coming into one of these playoffs, you can go to Twitch and you just look around and watch some of the players streaming their own journeys through the Swiss.
Yeah.
Something that will come up a lot if you do that, if you're watching European region players, is people getting drawn against Monkey Flip and going, "Oh no, I've got Monkey Flip. Like my lineup doesn't do anything against what he's brought. Like I've prepped against good decks. I've brought a lineup that beats sensible things. Why is my opponent playing Egg Priest?" But he is suddenly just garnering a reputation for just somehow having these little meta breakers just sprinkled into his lineups, and here he is again.
And it's actually something like, again, this is all has the caveat that it performs well, right? Anyone can bring a random deck, and if it can lose all the games, and it's just bad, right? But assuming it performs well, this is what most players chase, right? When it comes to lineups, most players prep and practice to say, can I find something that people haven't seen that's just going to crack the tournament, right? Because that's the thing, and that's what most players chase. Now, generally speaking, that's always going to be, okay, what are the best decks? Or how do you just straight up counter the best decks with other meta decks that exist? Or maybe even though if they're not as good. But again, something like this, as long as it works, it looks great, right? And it feels like a bit of a rarity because I'll be honest, I didn't run into any Egg Priests on ladder when I was prepping for this tournament. Not the most common thing in the world, but I'm excited, weirdly enough, just to see how it performs. Because we can sit and watch it, right? It's not the Swiss isn't broadcast outside of streamers just streaming their own games.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool to see how it performs, how Monkey pilots it, and so on. But I'm excited, and it hasn't been banned, right? So at least Watkins isn't maybe either too afraid of it or is accepting it's going to get a win.
Yeah, that wasn't even deliberate, was it? Egg Priest has cracked the tournament. Like you didn't even know you were doing it.
I just play it off so well.
Yeah. Cracked the tournament. Yeah, he's scrambled his brains trying to figure out what decks to bring. Yeah, no, terrible. Yeah, it doesn't get a ban, despite us talking about how successful it's been, and that's because in the double egg lineup, Warrior is the one that has to get banned. We've seen this in the control lineups in general. It kind of has to be Warrior because it's just such a powerful deck against so many of the things people bring. Unless you have like the Quest Mage lineup that picks up a lot of percentage against Warrior that way, you're going to be banning out Warrior, and even then you better hope you have a second deck along the lines of that as well, because they can just ban out your Quest Mage. So yeah, no surprise to see that being banned out. Watkins, of course, does have a Token Druid, which, as I mentioned at the start of APAC, that's kind of the deck you need in your aggro lineup to be able to beat some of these slower control decks, because they can just build these big boards that can't be interacted with. But Watkins only has that one deck in the lineup, really, so that can be banned out, and that means Watkins has to respect the Egg Warrior on the other side. So I do think the bans were very straightforward for this series and played out pretty much exactly as I expected.
Yeah, well, let's get into it. As I said, we are going to be seeing this Priest in action. And again, it's very similar to the Warrior, but it does have a few tools you may not think about when it comes to proccing the egg, right? Because that's the first question. If you're making an egg deck, how are you proccing it? How are you breaking it? And so on. And Priest does have some pretty nice ways. Not only do we just see what's in hand right now with the Purifying Breath, but also there is that basically forever eternal Firebolt, right? Which is it's arguably expensive, but very powerful way to just, okay, if you've got one, you can keep proccing the egg, right? It's just done, isn't it?
Yeah, the key against this deck a lot of the time is that you really have to keep the pressure up. So there's a couple of universal cards that they can use that are, similar to what Warrior does with like Shellnado, for example, where you like blow up your egg and you clear the board at the same time. There's a couple of those options, but generally Priest has to be spending mana on fairly clunky cards to shoot at their own egg to get through the procs. So you really need to be keeping up the pressure as aggressively as possible to really punish them from doing that. But that's very, very hard to do because Priest has probably the best removal package in the game as well to go alongside that. If you look at the two egg decks, Warrior has much better ways to power through, turbo through their own eggs. Priest just has better removal overall because Warrior, losing access to Brawl, for example. That's why the Quest Mage matchup is so bad. It's why the Token Druid matchup is so bad. Like, they can just make these massive boards. There's no real big AoE in the Warrior deck to deal with it. Whereas Priest just says, oh, you're making wide boards. Well, my class can play like 8 AoEs if I really want it to. So no big deal. We'll move on.
Yeah, you can definitely tailor it to exactly how much removal you're expecting from the meta. But again, as usual with the egg deck, having some way to access it by turn 3 is going to be pretty nice. Monkey Flip does have it here with the 1-2, of course. But Watkins, on the other hand, does not have the most aggressive opening, which is a little bit concerning. Not really sort of curving out with those dragons. Does have Shadow Flame here, which is going to maybe help if you can get hold of something cheap enough to actually play in the next turn or so.
Come on, you can't rob me of looking at Dark Gifts. It's my favorite thing to do in the entire game. No, apparently they can. That's fine.
So I'm incredibly distracted by the camera from Monkey Flip. You know, the ones that follow you around. At least we know. We'll always see what he's up to. Never going to slouch off camera like a lot of gamers.
Yeah, to be fair, with the amount of like forehead cam that we get in these tournaments, I actually don't mind the AI tracking.
Yeah, already it's even with just what's in hand for Monkey Flip. I'm already sat there going, it's going to be tough for Watkins, this, because there's just so much delay or removal or healing and so on. Like even like the priestess as well, Kadori is going to be a little bit tough. And this eternal fireball is a nightmare, right? Because as long as you've got the mana to cast it and it actually helps, which sounds a bit weird, but say there were 4 minions on the board there, Eternal Fireball doesn't feel so good anymore, right? But when you just have it, it's like the fact that you just keep getting it back on kill means that using it isn't using up one of your resources for the egg, which I think is such a big deal because it's something that you see with Egg Warrior and Egg Warlock is sometimes they have to use up certain resources to defend as opposed to progress their own game plan.
It's so weird that now that Egg Priest has come along, like I'm not sure, I haven't gone through all of the lineups. There was a tiny bit of Egglock in the tournament, I think maybe 5 or so per region. But I'm not sure anyone went full egg. I don't think anyone made the three.
No one's gone full omelette.
The full 3-egg omelette, yeah, with cheese, little bit chives sprinkled on top. Only the double egg, and it seems to be Warlock that's fallen away. And the priest that's come in its place, which is kind of interesting because Egg Warlock is like the egg deck, right? That's the one that everyone was predicting. It's the one that we saw people playing in theory casting a little bit with the heralds. We're like, well, I mean, this has to work. Like the heralds just synergize with it too powerfully. And that seems to be the one that just kind of isn't playable right now, which is a little strange the way it's panned out.
Yeah, again, I haven't played tons of Egg Priest, believe it or not, but I do think that, at least for the Warlock, one of the problems it ran into is it was kind of only an egg deck, like all it did was egg, whereas like the Warrior deck felt a little bit more consistent with a couple of other end game tools potentially. This Priest, I mean, this Priest is just going to be value Priest with the hero power obviously as well, so there are other options. Whereas I do feel like the Egg Priest was pretty much just all in on the eggs themselves. Sorry, Egg Warlock, which is maybe why it's fallen off just a little bit. Well, suddenly there's a heck of a board for Watkins now, so this is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. But again, because it is priest, Monkey Flip's got time, right? Proc an egg and heal. Great. Like, that's like a pretty good turn. And then you're going to get hit hard, but then there's other healing options to deal with some of this as well. So
yeah, Watkins doing well here with the board development, as well as that choice of the first Dark Gift, taking a 4/8. We're well past the idea of like, oh, you just play a 4-attack minion against Priest and then you win. But what you do want is you want a spread of minions, right? You want threatening minions that are 4 or below and threatening minions that are 5 or above, so that none of the individual one-off cards actually full clear everything. Watkins is doing a pretty good job of staggering out those threats in between, even picking up Reborn on this additional 5/5. So Shadow Word Ruin is now probably approaching the point where it's getting an amount of value that you're a little sad about, but the Reborn on the 5/5 is helping a lot.
yeah, 100%. Because what you need to do in situations like this, as the warrior that Watkins is doing, is basically making Monkey Flip have to well, that's a good card. To do what he wants to do, it will cost too much mana, right? That's what you need to force them into each turn that they can't actually clear because there just isn't the mana available to do so. Now, Medivh's Triumph, a heck of a card, and I'll be honest, it didn't really hit me until I just saw it that, oh yeah, Egg's pretty good for that card, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is. Again, we saw a whole tournament of just wondering why this interacts with the quest. It turns out that even when you don't play the quest, it's still a very, very good card, which I think kind of continues to make the point, right? But still incredibly powerful. Monkey Flip trying to work out
solve
whether
that mana problem to an extent I was talking about.
Yeah, it does.
You can get it procced with the Purified as well. Yeah. Back up to full, or close to full health, should I say. Healed a little bit from the Firebolt.
16 showing, though, is very dangerous.
It is, but I think with Umbra in hand, Monkey's probably still feeling quite okay.
Yep. I think the only real threat here is some kind of absolutely perfect Dark Gift. Watkins does pick up the Dark Rider. Windspeak Worm, unless it's double Battle Cry, probably not going to have a significant enough effect. Again, we were talking about this with Bunny Hopper previously, but you can kind of get the Poison Dragon with Charge, for example.
Yeah.
There's a few ways that you can really interact with this quite nicely.
And as usual, Torch, heck of a card.
Yep.
Wait till you see the second one.
Gotta decide whether you want to take 20 here. Very efficient, the way the attacks happen. Alright, I'm just going to use the Erupting Volcano instead. 2 is
So
the
it's a
perfect
clean
scenario.
5,
Okay,
nice,
yep,
yeah,
literally
yeah,
perfect.
yeah,
That's
very
ideal.
nice.
Yeah, you swing.
So now what Monkey's going to have to do is, work out what's the upside of clearing versus maybe, like, is Umbra enough? Is clearing, how much can you clear whilst trying to progress? There is Devouring Plague, there is Rune, there is the Kaldori. Like, there are a lot of options here to help out with this turn, but it's how do you actually progress to get to Umbra safely, right? Like, that's the problem to solve. That Wind Peak being 4/6. Very cheeky, isn't it?
I wonder.
Yeah, it's the perfect board, honestly. 2 5s, 2 4s.
Yeah.
It's kind of the dream at this point. It had to be resistant, especially after you've seen the Medivh's Triumph get used. Is there 20 damage in minions exactly? There is, right? Yeah. So you know that your 20/20 dies, even if you hit.
Is this like Shadowwood Rune and then Devour? Or do you have to Kaldora instead? I'm gonna go for the Devour. Because
Yeah,
this is doubling up healing, right?
It is, yeah, buffed healing. Yeah.
again. So when peak number 2 slams down.
Yeah, you are putting a lot of stock in the idea that you're going to be in a better position to just slam your 2020 next turn, which is certainly not a given. Like, you did not remove an amount of damage from the board that Watkins was going to be unable to replace there.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was meaning, right? It's difficult to like get to that over 2 turns. It might even be Monkey Flip might be thinking, actually, this is going to take me 3 turns, right? 2 turns of potential clear and heal, then Umbra, which might be the saving grace. Because Watkins is running out of cards, right? Like, there is only a couple of cards in hand. If this board gets cleared, or at least neutralized a little bit, then maybe you can get away with then saying, well, you've got 2 cards. Are you really beating a 2020 at that point? And also, only 1 turn away from going Umbra and Eternal Firebolt, right?
Which I think is what he's waiting for, yeah. That way he can get 2 2020s into play same turn and get the healing. Holy Smite is a pretty nice pick here.
It's what to pair it with, isn't it? And like then the risk of, is Monkey Flip ever pressing the hero power button this turn? There's a lot of preemptive decisions need to be made. I'm trying to see if there's anything that I can think of that can come from the Xavier spike. I don't think there is.
No,
it's going to drop this. Okay.
Have to go Black Blood.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're up. Get the heals. Attack in. Nice, comfortable stability. Holy Smite's the 6/3 just in case, and that's the attack that ends up happening, so that the Black Blood would end up clearing it off. But I think this is relatively stable, and this is always the turn. You know, it's why I say Holy Smite was a nice pickup here. It just guaranteed this was going to be an effective turn, because suddenly if this happens and one of your attack goes into the 6/6 Windpeak Worm, this would look like a much worse board state for you. But the Holy Smite being able to clear it up quite nicely. And I think that is probably just about the stability required, unless we're going back for the Death Knight weapon.
Hold. I believe it's Soul's favorite thing to do is reroll for weapons.
There's been some criminal rerolls in this tournament so far.
Go for the keep.
Yeah, this makes sense because Watkins, you know, we're caster visioning pretty hard right now. Like Watkins doesn't see the Umbra necessarily, right? So he doesn't know that it's there to deal with. If he could,
in the world where Umbra's not there, you've basically set up the win, right? It's just it's done.
Yep.
And yeah, that turn up. This is the perfect turn 10, right? Get this procced, and then you've got the Firebolt, not only to proc the second egg, but also to heal as well.
Yep.
Or could maybe actually just use it to kill the 8/3 now.
I think you take another 2020. I think the weird thing about the play on the previous turn, even if Watkins had just got the God Read, the Umbra was there, and he was just going to re-roll for the Death Knight weapon, and then top deck the weapon destruction the next turn, Monkey Flip could just play around that by doing this 8/3 shot anyway, right? And then the weapon just doesn't do a great deal, but still. Does end up going for it, killing the 8/3 over the 2020.
And
and Watkins just says that's good enough. All right, fine.
And based on this sample size, Egg Priest, literally the best deck in the game, no questions asked. Getting it done.
Based on the sample size of the whole tournament, Egg Priest is the best deck in the game. It is actually like the highest overperforming deck in the tournament across all 3 regions combined. So it's been a very successful bring for the people who have brought it for exactly this reason, where you're going into lineups like this and they're like, okay, we ban your Egg Warrior. You know, I'm not a quest mage, so I ban your Egg Warrior. Now what, right? The rest of your decks are like a little bit fragile. I've got a token druid, like I can push through. And then you add in the priest there as well, and you're just always sat there with this deck that, you know, picks up a free win against 3 of the most common decks in the tournament. Like, it's been incredibly successful so far.
Yeah, and I think when you see it in play, like, don't get me wrong, obviously, getting the egg at the start, having Umbra, these are just good things in egg decks, right? We get it. If Umbra's bottom of the deck, that game looks way worse, right? Of course. But I think when you see the tools that are actually available and how it works, and you can sort of be aggressive with your game plan as Priest, but all very defensive if you need to, because you still have the hero power generating cards if you need to go slower or go more value based. You can at least see that, oh yeah, it's not just an all-in deck. Obviously the egg is the main part, but there's so many other tools available. It lets you get there pretty consistently, because what we know, a lot of Priest games can go long, and if you're going to go long, you're going to get the egg, right? So it makes sense. I'm looking forward to seeing it if Monkey Flip gets the victory here and moves on to the championship. If the Egg Priest is still around, we'll have to see.
It's one of the things I always looked at with the previous Control Priest, right? Where the Quest Priest is, the quest wasn't really there as a win condition. The deck didn't necessarily have a win condition. It had the Fabled combination with the Medivh and the location and whatever, which could do a couple of powerful things. But if you're playing against a deck that could deal with that, you could just potentially run out of steam a lot of times because you didn't necessarily have a way to win the game. You were purely an attritional base deck. So swapping out all the quest package for an egg package instead, I think it's given you these spots where you don't necessarily have to survive through every single card that your opponent has to be able to win the game. You can just say, I'm making a bunch of 2020s and you can't deal with it.
It's on you to win the game now because I just have 2020s, so enjoy.
And it just shuts down the game so much more effectively, because even against Quest Priest in the past, you know, playing things like Dragon Warrior, One Drop Hunter, if you navigate it intelligently with, you know, One Drop Hunter, like, you can sometimes outvalue the Priest just through clever usage of Tolvirs and getting 1 mana value cards and picking up extra trackings and value generators, Sands of Time, all of those kinds of things, and you can go really long against Priest, and they just don't ever put a threat against you, so you have a lot of time to do that. Same thing with Dragon Warrior, Dark Gifts, you know, save up for double location, get a bunch of fire spells, burn them down with double location, all sorts of things you can do. You can't do any of that if your opponent's just making a 2020 on turn 6. Like, you actually have to get on with winning the game, which forces you to go all in, and then you play into the all-in beta cards that Priest have, right? They just blow up your entire board. So I do think it's a much more well-rounded deck in general than you know, just straight up Quest Priest was in the championship previously.
Well, we are jumping into game 2. Monkey Flip jumping over to the Demon Hunter, and Watkins sticking to the Dragon Warrior here. Now, this one might also be a bit of an uphill climb for Watkins here, because not only does Monkey Flip have a pretty decent start here, just getting some of these down nice and early, but this can just be a little bit tricky if the early tools are there for the Demon Hunter to not let the Dragon Warrior just curve and run away with it, right?
There is such an incredible level of discrepancy in the amount of movement in the two cameras right now. Like, Monkey Flip is bobbing up and down, waving his hands. He's dancing. The camera's following him back and forth around the room. I'm not sure Watkins has moved any part of his body apart from his eyeballs during this entire series so far. So,
and I like the I like it. I like to see the differences here. Good juxtaposition.
A big word for you. You feeling okay?
I knew you'd mention that. I knew it. I was waiting. I was like, Sal's going to be weirdly impressed that I know what that word means. I don't know whether to be happy about that or very, very sad that that's an impressive feat. I'll take any win I can get, though, I guess.
Job done.
Monkey Flip is going to keep up the pressure. It's a pretty decent turn here, though. Does have the dragon active, of course, to regain some of that mana back. And the interesting thing is when Watkins feels like this resistance aura is going to be most impactful, if ever. Right, it's a decent pick against Demon Hunter, of course, but you still have to pick your time because you're still investing 2 mana into playing it, right?
Which is why I think there's pause being given right now, because the biggest card you want to shut down for quite a long time is Hounds, right? That's the one thing you don't necessarily want to get hit by on curve, particularly if it's going face. So I think Watkins there really weighing it up, something between like Broodmother and Resistance Aura, and just coining out the 5/8. I think coining out the 5/8 is totally fine because it just soaks so much of the board anyway if the opponent does want to go Hounds.
And there is no Outcast Horn, which would have been a little bit upsetting for Watkins to see, I imagine, this turn.
Yes.
I grow impatient.
There's also some level of just ignore the dragon. Like, I've seen that work pretty well in a lot of games where it's like, well, there's your 1/5/8. I'll just keep hitting you in the face and go wider. What are you going to do about it? But he's going to choose to trade it off this time.
Yeah, I think you want more damage in play or less health on the warrior, or ideally both, to be thinking about that kind of thing, though, because they've just got way too much to play with there.
And it didn't cost him too much, right? It wasn't like there was 5 bad trades had to go into it to take it down or anything, right?
Yeah. Cost him a Lasting Legacy, which is obviously a very impactful card if you do get into hold territory later on. But yeah, not too bad. Keeps his biggest minion alive, keeps it hitting face. And Watkins did not find a second dragon here, which means the Broodmother is now stranded in hand.
Can go fishing though.
Hooray! We're back. I mean,
sort of.
Just try again. You hold this, play the Resistance Aura. Yep, like it.
Monkey Flip's like,
Monkey Flip, however, does not. Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what I mean, like, this is what I was talking about on the previous turn. You've played it on the turn where your opponent will just quite happily slam Hounds on curve anyway.
Yeah.
Because turn 5 is an awkward turn for Demon Hunter a lot of the time, right? Even if you've got hold in your hand, it's the turn where you don't necessarily just have one generically good card to play on curve. Whereas turn 4, you have 2 copies of Horn, 2 copies of Hound, all of which can potentially be very, very good in the right spot. So it felt like to me that maybe the turn 4 blocker was a lot more important, and as it's worked out, the first turn of Resistance Aura has done nothing, essentially.
Yeah, because the weapon didn't even swing, so it's not as if it stopped a hero power realistically, right?
Yep.
It's definitely looking tough because this is the frustration going against Demon Hunter, is when they get a bit of a foothold, you feel like you're never getting it back, don't you? Because they then have so many good cards that can secure and defend the minions that are already on board. So it's very frustrating to deal with when you start slipping like this, as well as taking, I mean, look at Watkins now down to 17 health. Like, it's not nothing. Watkins going to go a little bit wide himself, try and get a little bit of control over this. But again, even with this Resistance Aura, there's the weapon swing, there's the Stinger, even with a follow-up, there's Brock Cigars as well, which could be half decent here too.
And Brightwing showed up again. I feel like Brightwing won't leave us alone this time.
It's following us, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, Stinger and Brock Cigars combination, pretty good here.
Yeah, use the 2/1 to trade because it's going to die anyway, and then just throw it out. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Lamo. Probably are not going to get anything else in, so you can just slam 12 to the face.
Yeah, going to lock it in now. It's very scary now because there's just really any great defensive tools here, is there? And that's again the problem. Once Demon Hunter gets going, it's hard to even try and be overly defensive with it.
Lost a 1/1, squeezes in the hero power as well. 5 is actually plenty to be playing with for now.
Well,
Never
apart
mind.
from the Hounds.
Yeah.
Hero Power going to clear off that 1-1. That's going to make the actual warrior the only thing left on the board. And then the hounds are going to start hounding, I guess. And that is going to be another game to Monkey Flip. And you see him saying one. There's like one more to go. 2-0 up so far in this match. And one more game away from his spot at the Spring Championship.
Yeah, in my head, I saw the turn be passed. He went all face. He had, you know, torch, location, and the AoE in hand. And it was just like, oh, you're fine. You know, you're going to have 2 1-1s left in play at the end of turn because you're going to full clear. And then, like, every shot from the volcano goes face. The 3-1 stays up. You have to trade one of your 1-1s into the 3-1. And then that means that Monkey Flip can just hero power it down and both of the hounds go face, which, if you get a more reasonable outcome from the volcano, you do resist that and require a different card from the opponent there as well, which is still likely to be able to be done because your resistance aura is running out, so you don't have that restriction going on any further. But that is going to be a nice and easy 2-0 now for Monkey Flip, with only the Druid left to win with, whereas Watkins still has the full arsenal.
Yeah, and this druid is the Marithra druid as well, with a few with a few cards you don't normally see. I do feel like the Marithra druid does have a lot of flex in like exactly what's brought and how many of whatever's brought. But we've got a couple of cards in here as well. Like there is that the 2 evergreen stags in there. Of course, there's a Shara with the locations. But overall, pretty much still the style you're going to expect, right? Nothing too crazy coming out of it. You'll basically want to ramp and hang on and deal with whatever's coming up, and then just win that sort of late game with just not only minion advantage, but also just a mana advantage, most importantly. And it is going to run straight into this hunter from Watkins, which is going to be that face hunter, which can be a little bit dicey to deal with.
Yeah, I was going to add, there is, of course, the Well of Eternity and Zinashari combination, as well as Heartroot Stones, which is the draw a card and gain 3 armor card. So definitely a little bit more, I don't know what the phrase is. I wouldn't necessarily say more defensive, but more all in on like individual late game turns.
Yeah. Watkins going to be starting off as quick as possible here. Again, don't really want to give the Druid much time. Both locations in hand for Monkey is maybe not the start he was necessarily after, but does have the Treant in hand, which is at least box 1 kind of ticked.
Yeah, it does have an Innovate in the opening hand as well, which I think has been the secret for a lot of these Druid games, is just being able to do something extremely explosive, extremely early. We've seen it largely with Wickerfang so far, but I think we're just going to see the turboed out Elise here for a 1 cost.
I remember this place well.
Yeah, makes sense, right? Everything just sort of fits a lot easier once once Elise is down. And also Elise pretty good at soaking these random shots, being able to trade off with some of these minions maybe. Pretty decent overall. Precise shot.
Wow, Fletcher was the perfect draw, by the way, for an additional 1 mana card to be able to play there. Gets you the 0 mana hero power nice and active with the precise shot. Dealing a lot of damage now.
It's so funny now. I know this isn't news or anything, but with the location change, it's actually really from Elise. It's actually really funny how consistent the 1 cost locations are, right? Because it's like, oh, I want this. Oh, well, I'll probably just be able to pick it, right? It's just you can kind of just select exactly what you're after, which is very useful, of course, if you're the person playing Elise.
And we do overwhelmingly see 1 cost get taken now. Of course, we did see that great game from Kubu where he took the 10 cost, but because the amount of charges has been nerfed, that has been scaled evenly across all costs, right? So if you're going to pay an amount of mana for 2 charges of a location, which is the same across 1, 5, and 10, you might as well pay 1, right? Because it doesn't necessarily feel like you're getting the bang for your buck when you only get 2 charges out of your 10 cost location that you paid 10 mana for, even though the effects themselves are more powerful.
Yeah. Watkins is pound on the pressure, and just a nice rare mortal coil here. Gonna help him keep cycling.
Innovate number 2. Oh my goodness! You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Of the innovates you don't draw. Yeah, this is it. I'm trying to sit here and look at the hand and think, is there any reason not to do this? And there isn't, because, yeah, you might take tons of face damage, but you were taking it anyway, right? And that best hope is you have an aggressive tool on board now to either trade or be aggressive with, and next turn needs to be your recovery turn.
If you want to make the argument to not do this, it is the Heartroot stones that you discovered, right? So you could play one of your locations, and then that sets you up to gain 6 armor, draw some cards the next turn. But I still think, you know, Wickerfang equals Wickerfang at the end of the day, and you just kind of load it up and hope for the best.
And I think that the position Monkey Flip's in now is 2-0 up, maybe 2-1 up in the very near future. You just think, well, Wickerfang could win me the game here. If I don't, I lost a Hunter, right? Like, as Druid, it's fine.
Enjoy being at 1 health, friend.
Okay.
None of those gain health. Have we seen the bottom of the deck? Do we know what's there?
I believe we have not, as far as I'm aware.
No, wave shaping has been played, so Monkey Flip will certainly know what the bottom of the deck is.
Okay.
And Flow has to pay a minion. Make the giant taunt, and then just use the Heartroot Stone to pull yourself out of range of just hero power. Hope that's good enough.
Yeah, the problem is, if you take Symbiosis, I don't know what you're discovering that's better than Heartroot Stones, right?
Time waits for no one.
Yep. Well, it's got to go on the bigger. Yeah, I know this is wasted buffing, but you have to put it on the big
You're
one.
not really
Hold
playing
on
it
now.
for the stats, my friend. There is tracking in hand, and of course that hero power immediately deletes 2 of that 4 armor. So tracking into 3 damage is all Watkins needs. Okay, Glacial, not it off the top. That was a quick pick though. And oh, yeah. Not too bad, yeah.
Again for the upgrade. Rerolls the hero power. Insta pick. Perfect. Lethal. Good old Genjamin coming in clutch. As Watkins descends further into darkness at the top. But still, a much needed win to get back on the board. I fully respect the way Monkey Flip played there at the end. I think it was the right pick. I love not trading any of the minions. I think that absolutely makes sense as well, because he has to set up a 2-turn lethal. There's no way he's living 3 turns from that point, right? So you have to just shape up the damage. The taunt's way too big, even though there was the brief moment where your natural instincts took over of, well, I double up the buff if I put it on something else. No, that's not how it works. Yeah. But yeah, I think pretty well played in the end, but in the end, just double location. And I guess if you were going to make a criticism, maybe that is a lineup diff, right? Like maybe that is a deck building flaw where I've praised Monkey Flip a lot for having these off the wall decks and lineups that punish people. Maybe the 4 location druid that he's rocking isn't necessarily the one. He did keep one of those locations in his opening hand, kept the Zinashari, picks up the Well of Eternity, ends up with basically nothing to do for the rest of the game, and Hunter just ends up running him over. But got another couple bites at the cherry now.
Yeah.
And plenty of ramp in the opening hand again with Acceleration Aura and Innovate.
And as always as well, there is just a potential element of Monkey's like, well, yeah, this isn't going to beat this Hunter. Yeah, whatever. Move on. I'll beat the other things with it, right? Like, obviously, you don't want to lose to things or like lose to something every single time. But yeah, you could definitely just take the approach of, well, yeah, Face Hunter gets past me, but I can deal with everything else. And that is what Monkey Flip's going to have to do here if he does want to take this match. Still on the Druid, of course. Watkins jumping over to this Warrior now. And probably feels like a little bit of a better matchup than getting absolutely blasted by Hunter.
So I don't think the matchup is that bad against Hunter in general. It might well be for this version of the deck, which is a little bit clunkier overall.
Yeah,
Although some of the upside that you do have, like having said that, you know, if you get to copy an evergreen stag, for example, with your Zinashari, right? Like,
you've just
that
won,
seems very solid against Hunter. So, you know, I don't know, but in general, I think the Ramp Druid does absolutely fine against Hunter in general. I can see how we done in the tournament. Yeah, I mean, obviously not necessarily those exact lists, but 51% for the Druid in Europe, Swiss so far. Well, Europe and Swiss and top 8 up until this point. So
maybe the
still a
double
perfectly fine
location
matchup.
opening's making me feel harsher in that matchup, but it is a bit
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you get
yeah,
them,
for sure.
right? Because it's like,
Yeah.
well, these are just kind of pointless.
Yes. But I do agree. Also, looking at those same stats, Druid versus Dragon Warrior, 62% for the Druid in Europe, which in Europe is very important there because I was looking at these stats earlier. In Europe, Dragon Warrior is sub 50%. In the other two regions, Dragon Warrior is arguably the best deck in the tournament, which you draw your own conclusions from that data. I'm just presenting the data.
I thought you were going to go in a different direction, honestly. I thought
yeah,
you
go on.
Well, I thought you were meaning, oh, you know, in Europe's important because you need more than 1 point, right? So the stats are more relevant. But anyway,
I mean, also yes.
just
I think-
whenever we bring up the regions, I'm just like, oh, where are we going here?
I think only needing 1 point to qualify for Americas and Dragon Warrior being a really good deck in Americas are connected points when you put them together like that, you know?
Well,
meanwhile,
yeah, Wickerfang again.
Monkey did the Wickerfang thing, and
Yeah.
now we're here.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. Watkins gonna try and just get rid of these extras as much as possible, but again, Torch doing some work, but it's still a long shot. Erupting Volcano.
That's
not
good. Oh no,
gonna be able to clear.
No, not quite. Oh, so ugly.
You shaping some waves again?
Yeah, nothing here that you really want
Or-
to play with.
I see a very curve style play coming.
I mean, honestly,
I don't hate it. Like I really, because next turn you've got Twilight option or you know whatever, right? I really don't hate it. Because Monkey's only gonna see one card effectively, right, from the wave.
yeah.
Spend your mana. I've heard that's what you do.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And can still value trade into the 1/1 if he wants to, which means that all three are going to gain buffs again.
Yeah, very sad on the part of Watkins, I think, that not only did he he dealt significant damage to the Wickerfang itself, so you know you've got the Torch in hand that can potentially take care of that. Did not outright kill another one of the limbs as well, which would have reduced the total amount of buffs. This is probably the most effective Nosdormu I've ever seen, though. This is very, very early it's coming out here. You'll see the mouse cursor just continually going over the Nosdormu from Watkins' side. That's because it will highlight the cards in your hand that work with it, helpfully, when you do that. Otherwise, that's an awful lot of remembering that you have to do, and no one likes to do that.
Something I hate is remembering stuff.
So yeah, turn 5, active Nosdormu.
Yeah, not bad at all.
The likes of which have never been seen before. Suddenly, position's actually fairly good.
Yeah, Torch again, just torching. Right, like just doing what it does. Clearing up a lot of this. 8/8 on the board to eat here with the
Gets a static shock as well. Gonna polish off another 2/2. Just like that, we've got a volcano about to reopen next turn with a torch still in hand. Got some plays here.
Yeah, it's sort of back to game on, isn't it? At this point, it did look pretty grim with the Wicker Fang coming down so early, but Watkins done a great job holding this off.
I wonder.
Take the card, draw one off the Emerger Stone. Gonna trade these away and just buy some time now, because it's not like Monkey Flip's scared of going to the late game, right? The Wicker Fang aggro is an option for Druid, but not plan A, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna go fishing with the Shadow Flame. Dark Gift, definitely something that can help. Oh, no Reborn on Isandre. But these two taunts doing a pretty good job. Yeah, I was going to say, Monkey can actually go pretty value-based now, right? Get that Emerger down. Now there's the two sort of big locations down. Would probably prefer the doubling, of course, but not too bad at all. Tempo Treant, anyone? The old TT.
I'm just struggling to believe that there's still a game. There's still a series. Like, there's still a chance that Watkins can actually make it to championships here. And I think Monkey Flip, honestly, when he got the ramp into Vate Wicker Fang, probably felt the same way.
So he's going to go for that wave shaping, acceleration or a Felwood, Treant or Shaladrasil. We are moving towards a point where Shaladrasil can be impactful, but it is going to be the Treant picked up. So there's two Treants in hand now for Monkey Flip.
What was the gift on the Chronolord? Did you catch it?
I'll be honest, I did not.
Okay.
I was typing a response to you. Divine Shield, Wind Fury. Thank you, Edelweiss.
Lovely.
Yeah, these taunts are actually doing incredible levels of work, aren't they?
They are a little bit, yeah.
Now it looks like Monkey Flip's moving into potential Under King. Still got the Twilight in hand for any emergencies that can happen. It's all looking quite nice. Torch now going to help clean up some more of this.
Yeah. Presumably swing through the second minion, click the location, push a ton of damage phase here, and you've got a huge board backing this up. The problem that you're going to run into, though, is Twilight Time Reaver, which is an immensely impactful card in this matchup. Probably the best card in the matchup overall, just because of how, you know, individually chunky all the Druid minions are. All the Warrior minions are. You don't necessarily need the clear. Just making this board all be one attack. You can see just how long it takes even to trade those minions away so you can get bigger minions back in their place a lot of the time. Just takes way too long. So very, very strong card overall.
Yeah, are we going to see the Treant's follow-up as well?
I wonder.
Because could play both, right, with the Innovate?
No, you only get one. Huh? You Vate out the first one, it only gives you 1 mana back.
Oh, wait. Yeah, of course. I'm thinking about it the other way. Yeah. For some reason, I thought the first one would have been playable. Don't ask me why. One of those moments. But yeah, still getting the Trent down. Still getting that ramp up to 9. Will lead into some maybe better options going forward for Monkey Flip. This could be the time to drop the Chrono. But the problem is you're not really using it to push much face, right?
You're not, and you do have this 110 taunt in play anyway, which kind of makes your opponent's board somewhat irrelevant at the very least.
Well, that's a good weapon.
It's yeah, it's interesting because Druid doesn't actually have any tech to destroy it, right? So it's actually going to take them the full number of turns to get rid of it. And yeah, you've got a Frostmourne, so in this situation, I'm kind of okay with allowing your opponent the big AOE.
Oh, 100. When I was saying interesting weapon, I was looking at the Frostmourne, I'll be honest. That was the other one for the Druid. But yeah, just being able to swing this much damage, pile this much pressure on is huge. There's a stag. That would have been useful earlier, and in the, by earlier, I mean earlier in this game, and earlier in the previous game.
I think, is there any way you can generate some method to destroy your own weapon for Monkey Flip? I'm not even sure there is. Wait, microbots in the game? No one knew that. That's not a thing anyone knew.
He never left. Hey, I can't think of a way Druid can break its own.
I guess when you've literally got a thing that fills your hand with random spells, there is a way. There are ways, right? That's absolutely got the case, yeah. But yeah, there's no doubt in your mind that you want to keep the Frostmourne. Just it's the best weapon in the game. It can just either be an enormous amount of damage that goes face, or you can use it to play the long game by killing big minions, win the value battle that way. It's just a matter of how dangerous this 1/6 is to give to the Druid, and I think the answer is not particularly dangerous.
Getting the taunt onto the dragon as well, quite nice. Like a pretty decent double wall here for Monkey Flip, right? One of them having lifesteal and untargetable as well.
Now.
Oh, the Chrono
Now's
Lord.
the time for the Chrono Lord. Yeah, Monkey Flip slaps the desk. Is in big trouble. There is now a torch as well, which I think is down to 1 if my eyesight does not deceive me.
I believe that is true. You have not been deceived. Wait, is that 1 damage off? Potentially, depending on where the location goes.
Yeah, you torch in, you swing in, and then you can at most do 5 to face.
Could break the weapon to summon the dragon. It's an option.
There we go, it's the 1 off.
He's gonna do it. I don't hate it.
Will presence.
Yeah, it's just another thing. Look, like that's a Wind Fury Divine Shield. There's a 3/7 that can't be targeted. You've only lost 3 damage off the weapon and gained a 5/5. Like
I guess you're right. Yeah.
I really don't hate it. Yeah.
So there is 12 to gain with the Underking. Awkward because being exactly at 1, there's not even a way to like gain the 6 armor first, swing into the Divine Shield, and then trade in with the rush to get the 14 damage minion off the board. That just doesn't even work.
Does this have to start with Horn?
You do lock yourself out of Farak if you do that though, but I'm not even sure if. I guess you don't know because you have the Naralex in hand. Yeah, this is fine. So then, yes, in which case you do start with Horn.
Ooh, live blue.
Oh,
not bad.
It's a card.
And I do like cards. Oh my
What do you mean? Why are you still not moving? How are you the most stoic person on the planet? You just got absolutely robbed. Lose your mind about it.
The camera nearly couldn't follow Monkey Flip then. It was the reaction was so fast for it. That
How is Watkins just fine with this?
He's seen it all. He has seen it all. Nothing's new to him anymore. He's been out there. He's lived life.
Is outrageous.
And then there's Stag follow-up.
Yeah, Under King, whatever you need.
Or just at this point, probably just rips the Fire Act for lethal. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, the way this has been going.
Is it lethal? Okay. There was some attacks queued there that I was like, hang on a minute, have we missed something? But no, it's still
No.
5 on 9.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the minions are going to attack face, Raven. That's not necessarily indicative of anything.
Yeah, but Watkins was just too chill about it.
At this point, I think Farak could come down, clear his whole board, destroy him, send him out of championships, demolish his entire house, empty
Turn up
his
to his
bank
house,
account.
slap him in the face.
Yeah, and he just wouldn't care. He's just here to play some Hearthstone.
He's just jamming. Oh, now there's the ebb and flow, and this is just slipped away all off the back of the Discover into the heal, into 2 casual Moags. And that's just a normal Wind Peak one.
Just normal
innocent
dragons.
Wind Peak one. Oh,
He just rolled 5-2 lifesteal twice in a row!
Untouchable. The prophecy has been foretold. There's the well played, and there is the concede in one of the most ridiculous final games of a match. Monkey Flip is going to take the victory. And Watkins, I feel for you, my friend, because that was brutal. Watkins put himself in a great spot, set up some removal at specific times, had that Chrono Lord to deal with an awkward turn from Monkey Flip. And then right at the end, just when he needed it, Monkey Flip got the summons, got the armor. And as we said, the quality of Monkey Flip's hand was good, but he needed to survive long enough to be able to play it, right? And that's what he got on that turn. If it was anything else, realistically, it would have been way more doable for Watkins, but the double taunt and armor is, plus the heal from the spell, of course, perfect outcome there from Monkey Flip. Congratulations, and honestly, even though it was a crazy end, I look forward to seeing Monkey Flip in the championship, because I know it's going to be entertaining, Sottle.
Oh, 100%. I do think it bears repeating, though, that in case you need a refresher, Watkins was beating, what, turn 3, turn 4 Wickerfang that game? Like, it came down. He was going to beat that until that out came out with the double Moarg, which even hitting a high power card like that off the Discover, you still weren't favored to live there. Like, double Moarg specifically, taunts, no big deal, don't care. Like, we'll chew through the taunts with Divine Shield Wind Fury, not bothered whatsoever. It had to specifically be taunts and health gain, taunts and armor gain to be able to get there. I still just cannot believe how Watkins just sat there and took that in his stride.
It's incredible.
Like, my monitor would have been out the window if that was me. So I would have been several £100 down at that point, but jeez. We're like barely halfway through the day as well, Raven. We got so much more to go.
Yeah, there really is. There's plenty more Hearthstone coming up, and we've got another match coming after just a short break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs. And I'm not sure how we're going to follow that last match, but we're going to give it a go. That was absolutely ridiculous. In my opinion, though, this is, before we started the day, this would have been called out as the match of the day. It's Levick versus Demon. Levick been to 2 World Championships, including a top 4. Demon was at Spring Championships 2025. He was also at Summer Championships 2016. And many other accolades in between. He's been playing that long at this level, and particularly at this sort of playoff qualifier level, Demon is one of those people who's incredibly hard to beat. Just never quite had that next result up. Edelweiss, I think it's going to be a bit similar to the last match we cast, where there's a mage against a load of aggro stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's the mage can have those powerful swings back as long as they can keep things relatively clear in the early game. Certainly can get over the finish line, but yes, aggro is not its friend, and it can be very easy to counter in other ways if you just have a Viper, but. Certainly, what it's able to do consistently is strong enough that people feel it's worth the bring, and yeah, we'll just have to see how that pans out. Demon, I had the fortune of meeting him actually back in 2018 in Brazil for Copa America, and yeah, very level-headed player, strong player for, as you were describing, just a very, very long time.
Yeah, just don't pull out his LAN cable, but that's for another day. Yeah, he's just been at the top. But Levick, again, I think Levick... So he got to the World Championships, and then he insta-qualified for the next one, is my recollection of it, which I think is correct. And then he sort of took a big break, didn't perform quite as well as the next World Championship, which is, it's 1 or 2 series, best of 5, anything could happen. And then sort of, he didn't vanish completely. He was still around Twitch chats and sort of people's streams and stuff, but he kind of... didn't seem to put in the same level after that. After 2 World Championships, done pretty well, got a lot of money. That a lot of people play less after that happens. But nice to see he's still around, still capable. You kind of don't lose it. You're still always good at the game. So he's turned up, presumably having played a couple of months to qualify, and here he is once again on the edge of going to another Masters Tour Championships.
Yeah.
We don't talk about him much because Raven was the first to say he was good before he started doing things.
Well, it's nice to, as much as we like to see sort of the new faces, which is a benefit of the playoff system, I think it's also nice for us to see some of these sort of old reliables get some games in. Yarla already getting through. Always nice to see Yarla coming back. And
does Maxibon count? Is Maxibon now an old reliable
God,
yet?
yeah. I mean, certainly a recognizable name. I think it feels wrong to say like, oh yeah, one of the older players when not age-wise, but certainly has been been around the block a while now. And I think...
yeah, it's also good to see these players making it through these fields. Like these fields get more and more competitive, and we're saying, oh, it's nice to see these people. That's because they're here because they've had to earn it. We're not just putting them here. And the reason we're seeing a lot of new faces, there's a lot of people very competitive now trying to get those places. We'll see later, like the Brazilian comeback has been something to behold. That's come about by Brazilian community getting together. They've got a very good scene with Telso running some tournaments and that sort of stuff. Brazil love their Hearthstone at the moment, and later on we're going to see 5 Brazilian players, the top 8 in the Americas region, and it comes because people are getting hungry in that region for wins.
And I think it's not just the hunger, but it's the community. I think that when you've got such a tight-knit group as they have there, I believe Rain sort of heading their local event scene over in Brazil, it really, really helps when you've just got a group of people that you can get together and play test a lot and come up with these sort of cohesive plans that suddenly, the entire region brings and maybe surprises people. We saw this with France.
Yes.
A number of years ago, where they just had this great community in, I'm blanking on the team name, but
Solari in general.
Solari, yes, stuff right. Running their own tournaments as well, same thing, right? And I think it's just a huge benefit to player growth and skill.
Yeah, you share information. We'll get into this game in just a moment. It's setting up. You share information so much easier when you don't have to sort of message someone and say, hey, can you tell me how this works? You're just all having a chat because you're gathered anyway, and people just say things about decks and, oh, I didn't know that, or so-and-so didn't know this. And over time, you very quickly learn stuff, whereas if you're having to sort of grind out the effort, it does take longer to remember things and to learn things. But these two learn things incredibly quickly by themselves. And this demon, this is the sort of neutral match. I'm still waiting for the mage once again, because I still feel that the mage is the weak link, especially against these aggressive lineups like Levick has.
A little surprised to have seen Disdemon go for the acceleration aura instead of the Fellwood Treant on that wave shaping last turn. Just because if you figure you're playing Horn on this turn anyway, I guess like acceleration aura you can get down sooner, but it doesn't give you a permanent mana crystal.
Time is of the essence.
And
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you run the risk of it sort of running out of charges before you're able to do your big power play.
Be interested to see the plan.
What pretty petals!
I guess Disdemon figures like I'm going to be doing other stuff in these earlier turns. I will, just wait on the acceleration aura so that I know I will be able to get down to 7, right? And so
Yes,
he's
yeah.
looking to have that spike of like, okay, I play acceleration aura on 3. That means I will get a 7 mana twice, and that probably also factors into taking the life bloom over, say, the heart root stones.
Yeah, now has to do that same equation again between all three of these cards. Does the Innovate affect all that equation? Does the Brewmother allow some board presence? Does the Underking allow a third 7 to come down? And there's a lot of counting with Druid. One mistake and everything looks terrible.
Yeah, and this is a tough choice because Innervate is a faster Firak, but Underking is stabilization.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Love me some Firak.
And it may not even be Firak, it could just be, again, this Life Bloom or Bashana Rune Totem. And we've seen how impactful those cards can be.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both sides got kind of what they want going on.
Oh, no.
How much does the first one need?
It feels bad, but I guess it's just board presence and it helps you spend mana crystals on the other one.
Sure.
Never a position you want to find yourself in.
No, the 2/3/3 is an absolute pain. You don't want to, you're almost certainly never going to play them, barring some incredibly specific circumstances.
What dreams may come.
But otherwise you are just floating your full turn with a hero power, so makes sense to me. I think he's just taking his time to sort of plot out the following sequence of turns.
Yeah, there's worlds where, obviously he decided that wasn't the world. Of course, Innovate next turn is very useful, but there are worlds where sort of Innovate, Hero Power, spending 2 mana, advancing all your other stuff is helpful, so just making sure that wasn't one of those worlds. Quite clearly it isn't.
Yeah, he'll have 6 mana next turn with the acceleration aura, so he's going to have the option to Innervate a 7 or go for Hero Power Broodwatcher. I think it has to be Lifeblood.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we know how it's done because we saw how it was done last game, and the last match.
With a 7/10 elusive, I just think everything else is too greedy.
Yeah. Heck of a card for 7 mana.
Pretty
there you go,
good.
that's how you do it.
That's
we're learning.
Yep.
Well.
That will do. Now, impressively, Torch can clear up most of this, right? I mean,
Yeah.
all of it with you know, a little bit of added tools, right? Since there's 2 torches in hand, it's, you know, a heavy expenditure of resources, but just the fact that you can take minimal damage to your board while clearing these is,
Pretty ridiculous.
yeah, pretty absurd. Oh, Grommash
And
pickup.
even the weapon from Tyrion doesn't last long because of the announcer in the other hand as well.
Right, yeah, yeah. Nablaya instead of Grommash. I guess Nablaya
Yeah.
lines up for next turn.
Yeah, nicely as well, right? You can always just chip onto your 7/10.
Yeah.
I'll just take
Second
8.
torch,
I don't care.
yep.
Protect my 1/4 by taking 8.
All right.
Well then.
So now you can go for Brood plus one of those taunts.
Yeah, that's my instinct. It doesn't look very exciting, but it blocks off a lot of this damage, if not all.
I think that, you know, to play Bashana, you sort of need to be able to play one of the Treants to bail you out.
I agree, yeah.
But again, Acceleration Aura runs out this turn, so we're on 7 mana again next turn. Maybe
Can you
just have to
play-
pray and play it. Yeah.
Sure. I started getting really adventurous there. I was wondering if I could play Mirdrasil and one of the taunts and just hope everything goes away.
So there's Shaladrasil in one of those.
Time is of the essence.
Wrath and Forest.
Which we've already seen earlier today counts as many Shaladrasils as you... Well, 2 Shaladrasils if you want them. That's not going to come into play here, most likely. Because there's the hand space is ridiculous, but in theory you can get 2 Shaladrasils that way.
I mean, I think it
the
goes
dream.
infinite, right? Because you always get a dream and you can dream back the Treant.
You always get a dream. Okay, so
Yeah,
it is
it's just a
infinite.
matter of hand size.
Yeah. Okay. Imagine. Imagine all those Shaladrasils, all those nightmares. Levick does have to be just fractionally careful here. Not really, but, you know, it's effectively 8 health with the 5 that's coming in.
Yeah. Gonna go ahead and break that weapon instead of the Nablaya. This is why I was a little bit surprised to see the Nablaya. I don't know sort of in what situation you are. That is fine. You have a 5/3 they have. What? I do not understand what specific thing we are hoping for.
Huh.
Like, the other one was a 5/3 weapon that did not discard your highest cost card. Yeah, well, good enough.
Okay, sure. Do it that way. 1-0. A lot of damage came in that game. Did manage to get the 8/8s and everything. It just piled straight through those, and that's a very big deal as well. That's one out of the way. This demon still has this mage in the lineup. I'm going to talk about that a lot because, not because I'm a mage hater, but because these lineups are very, very good against mage.
Yeah. I think some people have specifically been out to target mage. So.
Yes, I think that's true. It was a very much a deck you want to bring because it's okay into Demon Hunter, but also a deck that is very targetable, and if you're going to bring it as your 3rd or 4th deck, in the world where you can pick on someone's 3rd or 4th deck, that is the time you can go for these target lineups, and we've seen it a lot, and I think they've been working as well.
Yeah.
I think Mage running about 48% this tournament when I last looked, which is fine. Obviously, something's got to go 48. It's not like 40 or something. But, I think these are the lineups that have been causing it to have such a bad win rate.
Yeah, I mean, aggro kind of looking best it's been in quite some time. With you know, the addition of Token Druid, you can really fill out a full aggro lineup, as we saw in APAC.
Yeah, I think at the last championships, with sort of people were looking at that lineup and couldn't quite get it to do what they wanted, but yeah, it just seems to have all the pieces it needs now. The meta's shifted just enough in its favour for it to work. But there's a lot of other options. There's a lot of things that do beat the aggro. It's just aggro on this particular day when everyone submitted at the same time this time around, just to remind you. I remember last playoffs, there were people in the later tournaments who were actually getting a look at what happened in APAC first, and we saw it evolve through the day. None of that this time around. These all submitted simultaneously, and I think that's why these aggro lineups have had their day in the sun. I think if APAC had gone first, maybe everyone would ignore APAC because the traditional aggro meta. No. I think that we may have seen different second and third flights of competition. But this time around, yeah, we're just going with this. It's going really well.
Yeah, and you know, it's a nice bit of variety and change up from before.
Sure.
I think I want to say, does America's have more of the companion hunter? You know, there's just the one.
There's at least one that I saw, I think.
Yeah.
And they have another at least. I think there's 3 egg priests. There's a number of egg priests in Americas as well. So it went both ways.
Is the Brazilian lineup this time is egg priest or is it the non-Brazilian?
I think so. I did know this 12 hours ago, or whatever it was, but currently don't.
No quarter for traitors.
Meanwhile, this is an important game, obviously. Druid, absolutely fine against Hunter, but still always terrifying, right? Like, the Hunter can just go wide and murder you, and that's the end of the game.
I see.
Get to my notes.
Okay. Yes. It's. I mean, still 5 qualified. It's not like all of them have brought it, but it is. Yeah, Grimaldi and Jake who have brought the double egg priest and egg warrior. Which, if you have one, then you bring the other for sure.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
And they have also got. They have not gone full in with like the copying the way that Monkey Flip had, but they do have this sort of more anti-aggro list with Evergreen Stag. They do still have Brood Watcher, right? Because they have not put in.
Yep.
Azara. But I think Evergreen Stag looks very, very good when your opponent is trying to, you know, use torches to clear the way.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. We have seen there are ways around it, but they're usually fairly convoluted. What about the Chrono Lord, for instance? It's not that convoluted. Hold back 1 card, but you know what I mean. Sylvanas here looking for a sister to go with. Could become a big deal if that's picked up. It's already a smallish deal with the Cinder and with the Sylvanas, could possibly clear stuff up.
Is Demon like deciding what mana cost of Elise location to take? You're more likely.
Remember when
to
this
hit...
was easy?
Yeah. Now it's like almost never 10, and then 1 cost has this sort of interesting advantage of you're more likely to hit the options you want because copy is removed. So if copy isn't doing you any favors, then you could sort of more reliably hit rush, armor, discover spell, whichever one of those that you want.
Yeah, and the 5 drops used to, like, before the nerfs, way back in the midst of time of about 4 months ago, the 5 drop used to protect itself with Raptors so readily that you'd play it, it would clear a board, and then it's just there for the rest of the game, where it's now a lot more messy to just do that with a 5 drop. You really have to work for... Plus, it's only, you're only protecting 1 charge now, not 2.
Right.
So the 1's more appealing because it has an instant effect. It's cheap. It gets out of the way. The things you said as well, and off you go.
Yeah, and it was always only 1 Raptor, so that has not been reduced.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Yeah, Horn, dig. See if you've got something
Yeah.
better than location.
Not ideal.
Second Ebb and Flow is nice, but you don't get armor from it this turn. But that's probably fine.
Yeah.
Disdamon's just going to be praying that there is not Confront the Tol'vir next turn. And I think if he sees no Confront the Tol'vir, he'll be feeling pretty safe.
Such a high win rate card. But yeah, looking good at the moment for what we can see. What does Levick pick up?
Oh, well that won't make it playable this turn, but that can dig pretty deep.
So much stuff when half your deck costs 1.
Yep. Second arrow retriever.
Excellent choice.
Yeah.
Slightly awkward, but I think still fine.
Yeah, you're unsettled because there's so much damage can come from hand, but we can see that Levick's actually got nothing really going on apart from more cards, which is nice.
Actually, ability to Brood Watcher, activate the Ebb and Flow.
Yeah.
You could even, you know, with Sylvanas being used, go for like you. Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So relying on the Ebb and Flow to clear this 3/1, and
okay,
stabilize him. I guess it is a hard card to play otherwise. So.
Okay. See how much damage Levick can find. Probably not enough, and that could well end it.
Sisters, my will shall lead us to victory.
Alright, I need all damage
So
to have any chance.
another
here.
Ebb and Flow, but I don't know if that can be activated from inside the Treant. So I don't know if it can give armor.
So I shot in the wrong place to be particularly handy there, but must be getting near a Tol'vir now. Only 15 cards left in deck.
Yeah.
Platysaur could pick it up.
And also just, you know, precise shot represents a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's just in an awkward spot, but it does in the long run, and like over 2 turns maybe.
Flipper Friends, we'll see Rush or Taunt. It's Rush. I think, you know, both had their appeal in that situation.
Time is of the essence.
Okay.
And we can Ebb and Flow the 1/3.
Sure.
Brood Watcher.
So much mana saved if you do that as well.
I think Disdaman not sure whether he'll get the armor or not, but playing the minion first just to be safe.
Presumably won't.
Yeah, no armor.
Things worked how I thought. That's nice.
Well, tracking, that can find it halfway through the deck.
Oh my. Excuse me. Do you want to rock skip
Platysaur
her first and trust?
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
that could also be substantial, whether you hit Tol'vir or not, if you hit the other Triumph. Oh, okay.
Where are they hiding?
Indeed. Well, so now things get tricky. Now you have to do damage control. And it might be Ilaria for next turn, because now you know you need to find Confront the Tol'vir. And she is sort of fully charged up.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, you play Ilaria, look for more tracking.
Yes.
Even like the pet thing, just to draw a card. And because of the double buff, right, the double stats from Verisa, you know, these are respectably sized minions.
Yeah, given that they're just thrown onto the board to do other things, they're very annoying from the Verisa there.
Sort of the upside of having Sylvanas be the first one played, which is usually not what you want.
Yeah. Certainly, watched the Chinese playoffs early in the week. And a lot of the Chinese players were just keeping Vavisa in the mulligan, which I don't think anybody who was watching really agreed with, but we saw it happen 3 or 4 times.
Eastman rolled the taunt. I think he's happy to see that outcome. Now deciding whether to get the full clear or just, ship face.
Got to count,
the
right?
armor
Make
gain
sure he
from
kills
hero
next
power.
turn. If you're going to kill next turn, that's fine.
Sisters,
It's time.
hunt down our enemies.
Yeah, I guess you
There's
could also do
Tolvir.
that. You could just discover an extra Tolvir. That works.
Explosive trap doesn't keep you alive.
It might still be worth taking just because it's another thing you can play on the same turn. It's cheap. Yeah, Devil Swarm
might keep
Mask.
you
You've got
alive,
a
actually.
deck full of 1
Yeah.
drops, so.
It might keep you alive depending where these pieces go.
Yep.
So many targets, and not going to hit face very often here. Would rather hit the non-taunt for this explosive trap, and actually that's going to work out as a nice pick from Levick. I take it back.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no rush here. Otherwise, you could, go into one of these 2/3s. But I think it's still worth playing the explosive.
Absolutely, I think you'd die if you don't.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I guess just to throw off the scent?
Yeah, make your opponent play around stuff that isn't there.
I guess. I sort of would just go for maximal clear and let them know. But
Yeah, I think he took the view that it's over in one more turn either way, and that shouldn't make a difference what just happened. So, but it might make a difference.
just when you've got the Devil Sword Mask plus Sizzling Cinder.
Doesn't, yeah. It's fine, he counted, I think. Go on, rip the Shaladra and put it on the 4-2. Do it.
Yep.
Nice work, Demon. He saw through your games.
Yep.
Goes to 1 game all.
That's gonna do it.
That's why Demon's just one of the best. Like, that wasn't an impossible Hearthstone play to see or feel, but Levick threw it off a little bit. And Demon's like,
I guess
don't
that
trust
was the
this.
reason, right? Is like,
Yeah.
if you're figuring Shaladra still might be there, then you make it that much more awkward rather than giving away exactly what the trap is. So.
Yeah, and he smelled it out. Well played, Demon there. 1 apiece. We've left Hunter and Demon Hunter, always nice to have in your back pocket versus the Warrior and the Mage. Yeah, I still think Levick has a slight edge here, but obviously at 1-1, anything can happen. It's not a massive edge before we even started, and definitely closing in.
Yeah, absolutely. Still.
And Levick's DH isn't in the greatest spot, right? It's just fine.
Yeah. It has not got Solitude, which I personally like. I'm not a big fan of Solitude in the no minion DH. Just feels like it makes you worse against Rogue, although I guess fewer Rogues than previously. But even in the matchups where it's not turned off, I feel like Demon Hunter's just got a lot of solid cards that you can replace it with other things pretty easily and not miss it, right? Like Hive Map and Illidari Studies both feel so good right now because of Flash Flood.
Yeah, it's an incredible card for sure. No I-beams is a thing that I've seen more and more of happening. Like, there's just not enough space for it anymore. But in this meta, I wouldn't mind an I-beam in some of these matchups. I think people just take the view that they're going to win the aggro matchups anyway, so concentrate on your tech elsewhere.
Yeah. Speaking of tech, Disdemon has a very interesting Dragon Warrior, including Time Twisted Seer. So I think we've touched on.
Oh, it's
how,
that deck.
Yeah, how you can with Time Twisted Seer and of course then got Double Depths, Double Eternal Toil. You can get that +2 spell damage, and if there's a bunch of damaged, like 1 or 2 health minions, you can just net gain damage on your torch with the Time Twisted Seer, because you only spend 1 of it or 2 of it to kill off the minion, but then with the +2 spell damage, you get it back.
Yeah, the first time I ever did that, I'm like, okay, play my torch. I hadn't really noticed I'd done it. I just generated the seer by accident. That's the thing that gives +2 spell damage. Generated by accident, started torching some things. After about 3 turns, I'm like, how much is left on my torch? And I've looked, it's like 10. I'm like, what has happened here? How does this even work? But yeah, the number is the number on the torch, and it comes back with the +2 after the reduction, and it just hangs around where it started. It's ridiculous. This deck also very aggressive as well. Time Twister Seer able to do, a lot of damage with the spells. There's just basically nothing costs more than 5 if you believe the hype of the reductions. There's 2 Slither Drakes and 2 Wind Peaks. But basically everything costs 5 or less in the real world in which we live.
Right, and
This might be the version that Sottle first liked, or something close to it, where they just got rid of a lot of the minions.
Yeah. You've got Shadowed Informant because you can discover more spells that that go well with your spell damage. Does also have Creature of Madness, which 1/1's not so great on curve, but we've mentioned how good the Dark Gifts are, and so being able to have that turn 3 Dark Gift minion, very, very potent.
The Hunter Hand. Okay, got the things. The Tolvia is the things, that's all you need. No turn 1 play for Disdemon, which is harsh when he has many of them in his deck. But he did keep 2 2s, so there's that.
Yeah. And Broodkeeper, nice consolation.
Absolutely.
I think this is probably one of the matchups where Creature of Madness does feel a bit worse. Interesting still, just going to throw it out in case you get that, turn 3 that you just can't pass up.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable, right? Because it challenges the board as well for minimal outlay.
Wow, Cloud Serpent. So we're going for the stats. That is going to be a very large Cloud Serpent. It's going to be a 7/8. And get a copy Shadowed Informant, which is a little interesting. Does tell Levick that it's quite safe to drop this Neri, though.
Yeah. That's a massive deal. Levick's going to get a lot out of Neri. You don't need to do what we used to do with Discover Hunter and just do 30 damage because of Neri. Just get 2 or 3 cards, or even 1 card advantage. Have an annoying 2/5 that has to be dealt with.
Yeah.
And Neri's done their job. Like that's all that's needed.
Yeah, getting 4 times tracking.
Yeah. Now I've got to decide between the Arcane Shot and the Wound Prey. The Arcane Shot does more immediate damage, but the Wound Prey...
I think you just make the 4/4.
No quarter for traitor.
Or just make a 4/4. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. Good call.
The spell isn't going to save the Neri anyway, so go for the stats.
Yeah. That's a Hearthstone turn.
Yeah.
So because of the double tracking, obviously Disdemon knows that Neri has to... Neri has to die anyway. Neri really has to die here.
Right. There is refill. For certain.
Your whole board is 4/4s as well as the things I wanted to do next turn, so...
So the question then is, do you play the Searing Fissure so you can get the full clear, right? And it has to be Searing Fissure because of the elusive on the 4/4?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you just say, well, we leave the 4/4 in play, kill off the Neri with the trade, play other things with the rest of the mana? Dissolving Ooze reduced is quite interesting.
Yeah.
All in all, not the greatest hits, though.
No, it's very annoying. Like you say, going for the use there. There's a lot of surprise damage at some point if needed.
Shattered Informants could, do something out of the box, though, just because they discover spells from other classes.
This demon has managed to make a pretty decent board out of this, but obviously
Double triumph.
now we get to the point where we double triumph.
And I think, you know, without having taken any damage, like putting the warrior on the defensive here, Levick knows he's got Confront the Tol'vir, is totally free to just juice it up as much as possible.
Yeah, the rock skipper come down, I think. Like you say, just all of it probably. Can also just go in quite early and not do the rock skipper thing. Just go wound, play arcane shot, play the Tol'vir, so more things go face.
This is quite interesting. Yeah, I like this. The reborn with full enchantments is quite good for that minion.
Wait a turn. Levitt can't do 19 to face through an empty board, right? It won't be empty anyway.
So many choices.
It's 50. It's going to be a lot. This Tol'vir, but I don't think it's enough.
The one problem with this minion pickup for Disdemon is that he has to take damage to give it that +3/+3.
Yes, yeah.
And he's already looking at a fair bit of damage.
Yeah. Let's see how Levick chooses to do this, because there are those two trackings in the Tol'vir that might just fetch more Tol'vir.
True.
No, he's going to go maximum greed.
Yeah. I mean, figures has got time, why not?
Yeah, don't blame him.
Getting especially all these burn spells in. So Disdemon could just location ping the 2/1. That would deal the 2 damage to him, and then you play the taunt.
Yeah, that works.
Or I guess if you want to be more conservative, you attack the 1/3, and then you ping the end of it.
So many.
Or ping the 2/1 after you play the taunt.
I think there's that consideration. What he'd really like to do, which is way too slow, is to get the ooze buff on it as well, given it's got the reborn.
So many choices.
But it's also the best thing to ooze stats wise.
That's the problem, yeah. A lot of fiddly on this turn, how you ought to set things up.
All right.
That's a lot. Okay, well, you're not getting there that way. This way is blocked.
I mean, I almost wonder if you just wound, pray, face, and then confront. See where it goes.
Yeah, do you want to Verisa instead is the only thing, because you've got 2 trackings, but I agree with you.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that. I guess
like
like you're still in no danger of death, so you sort of would have time to just let things keep rolling. But this is a pretty good board on top of all those spells.
Yeah, left 2 mana open for the hero power / top decks.
A little bit of wasted
messing
damage
around
there with the
Paxos.
rock.
Yeah.
Freeze comes in handy. All in all, that was a little more underwhelming than I was imagining.
Same. Yeah.
Platysaur could still pick up top deck, and of course we know there's arrow retrievers in the deck.
And we're saying it's underwhelming. There's a Platysaur, yeah, there's, like you said, there's the top deck, there's damage on board in the cinders, there's a hero power, there's a lot of stuff still.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Disdemon's on 7, so... Ooh, I'd be interested in getting some more minions down first to potentially tank the I guess if you're doing the 1 damage to everything with the fissure, maybe they don't tank so much. But
I guess you also have to work out, are you going to weave hero powers to try and get out of range? I don't think you can afford to. Oh my goodness!
yeah, Levick took 3 of those. Oh, Crocolisks though.
Wow. Okay.
I think you're fine giving the opponent crocodiles in this position.
Yeah, just got to check the consequences of your actions, but I agree. Not much else you can do apart from weave, and that's probably not going to work, so... There's double precise shot still, right, for Levick?
Yes, Levick has Sylvanas, which, after playing Verisa will be 4. Double arrow retriever for draw. Arcane shot. Double precise shot. Yeah, lots of burn left.
Okay. Dinosaurs first, intending to try and win the game. Not sure how.
Yeah, a little surprised at not seeing the Verisa come down there first, but...
Silver arrowheads! An excellent choice.
Which is not playing the Verisa, apparently.
Okay.
Sisters,
Verisa first now.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Levick was hoping to hit. I guess Levick really wanted to hit one of the precise shots to maybe take down this 8-5.
Yeah, you can end up with a problem, right, where the precise shot just lives on the left-hand side of your hand. It has to be the last card left. But my instinct is to play the Verisa, but I'm just a Verisa fan.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I forgot there's this second Unleash the Crocolis because of the shadow. Just because it wasn't doing anything in hand, I completely forgot about it.
Does that mean there's a lethal here?
Because you double the... There might be. You
the
double
8.
the... Yeah.
8,
So
16,
you go in for 8. You eat it, and then you put double bones. Yeah, and then if you get the extra... Yeah, well spotted.
Ooh, nice work. Disdemon getting there as well. If I can spot it, Disdemon certainly can. Doing an absolute massive amount of damage here and gets it done to 2-1. Just the mage remaining.
Actually, didn't even need the second bones. I think it was good enough with just Wind Feet.
Oh, don't be like that. I think you're right. That wasn't as cool though. It's fine. He did it my way. That's what matters.
Now,
All
yeah,
right,
Disdemon, here's the sticking point. Can the mage get over the finish line?
Well, the mage is a bit different this time around to the Fatty match, where this mage does have a demon hunter to take on. And mages quite like doing that. Last time around it was pure aggro. The hunter will probably be queued first, just because players like to get their favourables out of the way. So the hunter should just sort of run all over the mage if things go as you would expect, and then we'll have a real battle with the mage and the demon hunter to see who can get through.
Yeah, it's so strange because, largely I think you consider the Demon Hunter, an aggro deck. And one that tends to perform well into other aggro decks, as Demon Hunter has historically done, right? They have an efficient hero power, they have efficient tools to clear opposing boards, so they tend to dominate over other aggro decks. But the nature of this Demon Hunter does sort of postpone boards a little bit, right? If you have the curves where you just, there's no minions, right? So you just gotta have Sigil of the Seas to make that 3/3, but even then it can't attack till turn 3. You've got Grim Harvest and Wyvern Slumber, which can make these powerful minions, but they're dormant for a bunch of turns, and so that can just give the mage time to complete their quest, and then create these overwhelming boards that the Demon Hunter just doesn't quite have the tools to deal with.
Yeah, and on the other side of that as well, the cards you're using to sort of get ahead when you're behind or whatever, the Proxy Guard's last hand does nothing against the mage. Whereas against some of the hunter decks, or even if there's a shaman somehow sneaks into the tournament, it clears the board and draws 4 cards or something. So
Right.
a lot of the things that make it good aren't viable, and like you said, a lot of things that make it sort of fast aren't quite as quick as you'd expect. That said, it's still extremely powerful, and Disdemon will not be taking this for granted.
Yeah, Disdemon did hold on to this storage scuffle, or Mulligan defined it, I forget which, and has a nice ability to just discover a 1-cost here, Spark of Life, that's great, that's another discover, really get the quest rolling.
We'll take Druid, because there's more discovers on the Druid than the Mage.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so the conventional wisdom, as it were, you take the Druid before completion, because I think there's definitely more. And then after completion, if you're ahead on board, you tend to take the Druid for the buffs. And if you're behind, you tend to take the Mage for the potential removal. That's the ABC. There's obviously far more than that to it, but that's the bits that I learned.
Well, Disdemon picks up the Moss Binding, which might actually come down here as like an anti-Hounds play.
Yeah.
Just to delay that a little
See
bit. Unless he wants to just turbo quest stuff with Alter Time, which is reasonable.
Yeah, especially as it got that really fast start, right?
Siphon Mana, Arcane Bolt, those are quite nice.
They'll keep you alive.
And Alter Time often isn't great to play post-weapon. It can give you some really good tools when you're picking, but when it's randomly playing, it's less good. So it's sort of there for the 2 discovers beforehand. Rewind. That's going to hit another discover.
Unless you polymorph someone's entire board like was needed in one of the matches at the start of the day. Like that was ridiculous from the Alter Time. But in general, I do agree with you. But yeah.
This is the 3rd Incanter's Flow that Disdemon has offered.
Ugh.
Remember when that card cost
Imagine
2?
those after completion. Your deck costs 0. All done though.
Just about.
Isn't it nice not to have to check to see if there's a Viper in the opposing deck, because you know there isn't? Or you would really hope there isn't, at least.
No Hounds for Levick, does have Eternal Hold for next turn, but as we described, Mage Quest done, right? Eternal Hold on 6, powerful, but maybe not powerful enough.
Yeah, and Levick's just not been able to produce any pressure at all, just relentless sort of nothing cards. Rolled the 5/5 from the Grim Harvest, which is also not what he wanted. Picks
up double Flash Flood to be able to clear some of the mage boards, setting up as much presence as possible with the Stingers. Disdemon able to complete quest with a Rewind for free, and then throw out the Creature of Madness for some Dark Gifted 3-drops.
Quest!
Oh. Yeah, quest again. Let's do the quest again.
Yeah, unfortunately for us, Disdemon is sensible.
I mean, in some matchups that would be the line, but yeah, no need in this one, I think.
So disappointed, honestly. So the only thing that's in Levick's, gives Levick any chance here at all is Disdemon does not have any of the really strong discovers because he's used them to get here. Hasn't drawn the taunt, so that's the important one as well.
Yeah, crucially, the one you pick is what goes to your hand, so gonna go ahead and take the cheapest 3-drop that doesn't really have much impact on the board. And just gonna keep this neat and tidy.
And if Levick whiffs on the location here, this could end very fast.
I wonder if he delays, or I guess you imagine, I think you have to go for it because you have to develop it, and things could very well get worse next turn.
I was thinking he might as well, but yeah, you just got to get on with it.
Goes for the Rift Cleaver, an uncommon pick. Does remove a lifesteal. And that's exactly the kind of pickup Disneyman was looking for, because the minions are what you want post quest completion.
Yeah, you just want to flatten your opponent as quickly as possible. Now, it doesn't always work. That's why Mage gets involved in these weird, long, almost stalemates for a while sometimes, but I think that Disneyman is going to get this one done. It's not by no means certain yet.
This is so funny with the Sands of Time, where you take your pick and then you rewind, and it undoes all the damage it did. It's interesting because you can kind of, in terms of random effects, just see where the rolls are, because like maybe the cards like could be okay if you got the right hits, but then if you don't get the ones you want, you're sort of like, eh.
Disneyman just checked himself there. He was going to do something with the spark, I think, and then realised, hang on, I'm burning through my charges and I just don't need to. Because one way you can lose with a mage is just burn through the 8 charges of the weapon, and before you know it, suddenly you've gone through them, your board isn't too menacing, your opponent's back in it. So I think he just checked himself here and decided, you know, I'm not going to play a spark, I'm going to preserve some of these charges. I don't need more right now. Why rush?
And sometimes you can put yourself in very awkward positions where, there's a spell that you have to take because getting it played automatically is bad for you.
Yes. Yep. And this, I mean, why would you need a spark of life and a couple of extra bits here? Bad things can happen to you. Good things can happen too, but not amazingly good.
It's looking like a flash flood.
Yeah. Would like to hold on to them until they're active, but might be a while.
Oh wow. Gonna hold off. Just use stingers for now. Rely on the life steal.
Rushing through the portals. We're not rushing like we used to rush through portals.
Oh wow, well that's a nice pickup.
Yeah, managed to do a lot there and save the flash floods until they're outcast. That's good work.
Yeah, well, and has the ability now with the lifesteal weapon, you play the Lasting Legacy, get some extra lifesteal juice, and then activate Flash Flood, and you've got a second one to follow up. So, Levick kind of planned for this a while ago, expecting to kind of clean out the hand space to get these active and deal with boards that otherwise wouldn't be able to, but just a little bit too slow with Polymorph
lethal,
and
right?
Fireball. Yep, +2 spell damage for an 8 damage Fireball.
Disdemon goes to another championship event. A legacy going back to 2016. He's been to several in between now and then, and I don't know, the longevity of Disdemon, nice to see him at another championship too. Commiserations to Levick, but I'm sure we'll see Levick again when he chooses. But Disdemon, always there or thereabouts. It's been a little while. It's been a year, I think, since we last saw him. Last spring. So yeah, it's been a year since we last saw him. Can't wait to see him at the championships against the likes of Yarla and Maxibon.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but a lot of these names that we know making it through, right? I like that playoffs gives, lots of folks opportunities to punch through, but, it also is a way to reinforce the names that we are familiar with and that they, are the ones who come out on top.
Yeah, and I might need to tear up my matchup spreads as well, because apparently Mage just beats everything, and I'm just wrong. So there we have it from the Europe region. Yarla, Fatty, Monkey Flip, and Disdemon. Monkey Flip, of course, bringing that Egg Priest. Got to the top 8 along with Nick Drake last time around. This was the one who did not progress then, so nice to see him get through too. And Fatty was just very happy all the way through those last couple of games when he realised he was probably going to get through. Another sort of regular in all the Twitch chats. You'll see Fatty around. So a very good, strong lineup from Europe as always in one of these events.
Yeah, and that leads us on to the Americas and the dominance of Brazil. We'll have to see if they can make it out, but very well represented with 5 players already.
Yeah, 5 players already, so at least one is guaranteed to go through.
Yeah,
Of course,
that's
there's
true.
only 4 matches, and then 3 other shots at it along the way. Right, anyway, let's take a break, slightly longer one, I think, while we just get the Americas region set up, and we'll see you in 4 or 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to dive into our next region now. It's going to be the first match of the Americas region. I'm Raven and joining me for this one is Bunny Hopper. Great to have you on the desk, or technical desk I guess. Have you been enjoying the day so far?
It's been quite exciting. I was a bit nervous at the start, but it's a blast casting with you guys. So, been having fun.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the longer days that we do because we're covering all the regions, of course. But it's awesome just to see all the players who made it through the Swiss get here and then have those sort of exciting winning ins, right? Because it's great to watch. I'm sure you know as much as anyone. No doubt the pressure's a lot for the players in that position. But as a spectator like us, it's great to watch these sort of winning in high pressure matches because we just know how much is on the line for the players, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even if we have some newer players and they make a mistake here or there, it's understandable. I still remember my first like super high pressure games and the mistakes I've made there. And then, I mean, it worked out in the end. You just have to grow with your mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you can learn from them and improve, that's all you need to do. We do have our first match coming up. It's going to be Orion, or going to be referred to as Orion Numbers, against Saiga here. And we do have a pretty interesting lineup. We can actually, I jumped the gun a little bit before that, take a look at who exactly is in the Americas matches here. So it's going to be pretty interesting because once more, the sort of overall Americas region, I would say, dominated by Brazil, which seems to have been an ongoing theme for quite a while now, actually, in competitive Hearthstone when you look at the actual region splits.
Yeah, and I think they have done so by bringing really innovative lineups. They've been cooking hard in their community, and I love to see that get rewarded.
Yeah, it's awesome. I feel like every tournament now, it's just what's Brazil gonna bring, right? It's always a big question because there's always something going on over there, so it's pretty awesome. But as you can see, we are down to our final 4 matches of the day. We've already covered Asia Pacific, we've covered EU now, we are moving on to the Americas, and we'll be bringing you the Ryan Numbers matchup against Saiga. And we were just talking right before we went live, but Saiga's definitely got a different lineup. There's Token Druid and Dragon Warrior, which is, pretty standard, right? Especially what we've seen over the course of the day, nothing too crazy. But then there's Control Priest and Companion Hunter. And I know we were just talking about Companion Hunter, but just very quickly, me and Sotel cast the Egg Priest earlier today, and that actually looked quite good. It's Control Priest, but with Egg instead of like the Medivh package, obviously, and stuff like that. And that looked quite good. But now I'm looking at this control list, I'm just thinking, oof, there's a lot of whiffs in that. What do you think Saiga's actually targeting with this lineup overall? Because it seems pretty slow in places, with especially those 2 decks.
I do think the way that this is put together overall, he's included like Holy Nova and some more anti-early game. So I think he's trying to beat some of the aggressive decks. And I do like that they went in and put in a Bitterbloom Knight and some more early game. That deck often tries to be a bit greedy and not go too all in on the imbuing. But they put in the 2 mana 1/3 lifesteal that when you have hero powered gets +3/+3. So you'll have a 2 mana 4/6 lifesteal. And that should be pretty good against aggro. Kind of goes along the idea that we saw in EU in the last match. The 6 mana 6/7 untargetable lifesteal kind of plays to the same idea.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, it's been, as you said, in case you are just joining us, these aren't just 8 random players. They've not only qualified for the playoffs in general, but also qualified through Swiss yesterday. So this deck has performed at least well enough to get top 8 in the region, right? So there's definitely something going on there. And I do agree. I think a lot of those slower control decks, when you build them, it's about building just enough to win the late games, like just enough win condition style stuff, and then having everything else be like sort of survival based, right? Because if you've got tons of late game power but you get mown over in the early game, then there's no point in having all that late game. Regardless though, no doubt we'll talk about the Priest a little bit later on. We are going to be jumping into the Dragon Warrior Mirror just to kick things off, and this one can really snowball out of control if one player gets that good curve that we can see for Ryan at this top there. Already just having access to a nice, at least, opening of a curve there can lead to some trouble in the mirror.
Yeah, being able to go first here and put on the pressure, being able to go face a little bit more. The onus is a little bit on Saiga of coining something super powerful early on to reverse this kind of pressure angle and forcing Ryan to be the one that is trading.
Yeah, well, but the infinite with charge is never a bad thing. Generally, we'll use that as rush, basically, because you're probably going to trade, but not the worst thing to pick up. And nothing to be able to combine it with the Brood Mother on turn 3, though. So, going to potentially be a bit of a quiet turn 2, but does have the Shadow Flame in hand for Ryan, so not too bad. Saiga is going to respond with Sanguine Depths and just clear off that 2-1. So, both players have decent options within the next few turns. Oh, good pickup, though, for Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Rush Poisonous because basically it rushes into your 4-mana 5/8.
Yeah, you can just bat it away pretty easily. So I did like that as a choice, but going for Fade Trickster instead for Ryan is pretty interesting. Here we're going to see another Discover, and it's going to be Remorseless for Winter coming out there for Saiga. Not really the best, pretty expensive overall, but obviously I had to pick something. I had nothing that really stuck out in terms of good choices there from the Discover.
Yeah, there was just not many good options here, so it's kind of picking the least bad thing here. Don't know how Remorseless Winter will work out in this match. You probably don't really want to be playing it at all, but yeah, 3 bad options. Do you like cashing in on your Dark Gift here now, or I mean, the other option is playing the Brood Mother and digging for better minions?
Yeah, I think this is probably okay, just because even though the Brood Mother's a bit wonky now, just having a 4/6, something that big is just going to be pretty good to try and push off this board for Saiga here. So I like the 4/6 coming down from Ryan. It's not too bad. Precursory Strike is going to help clean up some of this, though.
It's quite interesting being able to coin the Whelp here and get this. Gives you an additional mana next turn, that 3-drop. So you could still play the 5. If I'm not mistaken. And you could get quite a nice 5 otherwise. To fill out your curve a little bit better.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been so bad because it only killed off the 2/2, right? So it's not like you've really used the strike for anything too wild, but I guess just drawing the cards is worth something in of itself. Oh, okay.
The Twilight Drake is interesting because you can play it together with the Brood Mother next turn. And it'll be a 4/6 with charge.
Yeah. I was just looking at the Peddler because the Peddler gains pretty good stats, right? 4/4 with Lifesteal, and it's kind of free with the Brood Mother.
It's kind of a 2-mana 5/5 versus a 4-mana 4/6 with charge. Depends, of course, what else you think you can slot in, right? You have 2 more mana to spend freely on something else.
Alright, it's been pushed off the board now. Windpeak has a habit of being able to do that.
Yeah, no expensive cards right now for Ryan. He'd really love to draw a little bit, but he just hasn't been able to find anything.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, Saiga's just got this Dracorex, right? Which is going to be a problem if he gets to the point of being able to play it comfortably, because that can just wipe a lot of the Dragon Warrior boards by itself, never mind anything else. So that is going to be a little bit scary if that gets active. We do see there's those late game tools with that and Grom in hand for Saiga, so still got a while to get there yet, but definitely scary if he can. Ryan, though, just need to get something going.
There really just aren't any good options here. There's no turn that I can look at that I'm like, okay, I like playing this here. You might even potentially want to keep another dragon in hand so that you can activate anything that is dragon related.
Yeah, I was even looking at, is this just Searing and Strike just to kill the Windpeak, just to say it's a bad turn, but it is what it is?
Yeah, I do think you want to just do this. You don't want to face tank it. You start using the torch, get the Peddler on board. It's a 4/4. It's not amazing.
It's fine, right?
Yeah. And you're just really hoping to either top deck something that discovers a dragon or picking up an inexpensive dragon.
Yeah, there is no Shadow Flame if Saiga wants to just go fishing, because there is decent follow-up as well. Still has that dragon in hand that he could play for 3 this turn. After the Shadow Flame, obviously you can discover something from the Shadow Flame that changes things too. So I like starting with this. Dark Gifts, obviously, very impactful.
Yeah, interesting he's decided to actually go face here. I felt like I wanted to point that still at the minion and follow it up with a 3-drop. Because I do think we're still fighting for a board. Saiga's deck is pretty greedy with Dracorex and Grom, but decides to go for this line instead, saying like this was what he wanted to commit to. This minion has lifesteal, so pointing this at face in this order, not great either. Yeah, we're kind of just looking at pretty sad warrior hands compared to some of the earlier things that we've seen. I mean,
yeah,
we've seen some really powerful turns by both of them, and so far this just hasn't been it.
Yeah, what do you make of Saiga basically playing for late game now? Because he picked up a Tortola, right? Which is not something you see every day in this matchup. He's saying, I have 2 8-drops. You know what I really need? A 10-drop now.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the Tortola, I assume in this matchup, is if you're not dead, you win. So, but that's an interesting choice for sure. He's on 22 HP. He is the one that is still getting somewhat pressured. But I guess they're both holding back the stadium announcer because they're afraid of their opponent just stadium announcering back.
And with neither one of them like massively ahead, you can't just say, oh, well, the weapons are always going to benefit me more because I'm winning, sort of thing, right? It's something you have to be a little bit careful of. But I imagine this game plan for Saiga now is just get to turn 8, play Dracorax, like cover turn 9, and then drop Tortola and just say game.
Yeah, and Ryan is kind of just recognizing this. This is there were a few different lines. I like playing 2 2-drops instead of playing the announcer. But he's saying, hey, you know, I know you played some really expensive 8-drops in your deck. This is probably where you want to be dropping them. This is probably your idea. So I'd like to punish that as hard as possible. And not giving you that turn for the stadium announcer. To be just played right back. That's exactly what's happening. There's 12 more damage that we need to do. Like without taunts or anything. I think we're just starting to point it off face.
Yeah, I think so. The strike, there's double wind peak, right? Like, there's a lot of damage, actually, just raw damage in Ryan's hand right now.
Yeah, and there's not that much point in committing, like, even more minions to the board. Seeing that your opponent has a Dracorax. Dracorax is, of course, really strong at trading.
Yeah, I actually like looking at starting with Shadow Flame here. Honestly, maybe just either Shadow Flame the 3-2 or just Shadow Flame face, and then just see what you get offered, and then you can still follow up with Wind Peak. You can follow up with Torch, like whatever you need. He's gonna go for Strike instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them were fine. You're always paying a Wind Peak, and you're playing one of your spells, and you're torching that minion. So that's what's happening. Question is just which one of them is better. This is more damage immediately.
Yeah, now that's the good old Wind Peak tennis. There's no doubt Saiga will be very interested in gaining armor at this point in the game.
And likely the 2 extra from the hero power as well. I do think with the deck that is built as greedy as it is, quite an interesting choice going for the Tortola and not going for something more immediate pressure. Yeah, this will be enough, I guess.
It's going to be enough, yeah. Yeah, Ryan's going to take game 1. It looked quite dicey in the early game there, as Ryan had to, I think, basically just cast the card draw 1 turn and pass. It wasn't looking great, no, not going too crazy, but as you mentioned, Saiga's deck was not only built a little bit slower, also had those cards in his opening hand, and then did choose that Tortola as well to sort of commit to the slow line. And I think Ryan just saw the window of opportunity, right? Like, some of those late game cards aren't hidden knowledge, they're literally in the deck. So it's just, okay, I need to play aggressive because I don't really have anything else to do. And he knows he won't be able to keep up with the, like you said, if the Dracorax comes down and clears his board, there's no counter that he'll have to it apart from killing his opponent. So I think a sort of good plan, even though it was a bit of a ropey start there for Ryan.
Yeah, I think he never properly got to the point where you could turn it around. Like, even though there was like some relatively slow turns from Ryan, like I said, the coin player has to get to the point where they turn it around. They have to be the one that forces the opponent to pressure. You always go face, and they kind of, you know, you get the free face damage in while they have to trade with your stuff.
Yeah, pretty interesting there. From Ryan's going to lead 1-0. He's going to have his Druid and Hunter. And this is one thing that's been pretty interesting about this lineup as well. It's the Marithra Hunter and the... Marithra Druid, there we go, and the no-hand Hunter, where we've seen a lot of the time the lineups are like token Druid and then the face Hunter, and, you know, a bit more just aggressive overall. So what do you make of this with like them going for Marithra instead of going for that token Druid?
I mean, I think the token Druid and the Marithra, they try to achieve very different things. They happen to share a class, but I think they couldn't be more different in what they're trying to achieve. So each player, of course, like chose it for their respective lineup, what they felt fit their idea a little bit better. Marithra, of course, like super good in developing huge late game, and Token Druid just being the complete opposite, you know, just running over your opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. I'm just checking the Marithra list because there's a little bit of flex in these lists to exactly what people play. But just glancing through this, there is the Heartroot Stones in this as a one-of, but looks fairly standard overall. There's the Brood Mothers, which aren't in every single list, but other than that, looks pretty standard. But we are going to see the Hunter for Saiga going up against the Hunter for Ryan. So we are going to see one of my favorites, a good old Hunter Mirror.
Yeah, and
although Mirror in class, not in deck, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty interesting he decides to contest this right away with a critter, because you don't really care about getting contested face. I was considering playing tracking, trying to maybe go for Wound Prey on the 2-1, maybe deleting 2 minions next turn and then healing up afterwards, and grabbing board kind of while you're at it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting those options that open up when you have Sylvanas in your hand at the beginning, right? Against Face Hunter, because you know Sylvanas is going to clear a good chunk of their board if they make one. So pretty interesting to see how sort of defensive or not. Saiga, though, very interesting, this Companion Hunter. Like, I kind of like playing it, but it feels like it's got some huge weaknesses in that if you miss leveling up the companions, then that's a problem, because then the deck just sort of fumbles around for a while. And then if you end up on you've really got to pay attention to what companions you have available, but also what your cards are going to level you to, because some of the mana costs are so much better than others.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty lucky here that the shots, of course, went face. And Tamepad, absolute key card to get your animal companions upgraded. You need to do it cheaply. You can sometimes just get to 5 against Face Hunter and say, like, that's kind of good enough for me.
Yeah, I think 5 and 6 are the sweet spot against Face Hunter for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, if you ever get to 7, you're super happy. This will undoubtedly be a rewind.
Oh, and there's Tame. That's like probably just #1 goal of what you're searching for, right? With that, it's like probably close to the best outcome, as long as you don't need like a removal spell to not die, for example. But early in the game, you definitely have to that. Shepherd's Crook gonna come out though, start piling on a little bit of pressure.
I'm just considering playing it last turn already, just to make the 3/3s wake up earlier. But they're unlikely to be incredibly impactful here. This deck doesn't really play the weapon for the 3/3s. It just plays it more for, You know, the late game.
Good old fashioned damage.
Not the late game, sorry, just the fireball phase.
Yeah. Did get the 6/5 elusive taunt on offer now. Is in the companion pool for Saiga. So not bad at all. Not the best, but definitely not bad.
Yeah, and we're at 5, which is quite interesting because we still have the coin in hand. And I think our game plan here is rather straightforward. We stabilize next turn with Sylvanas or, you know, the bursting shot, and then the turn afterwards we would like to coin the spirit, and like the roam free, and then we want to see. We have a 3 and 4 shot to get the Demon Hunter 410. That makes all opponents' minions attack into this.
Which is one of the best outcomes total, right, with this deck against any aggro matchup anyway. Okay, well,
I like the speed at which you're playing.
Oh, they know what they're doing. They're locked in. You've got to play Hunter fast. I think that should be a rule. Do you think this is a kind of an interesting discover here? Because this, now without using coin, removes Sylvanas and Bursting Shot. Oh wait, never mind. Sylvanas was buffed. But I just completely blanked over the fact that it was buffed. Never mind. Yeah, don't need to do that. This is way better.
Yeah, and then I mean we're gonna see Confront the Tolvir come down. Pretty sure. Needs to do some more damage. There's an interesting choice. You have Sylvanas Triumph. How much do you care about board here? Is the next Wound Prey really worth it? I don't think so.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Precise Shot coming up this turn wouldn't surprise me at all. Just because I think at this point now Ryan knows there's been enough companion ramp to be scared of it now, right? So it's just this game needs to end soon. So it's just go full damage every turn phase.
Yeah, and Triumph is nice, but the other one just does more damage.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Here we go.
So. Oh, he missed.
Missed? I
What?
missed on the lifesteal. Gets the bear,
Absolute
which
disaster.
is like a good second place prize, I guess. But missing on the lifesteal is so big because Saiga's at 10 and there's what? 8 next turn minimum. Like absolutely minimum 8 damage next turn. Oh.
That's not quite it, because we can't play all of them, I guess. We can still hope 2 of our shots go face from...
Yeah, I think you can trade the 2-1 in first, right? Because why not, right? Trade it in, just see what happens. It could go there, and if not, just you can probably going to end up going Rock Skipper into Triumph.
Yeah, and Saiga's in a really uncomfortable position now because there isn't really, now that the 7 has kind of low rolled and not given him what he really wants.
Yeah.
This is just really difficult because there's no more lifesteal that you can get to in other places, and Tortola's doesn't gain you life quickly enough. I don't think there's other options of getting your life total up. Like, of course, we can have Tolvir, which respawns the 1/1s that he played. That would heal him for 6. But other than that...
yeah, because we've already gone past some of the other minions, right, in terms of leveling the companions up. So, yeah, we've already gone past that, so...
So he knows he's dead if he doesn't heal. And none of his animal companions or evolves are going to get them. So it's going to have to be the Raptor nest. I don't think there's anything that could get you there at 9. Oh,
yeah, I don't...
There actually is. This could get you there. Because this costs a top 3 card, and that could cast Tolvir, which then again could heal you by 12. So a very interesting spot he's found here.
There's always an out.
Or not, doesn't heal by 12, but I assume by 6. So some cool cards.
That's not it. Yeah.
Not cool enough.
Yeah, not going to be good enough. Ryan going to take the lead, or continue the lead, should I say, in this series, 2-0, with the Face Hunter just getting it done. And that's where the matchup does get tricky. If the Face Hunter just does get to sort of play on curve, and just sort of stay aggressive, it can really be a problem if you don't hit any of those lifesteals, because there's lifesteal on 5 that you can hit, there's lifesteal on 6 as well for the companions, and then of course on 7, but missing all of them or not getting them out, you know, over that time really is a problem, because I think you need to hit at least one of those to stand a chance. Because if you heal once or twice and then you sort of burst into the bigger minions late game and then just try and race at that point, that's fine. But I think missing all of them, you need something to go very wrong for the Face Hunter to lose that game.
Yeah, I think it's like it's just the 6 or the 7, right? And that there's quite a variety of minions at 6, but at 7 there's really only 4 beasts that you can get. So you have a 75% chance, but I mean that's all but guaranteed.
And there's the Pterodax at 5, right? The Death Knight 5/4 with Rush. I think that's at 5, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
a 5.
That's one that you can hit to help out, but you really want the taunts, right? The taunt lifesteals are really big, or the demon, of course. But it does mean that Ryan is going to be on just this druid left over now to go for that, and that's a pretty nice position to be in. 2-0 up, got an extremely solid deck. Obviously, it's not unwinnable for Saiga, but I don't think there's a big sort of question mark deck here. Sometimes we get into this stage in the match and there's like one deck left for the player to win with, but it's a terrible matchup into their opponent. But that's just not really the case here, at least I feel like, with the Druid.
That's definitely still doable for Saiga. And it'll be quite interesting to see. We've had an absolute masterclass of this matchup earlier between Yala, who is on the Companion Hunter, and then it was Kubu that was playing the Druid, and the Druid was able to navigate it in a way where he was able to basically fatigue the Hunter by running it out of resources, which was just beautifully done. And we have to highlight though that Saiga's list is a lot more greedy. Plays an additional animal companion, plays an additional Call of the Wild to compared to what Yala was running. So I'm wondering if that's still an option and if that is still on Ryan's mind, or what the game plan is here.
Not a bad start though for Saiga, even though he's playing, as you said, the sort of greedier stuff. Does have plenty of early game to pressure the Druid, right? Which is nice, like, because you do have these games with the Companion Hunter where you sort of whiff the first few turns, and then you just feel a little bit behind when you want to be the aggressor. But not the case here for Saiga. Curving pretty nicely, getting this Alec down. Going to see the first upgrades. Normally never too crazy, the 4 drops.
This Divine Shield is quite nice though. Really just helps out with the board.
My children.
It's going to be Broodmother into Xavius. Looks good to me.
I mean, Broodmother, Xavius, and then we can play an activated Treant, which is quite nice.
Oh, what are you looking at here, Bunny? Because Elise, always not bad, especially plus health taunt. But the cheaper Marithra, I'm not going to lie, I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at a more expensive hand, and a Midrasil is going to let us draw a lot of cards. I'm really looking at the Treant here, because next turn we'll have 6 mana, so we could play a Midrasil and then put in another Treant. That would get us to 8 mana, so we could drop like the double 4-drop then. And then that could be an option. We've seen in the earlier matchup that it was a really cool thing to fill your hand up with a lot of cards, because that forces your nature spells to be condensed into singular cards. So that if the 12 mana you get as nature spells from the 7-drop, if you have only 2 hand spaces, you're guaranteed that you get 2 minions that add up to 12. The mana is not
it doesn't
lost.
overwrite it. Right, yeah, that makes sense. On the other side, though, Saiga just working out how they want to do this. I mean, there's options here of just coining out Talia, sorry. And then there's still good turns the following turn with 5 mana to fill it up, but it's just gonna go with the usual sort of companion ramp. Going to get that replayed with Confront the Tolver as well, which is going to be pretty nice. Does mean that if they do want that Talia down, that's sort of a very slow turn next turn, because you sort of just commit to playing a minion and passing to an extent.
Yeah, but I really like doing this because it's just you're not going to want any more cards in this. I like also that he's not afraid of overdrawing here. Right, because if all your minions were to get killed. Interesting he goes for the 3/3s here. I was really looking at Midrasil just getting that online, you know. Like, you want the value of this over the entirety of the game, I believe. But he says, okay, no, not that important.
Yeah, especially because it's not against Face Hunter, right? So you're not scared of taking a bit of damage. Like, you're not just going to get burst down out of nowhere. It's pretty unlikely anyway. So, yeah, definitely could have gone the other way with that and got that. So started getting that value from the Madrasil. Hado Saiga's going to make the choice of whether that Talia is coming down. Really powerful card, but just doesn't have that immediate impact you'd generally like to see if you play on curve. So it might just be something else and just build into the Talia a little bit later on.
Yeah,
the later you leave it, you are running out of summons for animal companions anyway, so you are losing value the later you play it. Oh, Reborn.
Something I thought was like an interesting consideration is like just playing the next Tolvir here, because you're upgrading 2 more times and then you're getting to 10. You know, you're already at 10. Then when you play roam free and you can go for probably the Demon Hunter 10 drop, you always guarantee the same, and then you can kind of slot in Talia and extra summons later.
Yeah, that is true. If you just prefer the quick ramp over the sort of on-curve play, so to speak. Speaking of ramp, the Acceleration Aura is going to be going down there for Ryan, opening up opportunities for even more mana. There is the Ysera, there is the 7-drop as well, to be able to sort of even heavier ramp. And ooh, you don't really want to see a Call the Wild Burn, though.
No,
it's
but
a little bit unfortunate. Good is
getting
running
2
too.
8-drops. Those should be good enough. And Dracorex being insane for clearing up this board. Putting him in firm control. Ryan went for a bit of an aggressive line here, not clearing the Talia. But now this is a hard one to deal with.
Yeah, this is when it starts getting a bit rough, right? Because the problem with this position as the Druid is, sure, the Hunter's only on 14, but how are you sticking a board now, right? When you know these are just going to you're going to at least face a few more waves of these big animal companions now. It's like, how are you actually sticking a board to win the game? So a little bit tricky at this point. There is a Rune Totem in hand, and that can definitely open up possibilities.
Now the question is, how much are you willing to risk here? We saw this really lovely idea earlier with being able to fill up your hand with Shaladrisil while getting you a dream into your hand. That dream, then you have a very full hand, and that way you can dream back one of the like treants you got from your 7-drop. That's a really cool idea that we were seeing from some of the earlier plays.
He's just going to go for just getting the minions down, getting the ramp with Ysera, and just saying, yeah, I know Dracorex can just clear the majority of this off, but it's sort of building up for the next turn. It is going to activate the Shaladrisil as well, which I think is the sort of main priority that turn for Ryan. But this, just everything with Rush is just disgusting, isn't it? Just, my Dracorex on board could have cleared the majority of this. I'll just summon a few more Rush minions instead to deal with it. It's fine.
Ryan is not messing about. I was kind of expecting him to just go Sands of Time to see if he could find lethal here, because the two rushers cleared the taunts, and then there's only 3 more damage basically that you kind of need to do, because I mean you can use your hero power. So I kind of wanted to go and try to see if there's lethal, but this is also of course amazing because it puts so much pressure on board that even like a buffed Shaladrisil is going to have a hard time stopping all of this.
Yeah, I even think like Rune Totem's very unlikely to do anything as well, right? So does this just have to be Life Bloom and Hope at this point?
I'm wondering, can we play Shaladrisil and then we can fill our hand with we can, yeah, what we can do is we can innervate and then we can press the location, and then we have only one hand space, and one hand space means we have guaranteed like if we have 10 cards in hand, we play the 7-drop, it means we get guaranteed Typhoon, and then we can play Typhoon here. I think that's what I would like to do.
Well, let's see if that's what Ryan wants to do. There's the innovate. This rope is burning though, so this has to be locked in fairly quick. Yeah, and there we go. Really cool to see those plays, as you mentioned, right? Just the sort of things you can do if you get a little bit creative and sort of know the cards in and out. It's going to be pretty nice. The only problem is that saved the day for now, but there's always tomorrow, as Saiga can just kind of potentially build the board again for all Ryan knows.
Yeah, I wonder if we want to go like Neri and then Sands of Time here. It's a line I quite like a lot. Get some cheap spells, and you're only spending 4 mana, so that means you could still potentially find lethal.
Yeah, I really wouldn't hate it, honestly.
My instincts shall
Or is
hunt
Illyria
down our
ever
foes.
more consistent at that point?
Does get
because you
precise
just dig in
shot.
hunters. Yeah.
But that is still 1 damage of lethal is the problem here, because you would need the Neri to do like the extra damage with the Wound Prey.
Yeah.
I do think you're forced to play the Spirit Handler. You definitely need to put more minions on the board to at least threaten.
Yeah, you can't give Ryan an empty board here if you're Saiga, because then he's got more room to maneuver and to potentially stabilize.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there are some options now. He's still got all the Shaladrisil cards, right? So can shuffle something back. Can just play out the Life Bloom to see what's on offer. This is good here, and then we've already seen Life Bloom do a lot of work today. Okay.
And that's just lethal.
Oh, it is just lethal. Wow, wait, just like that? Yeah, I forgot to add 5 from the Corrupted Awakening. Huge lethal there. Saiga looked to be in a fantastic position, but Ryan is going to take the victory. And a very smooth series overall. That last game obviously looked a little bit dicey, but if there's something you want, it's a 3-0. And I think especially the first 2 games felt pretty dominant. And Bunny, we didn't get to see the priest.
Oh,
what
plus points in my book. But yeah, I mean, super important recognition knowing that you get the Typhoon here when you have no other cards in hand, because that's literally your only out of dealing with this board. Building some life total. I think I would have liked Saiga to go a little bit more towards lethal instead of like leveraging a board even harder that was already there. But yeah, really well played to Ryan. We've seen him before. There's no surprise that he does well here as well.
Yeah, and they're really cool to see Saiga get this far. I hope to see him more in the future too, just because the lineups are cool, deck choices are cool, and I've no doubt he'll be able to do it again. But yeah, that was a super fast one, and that is our only cast together, Bunny. So that was I'll say short and sweet for that one, my friend. We are going to go to a break while we get ready for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back once again to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs. I've replaced Raven for this one, but Bunny Hopper remains. That was quick, Bunny. What did you do? I never know you do anything in Hearthstone quickly in your life.
I mean,
I'm being rude.
It's easier when you're casting, you know? Just 1, 2, 3, 0. Done.
Yeah. That was fast. That third game in particular, I looked away. There's like 2 Draco X's on the board. It's going to be 2-1. I'm chill. Got a bit more time. Look back and suddenly there's just an exploding opponent. Like, Shadowsil, I assume, was hell of a card there. I missed the very last second.
That's Life Bloom, actually. That's been a hell of a card today.
Okay,
saving more than one series already. It's just a taunt and chargers. 8 drops. OG Grom getting there.
Yeah, it does a lot for the mana in current Hearthstone. I think it's maybe one of those cards that we look at the number. You were talking about Mistress earlier, saying 9 mana Mistress. We were looking at going, what does this card do? And suddenly 9 mana Mistress is very playable, especially if you reduce it to 8 with any one of the many ways you can do that. So, yeah, maybe we need to start looking at 9 drops as things we actually end up doing rather than old school mentality of 9. Well, what's a 9 doing in my deck? We're not getting to 9, so very interesting that in an aggro meta we're still looking at good 9 drops.
Yeah, it's very easy to underestimate the 8 drops. You're saying, okay, this is a 9 mana, heal everything for 8, but I guess you don't have any minions. Sure, you get to 8 drops, but what are they really going to be worth? And yeah, with what we've been seeing, they're like 1, 7, 12 taunts with lifesteal, Tyrians, Groms, 8/8s that get you 8 armor.
8/8s. And even the bad ones tend to be a bundle of stats. There's not that many sort of tricks in there, the ones that used to be sort of a 3/3 with a massive battle cry effect or anything. There don't seem to be many of those in there. So, yeah, higher stats for not a lot of mana. And also the swing you need with the healing. Quite often those cards, yeah, look at me, I made 2 8/8s. Oh, you precise shot me in the head. I lose. But the healing prevents that too. Right, so we've got the bans in for this one. Anything unsuspected for you? That is an Egg Warrior on Grimaldi's side, predictably.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that this has been banned out. Egg Warrior has been doing really well. Grimaldi has been cooking. He has brought 2 egg decks, so he can make an omelet.
Yeah, it's a good start. Nice work.
But yeah.
Surprising number of egg priests. I know we've talked about it all day, but at about midday yesterday, I noticed there were some egg decks submitted into the European tournament. I sort of messaged jokingly in our Discord, haha, I hope we've all got 100 games on Egg Priest. And then here we are. I've got no games on Egg Priest. And it's here.
Yeah, that Control Priest was a viable deck, has crossed my mind while playing Animal Companion Hunter, because they do have a decent amount of removal, and they can kind of get there over time. In a meta way you can ban. I don't think they're really decks that are viable for ladder. To just get especially punished by Rogue, which is lots of people love to play it. Not the best win rate deck. But in a format like this where you can actually ban the rogues that you face, and I mean if 50% of your ladder experience is rogue, even if you don't ban it, here it's just going to be like, 1 in 4 decks and not every second.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing today how people have dealt with Demon Hunter in particular as well. If you look at just the ladder stats, you'd be building your lineup to assume you're banning Demon Hunter, bring the other decks that do badly against Demon Hunter, beat everything else, and just go with that. And some people have done that. That's basically the aggro lineup. But then the more you test, the more you play at high level, Demon Hunter's win rate starts to go down, your choices go down. If you're tying yourself into just banning Demon Hunter, your lineup gets less versatile. Do you agree with that? That a lot of these people have chosen to let Demon Hunter stay up, and they're doing quite well because of it.
Yeah, Demon Hunter has a bad win rate, but it gets banned quite a lot. So this is one of those decks where the win rate might seem quite low, but the times we are seeing it on screen is because somebody has already thought about what they would like to do about it when they do face it. So it doesn't paint a fair picture of how good or bad Demon Hunter is. But I do agree with having a good strategy ready for it.
So just to quickly introduce the players, Peter Winter and Grimaldi, both from Brazil, as are most of the players you're going to see for the rest of the day now. Peter Winter made the top 8 of the Americas playoffs last summer. And Grimaldi was playing in the previous championships in winter, so tweeted out today that he's hoping to go back-to-back championship appearances, which would be quite the achievement, especially under this new system where you do have to grind your way in there unless you're a top ladder earner.
Yeah, and showing that he's good at making the right tournament reads. We've talked about that Brazil has had amazing lineup preparation, being able to exactly explore what can be out there as long as I'm like no longer playing ladder. I remember Peter Winter from the time that I was still grinding ladder a lot, like to play a lot of aggressive decks and play them quite well.
Which is interesting because he's one of the people who hasn't brought the aggressive lineup. This is the non-tokeny druid. It's obviously the Dragon Warrior and just regular DH. So very mid-range by this meta standards lineup at least. Still pretty aggressive, but yeah, not by today's standards.
Yeah, I mean, Face Hunter is kind of the deck that I would have said that's a Peter Winter kind of deck, as long as I've known him from the ladder. But it's not there.
Yeah, interesting. So again, another player, we were talking about Maxi earlier, willing to not necessarily play to what he enjoys or his strengths. I think he enjoys the rogue that he brought for the other decks at least. Peter doing the same thing in the opposite direction, interestingly.
And now we have the Demon Hunter that has been struggling. I think it's very fair to say that Demon Hunter has not been doing so hot.
Yeah, I think so. The sort of Demon Hunter versus Mage versus Aggro triangle has been the thing, right? Which part of that do you want to not bring? Which part of that do you want to be weak to? Which part of that do you want to ban? And there's been a decent number of mages around for the Demon Hunter to struggle against.
Yeah, so Demon Hunter has had a negative win rate against the Druid. Of course, over on ladder, of course, where you don't exactly know if you're facing Token or Ramp Druid. This will, of course, play to your favor here, but yeah, Demon Hunter just can sometimes be a bit slow on board, and Druid is very happy if you let it, let it ramp a little bit.
Yeah, if you let... This is the problem against Mage as well, right? Mage can get 2 or 3 discovers away before the Demon Hunter starts putting that pressure on. That's enough to let the Mage sort of take it a little bit more easy after that. It's just got the time to get going, like you say, with this ramp. The pace of the Demon Hunter is that it doesn't do a lot in turns sort of 1, 2, and 3 in terms of board pressure. It establishes that pressure, but doesn't actually start hitting.
I wonder if we could have just hit face here with their hero power on turn 1. Of course, it makes any top deck on 2 like worse because we're not equipping the weapon. Or if we could have just swung twice with the weapon and just hope we get really lucky with a cheap drop.
I like trying to get lucky in my not advantage matchups. Personally, if I'm favoured, I try to be safe. If I'm not favoured, I try and get lucky. I don't know if that's right. That's my philosophy.
I mean, at the same time, if we're breaking this weapon and then, we're trying to go for some cheaper cards through the Solitude, that we're kind of saying, I want to play Solitude on 3, I want to play Solitude on 4, and then want to follow up that way. I like taking the Clockworth here. It can be quite a lot of sets.
Yeah, it's a lot. How many rewinds are we at these days? We're back to 3 now, I think?
Yeah. I mean, a lot.
Yeah, you just keep going till you get what you want.
Exactly.
As long as you don't run out of time.
Could have taken a 5-3 here, but of course a 5-3 is really weak against Ebb and Flow. I assume that's why we're not opting for it. A Midrasil is a card you want to get on early. Makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, we had a game earlier where the Midrasil came down on turn 3 and they never saw turn 5, but this isn't going to happen in this game. This is going to be a lot more of a slow build-up.
Cultist works quite nicely since you have like 2 mana left. Stormwind Champion. Is that a playable Hearthstone card? Lets you follow up your Clockworth, but it's somewhat questionable.
Somewhat questionable. It is large, yeah.
It's a large land.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very large land.
But on the other hand, getting a 4-3 on board next turn together with the clock is probably a good idea as well.
Yeah, +1/+1 doesn't seem quite as exciting when everything's like a 7/7 or an 8/8 already. Which is what the clock is going to, from Grimaldi's point of view, hopefully produce.
Yeah, just having the extra, you know, the 4/3 from the Pyromancer. I don't think you're very likely to play any of the... you don't get any Shatter cards in Demon Hunter? Are there?
Pass.
Oui.
I'll go with your instincts.
I think we keep these. I think that is quite greedy. If we hide them, we see it's an 8/8 and Deus. And I think those are pretty good legendaries.
There we go. Yeah.
That's... well, it's... I mean, you don't really have Death Rattles or Battle Cries that you can use, and your hero power doing 1 extra damage isn't amazing either, but 12 damage on board? That is quite substantial.
Yeah. What's Peter supposed to do about this? No time to play your Wicker, which is very annoying.
Yeah, what I was doing while we were talking is looking if there's any cards that actually profit of Deus. And I could not find any that are... that would profit after double Death Rattle or double Battle Cry. Of course, if we get Eternal Hold, we can get end of turn effects. Are end of turn effects also doubled?
I believe so, yeah. Double check. Doubting myself. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah, they do. They trigger twice, not doubled, just to be absolutely precise, but yes.
Yes, of course, because if they don't quadruple. It's like Bran. 2 Brans don't quadruple.
Yeah. So you get Priestess or something from the Eternal Hold and do a lot of damage that way.
Hmm.
So if that alone is a reason to protect it, I mean, it's a 4/8, which is fine anyway, obviously.
Demons.
A little bit of an awkward spot because your hounds don't go phase. I don't think they technically need to. You just need to put minions on the board. And I mean, you can hero power here and do 2 damage.
I guess it's worth considering what you're going to do with this Wyvern Slumber, because it's getting quite late now if you're going to wait 2 turns. But yeah, just decide to write it off, use it as removal if needed.
Yeah, I don't think you were ever interested in waiting 2 turns for anything really like, paying off.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It just becomes kind of useless, doesn't it, in the late game? Well, in the late game it's turn 6, but in the later game.
Mm-hmm. Is this 22 damage on board? If Wave Shaping doesn't find something amazing here, then we'll
Infestation in hand as well. So it needs to be very amazing.
This will help. This will take quite a lot of damage off the board. Turn it down to 7.
Yeah.
And the Sigil of Seas, of course, doesn't do anything when the board is full.
Oh no.
I wonder if we need to draw some cards here.
Potentially, we've got some damage in hand. What have we got to do? Trade in 2 minions, Hounds, Infestation. It's not that exciting, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you could Infestation, play one of the Infestation cards, rush it in, and then send the Hounds itself face. I think that's a reasonable way to go about this as well. Pushing some damage.
Yeah. You have the Lasting Legacy in hand, which is, nice damage later. Need a bit to finish off. A little bit far back where you want to be right now.
Yeah, I do really like pushing this phase. And then creating the Rusher in, rather than keeping the Rusher around. You're not expecting your board to do a lot for a number of turns.
Yeah, and Peter has been struggling to put things in the way, so you know that this board might, it probably won't, but this board might actually be enough.
And we have the option of going for our dragon and getting 4 random dragons that cost 1. I'm inclined this, and then you overdraw 3 cards
We cannot yield
from your deck. I think that is quite, or you overdraw 3 cards from your deck. I think that's a fine approach.
Yeah,
These were not what you wanted to see, though. Yeah, none of them have taunt or rush or bounce your opponent's
or
deck
anything.
back to...
So
My hand.
the 3 armor's not enough.
To be fair, those cards weren't going to help us either, but
I'm already getting the hint here that he might just have lethal.
For no one.
Obviously, Peter doesn't know about the lasting legacy. So.
yeah. But it's lethal on board because there's 10 showing. You know there's a stinger in hand, and here power triggers twice. But that's already good enough. But we're making extra sure. And Demon Hunter does get there. So the weak deck, as it was called earlier, is already out. Getting off to a quite a nice start.
Yeah, he'll be pleased about that. He'll have been following the tournament closely, of course. Especially on day 1, I think that the Americas players have nothing better to do apart from sleep, firstly. But then when they wake up, they sort of check, how's my lineup been doing in the other 2 tournaments? And so that they'll know that Demon Hunter hasn't been doing too great. That's going to be a big relief for him to get that first one on the board.
Yeah, and he has currently... What does he have left to play? The Egg Warrior and his Merithra Druid.
It is normal Druid,
is,
normal Druid, Merithra Druid, yeah, non-token.
And the Druid, I think the Druid lines up quite decently into what Peter has. The Druid has been doing quite okay against Demon Hunter. Of course, we just saw that Demon Hunter can, of course, get there. And Druid's also been doing okay against like Face Hunter and against Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior only having 40% against Druid, so that's probably the best matchup there.
Like I understand it, having played the matchup from both sides, how that works, but it fights every instinct of Hearthstone for me. That one, like, there's one side's putting down big dragons turn after turn, and the other side's Druid. Like, it doesn't gel in my Hearthstone brain. This is not favoured, but the Druid can just gain enough armor, put enough stuff in the way, and when it turns the corner, it turns the corner really fast. So it does end up having the edge. But I still, even though I've got the number written down in front of me, you've told me the number, I've played the match at both sides, it still doesn't feel instinctive. But first we're going to go into this Druid mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense if I just touch on that point, because when you think about aggro decks, they usually self-synergize quite well. Like having little incremental things like Token Druid where you buff each other and you're very happy being left alone so your synergies can come together.
Right.
Dragon Warrior isn't that. They're just play big idiots and go face. And Druid's kind of good at it because they cheat mana. They play, bigger idiots that kind of cheat mana at the same time.
Yeah, they put stuff in the way as well. Yeah, okay. Again, I've sort of felt it, but it's just not intuitive. So it's a good way of putting it that you just have no real synergy.
Interesting that he plays Moss Binding in his Druid list. It's not something I've seen a lot. Be interested in hearing what the reason is for playing that card in your deck.
So I've seen this played a little bit last time around, not so much this time around, at the championships. And what seemed to happen a lot is on turn, specifically your 5 mana turn, you often end up with not a lot to do without wasting mana. And the Moss Binding just makes 2 big idiots and sort of spends your mana nicely and keeps it all going. Not saying if that's the case now with the slightly newer builds, but it's surprisingly good occasionally at just filling all your mana out. Like I'm making, I don't just mean playing it for 2, I mean playing it for 5 or something like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought he would just play 2 1/2s on turn 2. I mean, if you play them early, they get to connect 4 times or something like this. They will do a substantial amount of damage.
Yeah, it was largely turn 5 we saw them because there's just a Yggdrasil and the Elise location that sort of are on 5.
Like, I mean, if you had played them here, they would have already pushed 4 damage.
Sure.
Just not nothing, and they'll probably get to do this a couple more times. It's really funny often when you think about Hearthstone, there's 1 mana 1/1 that you play on turn 1, or the 1 mana 2/1 that has no effect that you play on turn 1, and then 4 turns later you play against a deck like Druid, and you've essentially 1 mana Pyroblasted them in the face.
Yeah. I was going to say the Pyroblast thing was sort of been around for a while, calling something a Pyroblast for 1, and newer players look at you and go, what are you talking about? Yeah, it does. It quite often push 10. Because they're dealing with all the other threats that are far more scary, and the 2/1 just sits there chipping away.
I do think we have to pick Wicker Fang here. That's just such a powerful card.
It's so good.
The other 2 cards really don't give us anything, neither short term nor long term.
Yeah, I don't know, like, there was some resistance from members of this team who aren't here this week to Wicker Fang and Druid. I don't really see what the objection is. I know sometimes it's pass a turn lose, but not very often.
That trade surprises me.
Okay.
3 damage into the 0/3 totem that gives you, like, the totem gives you a random minion from a tribe that you haven't played yet, and most of the time they're cards that you don't want to see in your deck, and they do clog up your hand for something like Merithra, or like if you want to play the Rune Totem, or you draw more cards with the location. So you're often quite happy to just see your opponent have it, and putting 3 damage into it actually quite surprises me.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what he had in mind, because it's not like they're short on cards on the other side, so...
Interesting to see that, of course. Like I said, the 1/2s would have pushed quite a lot of damage, but they would have, of course, also stolen the board space that we needed right here, right now. Would have made our turns quite a lot more awkward.
Nothing particularly great there.
My hand is too full.
Yggdrasil, was that? I think the right hand one was Yggdrasil, but it's not usable now, of course.
I'm gonna see it. We have Lightning Rod, the Spirit Spell, and...
I thought it was Yggdrasil, but I might be wrong.
Oh. Yeah, of course I was a bit unfortunate here, hitting one of the 2 5 HP minions with this spell. And Yggdrasil, of course, also not doing all that much. You don't have the hand space. Yeah. How much damage is this?
Yeah, I was just getting to that. That's why I'm a bit quiet, which is rare for me. It's a lot, right?
Yeah. It's so funny that the Wicker Fang is not... It doesn't look like such a great option. Because you just don't have the board space. You're winning too much.
The wrong sort of board. Yeah, you're winning too much. How dare you win by so much?
Currently figuring out... So the 4-mana dragon would put 10 power on board and remove 3 from the opponent with the hero power. And this, of course, puts also 10 power on board. Yeah, I kind of like playing the 4-drop still a little bit better. But of course, that's weak against Yggdrasil itself. If you are kind of made the math on what your opponent still has in hand.
Yeah, which you probably have, actually.
At the same time, this doesn't play around it either, because you can just trade the 3/2 in, trade 2 2/2s in, and Yggdrasil still gets there.
Sure. Yep.
What do you think about playing Naralex here, and then Ysera, and then playing the 3-drop that just got played, then playing the tree and then going for 5 AoE?
Yeah, that seems to do a lot. I'm all for that.
Here, of course, he's taking a slightly different approach, saying that Taunt will hold. The lifesteal will be worth it. Especially you would have gotten the buff. I mean, you do take 5 damage from Ysera Awakens being played there if you go for that route, but you do give yourself a lot more mana.
Oh, are you just dead if you play that then? Sometimes?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, you're
Ebb and
dead
flow.
to ebb and flow, so... I mean, this is a nice line too. I like this as well. Yeah, going down to 3, of course, is pretty scary. And the 6-7
Yeah, I think
taunt,
it's too scary.
I don't think there's that much the druid can do about it. And ebb and flow would have been found, so...
Yeah, good call.
Healing for 12 here. You still get the ramp next turn.
You made space for their Wicked Fang.
I mean, see if he trades. You know there's a Ysera Awaken in hand, so I don't mind going face here.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah. Work out if it makes a breakpoint difference, right, on your main body of the Wicked Fang.
It's a 4-9, so I don't think it does because the 2-2s can 7-9.
Yeah.
Right, of course. Oh, you're
Yeah, that's
happy
what he was
with this.
checking, I imagine. So happy to trade 5 for 4 in this way.
I mean, I do guess you Ysera Awakens first, so that your minions aren't damaged.
Your-
You will overdraw, of course, but I mean,
It's not a big problem, right? This shouldn't go to fatigue.
yeah.
Go forth on swift wing.
Common belief is you lose when you overdraw, but that is actually not true.
Yeah. Unless you're Sintalong, then you always lose when you overdraw Shudderwalk, but that's long.
Yeah, so he did go for the option of like being able to spend like 2 more mana here at the end and taking
Time waits for
5
no
damage on the Narlex. Of course, Ysera doesn't take damage from Ysera Awakens.
Yeah, that's a fun interaction. I'm glad that's in the game. It amuses me nearly every time, even though I know it's the interaction, which is kind of a cool little thing.
Take Ysera.
I didn't know it for the longest time either. It took me so long to realise what it was talking about.
Go forth on swift wing.
Kind of funny, he was kind of rolling his eyes at the Tekisora when he got it, and I was like, that's never going to be playable. 7 mana 3/6. Did feel pretty
Here
good
it
right
is.
here.
Yeah, it really has helped.
This is
Oh.
where we spam lethal.
This is where, yeah, we definitely spam lethal.
I mean, it's 100% guaranteed lethal. Has to be, right?
There's so many ways where it's very, very close. That helps.
We have 20 on board. We need either to get, like, to bounce one of their minions from hand. Or get +5/+5. And we're just guaranteed getting at least one of them. We can actually get both. So that's for sure good enough.
Made enough space. Sorts it out. Goes 2-0 ahead in his quest to go back-to-back championships, which would be a pretty big achievement. There's not many people going to do that through the qualifiers, at least.
Yeah, and with I mean, he's not there yet. He still has to go and win with his the Egg Priest.
It's the Egg Priest. Of course it is. We get 3 games of this if he gets reverse swept.
I did say that I like the deck, so I'm ready to, you know, eat my words here, saying that Egg Priest I think is a great idea. I like it a lot more than Control. You waste 1 card, and like the idea, of course, is to get the Medivh's Triumph ready, but you're always having to keep the quest in the mulligan and losing that additional card and losing that additional tempo super early in the game, especially if you're going second and your opponent just plays a 1-drop, you play the quest, you basically play the game with like a card less, and you're behind on tempo. Whereas, I mean, dropping a 3-mana 0/3 egg is not amazing, but at least you're getting rewarded every time you clear the board or every time your opponent does random damage to the board.
Yeah, I think A device, it may have been you, but both of you helped me with this deck a lot today. Just like the Demon Hunter Hounds, they both hit the egg, not you, that sort of thing. It shuts down so many things that people actually play, like Tolvir has an egg to shoot at. There's so much stuff that it just absorbs, apart from the bit where it becomes a 20-20 and wins the game at some point, which Priest didn't win the game at any point previously. You sort of pressed your hero power, drew a card that was a 3/3, put it on the board, it died, repeat. And this version does seem to actually have a win condition in, I'm going to hit you for 40 now, bye.
Yeah, and it, yeah, I mean, especially what you said. The other priest also, control priest, had to run very awkward cards in order to actually win the game. Like, it wasn't just that you're running the quest and Medivh's Triumph. You're running so many more cards in terms of like doubling the healing and then dealing 28 with like flash seals that you can't really use, that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, this just solves it a lot more cleanly.
So we touched on this very briefly, sort of off stream earlier, but can you go through what you think the Renovator might be for in this deck? Because it seems an unusual choice.
Yeah, I think part of what we discussed earlier is we want to be good against Demon Hunter, right? The Druid supposed to have a decent matchup against it. Egg Warrior has a fantastic matchup against it. It's just so much healing in there. Makes a lot of sense. And the Eternal Hold is just the powerhouse of Demon Hunter, so I think this is kind of why this is included.
Yeah, makes sense to me too. Obviously, there are locations in Druid, there are locations in Warrior, so it's not a totally wasted card. And it is tradable, and also it is Priest. You have got to just fill your deck out with some stuff at some point, right? So you probably get to 26 cards and think, all right, well, time for some techs.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the other alternative here is Viper, but I guess this deck is just generally not amazing against, what can I say, against Quest Mage. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was banning Quest Mage with this lineup.
Yes.
So you definitely don't want to be putting tech cards here.
We have seen that be a problem, right, where you're weak enough against Mage, the Viper just doesn't help you, so why have the Viper? Suspicion that might have happened in Yala's lineup. We'll find out at some point.
A bit sad to float 6 mana here. I think hero powering is not real mana spending, but I think that kind of gets offset when, you know, next turn you can ramp by 3 more, follow it up with a Fire Rack. Fire Rack, another card that, you know, the egg just does its job by being there.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be really annoying for Firak. Got the Cleansing Cleric on the side of Grimaldi, which obviously still is one of the cornerstone cards in this deck. But the Druid is on 1,000,000 mana on turn 4. It's an Isira! Behave!
It is kind of funny when your opponent has twice your mana.
I definitely always laugh when that happens.
So...
Now...
Yeah?
No, I was going to say, back in the day, like, Firak was quite good at drawing cards in these situations, but not so much now, right? It's just almost removal entirely now.
Yeah, that's a bit... I really like him taking the Force Gift. I mean, you have low cards here. The instinct might be, I want to draw a little bit. But, I mean, this just makes a lot of sense because you're protecting your Naralex. And otherwise, Grimaldi would have traded and played the Cleric, which is one of the key cards of this deck. It just, you know, Devouring Plague heals for 12, you're kind of slow.
Yeah.
And I think if there was no egg on board, this Fire Arc would have just hit the board immediately.
Oh yeah, it would have done plenty. Although again, I think it's better at hitting minions, but again, not eggs. But yes, I agree.
This is amazing. I don't know why we didn't pick the circle, because if we pick the circle, we get both halves of the card immediately. That means we can make it really annoying to deal with board. I know, like, 2/2s aren't what pressures the priest super hard, but I think I would have gone for this and just said Fire Rack has to draw me some cards. Put some trust in the random here.
Sure. Yeah, at some point you have to trust what you've got, but because the priest is slowly but surely getting into an okay position.
Because both halves of this spell would have gotten reduced, which is just quite nice.
Yeah. There we go. Peter Winter. I mean, I think these two are friends as well, and I think Peter was tweeting out Grimaldi stuff earlier. But yeah, it's just the hand raise as if to say, I told him not to put that in his deck. Why is it there still?
Of
It's my
course.
imagination. He probably didn't do that. Yeah.
The take card. They always have.
Yeah. Every time, right?
Every time. Okay,
Here
2 damage
Crane's
soaked.
saying bad things right now.
4 damage soaked. 8 damage soaked.
Soaks anymore, it'd be a 2020.
It's a bit awkward here, though. I mean, we can play Devouring Plague to heal for 12. And then kind of see what happens.
See what happens.
We can also play the
See how many of these
Priest.
hit our egg.
And then it heals us back to full. Right?
Yes.
It heals by
yeah.
20.
Yep. Sure does.
I do think that's a very reasonable way to go about it. Play the Cleric and then play Devouring Plague. Oh, that was not it.
No.
And that is lethal on board.
Just lethal on board, right? Yeah, just point them at the head. Interesting.
Well, that is 1 loss for the Egg Priest, after we said how great it is.
I thought he was in position there, honestly. I thought that was going to just clear up there, maybe kill your own egg, have a 20-20 chilling, sit around and wait for Umbra, do it again, win the game. But
It's hard when your opponent has twice your mana.
Yeah, it was 4 versus 9 at one point there, so a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean the Egg Priest also just, I mean the egg soaked 8 damage, but of course Priest also just passed about the early game, right? It's didn't do anything on turn 1, didn't really do anything on turn 2 by coining the egg, didn't really do anything on turn 3 because it just got 2 more cards. I mean, I got the Medivh's Triumph. It did something on 4, but it was a 4/4. The card which he took off it, like, didn't really get used. I got then he played another 4 mana 4/5, so I played a Yeti. The healing of which was only used once, I think. And that doesn't keep up with current day Hearthstone. I think that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can lose that one. Just a reminder, this is the quarterfinals. There was a whole Swiss yesterday. There were 3 tournaments. There were 6 rounds of Swiss in each, and this Priest deck did very, very well off a small but okay sample size. It looked like a good deck. So don't let the one game you see here sort of influence you too hard on that. But let's see how it goes in this next one against the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I do think this was probably also the worst matchup for that Priest that it had remaining. Druid was never going to be super great for your multis like lineup in total. So you're kind of fine with letting this one go. Of course, you'd rather win, but you know.
I must admit, if my lineup's leaving up Demon Hunter, I want Priest to beat Demon Hunter on average. If I'm leaving up, the let's call it the best deck in the game. Can I have that for sake of artistic license? I think you need to beat Demon Hunter if you're leaving it up with your weird special deck.
Yeah, I don't.
Otherwise, your weird special deck's not good enough for what it's supposed to do.
I don't think I would go as far as to call it the best deck, but sure.
Most consistent? I guess it's not even that because it doesn't always draw the stronghold, but okay. So what is the best deck?
I don't know. I know that's not a very satisfying answer, but I think there's a lot of decks that are somewhat equal. Not sure if I love coining here. I would have loved to get the cleric online earlier.
The crystal shall decide your fate.
Yeah, I agree. But you're right, it wasn't very satisfying as an answer. So I'm going to say that Demon Hunter's the best deck, and as you don't know, therefore you can't prove me wrong. There.
Fair. I concede.
Punished for the misplay. Right, this is where you would like to have the coin. Instead we're doing peace test and a bit of trading.
Yeah. Priestess lines up nicely though, because that plays a little bit around of the hounds. Having your hounds trade into a 3-1 is not what you'd love to see. I do feel like the hounds really just aren't that great when your opponent has minions on the board. Sometimes you'd rather not even trade.
It depends on the minions, right? If you're playing against Hunter, it's not so bad. Because it just clears their board because they're all 1-2s and 2-1s and things.
Yeah. But it's very likely to run into the same problem over and over again here. Of course, Grimaldi would absolutely love the egg here. Just, I mean, soak the 6 damage. And we want to get our Medivh's Triumph active. That's a huge part. We need these cards to start helping us out a little bit.
Yeah, this is kind of the... You know, we stated all the upsides at the start of the show, the start of the match at least, where you know you don't have the quest in your hand and all that, but sometimes you want to have your activator in your hand, so it's not always roses.
Yeah, I mean the egg just didn't get drawn so far, and that is a bit of a problem. This will activate Medivh's Triumph, but not in the way that you'd love to see. Oh, the Black Blood. That's amazing, because, I mean, this, of course, I don't think you can take the Renovator here. I don't think you're in a spot where if your opponent goes ahead and has the Eternal Hold, you go ahead and win the game. Of course, this is Karsta Vision. I know the other card gets you the egg, but this basically spawns a 5/9, a 2/2, and then 5 appendices that all heal for 5. That has to be the best play. It's a lot.
Hangs on with a Triumph.
Bit surprised here.
Unclear. You thought you were just clear with the 1 mana?
Yeah, I was just going to play the Triumph here.
Yeah, I would
thought that made some sense. I feel like if I get to the Black Blood, I'm kind of winning here.
Yes.
But...
Or at least in a very strong position, right? Like, you're looking good. You like it.
Yeah, I think it's so much healing that, I mean, you're probably at full HP and your opponent does not have a board anymore. So I feel like it's literally just about getting there. And the problem is if you play Medivh's Triumph, you are just dead.
Yep.
Exactly 10 from hand.
Just his posture there, yeah. Took a lot of extra damage though, Grimaldi.
That's kind of funny.
Mana as well.
If he'd taken the egg guy and then gotten the egg from it and then played the Triumph, of course, these things can't go face. But yeah, I feel like this game kind of went wrong in different places. It's interesting to see that just this is the best the Demon Hunter could do, and then this is the best that the Priest could do. And it was just like 6 mana, deal 4 damage to a board, leave a 5/1 up. That's a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it didn't look right there. Obviously, the Priest not drawing the egg doesn't do it any favours, but even so, like you said, if he gets to turn 7, he's probably just fine with that incredible Dark Gift on the Colossal. So do everything you can to get there would be my opinion too, but he didn't. And it's now just down to the Dragon Warrior suddenly versus the Priest.
Yeah, and I wonder, I think if he actually, in the turn before, if he does clear the board for 1 mana there, I mean, sure he loses his own minion as well, but he does not take the 6 damage from those minions. I know he gets hit by 2 more 3/3s that go face, but then that 6 damage burst is like no longer available for the very last turn, and you have other options of dealing with this. I think he might have been able to stay alive, and I do think this was one of the spots where he like, I have turn 7 win. I don't need to be greedy with my resources to get there.
Yeah, interesting. I'd like to have seen it played out the other way, but hopefully he understood what he was doing there and, you know, wasn't sort of making a nervous mistake or anything. But because if it was a nervous mistake, he's now going to have that on his mind through this game. But if it was his plan, at least he won't be worrying about it too much.
And then we have
a crucial game
Warrior.
5. Yeah, which sounds like to me like sometimes you die on turn 5.
Yeah, you have.
And sometimes you don't, and you survive forever.
You have good answers though, right? You have double Shadow Word Ruin. So one of the superpower plays that the Dragon Warrior has is your 4 mana 5/8 that no other deck can properly deal with. But I mean, Shadow Word Ruin just kind of laughs at that and says, "Okay." Fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Same mana and destroy some other things along the way sometimes as well. Not so much, obviously, in a tournament, but yeah, on ladder and stuff where you're not quite sure what they're playing for times. Yeah, the Ruin a staple of controlling priest decks now.
For the light, for my daughter.
Yeah, then of course you have Cease to Exist, which is supposed to help with that specific threat as well. But yeah, you're still going to have to deal with the small minions first. I don't hate keeping just Medivh's Triumph, because I do think you have to find the egg sooner or later. You might keep Shadow Word Ruin as well, but then you're really just not doing anything, and you're going to take a Prior Blast from a 1 mana 2/1.
This is one of those situations. You talked about this earlier about how important learning mulligans is and having experience with decks and know what to mulligan. This is the sort of thing you're talking about, right? This is really, really hard. Keep too much removal, you don't do anything. Don't keep enough removal, you explode. And he has gone for that second option, the protection with the Ruin and the Triumph. And he's been rewarded by only having 2 cards to draw and hitting the Egg Bearer.
Of course, with the Egg Bearer in hand, you would like to be the first one to, to open this game, right? Just Egg Bearer on 2, play the egg on 3. You're not really getting something too powerful out of the coin.
Yeah.
I expect him to just kind of pass on. You pass on turn 1, play the Egg Bearer on 2, play the egg on 3, and coin the Triumph immediately, and then try to stabilize with Shadow Word Ruin. Can be tempting to contest here, but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, something that helps a lot is coin management. I know my coin stats are below the average of where they should be when I play. Too tempting, not necessarily in this spot, but you know, in similar spots to coin a bit early. You only get to use it once, so you need to make it pay.
Do we know what the Cloud Serpent does here? It's a 5/5, okay. I do like going for this and potentially just, you know, getting the Cloud Serpent on a nice Dark Gifted minion or the Slither Drake, just rather than if you play the Carrier Whelp, you just have quite low chances of hitting something useful.
Yeah. Quite tricky for Peter to organise this early game as well. Got a lot of stuff he wants to spam onto the board. Can't do it all at once. But this Broodmother really helped with those decisions. Our old friend the Stone Carver comes back. Seen you for a while.
How do you feel here? I think it's like egg coin Medivh's Triumph kind of turn.
Yeah, I'm trying not to say I want to coin because I was just went through how I coin too much, but I have to coin here. It removes so much damage from the board.
Yeah, Holy Smite is really just not doing it. I mean, I know that you want the Triumph later and you want true trades kind of in the 2-1, but you need to minimize the damage that you're going to take, because Warrior has a decent amount of face damage. It's going to come in sooner or later.
Yeah,
you need
quite
to
often
buy
this is the
yourself
play.
that time.
Right, this is quite often the play here, where you just trade this for Shadow Word Ruin and move on with your life while you're drawing a couple more cards, which helps you, not your opponent, I think, here.
I do like playing Shadow Word Ruin. You have a second one, and Cease to Exist can kind of nicely slot in together with another card. Potentially next turn.
Yeah.
What horror will hatch?
It's time
Interesting
to start
kind
working
of
out what you want to do.
situation.
Yeah. Now you do have to start slowing down and thinking what you want to do for sure.
Personally, kind of like playing the Cleric and the Smite. The Cleric needs to hit the board. You need to get to this point where you can cast Devouring Plague and just tell your opponent that all his effort of going face is just... that was a nice try, but just not good enough.
Yeah, and Peter probably doesn't trade here, so if you need to ruin and make a trade with your 4/5, you're not in a terrible spot. You have to find a spot to get it down where you're not going to take too much damage, and things are just going to get worse, not better from here if you wait, so...
Are we re-rolling?
Everyone re-rolls, always.
Everyone re-rolls, right? How bad can this possibly be?
Oh my goodness.
He trusts in the cards and goes full face. I really like this.
Oh my.
Yeah, weird spot here. I mean, what we could do is play Fate.
Play? Okay.
Yeah, we got Devouring Plague. That is absolutely
Yes.
amazing. And Sanguine Depth is quite a nice activator for our egg.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't think we can do all that much with it right now. I do like the trade that he's currently kind of proposing. So you kill the 4/3, and then you hope that your Devouring Plague does 2 damage to the 3/3, which it did not. You can see Peter's, of course, a little bit upset that Devouring Plague was found, because I mean that's of course exactly what he was looking for. Interesting with Sanguine Depths, of course, is that you can buff your opponent's minion as well, and then Shadow Word ruin that.
And that's going to come into play, I think, here. That could be very close to a full clear. We talked about all the things that eggs can absorb. Here's another one. Oh, it just ignores them. Okay.
I mean, fair, I guess.
Unlucky.
I'm not sure who is more unhappy about what just happened. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I feel like Grimaldi might feel the world's against him at the moment after losing 2 in a row. But
yeah, because he's going to find he's going to need to find another source of healing. He has the Eternal Firebolt, another Plague, Devouring Plague in there, and of course the Black Blood. But those are the main things he's probably going to look for. Can take quite a lot of damage off board.
you can move so much with the Shadow Word, with the location, trading the egg, or just Shadow Word, the thing you point it at. You've got the Purifying Breath. There's quite a lot of removal here.
I mean, yeah. Question is which one's the best thing to go for? Really? Maybe location on your own minion.
Yeah, I think
then,
there's a 1, a 2, and a 4 feel like the right things to do, right?
Could also Hero Power. Hero Power does heal you for 4, and then you can get your, your lifesteal guy on the board.
Sure.
Does end up going for Shadow Word Ruin, which I don't mind. I mean, I do think like healing yourself keeps the 5-3 on the board, but it just kind of essentially only loses you 1 HP, and it gets you the lifesteal, guy on the board that needs to be answered as well. If it has to be traded, it heals by 5. If it doesn't, I mean, I'll soak at least 2 damage.
He's just generating stuff this turn.
But it's not particularly great stuff.
Does he need great stuff? Stuff might be okay right now.
I do think Priest is basically right here. They're about 1 Black Blood or like 1 Triumph away from stabilizing. So I do think we have to go for discovering a little bit. Triumph is absolutely amazing, and if we could find the Sanguine Depths as well to activate, it's even better.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. We have to, of course, buff first,
Peter.
so that cast the curse. And then
see how he's playing. It's not Medivh's Triumph, but it is.
So this egg pops next turn, right? So healing here makes a lot of sense. He's like, what is this? How did I deserve this?
Yeah. If I was going to lose, why did I have to get to game 5 and not lose 3-0? Just not have the hope. It's the hope that gets you.
I mean, and the locations have been absolutely amazing as well.
Yes.
For activating the egg. Priest is not that good at actually activating its egg, but it's been able to steal some stuff that has been activating it. So, works out quite nicely, I guess.
Yeah, there's a reason that Egg Priest wasn't a thing, but Egg Warrior and Egg Warlock were, right? There's a reason this is taking a lot longer to come along.
And of course, it's unfortunate you get hit with the second Medivh's Triumph. You've seen a lot of removal. I think the only thing you really were afraid of was like the second Devouring Plague and the Triumph. And the Triumph was actually kind of manageable as long as, you know, you don't get hit by this.
Yeah.
What are we thinking? Just
I want to heal my face.
Cleric.
Yeah.
Heal for 6?
I think I do. I think that's what I want to do.
Above the egg, heal for 6. I'm not even sure I want to switch my hero power, is the funny part.
Yeah, I agree. It's doing good work right now, and we're probably going to activate the egg next turn.
Yeah, I feel like you're in just a really, really good spot in terms of like trying to win the game. But of course, if your messenger doesn't get dealt with, it also heals for 7. So I can understand him using the hero power and saying, okay, this is kind of like as much as I have to do, and then I can still discover some healing here. And the egg's gonna be there next turn. This can potentially soak more damage as well.
Sure. Yeah.
And Peter's like, where were you last turn? Wind Peak Worm. I needed you last turn. I would have pointed at all face.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a coward. I'd like to be
enough.
able to just keep making 6 health every turn, but I think, like you say, occupying the board's worth something. The lifesteal was worth something if the minion lived. Oh, so that's the perfect draw. Work out what you want to do with your hero power, like what you want to try and get with it. Do you want low or do you want high? And then activate everything.
Yeah, I do think you just remove the 6/6 threat first, and then you try to see if you can get some healing. He actually is trying to go for this, which means he's guaranteed a 1 mana card, trying to go for like the highest odds of getting flash heal. I do think we take the priestess.
Yeah, I think so too.
We don't want to put cards on top of our deck.
There it
There's
is.
the flash heal, does get it. And I think that should pretty much seal it, because I mean we're ahead by 2020, the HP is kind of even, and
yeah, it's Peter going to top deck, just see what he can get to get out of it, but I don't think there's any way out. I think Grimaldi is going to go back to back, and that will basically wrap this up. Grimaldi going back to back. What do you think of that, Bunny Hopper? Twice in a row.
I mean, it shows great consistency being able to pull this off twice. Quite happy to see that somebody that was cooking with the egg deck was able to make it with a creative lineup. I just love when the creative deck building gets rewarded like this.
Yeah, the omelets have got there. Peter playing it out. Just past the turn. Let's Grimaldi have his moment, which he has earned. Show of respect there from Peter. Grimaldi does show us an egg. He's happy with his egg deck, and he will be at his second championships in a row, alongside people such as Maxi Bon and Yala, who qualified earlier today. So well done to Grimaldi. He will be back for another go, and fun to see that egg deck do its thing. I think there was something maybe a bit questionable in the middle game there of the egg games, but overall we got a feel for the good and the low points that it can go through.
Yeah, and I mean, he was pretty close to being out twice in this. Of course, also credits to Peter putting on a lot of pressure and like layering it in a way that it was kind of awkward to deal with. So, but yeah, happy to see Innovation get there.
Right, so there's still even more Hearthstone to come today. I think there might be some more eggs down there as well along the line. There's definitely a load more Brazilian players because they have put on quite the performance this week. But yeah, we're going to get out of here and we'll see you in 3 minutes with some more Hearthstone from the Americas Region Spring Playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Spring Playoffs. We are barreling towards the end of the day. Just a couple more Americas matchups left to go. predominantly dominated by Brazil, which we will be dealing with another Brazil mirror match in our series coming up. Edelweiss, of course, representing the home region now. How have you felt about the Americas matchup so far?
You know, pretty interesting. This is the region with the most egg decks, I think. So, you know, there's that, keeping things interesting. You know, surprises anyone to see this priest show up, but I've been trying it out a little bit on ladder, and I like it. It you know, feels nice into what is a bit of an aggro meta, I would say. I don't know if, does that sound
Yeah, it sounds reasonable
accurate?
to me. Yeah, I think even that last series, you know, yes, the priest ended up getting the win in the end, but the fact that it went 1 and 2, you know, 2-0 all the way back to 3-2 in the end, that actually put a dent in the win rate a little bit, because Egg Priest was kind of dominating. Even smaller sample in the Europe Swiss and the APAC Swiss, but even in American Swiss, where there was a few more of them, had a really, really strong win rate. Took a little bit of a hit with the 2 losses there from Grimaldi at the end, but Grimaldi relying on the egg just to get over the line in the end. But we are going back in time a little bit to a bit more of what we saw in APAC early on. More aggressive decks lining up in R1 with Digo versus Brunel. We've got a couple of Dragon Warriors instead of Egg Warriors. No priests in sight. We've got a Token Druid, which I'm suspecting will be banned out. We've even got the 1-drop Hunter thrown back in there as opposed to the Companion Hunter as well. So about as fast a lineup as you can get in this one.
Yeah, and we have got that Rogue coming back.
That's right.
I feel like this playoffs has been the least Rogue I've seen in an event in quite some time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I feel like we've been dominated for quite some time. Championships, of course, I think Herald Rogue and Demon Hunter, I think we saw that matchup individually. Must have seen it play out 20 times or so on stream.
Yep.
Over the course of the 3 days. You know, much debate to be had about who dominates, with the Demon Hunter having the deck switched off but still being able to be very aggressive and yada yada yada. But yeah, Rogue has fallen away a little bit coming into this one, and it's strange because there really aren't many tournaments where Rogue is not in the consideration for, you know, the best 4 decks, the Type A lineup where you don't think too hard, you just bring the good stuff. And I think it hasn't been for this tournament, which has mixed things up a little bit, but the bans are in. That Token Druid has gone down from Digo as predicted, and it is Demon Hunter being banned on the other side, which we have not seen a great deal of so far in the tournament, at least in the latter stages where we've been on stream. So a little bit surprising to see Demon Hunter go down.
Over between us, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one that has felt like a thing to build a lineup around, is banning the Demon Hunter. But certainly if you have the Rogue in your lineup with Garona, you know, you're not going to do that. That's kind of the whole reason Garona's in the deck.
My greetings.
So,
Draws close.
yeah, have to see how that plays out, but Druid here, I feel like this trait is so strong, but at the same time, just a little bit awkward for Druids. Because typically, you know, you get your ramp down as soon as you can to then curve you into those power turns. And just the fact that you have to wait a little bit before you can get this treant down gives that much more of a window for the aggressive decks.
Yeah, I think the ramp for Druid is in a pretty good place right now. You could argue maybe there's still a little bit too much of it overall, but I really like the 2 flawed ramp cards, right? Like the Aura is great to play on curve, but obviously it doesn't last forever. It just spikes you into 3 specific turns afterwards. The Treant is, you know, about as good as a ramp card as Druid has ever had, but you can't play it on 2. You have to be able to fulfill that mana cost first. So we've even seen it in this tournament, right, where it was like wave shaping on 1 and both options were offered, and the player ended up taking the Acceleration Aura over the Felwood Treant for that exact reason. And now Brunel finds himself in exactly that same spot.
Yeah, fast start for Digo with the Hounds. But then, yeah, Brunel able to get down the Treant and the Acceleration Aura. What's better than having to pick? Just get them both in there. Means next turn, gonna be sitting on 7 mana. Just enough to play Bashana Rune Totem with innervating out one of the treants, and it may need to be something juicy. Or I suppose maybe you reduce these to 1 attack? I don't know. Yeah, just gotta roll the dice. Could hit Lightning Storm. That would be probably one of the best hits.
Yep.
Spirit Forest, you can't choose whether it's Taunt or Wind Fury. So that's definitely a gamble.
Stop teasing us. Okay, ebb and flow. Sure. Alright, fine.
Yeah.
Which is
So
not a good sign for whatever that third treant is if it's not better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that means that they're, let's see, 7 mana spent in the Spirits and Ebb and Flow, so that means
Yep.
what, 5 mana remaining?
Yep.
It sort of feels like you really don't want to have middling results, right? Like you want high and low.
Yeah, which I think is why we've seen people in this tournament. It's interesting. I've never really seen this deck played at a high level. Haven't played it much myself since the introduction of the treants, but we've seen it in this tournament. Very, very common from what we've seen so far to players for players to fill up their hand in order to create those polarizations, right? Where you're very unlikely to get a 6-6 split between 2 treants, right? Like if the first one rolls any number under 6, then the next one's rolling a number 7 and above, right? So by limiting that hand size, you do guarantee those big, or you tip the odds at least in favor of those bigger hits.
Even so, hybridization in some situations.
I was going to say, I just
quite
looked
nice,
up the
but-
5 mana nature spells. So it's Flipper Friends, Spirits of the Forest, Trees, and Ward of Earth. All of which certainly would have been played, apart from the Spirit of the Forest, would have been played over Ebb and Flow on the previous turn. So the only card it possibly could have been was Hybridization, which is the one that essentially did nothing.
Yeah. Well, there was the Spirits, which you could argue that maybe last turn Spirits should have come down, but regardless, this reduces everything to 1. You've taken too much damage.
Oof. Yeah.
Missed on the taunts, and that's it. Even with the taunts rolled, I think you're in a pretty rough position, and that's just hounds start against someone who has nothing in play, right? That's pretty hard to come back from.
And that's a huge win for the Demon Hunter as well, because I think that's a pretty good matchup for the Druid in general. Just in case anyone is confused about the mechanics there, choose ones are coded a specific way in the game where when they happen from any other effect, like if they're stored within something else or if they're recast randomly, you just can't choose. You just don't get to choose. It's the same way as if you pick Living Roots, you would expect Tolvir, for example, to recast the version that deals damage to an opponent, because that's what the card says on it, right? Like, if possible, you do this one, but it's just hard-coded that choose one cards happen randomly when they reoccur like that. So Spirit of the Forest was always going to be a random outcome. At least he opened the box in the end and found out he would have got the Falcons anyway, right? So he wouldn't have been able to put up the protection. But yeah, easy 1-0 for the Demon Hunter, and that is a very, very big win indeed. Just the 1-drops Hunter and the Warrior left to go again, which, again, both Warriors in this series are Dragon Warrior. No eggs hanging around in this one.
Yep. And not a ton of variation between them, but Grommash is in Digo's list, whereas Brunel has no Grommash and also no Precursory Strike, which is unusual. I guess there's not a ton of activators. I feel like you usually can get an activator from Dark Rider or Shadowflame's Fusion.
Playing a couple of Shadowed Informants in there.
Yep.
Instead, taking those places. So yeah, a little bit of a diversion for the Warriors, but yeah, not too much, as you were saying. Pretty well agreed upon now, the Warrior list, certainly within about 26, 27 cards. universally, I think everyone going for the Erupting Volcano Fire package version of the deck. Even in the Winter Championships, there was, I think, one player who didn't end up bringing that, even though it was quite a late development in the meta leading up to that tournament. But yeah, I think more so now. Very much so the dominant version of the deck. Oh, this is why you put that card in your deck. It's utterly terrible with every other hand. But when you get this one, you win the game.
Yeah, seems pretty good. I was wondering, you know, if and when we would see, you know, a deck running that 1-mana 3/3, because it was like, oh, there's got to be, maybe there's a Demon Hunter, because your hero power is 1 mana. No, you need it to be 0 mana, so you just get that turn 1 3/3 on the coin. Meanwhile, Brunel just...
Oh, what? Why is that a Flame Imp? This is such an illegal start.
Now, just throwing out the Treant to activate Ebb and Flow to be able to stem some of the pressure. Not getting any of that ramp. You know, we saw a shake of the head during the Mulligan phase because of that Narrowlex Shaladrisil, which are not doing any favors. So, gotta probably come down to the location off release.
Into the Keleseth as well, has a tracking in hand to just pick up another sister or just any juicy minion off the buff. The Ebb and Flow does provide some time for Brunel. He has stabilized a little bit just because of the not only the kill of the Flame Imp, but also just the extra armor, as you said, throwing out the Treant to make sure that could happen. And looks like he is just going to try and ramp as heavily as possible into the Underking here and try and get some impactful turns going.
Yeah, Underking, you know, representing 12 armor, all well and good, but if Deago is able to find Confront the Tol'vir or something, that usually, just as a wide board, is too overwhelming for even that to recover from if Brunel's not able to sort of cobble together some other stuff. And, yeah, I mean, this is just hitting the ground running. Important to note as well, I mean, this is 8 damage of just hero powers that the 1/3 has gotten.
Yep.
Looks like armor. Oh no. Yeah, armor rush.
Armor Raptor, yeah. Which is a very good outcome. It means that Deago does have to keep playing the game. We're now not just going to fall over here. I think important recognition of the aura down on the turn it came down. I think it would have been tempting just to play the Elise out just to have a bit of board presence, but you know, getting the ramp into play here has allowed him to be a lot more effective with his mana overall. Still gets the location down on the same turn, and now obviously we're just straight into Underking mana.
Yep. Yeah. Count is Calderoy Fletcher, 15 damage over the course of this game.
And of course, it's responsible for all of the damage that the 3/3 did as well, because that 3/3 wouldn't exist without the Calderoy Fletcher.
Yes, of course. Yep.
Yeah. Is gonna Mortal Coil? Okay. I don't know if there was ever a world where there was a lethal out if you just got absolutely everything to go face. I think there's only been Wound Praise being played that deal damage, right? So probably not. Gonna play the Mortal Coil first. Make sure I double up.
Welcome to the world.
Wait, hang on. You draw too many cards here. Okay, no you don't. You just draw Arcane Shot and then you're fine. But because, yeah, if you Mortal Coil the minion and play tracking, you're going to end up with too many cards in your hand to get the hero power going if you didn't find a playable off the top. So.
I think he was taking that risk on the off chance that the 3/3 was summoned dormant, right? So he'd be able to...
Got it. Yeah, no, you're right.
Wake it up.
You're absolutely right. Yep, good point.
All right, Horn of Plenty in a Dream. Five drops. Okay.
Multiple taunts. Second Flame Imp goes down to the second Raptor. These two are just destined to be together, apparently. How does Druid do this? Like, every single game I watch this deck, you're just so dead all the time until you aren't.
Silver arrowheads and
All right,
excellent choice.
so we're just digging for burn with arrow retriever.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I had a couple of shots with Alira there to hit another Tolvir or burn directly off that.
Yeah.
A little bit more targeted into Hunter spells.
This hero power is still free. It has been free every turn of the game. That's
It's like one of those old school, like, heroic adventures, heroic mode raid bosses, right? Where the gimmick is just, oh, you just take 2 damage at the start of every turn. Try and win, idiot.
all right. Brood Mother's good because you know these all cost 2, so you can then play 2 of them.
There's a
So we can
Chronos
win.
there as well.
Yeah, Epic and Win Peak. Pretty good. And as you say, how do druids keep getting away with this, right? Like,
Yeah.
Digo did.
Digo threw out the well played on turn 1. He literally emoted well played on turn 1. That's how over this game was.
And Calderai Fletcher dealt, 7 damage of attacks alongside 14 damage of hero powers, right? This single one drop, 21 damage, and then of course, as you said, the 3/3 getting woken up as well. And it's still not enough. I mean, there's just so much armor.
Oh no.
Dragon from the past. And look, the hero power is not free, and we can't squeeze it in. This is what happens.
Imagine having to pay for your hero power.
Yeah. But I think this is probably just Shaladrisil lethal, right? You can play Ysera. Because it refreshes, right? And then you get the hand space. Yep. That will do. So now, yeah, I think, gotta feel great after, getting the well played early on, taking so much damage. I mean, if you were looking at the Hunter board for all those turns, the first 6 turns, you'd be like, how do you ever lose? And yet, all it takes is a good roll of dragons out of Marithra, and some stemming the bleeding along the way.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of really crucial turns there, right? Firstly, sacrificing the ramp from the Treant just in order to get the 5 armor from the Ebb and Flow, which absolutely could, I can't pinpoint a turn where he dies if he has 5 less health, but I'm sure there probably was one. The turn, I think, with the 6-2 Underking on board, he probably would have just straight up died, right? If he hadn't have gained that 5 earlier on. And then the second turn where I think it was 4 mana, he just didn't play the Elise, he played the ramp instead. I don't think that necessarily had an effect on this game because there was mana floated the next turn anyway that potentially could have been used to squeeze in the acceleration aura, but you don't know that, right? For all you know, you're drawing another good card the next turn that you want to play. You're drawing like another Ebb and Flow or some other card that you want to squeeze in, and you want to have that ramp played so that you get to the Underking as soon as possible, because we saw how much stability that Underking ends up bringing to the matchup. So very, very well played in the end there from Brunel. And I mean, obviously, assuming these two guys are possibly friends, or at least know each other. The well played on turn 1 might have been more lighthearted and bantery than we're giving it credit for, but still probably a lesson to be learned there. And you know, sometimes you don't want to look like an idiot on the stream by emoting well played on turn 1 and then losing. Not a lot to gain, an awful lot to lose. The risk-reward matrix just doesn't add up, you know?
All right. How long is this mirror going? Do we take the Briar Spawn? No.
Yeah, I think Windpeak Worms are just generally very good in the matchup, so I don't mind having an extra one at all.
That is a bummer to lose your draw for it, but will be substantial in size for your trouble.
Right.
What horror will hatch?
Sorry, Formant was on Demon Hunter this turn. Not the worst option, I would say, for the card. Now looks like we've moved on to Shaman now. But I think most importantly, Brunel is going to want to like ration out this dragon if he doesn't find another one. Okay, never mind. Get it in play.
We're fine.
Yeah, if he didn't find another dragon, he'd want to find something else to do, so he could play that on turn 4 to activate the Windpeak Worm. But yeah, he's just got a very smooth curve now.
Static Shock, I think, is the first thing that catches my eye there.
Yep. Oh, wow. We've gone full Pheno. We spent all of our mana this turn.
A little surprised to see the Static Shock used, since, you know, we could have done fine with torching the 2-1 and then swinging a weapon at the other.
It's just pushed face damage. And I think from here, we'll see him play a 5-8, and we'll see that 5-8 hit in the face, and we'll see a Windpeak Worm being pointed at the face, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, and then we will be hoping to strike the face for 10 and call it a game.
Yeah. Like, I would say if any of this damage went anywhere else, then the previous turn was a mistake. But if this is what you're doing, absolutely fine. You cashed out your Static Shock for some face damage, killed a 3-attack minion instead of a 2-attack minion. If you're sending every single point of damage face for the rest of the game, this is absolutely fine. There's just a 10-11 in play.
Yeah. And it was clearable with the Windpeak Worm, but instead we've gone fishing for something else. I guess you can clear it with the torch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Wow! Just says full torch to keep my 6-9.
Yeah.
All right,
you know, hardly ever do
it.
we see the just deal 8 torch, but you know, every once in a while it comes in handy.
Yeah, respect it. Good card. 5 mana is a great number to have available here as well.
Interesting. Cloud
charge on it.
Serpent. Oh wait, it does say charge. I missed the charge. It's always charge. I was over here looking at like, oh, maybe we get copy of either the Discover Spell or the Brood 4/3s, right? You just chain 4/3s. No. Just hit them.
All right, now surely is it Windpeak Worm time? Well, that is summon a copy Evasive Worm, so that is a lot of removal.
But you're at 4.
Yeah. Yeah, you raise a good point.
I mean, there's no good options here.
Yeah, does Evasive Worm... Does that even take lethal off the board? I'm not even sure it does. Wait, is it 6 attack or 5 attack? I always get this wrong. How much attack does an Evasive Worm have?
5.
Cards in hand. 5 attack.
So clear as much as possible.
Oh, Demon Hunter's a good choice when you want damage.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Infestation. Lovely stuff. That's 4 damage. Nice and easy. just barely fell over the line. But if you're going to say every point of damage goes face, this is what the game's going to look like when you win. You are just going to barely get over the line. But it was great recognition from Brunel early on. Absolutely maximize every single point of damage. Take the giant Wind Peak Worm, put it on the top of the deck. You say, I have a 10-11, and that means I get to go face, and that means you have to trade into me. And he was exactly right. And just like that, in the course of, what, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, Brunel has absolutely spun this series around. Like, go back to that turn 1 Fletcher Coin Spirit, and this was looking like the quickest 3-0 you've ever seen in your life. And now all of a sudden, Brunel is actually ahead in the series, somehow scraping that game together with Druid, and then an equally dominant Warrior game as it was looking like Diggo was going to have with the Hunter. So all of a sudden, Diggo really up against the wall, and it is now that Rogue left to go from Brunel, the deck that we have not been seeing a great deal of for this tournament. But without the Demon Hunter to go for, it is just Dragon Warrior and the Aggro Hunter that it has to get a win against.
Yeah, it's a tough spot that, you know, this is the final deck, and it's sort of the one deck that it has specifically cards in it to fight against is not on the table, right? The deck that you can sort of turn off. So, yeah, we'll have to see if the Warrior and Hunter can be fast enough. I've got to imagine that the Hunter just gets there a lot of the time. I mean, barring some really fancy rolls from the Rogue, these Hunters are just so aggressive that and you know, Rogue classically not great at healing. No more are the days of, you know, Ziliak's Shadow Step. So I would expect Warrior to be the one that has more of a shot against it. We're going to see that first.
Yeah, important detail for the Rogue as well. Of course, no combo 1-drop card anymore. Like this list is just playing a bunch of Nightmare Fuel, Deja Vu, just those cards with like value cards, as opposed to the you know, the Foxy Fraud combo tempo stuff that you can have early on instead. So even worse against these early minion type decks than would have been with some of those extra early minions in there.
Yeah, interestingly, taking Stadium Announcer off the Deja Vu. I might have been interested in a Peddler just to have something to throw down early. And if they don't respect it, you do summon dragons off of your heralds. But maybe figuring that if Diggo gets a good roll from Stadium Announcer, then Brunel can try and sort of counter it with a Stadium Announcer of his own.
Yeah, I suspect that is probably the thinking. One mana Broxigar's Last Stand could come in very handy at some point during this game. Gotta be an Elise, I would imagine.
Dark Rider's active.
Dark Rider's active. Wind Peak can also be curved into, though, with Divine Shield Wind Fury. That's kind of exciting.
That's true. Yeah.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
Nope.
Okay, that one you may reroll. We have been very critical of the rerolls throughout this tournament, but that one you're allowed. It's not much better, but okay.
Does at least clear the 1/3, but
Yep.
heard you like Slitherdrakes. Have another.
Yeah, can take down the smaller of the two at the very least with the Wind Peak.
Yeah, and then set up a minion also that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Just saw a torch get used, which, you know, makes you a little bit sadder about your play of pushing out a big minion here, but obviously with Divine Shield and Wind Fury, you do make it doubly difficult for this minion to get damaged in order for the torch to come down. I think the nightmare scenario here would be to see the Erupting Volcano, which, sadly, for Brunel fans, Diggo does have. Although it's still a little bit awkward in terms of the ordering, sequencing of whether you can get a fire spell done first, whether you even want to bother doing that.
Yeah, I was looking at this line, right? You take the hit, you win Peak Worm yourself, and then use Torch to finish off.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at, gosh, yeah, I guess just Elise turn like Altraxian into a coin or something. Or do you just gamble on Sinestra? Yep.
You do have a prep, yeah. I think having drawn the prep, this is worth at least taking a look at.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit dreadful. I mean, it's a lot of cards. But you're facing down 12?
Yep.
And...
with the Sanguine Depths. Yeah, with the Sanguine Depths, this has got to be
Depths
guaranteed now.
Yeah, because you... you torch the Sinestra, and then... Volcano gets you over? Or are you thinking something else?
Is it guaranteed with the Volcano? I mean, you have
I
you
guess,
have two,
that's
you have two rolls
weapon.
here to hit
that,
3 damage,
that weapon
right?
Is, yeah.
I think you would have to be exceedingly unlucky to find a weapon that does not win the game off 2 rolls there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessarily guaranteed off the Volcano, so...
Right, with the extra 2 damage from the Sanguine, yeah. Then you
yes, exactly.
Easily.
So yeah, series just absolutely flying by. Warrior is going to get back on the board, and as you said, that was probably the better of the 2 shots for the Rogue. So now it's hard to keep up with the momentum swings in the series because the games are flying past so quickly. But Digo was in a very, very rough spot all of 4.5 minutes ago, and now with the Hunter lined up ready to go, we've got the series back to 2-2. And Digo probably has the favorable here to go into this one, which, especially because of just how greedy the rogue list is, all of the early cards being value generators as to tempo. Deja Vu and Nightmare Fuel can do some work. I'm not saying they can't. They do. There are some hits in Hunter, particularly just ripping your opponent's Sylvanas a lot of the time can actually end up winning the game for you on the spot. But I think in general, you'd rather just have straight up tempo cards yourself to fight for the board.
Yeah, it's really strange to see Rogue without flashback, right? Just as an easy, coin flashback, or I can understand not having Foxy Fraud, but even if you have to play flashback without the attack buff, I feel like so many times it's one of your best early game tools, yes, to be aggressive, but also to sort of just have stuff in play to contest.
Against Hunter in this matchup in particular, yeah, absolutely, because a lot of your game plan early is just try not to take 12 from some 1/1s and 2/1s that they play early, right? So just having any minion in play, even if you don't get the combo effect, is very powerful indeed.
All right, I'm seeing the line. We get Maniacal Follower down, and then we just Corona on curve. It hits, and
then they're at 11, and that's easy. Yeah.
We can do 11 damage, right?
Never a good feeling. Gone are the days when people would talk about how this is the most efficient hero power in the game, and you should press it on 2 every single time and get the value that comes from attacking with this free 1/2 weapon that you get. No, absolutely not. No one wants to hero power on 2 anymore. Hearthstone left that in the dust a long time ago.
What are you talking about? Hunter just hero powered on 2.
True! Good point. I stand corrected.
And will hero power like every turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
No, a Maniacal Follower will almost certainly trade it off, but unless just Sylvanas right now.
Welcome to the world.
It's tempting. Wow, Platosaur. Quite the roll.
This needs to be very special.
Okay.
And
I am interested in resistance aura. I'm also potentially interested in double resistance aura.
I remember this place well.
Going to need to hit armor here. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that's 6 armor and probably discover spell.
Does go for the 5, which means not really going to be interacting with this board over the next couple of turns.
Yeah,
Gaining
gain 6 armor,
is...
discover spell.
Yeah. Probably still gonna need some help from the discounted spells to be able to get that into play, because it's going to be very, very slow against this board state that's going to come down.
Yep. Just want to point out, with the double resistance aura, this would not have been playable this time. Oh, Neri as well. All right. What do we need? Fan? Not even. Welcome home, I guess. That gains you the armor right away.
Yep. Reroll it, gain some armor, try again.
Days? I guess. Yeah, Rogue does not really have much in the way of AoE. I feel like the best hits were Fan or Chrono Daggers.
Yep. Little does he know, by the way, that if he just ripped the Deja Vu, he would have a guaranteed Sylvanas in his hand right now that actually would have taken this board state apart on its own. He might be getting that bad news this turn.
Yep.
Sisters,
I think so.
But the welcome home was really, really strong here. It has allowed him a little bit of wiggle room to find some something else to do here. He is probably going to need some help from Herald still in order to stabilize from here. But the hand is not brilliant from Viga. There is the precise shot, which will be dead center next turn. But that's not going to be enough to represent lethal on its own. But Brow's just not finding anything.
Charge Maniacal Follower for next turn, and we're going double Glacial Shard.
Yep. Looks like it.
And then we're looking at Daze the Sylvanas and then Deja Vu it.
Oh, I love that. That's very cool. I like where your head's at.
I don't think it matters because Precise Shot is in the middle, but...
But it is cool. That's what's important.
Sure.
It might not be a play that wins, but it's a cool play. It might just have to be a Sinestra off the top, roll healing kind of angle from here. Not sure what else is going to be good enough.
Oh, you're late, Opoo.
Yeah.
Too late. So you can Resistance Aura Opoo, or, yep. Just get the bad news. There's an Arcane Shot there.
Shake of the head. He's doing the maths. Maths ain't mathsing.
I will transcend this world.
Yeah, so you know you need to do better. And take a roll on a random spell. Has to be like Holy Nova. That's not it.
Shake of the head, a final scan over the cards in hand. Trying to find a solution to this puzzle, but I'm afraid it does not exist.
So you trade something into the nest And then you deja vu again to get the 1-cost spell.
Get yourself a flash heal, which still doesn't keep you alive. Yeah.
Because at that point you haven't cleared the board.
Yep. And that is going to be it. We have our penultimate qualifier for the championships. Digo going through. It was a ropey one in the end. A very different definition of ropey one than like Yala from a few series ago. But he was looking very comfortable. Quick win in the first one and just off to an absolute flyer with the Hunter. But then the hubris came for him and he ended up 2-1 down in the series and looking like he was really up against it. But then 2 utterly dominant performances against the Rogue with the Dragon Warrior and then with the Hunter. And perhaps that is why we are not seeing as much Rogue as we used to in this tournament.
Yeah, well, and particularly this kind of build where you just don't have those early game tools to contest.
Yeah, I remember leading into championships, I think there was one player that had this list, and it was like the first one alphabetically. So when Raven was testing Rogue, he just copied that list and was like, I don't understand why you guys like this deck so much. It just doesn't do anything for 4 turns. Like, yeah. Turns out if you cut flashback, it's quite hard to win the board early. And if you're facing a lot of aggro, you're going to have a problem. And unfortunately for Brunel, is going to bite the dust for those decisions. But another fantastic showing from Brazil. Of course, a Brazilian player guaranteed to go through in this one. 5 Brazilians in the top 8 overall, which means that Brazilians are going to be showing out at championships no matter what. Digo is the one that takes it home. We've got one more America's Series lined up for you before we finish what has actually flown by as an incredibly long day of Hearthstone. So do not go anywhere. You want to get your money's worth. We've got one more series left. We will be right back.
And welcome back. We have the final match of the day. Things have just breezed by, and I'm Edelweiss, joined, of course, by former world champion Bunny Hopper. We will be covering this final omelet of a match for you.
Yeah, 2 more egg decks, 1 getting banned. Wow, looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we were just chatting a little bit before coming back on the air. Walk us through those bans, how that kind of plays out for them.
Yeah, so Jack is banned the opposing mage, which makes a lot of sense because his egg decks, the druid and the DH, they're not very good into quest mage. Quest mage has been struggling throughout the tournament, or all 3 of them together, but against this lineup it's just well positioned. So it makes a lot of sense to ban it. And then since that's kind of a known fact, Aircon bans warrior because warrior is just a monster into the demon hunter and the face hunter that might struggle. I assume this Maritha druid that both people have will do quite well. See if I'll eat my words, but that's the other card that or other deck that could have been banned.
Yeah, and of course we see that this is not quite the monkey flip Marithra druid that we saw earlier, but it is a little bit more defensive, making sure to have double, just 1 Underking, but double Evergreen Stag for the, elusive taunt lifesteal, presenting a bit more of a wall into these, hunters and demon hunters and all that.
That's a bit annoying if you can't target it, and if your only way of really forcing through it is attacking with your minions, especially for face hunter, that's a problem. They have Sylvanas, but I mean, of course, if she only does 2 damage, it's not quite good enough. And it's a good target to ramp to. You don't. Sometimes I have had the feeling that in these games, both as the demon hunter as well as the they don't do that much early on. They do kind of let the druid ramp. They're not snowballing their board by synergies. They're just playing good individual cards. And druid kind of needs a punish, and that card fills that slot quite nicely.
Yeah, but taking a look at the bracket here, we see already Ryan, Grimaldi, and Digo have gone through. So we have 2 Brazilian players through, and then 1 from the United States. So this will be the last matchup to see whether we get 3 Brazilians or if Canada can get one through with Aircon. Don't really know anything about Aircon. Lorinda's usually the one who kind of has all those stats and histories on people's play in the past. But yeah, Jake certainly been around a good long while.
Yeah, I remember Jack very fondly from having him in my streams back in the days where I was still streaming quite a lot. And I just only have had mostly positive interactions with them. I remember him quite fondly. So I don't think I can be quite neutral here. I'll try my very best though.
You don't have to be neutral. You just have to, explain your bias, and then we move on. But yeah.
There is this interesting bias that because you're very used to consuming Hearthstone from the bottom perspective, that when you don't know 2 players, you quite naturally root for the person on the bottom of the screen. Just because it's the perspective that you're used to playing from, and kind of you're used to usually rooting for yourself.
That makes sense. Yeah. I hadn't really thought about it that way, but just kind of the nature of the spectate client, it sort of puts you in that position.
Yeah, it's quite nice that they paired up they had 2 totally Brazilian matchups, 1 entirely US American matchup, and now this is the only one that actually gets to decide if we get a Brazilian or a Canadian player coming through. The pairings were so that we couldn't have a full Brazilian sweep of the bracket. Again, having 5 people in the top 8 of the playoffs is of course amazing, and a lot of credits to that community for having so many people in the top 8.
Yeah, I think they are, constantly working things out together. Have a lot of, community-run tournaments from Rain over in the scene there, and I think having that just sort of grassroots movement to have local competition really, really helps. But looking at these two lineups, you explained the bans, but if you had to pick kind of a favorite here in terms of like just the lineups, not the players, what would you be thinking there?
So I'm thinking they're very similar. The Demon Hunters that we're seeing, they're almost identical. Then we have Maritha Druids, which are very, very similar as well. And then we have Egg Priest versus Face Hunter. And if we... The problem is there's not that many stats out on Egg Hunter. If we believe the stats for this tournament that we've seen so far, Egg Druid Egg Priest, of course, should be quite well positioned here. So I think I would give a slight edge to Jack, but of course it won't be huge because there are that many mirrors.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the mirrors can get a little wonky, both in terms of just who's on play, who's on coin, who has Eternal Hold, who has Hounds on Curve. I think it can get really, really messy there. And then similarly with Marithra, who's got ramp and something to ramp into.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of like small decisions to be made in these mirror matchups. But it sounded like you know a little bit more about the Brazilian community and about the community-run tournaments there. Do you have some more that you can share on this?
Well, so back when I, briefly messed around with competing, I managed to make it to Copa America in 2018. So flew down to Rio, got to meet a lot of folks, met a lot of the Spanish-speaking casters as well. And I don't think Jake was a competitor in that event, but I think I remember him as just a kid watching, supporting the other players. And in general, I think that Latin America, but Brazil in particular, have always ground a lot of open cups. And then when there were fewer of those, that's where Rain has come in and like created their own cups to play in, because now that there's just sort of fewer official events, you really need those kind of grassroots events to be able to keep playing regularly.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of everybody starts out this way. I mean, if you say Jack was there, looking at the other competitors and seeing how they were doing, I still remember, even though it's a long time ago, watching Tice win his first dream hack and being like, I could never be this guy, I could, I could never be there. These people are so amazing. Fast forward a couple of years, you win a world championship. So I'm just saying, people are on the fence. I would just suggest try it. And what is there to lose? You have fun while you're playing. I think that's the cool thing about having these playoffs. It's especially for Americas, it's not that difficult to qualify. You need one ladder point, so I think that's one top 100 finish. And then just give it a go, play some decks you enjoy, and see where it gets you. And a lot of the people you meet on the way are what gets you good practice partners.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it can be exciting just to get in one of those opens. They have, I think, the Blitz weekends, right? And just trying to play against someone that and say, oh, hey, I took a game off so-and-so, right? I think that can be really fun if you know your competitive players. Just a quick update, we are waiting on one of the players to reboot their PC, so just a few minutes delay. That's why we're just kind of yapping right now. But yeah, I remember when, a number of years ago, I was living in Philadelphia. We had that same kind of thing back when they did the tavern, and now I can't even remember what they're called. The tavern.
Fireside
events,
gatherings?
Right, that's the one, Fireside Gatherings, yeah. So I think that unfortunately, since those have gone away, there haven't been sort of the same kind or as many of those sort of communities, but Brazil is definitely one where it's stuck around. Haven't seen a Solary tournament in a while. I don't know exactly what happened with those.
Yeah, but the French community was always very good at pumping out events, putting on a great show.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to only, I think, 1 or 2 Solary tournaments, but they were also awesome, and it's just really fun when a community gets together. An event I actually put on my a tournament as well at some point in the past with some sponsors. Levik, that was playing earlier in the tournament in the Europes, he actually won that one. That was quite fun. And it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of people that take a lot of their time invested in the community and expect nothing out except for you to have fun. And I do think it's really important to appreciate these people.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen Tice has done something similar with running events before. And yeah, it's kind of great to get that sort of people, using their influence as you just described to just kind of, keep these things going.
Yeah. Do we have for those matchups? I was just trying to see if we have anything on how they came up with the Egg Priest, because I've seen it played in Europe and in by the Brazilians here as well, but I haven't seen it on ladder at all. So I'm wondering, do you know anything about the origin of this deck? How people came up with this idea?
No, I don't know any specifics. I can take a guess, which is that I think when you are doing that kind of testing and you're trying to come up with the sort of like, let's try and crack this meta open lineup, I think you would just kind of go through all the matchup spreads and decks that you sort of like feel like might be viable. And I know there had been an Egg Priest previously that we saw like a little bit that people messed around with, before the class sets and this current meta, and I think it like just didn't quite work out that well. But I think now it's sort of been able to shine because of all this aggression, right? Priest has pretty good control tools. It has pretty great healing tools. But the problem with the Medivh deck is that you have 3 10-drops. And, you have to then make this decision. Do you run the location that turns your healing into damage so you can get extra win condition that way, but then you have fewer control tools? Or do you just not run a win condition and hope the imbue hero power gets you something? And it's all counterable by Viper, so...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was just looking at the Egg Priest list specifically here, and it does cap out at 7. Like the highest cost card you have is Umbra and then the Black Blood, but other than that, you're just relying on a lot of cheaper tools to get you there. And that makes a lot of sense that if you put 3 10-drops in your deck that only really make sense together, that you might not be getting there.
Yeah, and this way, you just get to keep it really trimmed down. There's not a ton of minions, so, worst case scenario, you can Nightmare Lord Xavius to find what you're looking for. And Egg is a much nicer activator when you've got it than Quest for Medivh's Triumph.
Yeah. Still waiting, I think, on the players.
Should be coming up soon. Yep. Yeah, I got to, mess around a little bit during my break with the Egg Priest, and, feels pretty good.
This is the life.
Interesting hand. What would you keep here as the hunter?
Well, definitely Fletcher. But, I mean, I've got to imagine I'd be looking to snowball more. If it were token, obviously we'd keep Sylvanas, but I think I would only want to keep Fletcher.
That's interesting, because I think that is exactly the decision point here. Do you want to keep Sylvanas? I was kind of more on the, I'm trying to fill out my curve a little bit better on turn 2. I don't expect Drew to drop as many early minions. But I think that's exactly what Aircon was asking themselves as well.
Well, it'll be interesting to see for Aircon whether this is... like, which sister comes down, right? Do you go Varisa to upgrade your Sylvanas, or do you say that Sylvanas doesn't have as much value in this matchup, and so you drop her to get the +2/+2 on your whole deck?
I think I would drop the Verisa next turn. And then on the other side, I mean, we see Jack. Earlier Madrasil is probably a good way to get this going.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing the ramp, I think, definitely interested in that Verisa. Plus, Kaliseth once, but, you know, is generally good enough.
And there is the stag that is actually in hand, and we talked about how, you know, you always have to sink that damage into it. And unless you have Sylvanas, which is the undirected damage, and you have it with 4 damage AoE, so that might get you quite a long way.
Yep. But in the meantime, if you're gonna Mirdasil, this is the turn.
Yeah, you might consider going into the stag directly, contesting the board aggressively, healing back up, and saying, okay, I want to reset here before my Mirdasil comes down. Because if I'm taking another, I mean, there's 6 on the board, realistically another hero power. Is that good enough next turn? So I'm taking at least 8, probably 10, then I'm on 9 HP. Is that good enough?
Yep. Yeah, as you say.
I think I would have gone for a major. I think I would have just gone for the greed, just trying to activate this, trying to get the mana going over a couple of turns. But of course, this will heal for at least 12. And a little bit unfortunate here, I guess, for him that Sylvanas is in hand, which is really the only good answer to this. But again, you do get to reset, you do get to remove. Like, you get to stall. There's the same amount of power on board at the end of the turn than there was at the start.
Yeah, and even with the Sylvanas, like, you heal the full before it gets cleared.
Question is just if, of course, like, a Madrigal itself would have been like, you know, if you get there, if you're getting the same healing out of it, and you're there's really not much else of a difference, then of course you would want to have the Madrigal first, because you need the location charges to be available throughout the game. Like 5 mana, draw 1 card, gain 1 armor, and summon a 1-drop over the course of the game is not good enough. This is very much ask you to judge how long is this game going to go. If it goes like 5 more turns, then I would want to get the Madrigal in now. If it goes only 3 more turns anyway, and then basically after 3 more turns we have a winner. Of course, Hunter's not going to die, but you know, if you stabilize after 3 turns, then right, you can just also delay the Madrigal and be good with this.
Yeah, I think it's when you delay and it doesn't work out as well as you hoped, and then now you got to choose again whether you delay or play it. You know, my inclination is like, well, am I not dead? Am I feeling like okay to play this? Probably just drop the Mirdasil right away, get that ticking, and then you can, you know, coin or innovate the stag out the following turn. But we see there just how effective it is at stabilization, right? With the elusive in particular. I gotta imagine against warriors, that's especially